And you're listening to AM Ocala Live, WOCA, The Source, 96.3 FM, 1370 AM. That was a little different bumper there. That was a wicked hopper. That was a little different. As we just finished up there now, as we're coming up on 20 minutes before the top of the 10 o'clock hour, that was some good advice there, as we had Robert Colin in from On Top of the World with his maintenance boys there in lieu of the house from Butch Guest and Richard Harax, talking about some of the quality tips that you can do to home maintenance, as springtime is a good time, spring cleaning, and the idea of knowing that with everything going on around the obvious news is COVID-19, we're going to be at home, and as we say, look for things to do, and if you get the kids at home, obviously from school, put them to work a little bit. And with that is doing some stuff around the house, as a little bit of maintenance, like we said, with maybe your air conditioner, your air conditioning, your filter, condensation lines to your gutters, even down to your windows, and maybe some recaulking. With that also too, recaulking in the shower in those wet areas, and then also too thinking about something simple like small appliances such as your dryers and refrigerators, with the idea of making sure that your dryers, that the vents are cleaned out from all that lint that could cause a fire. It's something there. As far as the dust and everything that's behind your refrigerator, that you can basically have now to take a look at, so that way it runs more efficient. Save a little buck here or there too when it comes to the utilities nonetheless.
Makes sense. And it's true what they say at this time of the year. It's time for, what do you call it? Oh, yeah, spring cleaning.
Excellent, partner. Excellent. So as we work our way through here now towards the top of the 10 o'clock hour, this Wednesday show for Hump Day, just a reminder, as we are broadcasting to you live from the Paddock Mall, is the idea of the update with COVID-19 with our friends at the Paddock Mall, is that they've updated some reduced hours. And like we said, to the safety of their guests, retailers, and employees, with them as our top priority, we continue to carefully follow the official guidelines from state and local officials, and will be temporarily adjusting their operating hours. Will now open daily at 11 a.m. and close daily at 7 p.m. That runs Monday through Saturday, 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. And then on Sundays, it'll be from 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. until further notice. As they say, with the support of the community and the Employment Center as a point of purchase for necessary goods and services, the modified hours are the intent to strike a balance between allowing communities to receive goods, services, and employment as needed, as well also enabling our team to implement disinfectant and cleaning practices within each evening, in the addition to the already rigorous cleanings happening through the day. So if you should have any to further modify any more operating hours, and if that were mandated for a temporary close, they will post those updates on social media for pages and website, and let us know too as you listen here to The Source, 96.3 FM, 1370 AM. And they said thank you for your support during this challenging time. That's well put. It is a challenging time. It's a challenge.
I would say the same thing, because
that's what Americans are good at, though. That's what we're good at, buddy, is challenges. We're problem solvers.
Yeah.
Sure, we all probably whine a little bit here and there when the challenges do come upon us, but at the same time, we persevere. We'll get through this. As like I said, I know there's a lot we've talked about already with coming through from unprecedented mentionings of, like, say, Kansas, with the idea of closing, schools till pretty much the end of the school year. And with Ohio starting out the expectations of, like they did, to close all restaurants, bars, nightclubs, all social gathering events, all that stuff, and now it's carrying into Florida. As it's a challenging time. We're going to get through this. And I like to see, like I said, where we're at, not this Friday, but next Friday. I like to see where we're at two Fridays from now, basically. Well, the 27th. Let's see where we're at on the 27th about how this is all getting along. Now, the economy's taking a little bit of a hit, as we know. But with that, as the government's trying to work for displacing some of that inefficiency with everything being shut down for business, it's the idea, too, that they're implementing or trying to an idea, which has come up on the article in the USA Today, about the idea of giving every adult American $1,000 to cover the economic downturn and the point of not being able to work and everything going on within this challenging time.
Some people might say that it's probably not enough, or it's probably too much, like you're mentioning. And the way I see it, like, just any help that can be given to the adults in America, whether it's $1,000 check or, like something. I think any form of, help and appreciation, any form of help can definitely be appreciated, because, like you said, this is a challenging time, and making it through challenging times, it requires that we all be there for each other. That's the way I see it. We all got to stick together to make it through this.
You don't want to stick too close together.
Well, okay. No, not literally. Okay, yeah, you got me there.
Nonetheless, you're listening to AM Ocala Live, and thank you for joining us this Wednesday, March 18th. Beautiful weather day, folks. If you're listening, you know the sun is out, the sky is blue, and we're looking to get near the 90s today. Hey, it is the 90s, and we're looking for that for the rest of the week also, as maybe there's a little expectation of come Sunday evening for a chance of rain, just to, like we're saying, come in the evening, wash away some of this pollen and give us back that sunshine and warmer weather, that's for sure. But the rest of the week looks absolutely gorgeous nonetheless. We've got a little bit here we can roll with as we pretty much take on here. It says 1 year older today. I thought this was interesting. Our old friend there, Mike Rowe from Discovery Channel, when he did a lot of the he still does some narrations for certain things, but he was the host of Dirty Jobs, which was a really cool show. If you, I don't know if you've ever seen it, partner, but
I've definitely seen a little bit of
Dirty Jobs. Yeah, where basically he he highlighted or spotlit the concept of how there's jobs out there that not a whole lot of people would want to do, but people do them, and they are dirty jobs. And at the end of the day, some of them pay really good, some of them are really rewarding nonetheless, but he always implemented a little bit of that. But anyway, Mike Rowe is 58 years old today. Also is Queen Latifah. We've been seeing her a little bit on some advertisements in lieu of, I think it's mental health or whatever. I was always a fan of her. I always thought she had a good head on her shoulders. She got her start, from what I remember, was from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and the Will Smith Fresh Prince of Bel-Air show. But Queen Latifah, can you believe it?
Show.
Yeah,
I've definitely seen it.
Never seen it?
No, I definitely have seen it.
You've definitely seen it? Yep.
Yeah.
West Philadelphia, born and raised. On that side of the playground, spend most of my days.
Not every episode, but I do see a little bit of it.
But Queen Latifah, I think that's where she got her start, was on that show. Obviously, she was a musician and R&B rapper, but she is, can you believe it, Queen Latifah is 50 years old. This one's an interesting one. This one takes me back a little bit. This makes me think of my early 20s. And I hope he's doing all right, because he catapulted to a stardom of success there in the late 2000s, working hard as a stand-up comic through the early and mid-2000s to become a actor and have a few movies come out in, like I said, the late 2000s, and then fell off the face of the earth in lieu of having some heavy things happen to him. But this is to a guy I've always been a little bit of a fan of, and it feels like in America you become they love an underdog story, and as you're an underdog and then you become a winner, a champion, then you become successful. As you are successful, after a while, people start to kind of hate you for your success. And this was one example, was Dane Cook. As Dane Cook turns 48 years old today. I liked to stand up there for a little while. It was I think, a sign of the times with interesting stand-up. And I know that he, as he was becoming successful, this is the crazy thing, partner, as he was becoming successful, he ended up losing his parents to cancer, which was heavy. And then at the same time, his brother, who was his manager, ended up undercutting and taking and stealing $3 million from him or something like that, as he just had a hard, tough go of it. But wish him the best. Dane Cook is 48 years old. Adam Levine is 41. I got him confused with Adam Lambert way back in January, I think it was. But Adam Levine, the singer of Maroon 5, who is obviously a big part of the show on NBC, The Voice, is 41 years old today. He's a hell of a golfer. He was on the, what was it, Hank Haney golf show there in Golf Channel a few years ago about trying to improve his swing and stuff. So he's actually a big fan of golf, which is pretty cool.
I have no idea that he was a fan of golf.
Mm-hmm. Yep, even though he's all tatted up, he's still a fan of golf. As we mentioned, it says here within our news attacks that Tom Brady is leaving the New England Patriots, and it says here as a funny side note, he's found a team that will supply him with free hand sanitizers, sweeten the deal, and that team is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I had a feeling he was going to go to someplace warm. Someplace warm. I was thinking it was either going to be Las Vegas, California, or I didn't think Florida, but I thought someplace warm nonetheless. And Tampa Bay's warm. And even the wintertime, it's nice. As Tom Brady's leaving the New England Patriots after 20 years of a successful, as some people call him, the GOAT.
The GOAT?
Yeah, greatest of all time.
I've never heard of that phrase, the GOAT being considered the greatest of all time.
GOAT, that's how you spell it. How you spell GOAT?
G
greatest of.
Oh, okay. It's an acronym. I didn't realize that. At first, I actually thought that a goat symbolizes the greatest. I had no idea it was an acronym until you mentioned it. Sometimes I'm able to spot acronyms pretty easily. Other times, I really had to be really not thinking too hard about it, but like you mentioned, like how you spell goat, and then it made me realize it was an acronym. It's a good acronym, yeah.
There you go. So as he leaves the New England Patriots to maybe get with, and looks like for sure, with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. This one's interesting here, as much as we've been talking about the shutdown of bars, restaurants, and the serving industry taking a huge hit, that's the majority of how a lot of those people make their money. And then, like I said, as far as my other job, one of my jobs is bartending on the weekends, is, tips are huge, and that's what you get from working in the restaurant industry. And with this COVID-19 and the shutdown of all that, it's going to hurt a lot of people. Now, this was interesting here, as a couple left a $9,400 tip at a Houston restaurant. The staff at a popular Houston restaurant got a $9,400 tip from some regular customers who wanted to help them by helping them get by during the coronavirus shutdown. The couple came for an early dinner at Irma's Southwest restaurant on Monday. After leaving, all the restaurants in the county would have to close their dining rooms and only offer takeout and delivery service. They gave a tip to the restaurant for the server staff for $9,400. That's pretty cool. I don't think it was all to one server. I was the expectation for them to split it. But then again, let's say if you got, 8 or 9 on staff there as the restaurant there that day, that they each get about $1,000. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's very generous, because it's like you mentioned, restaurants, when it comes to, those restaurants, sometimes it all comes down to them relying on tips for their income that they need, that they want to work for. Like they count on the tips, and if no dining is going to be allowed for the time being, then that $9,400 tip, I'm pretty sure that can go a long way. And
I'm also thinking about
huge.
It though too. It's $9,400 tip, and at the same time, they're going to be treated like kings and queens from that restaurant from this point on, and it doesn't matter. You put up a lot with them, but when they're going to tip that high, so if you're a big tipper, you get taken care of. Those folks are going to get taken care of for the rest of their lives doing something like that, which is incredible.
Oh yeah.
It says here, eat more mushrooms. Are you a fan of mushrooms?
Well, that's a funny question, because when I was little, I didn't like mushrooms, but then over time, as I got older, my opinion changed, and now I love mushrooms on just about anything, whether it's in pasta, it's on a burger, pizza. Actually, never had it on a burger, I don't think, but pizza definitely had its topping. What do you think of mushrooms, Adam?
So yeah, you like them?
Yes. What about you?
Yeah, I like mushrooms. A lot of people I know don't. I like them. Like a portobello, like you're talking about putting one of those on a burger is not bad. I like them on a steak. I like to sometimes add the mushrooms and onions to a good steak. But it's
me too.
Yeah, as it says here, eating 2 portions of mushrooms per week could halve your risk of abnormal brain decline in old age. As they say, researchers found that people who eat 300 grams or more of cooked mushrooms have a reduced risk of mild cognitive impairment. Mushrooms contain an amino acid which the body can't make for itself, which then in turn has been discovered with the idea of reducing risk of mild cognitive impairment. There you go. Interesting. Eating 2 portions of mushrooms per week could have half your risk of abnormal brain decline in old age. So there you go. As for the mushrooms.
It's interesting. It makes me definitely want to eat mushrooms more.
Somebody said the other day, I think, what was it? Was it fried avocado? Yeah. I think somebody fried an avocado. They hand breaded it and fried it and said, you got to try this. And a lot of people like avocado. I like avocado.
Me too.
And
it's good.
And we ate it, and it was okay. And then somebody said, well, if you fry anything, it's just going to taste like fried. He goes, take fried mushrooms, for example. He goes, a mushroom doesn't really have any taste, but then you layer it in batter and you fry it, you're pretty much just eating the fried taste that happens to have a squishy mushroom underneath it. And the more I think about it, now that I'm talking about it, I love fried mushrooms. Probably shouldn't eat them, though, because they're fried and all the oil and stuff and grease is not good for you. However, the mushrooms are, and that was our point there, that eating 2 portions of mushrooms per week could have half the risk of abnormal brain decline in old age, as researchers found out that eating 300 grams or more of cooked mushrooms, 300 grams, I have to figure out how much that really looks to be.
Yeah, I gotta try and figure that out too.
Here's a wacky but true, as a robber tries to get getaway car back. That's what it is. Robber tries to get getaway car back. In Scotland, 2 guys held up a worker at a store at knife point before making off with over $1,000, and brave witness followed the pair and gave the police details about their car. It was found outside of one of the robbers' homes. Get this, as a pair of here, let me start over this. So a brave witness followed the pair and gave the police details about the car, and that it was found outside one of the robbers' mom's home and seized the following day. The robber later called the police to get it back, leading him to be identified. They used the car as bait to get this guy to call to ask about, hey, there was a car parked in front of my mom's house. It's no longer there. And when he called, they got him, leading him to be identified of the guy who stole $1,000 at knife point. How about that? That's wacky but true.
Wow,
crazy.
So it was a criminal that was being very, very thoughtless of his actions, basically.
Yeah. Now, as it says here, it says Marvel delays Black Widow. Marvel's Black Widow won't be released on May 1st. The studio has now delayed the movie indefinitely, pulling it off the schedule and not giving us a new date for when we can expect it to open. And that's going to be happening a lot, I heard lately, with some of the movies that were expected to come out, as now they're obviously closing movie theaters and along with all the other stuff, gyms, like we said, bars, restaurants, clubs, bowling alleys, schools. With COVID-19, that one of the big ones here is movie theaters. And what that's also doing to that industry in itself, it's incredible how it's impacting so many things. And it's so many things that us Americans just do when there's something else going on, how we distract ourselves and do something different, such as, Hollywood film. And that's not even an option. So everything is now with the idea of streaming. So anything that's going to be watched at home is something that's already released, and it's going to be, streamed, whether it's the Hulu, the Netflix, the Amazon Primes, the Disney Pluses, all that stuff. That one of the biggest things, which I don't think really needs to take a hit like this is the movie theater industry. As though some movies I know do make a ton of money, but there's also movies in there that a lot of people are like, and this is how I am. I just say, yeah, wait till it comes to, I used to say wait till it comes to DVD, but now it's just like this, wait till it comes to stream. Wait till it comes to Redbox. So I wonder how much of an impact that's going to have even later when we come back from these challenging times. Just how hard the box offices will be hit altogether. I think that's going to be huge. Although it could be a reversed psychology on it. It's like so many people are going to be wanting to get out of the house anyway that it might come back even strong, and it's something that we would look forward to instead of sitting at home waiting for it to come to stream or something like that.
I mean, I sure as heck don't always want to wait for something to come to stream. If I'm looking forward to seeing a movie that's coming out in theaters, I want to go to the theaters and see it while I have the chance to, because once it gets taken down from theaters, you never know if it's going to get a re-release or not. Probably not.
Yeah, I guess that's where I'm at with the theater, though, too. It's like I'm more comfortable in my house. I can wear what I want. I don't have to worry about anybody talking. And at the same time, I can have it on just as a feeling of a big screen because it's on my own TV and all that stuff. But nonetheless. Anyway, we're coming to the top of the 10 o'clock hour, so we got another hour to round out the show, as we'll have more of a conversation to kind of get with. You're listening to WOCA, The Source, Ocala.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Chris Foster. Stocks are way down to start the day on Wall Street as the White House is now proposing a $1.2 trillion stimulus package to help deal with the coronavirus outbreak. There's disagreement among Senate Republicans about a financial relief bill there.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called on Republicans to gag and vote for it anyway.
We're examining policy tools to put money directly and quickly into the hands of American families.
Meanwhile, a bipartisan group of representatives is asking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to allow for remote voting, saying Congress should be no exception to the public health safeguards.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland. The virus outbreak had Ohio's presidential primary postponed yesterday. Joe Biden, though, wins in Arizona, Florida, and Illinois. He says he'll bring unity to the party and the country.
Let me say, especially to the young voters who have been inspired by Senator Sanders, I hear you.
America's listening to Fox News.
When you go to the mechanic in here...
Pass me the torque. Nope, let me have the flamethrower.
That sounds wrong. You know what else sounds wrong? When you hear about the interest you're earning on your savings with the largest banks. But with a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account, you could earn much more interest. And hear this. Open a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account in minutes at marcus.com. You can money.
Comparison made to the three largest U.S. banks measured by total deposits. Rates as of February 4th, 2020 and may vary by state. Goldman Sachs Bank USA, member FDIC.
Lowe's is ready to help pros like you save every day on what you need to get the job done right. And no matter how big the job, we have the quantities you need in stock and ready to go when you are. Have trim work to do? Save up to 40% off every day when you purchase molding pro packs compared to single 6. We carry a huge selection of finished, unfinished, and primed molding in the styles and sizes your customers need. Whatever you need to get the job done, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's, U.S. only.
Broadcasting from the Paddock Mall Studios, this is WOCA, Ocala, Gainesville, The Villages, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, The Source.
Bob Wine says, don't hunker down, come on down to Ocala's gorgeous 5-acre outdoor fresh air camellia garden. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens on Southeast 38th Street. In this paradise, you'll experience one of Florida's outstanding free attractions, hundreds of trees, thousands of multicolored blooms, including many rare and exotic specimens you've never experienced. While you're there, take a look at some terrific ideas for greening up your home and your yard this spring. Here's an example, a gorgeous selection of everybody's favorite geraniums. They're regularly $2.99, but you get 10 for $19.99. Logos? Yes, buy one, get one on blueberries, on plumbago, on hydrangea, and even on arborvitae. Come on down and check out the deals. This is where you want to be for spring. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens. Open daily till 4:30 on Southeast 38th Street, Ocala. in the same blooming place since 1952.
Tuesday night, we'll have partly cloudy skies, the low 63 to 65. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, mostly sunny and warm. The high Wednesday and Thursday, 85 to 89. Friday's high, 87 to 90. Saturday and Sunday will be warm with a few peaks of sunshine. The high Saturday, 85 to 89. Sunday's high, 83 to 88. Turning cloudy and warm Monday with a high 84 to 86. From the Florida Weather Center, I'm...
This is Jan from Palm Garden, and March 30th is Doctors' Day. We are so grateful for the tireless dedication and professionalism of all the doctors we work with. I'd like to single out our medical directors, Alfonso, Martinez, and Sid Clevenger, and our attending physicians, Doctors Kidambi, Panchel, and Siva, for their ongoing service to our precious residents. Join me in wishing all the fine doctors of Ocala and Marion County a happy Doctors' Day on March 30th, and thank you from Palm Garden.
Veterans Helping Veterans USA. Call 352-433-2320. We help veterans and their families with limited financial assistance, counseling, employment referrals, and a food and clothing bank. You can help in making a huge difference in the veterans' lives we serve by donating food, clothing, household items, or direct financial assistance. All donations are tax deductible. Veterans Helping Veterans USA. 352-433-2320. Thank you for your attention, and God bless America.
Tick-tock. The days fly by, and we find tax season is upon us once again. Not to worry, though. With a reputable CPA firm on your side, you can rest assured that all of your needs will be handled in a professional and thorough manner. Robson, Scribner & Stewart is just that firm. They're there for their clients year-round, not just during tax season, to handle your needs and answer any questions you may encounter. At Robson, Scribner & Stewart, there is no client too small or too large. Their expertise ranges from the single individual to the largest of corporations. Get your return prepared by a professional who will use their years of experience to ensure that your tax return's outcome will leave you in the best possible position. Call them today at 694-4184. Robson, Scribner & Stewart. They're there for you today. Again, that number is 694-4184. Time is of the essence, so don't delay. 694-4184. WOCA.
This is Jeopardy!
Here are the categories.
I'll take Mike Scott Plumbing for 1,000, please, Alex.
Answer. Daily double.
I'll wager 5,000.
All right. Here is the clue. PU is the type of this complication.
What is a sewage backup?
Yes, that's right.
It's all fun and games until something happens to you, like a septic system failure or a clogged drain or line, leaving you saying PU. But not to worry. Mike Scott Plumbing is there to get you out of that jeopardy and back on track. And they don't charge extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. From septic pumping to lawn irrigation to high-efficiency water heaters. At Mike Scott Plumbing, if water runs through it, we do it. Stop by one of the newly renovated showrooms in Hernando or Wildwood, or call today, 237-2888. That's 237-2888.
Mike Scott.
Ocala Quick Minute News. Well, the party's over, with Governor Ron DeSantis taking broad action to try and stop the spread of coronavirus.
Bars and nightclubs, effective 5 p.m. today, they're going to be suspended for 30 days in the state of Florida.
DeSantis also announced that restaurants will have to cut their capacity by at least half. The governor said local mayors have the power to impose even stricter rules to stop COVID-19. The coronavirus is leading to some big changes for students in Florida. Governor DeSantis announced that all testing requirements for K-12 students are canceled for the school year. The Florida Department of Health is now reporting 216 confirmed cases of coronavirus in the state. The death toll is now at 7. Health officials confirm that nearly half of the COVID-19 cases in Florida involve people over the age of 60. Joe Biden is the landslide winner in Florida's presidential primary. He took 62% of the vote, finishing far ahead of Bernie Sanders at 23%. Biden also won Illinois and Arizona.
Our campaign has had a very good night. We've moved closer to securing the Democratic Party's nomination for president. And we're doing it by building a broad coalition that we need to win in November.
94% of Florida Republicans voted for President Donald Trump. After scrubbing the launch this past weekend, SpaceX will try to send up 60 Starlink satellites from the Kennedy Space Center this morning. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket is scheduled for 8:16 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Pad 39 Alpha. Well, the Tom Brady era is over in New England, and he's headed for Tampa Bay. The NFL Network reports the 42-year-old free agent quarterback will sign with the Buccaneers. The six-time Super Bowl champ has spent his entire 20-year career with the Patriots. For your Ocala Quick Minute News, 96.3 FM, 1370 AM, The Source.
Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. In addition to our pasture mowing and tractor services, including zero-turn mowers for your fence line finish, we also offer rototilling and fence row spraying. We are family-owned and operated, licensed and insured, and farm-ready. Powell Gene, Gene, at yahoo.com, 352-629-2440. Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. Gene is a proud United States veteran.
Hello, I'm Mark Sears with Regency Printing. With over 10 years in the printing business, I know you'll find Regency Printing the place for all your local printing needs. Plus, I have fax services, mailbox rentals, notary service, U.S. mail, pack and ship, all at one convenient location, 2375 Northeast 25th Avenue. Just look for the yellow signs. Regency Printing, 789-6683. That's 789-6683. Regency Printing.
You're listening to AM Ocala Live, WOCA, The Source. Good morning, Joe. Did you want to sit? Yeah, you're sitting in the seat. I know you wanted to gabble a little bit as little mid-morning with Joe. Hey, buddy.
Good morning. That's my.
Yep.
Make sure it's live.
Yeah.
So you stopped me from getting my coffee. Look at you.
How many cups have you had so far today? That's the question.
One. And for next, Luke, my son.
As
stories go, we were talking.
Yeah.
I had a client in here this morning.
Yeah.
Prospective client, and son of a gun, she's from Connecticut, and we start. Do you know this and you know that?
Awesome.
You remember this? And going, and she and I were just jibber jabbering about all the different things. I was like, wow. So
What's her pizza place up there?
What?
What's her pizza
Pepe's.
place?
Yeah. She knew. She knew. Now she didn't know Monadnock Beach, but she knew Pepe's. But she grew up not too far from where I grew up, so it was like And then West Haven, Connecticut, New Haven, Connecticut, so forth and so on. And we started talking about Savin Rock, which is an old amusement park that went defunct in the '60s and '70s. It was gone by the '70s.
Oh wow!
But it was an amusement park from the '30s all the way up.
Yeah,
big amusement park, right on the coast.
Yeah.
Long Island Sound, West Haven. Because you stay on West Haven, you look out the Sound, you can look across to New Haven.
Yeah.
On the other side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you, how many years did you spend up there? That was most of your life until you came down to Florida, right? Connecticut.
No.
No?
No, I was
that's
there.
right, North Carolina.
Yeah, I was there for 23, 24 when I moved out of there, I guess.
Yeah.
Or somewhere in that vicinity. I forget, anyway. But yeah, then I spent 27 years in Asheville, North Carolina area, and then down here. Yeah, so you do the math. But yeah, I was born and raised in New Haven.
Yeah.
But it was funny. I was born in Yale New Haven Hospital. And I was born in Yale New Haven Hospital before. It was called St. Raphael's Hospital, but then they combined in Yale New Haven, Yale College, whatever.
Right.
And we start talking about my uncle and the Italian store. I know where that is. It was just like, when someone talks about the old neighborhood from when you were.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, I aged myself because I'm much older than she is, but yeah.
That's contagious, isn't it, though, when you do talk to somebody from the neck of the woods where you grew up?
Oh, yeah.
It's refreshing in a way. And amongst,
well, she's just been
amongst
back
everything
there.
going on. Yeah.
She's just back a couple 3 years ago. So she's telling me, well, that's gone.
Well, that's gone. That's changed, yeah.
And there's one store that's still hanging in there, and I thought it'd be long gone. It's called Railroad Salvage, and it's been there eons, since I can remember. And the wife used to be called Choo Choo. That was her nickname, Choo Choo. And she used to come on TV, Choo Choo, in a radio commercial. I'm a Choo Choo, whatever. And she'd come all dressed up. And they would spiel off this old radio. They would spiel off, and for sale is okay, come by, Railroad Salvage, woo woo, kind of thing. They had their own jingle and everything. So I said, is it still there? She says, yes. And Railroad Salvage, hence the name, they would get anything that got destroyed or on the railroad, they would get. So if a gigantic case of soda was in there, or I'll go with soda or oil, and it gets hit on the side by a forklift and it leaks, that whole thing's scrapped. They can't. Although the rest of it's all good, but they would buy the whole thing at pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
And then you would get it at a bargain price, and they're quadrupling their money, and you're getting, wow. So yeah, we just go there.
That's incredible. So they still do that to this day.
They still do that. Of course, there's another place here. I won't mention their name because they haven't marketed with us yet. But there's another place. Does the same thing basically.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
They did that with Ohio. We did that. There was a trucking company. It's a big one. It was Roadway at the time, and they had same thing. So anything that would be botched on the truck, they would have it there, and that was awesome.
Super cheap.
Yeah, super cheap.
You never know, but you gotta buy it that day because tomorrow.
No, you didn't know it was going to be there. There was no. I'll come back and look at it.
Yeah,
and actually, sometimes just because you found something that you thought was interested, sure enough, there's people watching you pick up what you were looking at, going, well, now I'm interested in that.
Would you ever do that at the flea
like
market?
toddlers over again? Yeah.
You go to look at something, you pick up the cup. Hey, that's a nice cup. And you walk away. Hey, I think I'll get that. And then the next guy's already looking at it.
Yep.
I wanted that cup. I really wanted that cup. I really wanted it. No, I've got the cup now. You don't have it. It's mine. What am I going to do with it? I don't know, but I have it. Because I've seen you looking at it.
That's the toddler mentality. That's what I call toddler mentality.
Really?
Because with my toddler, that's what it is. It's like he's done playing with something, he'll put it over here, and because he was playing with it, that's when the kid wants it.
Oh yeah, sure.
If you pick it up, you start playing with it. Now the kid wants it. Why? I want what he's got. Why? You didn't want it earlier when it was sitting there and not doing a thing.
Oh yeah. Well, you had it. How dare you have it in mine?
Mm-hmm. And that's what I think at the end of the day is interesting about those, like antique malls. Nonetheless, like sure, there's certain things that people go in there looking for specific things, but most of the time, a lot of the stuff is just random. And until you pick it up and look at it, does somebody go, why did he look at it? It must be interesting.
There is a gigantic mall, I won't say where it is, it's an antique mall here in Florida. And I went there last month, I think it was last month before, or whatever. And the whole thing's a consignment. In other words, they don't own anything. Everything's on consignment. It's all organized, and everything's in cabinet B. So you go back. I want to look at item 14C in cabinet B, please. Sure. They go there. They unlock it. You look at it. I'll buy it. Then here comes the computer out. You pay whatever's set on there, and of course, they get some items are 10% off or not. But you talk about. You can spend hours in that place, which we did. We spent about an hour and a half in there, looking at. Who are you waving at? There's nobody there.
Yeah.
Oh, there was someone there?
Yeah.
Oh,
just waving at air. Those palm trees.
I worry about you sometimes, Adam.
Those palm trees are waving. Oh, wait, they're just blowing in the wind.
Sometimes I will wave back too, because it's only polite.
You have no idea who they are.
But no,
we're in a fishbowl there. People just look. Oh, they're really alive in there. Yes, right.
Well, of course I'm alive.
Well, animatronics. Sometimes I worry about it too.
Oh man, what?
Get back to the antiques.
I was gonna say it's actually time for a little break. We'll take a little break and then we'll come back. You're listening to 96.3 FM, 1370 AM. The Source.
here to tell you about Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen Silver Springs has been serving yummy foods and ice cream made fresh to order for 46 years. Their gift cards are perfect for those you love for any occasion. Our ice cream cakes are awesome. And as far as grilled foods, DQ does it right. From grilled chicken to our famous foot-long chili dogs. So come on down to Dairy Queen Silver Springs, where we always treat you like kings and queens.
Pals Ocala Auto Repair fixes all makes and models. Pals makes sure that your vehicle's engine, mechanical, and electrical components are healthy at all times. Pals team would much rather see you drive to their shop for a full checkup than be towed in for a complex repair. Give Pals a call today to schedule your next service appointment. 352-414-2984. What? A nationwide warranty, 36 months or 36,000 miles, whichever comes first? Pals looks forward to servicing you and servicing your vehicle. 352-414-2984.
Bob Wine says, don't hunker down. Come on down to Ocala's gorgeous 5-acre outdoor fresh air camellia garden. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens on Southeast 38th Street. In this paradise, you'll experience one of Florida's outstanding free attractions, hundreds of trees, thousands of multicolored blooms, including many rare and exotic specimens you've never experienced. While you're there, take a look at some terrific ideas for greening up your home and your yard this spring. Here's an example, a gorgeous selection of everybody's favorite geraniums. They're regularly $2.99, but you get 10 for $19.99. Logos? Yes, buy one, get one on blueberries, on plumbago, on hydrangea, and even on arborvitae. Come on down and check out the deals. This is where you want to be for spring. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens. Open daily till 4:30 on Southeast 38th Street, Ocala, in the same blooming place since 1952.
Tuesday night, we'll have partly cloudy skies, the low 63 to 65. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, mostly sunny and warm. The high Wednesday and Thursday, 85 to 89. Friday's high, 87 to 90. Saturday and Sunday will be warm with a few peaks of sunshine. The high Saturday, 85 to 89. Sunday's high, 83 to 88. Turning cloudy and warm Monday with a high 84 to 86. From the Florida Weather Center, I'm
This is Jan from Palm Garden, and March 30th is Doctors' Day. We are so grateful for the tireless dedication and professionalism of all the doctors we work with. I'd like to single out our medical directors, Alfonso Martinez and Sid Clevenger, and our attending physicians, Doctors Kidambi, Panchel, and Siva, for their ongoing service to our precious residents. Join me in wishing all the fine doctors of Ocala and Marion County a happy Doctors' Day on March 30th, and thank you from Palm Garden.
Veterans Helping Veterans USA. Call 352-433-2320. We help veterans and their families with limited financial assistance, counseling, employment referrals, and a food and clothing bank. You can help in making a huge difference in the veterans' lives we serve by donating food, clothing, household items, or direct financial assistance. All donations are tax deductible. Veterans Helping Veterans USA. 352-433-2320. Thank you for your attention, and God bless America.
Hey, this is Matt from Crossroad Auto Sales. I want to invite you to come over and check out our vehicles. All of our vehicles at Crossroad Auto Sales go through a rigorous 100-point safety inspection. We work with most outside finance companies, and we even have in-house financing available. Stop by today at 1800 Northwest 10th Street or give me a call at 690-6695. That's 690-6695. Crossroad Auto Sales. We won't leave you stranded at the crossroad.
You're listening to AM Ocala Live, WOCA, the source, as we're back here.
Morning, Adam.
Morning, Joe.
Morning, Carlos.
He's got his coffee. Joe. He is right.
Adam. I'll tell you what, we had a good conversation when we're off the air as well as on the air. We're talking about coffee, decafs, not decafs, and so forth.
That's
decaf.
right.
How I prefer decaf.
That's what a cow gives out. Decaf. Never mind, sorry.
Decaf.
Nothing wrong with decaf, right? I mean, I'm sure everybody agrees.
Not in the morning. Not in the morning. He drinks decaf in the morning.
No, you gotta
just drink regular. Then there's no point. Then just just drink milk.
Yeah. And a lot of people, they put cream and sugar in their hot coffee.
Drink tea.
Tea's good for you too. I drink just straight coffee with nothing in it, and I get taste the coffee. Now, iced coffee is different. I usually put cream and sugar in there. And I was telling you off air that I went, nice young lady. Won't say the establishment I went in until they market with us. I'm a stickler on that. I don't like that. But why give them free
That's how
marketing?
every one of your stories start.
Yeah, well, that's exactly. And eventually somebody will start marketing with me, and then I'll say their name.
But usually it's like a giant corporate.
This one, yeah, it's giant. Well, it's funny because the place I went to get the coffee and a donut is a giant corporate, but each one is franchised, so their own thing.
They can do their own.
So I went there to the young lady, and I says, I like a large iced coffee. She says, oh, okay, would you like cream and sugar in that? And I said, yes, I would like cream and sugar in that. Would you like it flavored? And then she rattled off all these flavors. And she says, oh, by the way, this one is sugar-free. You want any of those? I says, you're putting cream and sugar in my coffee. Why would I want a sugar-free flavoring?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, So anyway.
Maybe she was saying you get the flavoring with less sugar in a way.
In a way, yeah. In a way,
anything that is sugar-free has a distinct fake aftertaste to it. Yeah.
Do you guys have any favorite flavors in general? Favorite flavors?
Flavors of coffee?
Flavors of coffee. Flavor coffee.
Like you said, the vanilla French
vanilla iced coffee is good. But again, that's the flavoring in your coffee. It's not the flavor of the coffee. So forth and so
somebody turned me on this weekend to
congratulations
to this to a what do they call it, a dirty snowman.
There you go.
It's a white chocolate mocha with toffee. The toffee sounds pretty good.
Toffee?
Well,
what's the difference between coffee and toffee?
It's spelling.
Toffee.
Toffee is. Want to explain it, Joe?
No.
What do you want to explain it, Adam?
Toffee?
Yes.
It's a chocolate. Toffee is a chocolate.
It's a what?
Like have you ever had a Butterfinger?
Butterfinger?
Candy bar?
You can't hold things.
The candy bar. Yeah.
Butterfinger.
Butterfinger?
Yeah. What about
toffee.
Butterfinger?
That's a toffee. That's a toffee taste.
That's toffee.
Yeah.
Okay. So
between the two of us, you'll get it eventually.
Wait, get what?
I like that though. He set you. You got him in here to set you up. What's the difference between coffee and toffee? You're like the spelling. Play the sound effect out on one and then cue the bumper music.
Not a bad flavor at all.
I'm sharp as a razor blade this morning. I used to be as sharp as a bowling ball, but I got better.
Mm-hmm. You have gotten better.
I got better. It's all right.
You have gotten better. That mustache has gotten bigger too, by the way.
Thank you. It's the only mustache I have.
Yeah.
Well, I shaved everything off and I glued it all underneath.
Yeah, I think you did.
I let it grow.
You started
I
out
get to
here.
the bottom of the lip and I stop it. I got trim it.
I think you should let that sucker go wide and then curl those ends.
No, I don't like that. You
I want to
why?
see that. I want to see you do that.
Well,
once.
Congratulations. You want to pay me? I'll do it. Otherwise, that's a lot of upkeep. I know a gentleman. He puts, but it's a wax in the wax.
Yeah.
I say you're good, but in Florida.
I think the next rodeo or cowboy event, you should do that with that cowboy hat with those the wax on the ends.
Add to it. I'll have extensions.
Yeah,
put on.
I think that looked pretty.
They moved
pretty
it. May 15th and 16th, they moved the rodeo too so far. May 15th.
Yeah,
and 16th.
that's the idea. The 15th and 16th. I think overall, a lot of what we've been talking about is just what we're going to see ourselves in the next 2 weeks.
Oh yeah,
things could change for the better.
Did you mention
real quick.
about vets helping vets already? Or?
No, I didn't. That's part of the reason I had you on there too.
Yeah, let me roll with that one.
Yeah, roll with it, buddy.
I just got off the phone about an hour ago with the executive director, Hank Whittier, and a lot of the employees are. The government pays them to work with us. Kind of. I don't know how it works, but they have furloughs now because of the virus. So he's lost over half of his crew that helps the veterans, helping Veterans USA. So they have to cut. Logically, they have to cut back, and because of the virus, and he's having trouble stocking the pantry now because they're limiting how much he can buy each week for the veterans.
Right.
And I'm going, that makes about as much sense as a rubber crutch or a screen door in a submarine. So, with that said, he has to cut back on his hours. So now, Vets Helping Vets, call ahead, but I'm 99.99% sure. I don't know if they're starting this week or they're starting immediately, but they're only going to be open on Tuesdays and Thursdays because those are the 2 days that they give the food out. pantry. And that's,
right.
So Tuesdays and Thursdays, and most of the agencies that are in there are going to be, except for Tuesdays and Thursdays. Again, call the number. I presume they'll put something on the machine when it picks up. I don't know if the volunteers will still be there to answer the phone or not. I don't know. They were this morning when I called. But again, it's a lot of people volunteer their time. I know a few of them that do. Hey, I know you. Hey, yeah, we volunteer our time with Vets Helping Vets USA because we believe in veterans. He just happened to be a veteran himself at the time, which it's surprising. You go down the road, you know these people, and all of a sudden, you're a veteran? Yeah, I didn't know you were a veteran, kind of thing.
Right.
And once in a while, I went to Ducks Unlimited, which is an organization that saves the wetlands and everything, a couple of weeks ago. And the auctioneer comes up, he talks on the microphone, he walks around. He's a character in himself. But he starts the thing, and he said, if you're a veteran, please stand up. So I figured the whole place, there wasn't that many of us in there.
Is that right? Yeah.
There was maybe there was 100 people in there, maybe more, maybe 7, 8 veterans.
Yeah.
So it was like, whoa, everybody, of course, applauded. I applauded the other veterans. And then we did the Pledge of Allegiance. And then we have a silent prayer.
Yeah.
So, he knows. He knows.
Yeah.
He knows.
Well, of course he knows, because I told him.
Dress him up. You can't take
He asked me to award him, too, like whenever we're almost out of time.
Yep. So as we come to the bottom of the 10 o'clock hour here, as we come to the bottom of the 10 o'clock hour, you're listening to WOCA Ocala, 96.3 FM, 1370 AM, The Source, and we'll be back right after this.
A Fox News alert. I'm Chris Foster. Stocks are way down to start the day on Wall Street as the White House is now proposing a $1.2 trillion stimulus package to help deal with the coronavirus outbreak. There's disagreement among Senate Republicans about a financial relief bill there.
Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell called on Republicans to gag and vote for it anyway.
We're examining policy tools to put money directly and quickly into the hands of American families.
Meanwhile, a bipartisan group of representatives is asking House Speaker Nancy Pelosi to allow for remote voting, saying Congress should be no exception to the public health safeguards.
Fox's Rachel Sutherland. The virus outbreak had Ohio's presidential primary postponed yesterday. Joe Biden, though, wins in Arizona, Florida, and Illinois. He says he'll bring unity to the party and the country.
Let me say, especially to the young voters who have been inspired by Senator Sanders, I hear you.
America's listening to Fox News.
When you go to the mechanic in here...
Pass me the torque. Nope, let me have the flamethrower.
That sounds wrong. You know what else sounds wrong? When you hear about the interest you're earning on your savings with the largest banks. But with a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account, you could earn much more interest. And hear this. Open a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account in minutes at Marcus.com. You can money.
Comparison made to the 3 largest U.S. banks measured by total deposits. Rates as of February 4th, 2020 and may vary by state. Goldman Sachs Bank USA, member FDIC.
Lowe's is ready to help pros like you save every day on what you need to get the job done right. And no matter how big the job, we have the quantities you need in stock and ready to go when you are. Have trim work to do? Save up to 40% off every day when you purchase molding pro packs compared to single 6. We carry a huge selection of finished, unfinished, and primed molding in the styles and sizes your customers need. Whatever you need to get the job done, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. U.S. only.
Categories.
I'll take Mike Scott Plumbing for $1,000, please, Alex.
Answer. Daily double.
I'll wager $5,000.
All right. Here is the clue. PU is the type of this complication.
What is a sewage backup?
Yes, that's right.
It's all fun and games until something happens to you, like a septic system failure or a clogged drain or line, leaving you saying PU. But not to worry. Mike Scott Plumbing is there to get you out of that jeopardy and back on track. And they don't charge extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. From septic pumping to lawn irrigation to high-efficiency water heaters. At Mike Scott Plumbing, if water runs through it, we do it. Stop by one of the newly renovated showrooms in Hernando or Wildwood, or call today, 237-2888. That's 237-2888.
Mike Scott.
Ocala Quick Minute News. Well, the party's over, with Governor Ron DeSantis taking broad action to try and stop the spread of coronavirus.
Bars and nightclubs, effective 5 p.m. today, they're going to be suspended for 30 days in the state of Florida.
DeSantis also announced that restaurants will have to cut their capacity by at least half. The governor said local mayors have the power to impose even stricter rules to stop COVID-19. The coronavirus is leading to some big changes for students in Florida. Governor DeSantis announced that all testing requirements for K-12 students are canceled for the school year. The Florida Department of Health is now reporting 216 confirmed cases of coronavirus in the state. The death toll is now at 7. Health officials confirm that nearly half of the COVID-19 cases in Florida involve people over the age of 60. Joe Biden is the landslide winner in Florida's presidential primary. He took 62% of the vote, finishing far ahead of Bernie Sanders at 23%. Biden also won Illinois and Arizona.
Our campaign has had a very good night. We've moved closer to securing the Democratic Party's nomination for president. And we're doing it by building a broad coalition that we need to win in November.
94% of Florida Republicans voted for President Donald Trump. After scrubbing the launch this past weekend, SpaceX will try to send up 60 Starlink satellites from the Kennedy Space Center this morning. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket is scheduled for 8:16 a.m. Eastern Time from Launch Pad 39 Alpha. Well, the Tom Brady era is over in New England, and he's headed for Tampa Bay. The NFL Network reports the 42-year-old free agent quarterback will sign with the Buccaneers. The 6-time Super Bowl champ has spent his entire 20-year career with the Patriots. For your Ocala Quick Minute News, 96.3 FM, 1370 AM, The Source.
Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. In addition to our pasture mowing and tractor services, including zero-turn mowers for your fence line finish, we also offer rototilling and fence row spraying. We are family-owned and operated, licensed and insured, and farm-ready. Powell Gene, Gene, @yahoo.com, 352-629-2440. Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. Gene is a proud United States veteran.
Started in 1975. It's Yendel's Building Materials. Whether you're making repairs, adding a room, or building a house, Yendel's constantly delivers excellent service and top quality materials and many of the tools and hardware you need to get the job done. At Yendel's, they take pride in supplying their customers with new and innovative products. Yendel's experience in truss design, manufacturing, and component materials is second to none. 834 North Magnolia Avenue in Ocala, 732-3000. Stop by to experience the difference.
Are you a medical provider that doesn't like to settle for the same boring scrubs? Scrub Paradise in Ocala has a wide selection of top brand scrubs with embroidery available and the newest medical shoes and accessories. Every medical provider should look as great as the care they provide. Scrub Paradise is just off Easy Street next to Shoe Carnival in Ocala. Stop by today or give them a call at 352-873-4368. That's 352-873-4368.
Tuesday night, we'll have partly cloudy skies, the low 63 to 65. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, mostly sunny and warm. The high Wednesday and Thursday, 85 to 89. Friday's high, 87 to 90. Saturday and Sunday will be warm with a few peaks of sunshine. The high Saturday, 85 to 89. Sunday's high, 83 to 88. Turning cloudy and warm Monday with a high 84 to 86. From the Florida Weather Center, I'm
WOCA.
You're listening to AM Ocala Live, WOCA, The Source. Happy Wednesday, everybody, as it continues to warm up here.
What's the temp? What's the temp?
Oh, baby. I got that right here for you, as it was As we checked it an hour
I'll
ago.
go with 77.
Oh, not yet. Not yet. 74 degrees. It's going to get there.
That's close.
As we're looking for a high near the 90s
I know,
today,
I was
tomorrow,
talking-
the day after that, and the day after
Springtime.
that.
What the f are we doing with 91 degrees? I'm sorry. It's too damn hot outside.
No. It's a different. No, it's
Don't
not the
tell
July. It's not the July and August type.
It's still hot outside.
Yeah, feels good.
Probably not as
That's why we're in
hot as it
Florida.
You would
July
feel
and
enough for me.
August.
Especially
Too hot?
if you got to work out. Well, you work outside. If you're inside, yeah, you
Stay in the
find
shade.
Okay, stay in the shade. Yeah, well, you stay in the shade, knocks it down 10 degrees. You're right.
At this time of year, it does. This time of year, it feels like that. That's the difference between being in the direct sun and in the shade.
Yeah, well,
because still getting
the work I'm working in the garage. I got to work in my garage.
Yeah, it warms
so
it up.
I got this big gigantic fan, and it cools me down. But the work I'm doing, I don't really want to do it at night because I'm hammering and making noise, and I got neighbors. And now, if I lived on 5 acres, I'd be in the middle of it. I could bang all I want and be happy.
Yeah,
like most people, when they bang, they're happy. So.
And we'll be back right after this. WOCA, the source.
You almost got to spit on that one. Yeah. Well, we're talking about chiropractors and the back of their neck, everybody, because all their heads are down in the dang phones walking. How many people cannot walk with having a cell phone on their chest?
On their chest and
looking
their
down.
face?
When they walk, it goes on their chest. They're down like this. So they get the back of the neck hurt, and they get the sunburn on the back. But they're I'm saying, what happened years ago when you actually walked up like a human? You going back in age, and you go walk around with your head down like that. You watch how many people walk here through the mall, or anywhere really, not even in the mall, but here.
People's posture is horrible to begin with.
The what?
No one walks straight up and down anyway. People's posture is horrible.
Oh yeah, they are. Yeah,
It's
I
horrible
felt bad
to begin
just watching a young lady. I mean, she was young, and her head was down like this. What are you sad for? Walk up. I look at it as like you don't have confidence in yourself when your head's not up and you walk on like this.
Yeah.
Woe is me, misery and pain. No, come on.
Eeyore.
Get up
from
there.
Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah. Who in your cereal this morning? Come on, get up there. Get going.
Yeah,
you are your own worst enemy. Get up there and I'm not saying go out there and kick butt, but go out there and show people that you're alive.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, show them you're alive. You don't I mean, come on. I feel like what's that from The Wizard of Oz? Oreo. Oreo.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Hey, he remembered one. Ha!
Yeah.
We're doing good, Carlos.
And there was another thing like that in a scene from the movie Wreck-It Ralph, a more modern Disney film.
Did you ever see Wreck-It Ralph?
The first one I think I've seen.
Did you?
It was from the first one. Yeah,
That was enough for me.
It was. Yeah, where they were like, Oreo, and actual Oreos. Well, like, they were saying that. Oreo.
There's a lot of movies that should have went, okay, we made that one. We don't need a sequel, but we're going to make a sequel. And it's like,
That's
Wreck-It Ralph did get a sequel.
Well, like,
The
Rocky,
sequel was
how many
pretty good.
Rockies were there? 6?
Oh,
there's quite a few.
Quite a few.
That's different. You gotta. Have you seen them all?
Unfortunately.
Everything except Rocky. Rocky 5 was absolutely
I haven't
miserable.
seen any of them.
I don't know, but what was Mr. T boxed him, and then the big Russian guy boxed him. And
Rocky 4. Yep.
And whatever. Oh, so you know the Rocky. I don't know.
That's because the Russian, he became friends. So the first Rocky,
Yeah.
Apollo.
Yeah.
Right. And
did he die in
the second? No. And then the second one they rematched, and then the third one was Mr. T, but Apollo Creed trained him, and in the fourth one, Apollo Creed got killed
That's what I wanted.
by the Russian, and then in the one, I guess you can consider it 6 or whatever, but it was Rocky Balboa, the one that come out, and I think it was like 2009 or 2008.
The trainer, though.
Huh?
He was the trainer in that one.
Which one?
That's what I'm asking you. Which one?
No. In
Rocky,
Rocky
was the trainer.
No. In Rocky Balboa, he went to fight again, but at that point he was
Wasn't
old.
it recently that he took the
Yeah,
trainer
and then that one was I think it was just called Creed, which was
Creed,
his son.
Oh, sorry.
That was the
Creed. Yeah.
that one I actually haven't seen yet.
Now the
I heard it was pretty good.
Rambo series is the same way.
Yeah.
And he's the same star, just
Yeah.
And the last one, I can't think of the name of it. It's
Yeah, I
Last
don't know.
Blood or whatever it was.
Yeah.
A lot of people say, "Oh, all you see him do is get out of the truck, get in the truck, get out of the truck, get in the truck." And it's like, okay, well, you try hopping around when you're 70-something years old. Let's see how you do, you know. But all these action movie stars, they're getting up in age.
Oh yeah.
Clint Eastwood is 89.
I think so. I think you're right.
He's up there. He's up there. You know.
Chuck Norris is 80.
80, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how old's Bruce Willis.
That's a good one. I think he's. I think he's up there.
He's in his 80s too, or maybe close. to
No.
that.
I think he's.
I would put him at 69.
Yeah, I'd say he's almost 70.
I'd put him up there. Hang on, we'll find out.
Yeah, he's definitely past the 60s. I remember.
Now, Clint Eastwood will be 90 this year.
How old is Bruce Willis?
64 years old.
There you go.
Yeah.
64. Heard my voice change too when I said that?
Yeah, good job. Man, you just got
I
away with words.
Damn it. I didn't mince your words.
But yeah, Clint Eastwood will be 90 this year.
There you go.
And who is Clint Eastwood? The name definitely rings a bell.
And you're listening to WOC Ocala. We'll be back right after this.
Hang 'em high. The good, the bad, and the ugly, and the list goes on.
Yeah, he's been a director for a lot of movies here lately.
Yeah.
The one that just
List
came out
of
was
movies
Richard
for Clint
Jewell.
Eastwood.
Trouble with the Curve, The Mule. I still want to
Best
see.
movies include Unforgiven, The Mule, and 56 others.
He only made 56 others. Gran Torino, that ring a bell?
Dirty Harry.
Dirty Harry, yeah, Dirty Harry movies.
Let me ask yourself something. Do you feel lucky?
Do you feel lucky?
Punk.
That's it. Dirty Harry, The Outlaw Jesse Wales, Unforgiven, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, Kelly's Heroes, Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, High Plains Drifters, The Enforcer, Pale Rider, A Perfect
High
World.
Plains Drifter, that's a good
Play
one.
Misty for me for a few dollars more. Bronco Billy, A Fistful of Dollars, Escape from Alcatraz,
Escape from Alcatraz, that's another great
I don't
one.
think I've seen
Ridge,
any of those
Gran
movies.
Torino.
Yeah, you need to.
Every Which Way Was Loose, that's the comedy with the orangutan.
Yep.
Magnum Force, Hang 'em High, Absolute Power, Coogan's Bluff, The Begildered, Two Mules for Sister Sarah, $1 Million Baby, that's the boxing one.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Any Which Way You Can, White Hunter, Black Heart, The Gauntlet, Where Eagles Dare, City Heat, Sudden Impact, Tightrope, and Firefox. That was a good one. Firefox was good. And that ring said, you're going to name them all. No, I had just stopped if you paid attention. So I would just there's only 64 of them. I could name them all if I want.
And I'm surprised I haven't really seen any of them. I mean,
64 movies and he hasn't seen one of them.
I'm sure
I
I probably heard of some of them at least, and they do sound very interesting. They do sound like they have really cool stories.
Let me ask you something, partner. I gotta. I'm not picking on you, but I gotta resolve my own insecurities of this at the
do
moment.
it off
Freedom.
there. Do it off.
No. But you've seen Back to the Future movies, correct?
I've seen parts 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. In the third movie, Marty McFly tells everybody he's who?
Tells everybody he's from the future.
Yeah.
No.
No, not
he goes,
really, no.
In the
What
third,
name did he give
I was
for
gonna
himself?
say, in
Yeah.
the third movie, he goes to 1885, right?
Yeah, in the Wild West.
The
age.
Wild West. And who did he say he was?
What's your name? They asked him. What's your name?
What's your name, cowboy?
Cowboy is a hint. Big hint.
What's your name, dude? That's what
Cardi
he says.
McFly?
He says Eastwood.
Clint
Eastwood.
Yeah, I forgot about
He
that.
goes, what's with your moccasins? What do they say? Nike.
Nike, yeah, right.
That was good.
I don't think I remember that scene. It's because
Well, it's not the scene, but like
It's the
for
dialogue.
the dialogue is there as he goes by Clint Eastwood throughout the movie. I thought
They
if
don't know
you'd seen
who
that.
Clint Eastwood is, yeah.
But yeah, that's why it didn't stick.
Yeah,
I guess
it's okay. We time for a break.
It is.
All right, let's do it.
I need one. I need one.
Killing me here.
WOCA Ocala. We'll be back after this.
Are Are you a medical provider that doesn't like to settle for the same boring scrubs? Scrub Paradise in Ocala has a wide selection of top brand scrubs with embroidery available and the newest medical shoes and accessories. Every medical provider should look as great as the care they provide. Scrub Paradise is just off Easy Street next to Shoe Carnival in Ocala. Stop by today or give them a call at 352-873-4368. That's 352-873-4368.
Tuesday night, we'll have partly cloudy skies, the low 63 to 65. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, mostly sunny and warm. The high Wednesday and Thursday, 85 to 89. Friday's high, 87 to 90. Saturday and Sunday will be warm with a few peaks of sunshine. The high Saturday, 85 to 89. Sunday's high, 83 to 88. Turning cloudy and warm Monday with a high 84 to 86. From the Florida Weather Center, I'm...
Well, the new year is upon us, and that means getting to those forgotten projects that you promised you would. So whether you're tackling a small honey-do list or building the Taj Mahal, Sunbelt Rentals will help you get the job done right with the right tools. From carpet cleaners to excavators, Sunbelt Rentals has what you need. So what are you waiting for? Get it done. Rent it now from Sunbelt Rentals, located on Highway 27, just a half-mile east of I-75, or visit sunbeltrentals.com. Get it done. Rent it now. Sunbelt Rentals.
PPIR is a networking group formed to serve the realtor and small business community. It primarily serves the real estate and construction industry, but is open to all businesses that provide any service or product to the real estate business community. PPIR has no membership dues or fees for attendees. The watchwords are keep it simple and maximize networking time. PPIR chapters meet 3 times monthly at different locations after normal business hours. For information on this, call 352-615-9412 or go to events at ppirevents.com. PPIR, professional people in real estate.
WOCA.
This is Jeopardy! Here are the categories.
I'll take Mike Scott Plumbing for 1,000, please, Alex.
Answer. Daily double.
I'll wager 5,000.
All right. Here is the clue. PU is the type of this complication.
What is a sewage backup?
Yes, that's right.
It's all fun and games until something happens to you, like a septic system failure or a clogged drain or line, leaving you saying PU. But not to worry, Mike Scott Plumbing is there to get you out of that jeopardy and back on track. And they don't charge extra for nights, weekends, or holidays. From septic pumping to lawn irrigation to high-efficiency water heaters. At Mike Scott Plumbing, if water runs through it, we do it. Stop by one of the newly renovated showrooms in Hernando or Wildwood, or call today, 237-2888. That's 237-2888.
Mike Scott.
Ocala Quick Minute News.
Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. In addition to our pasture mowing and tractor services, including zero-turn mowers for your fence line finish, we also offer rototilling and fence row spraying. We are family-owned and operated, licensed and insured, and farm-ready. Powell Gene, Gene, at yahoo.com, 352-629-2440. Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. Gene is a proud United States veteran.
Listening to AM Ocala Live, WOCA, The Source, 96.3 FM, 1370 AM. See, I did good knowing that to put that button on for you just right.
And don't forget, you got to say, good morning, this is AM Ocala Live, I'm Adam. Nobody knows your name. I got to know your name.
They know
Adam.
my name.
Well, yeah, you say it once in the morning.
They know my name.
When they bring you in.
They know my name.
Adam, and I'm Carlos.
Mm-hmm. They don't know his name.
Yes, but they don't know
He's
his
They
name.
definitely need to know my name, right? Because
AM Ocala Live, WOCA, The Source, 96.3 FM, 1370 AM. As we're rounding out our show here this Wednesday,
Why do when
beautiful
I hear your
Wednesday.
name, I always think of Ant. Why?
I know, Adam Ant. I used to get that all the time as a kid.
Well, that was a cartoon way back when, and then of course the movie Adam Ant and the is it Adam Ant and the Wasp or just? Well, that's a brand new movie. It's only been out last year.
There's a musician, Adam Ant.
Adam Ant. Oh yeah, right, the musician.
Yeah, the
Adam
musician
Ant too. Yeah. There you go.
That's what. Yeah.
Well, can you name one of his songs?
It's.
I know it's a hard one too.
That's sitting there.
It's like Wayne Newton. I was all morning. I'm thinking of the guy's name, Wayne Newton. Now I remember Wayne Newton. I couldn't remember his name. We're talking about the
name sounds familiar.
Oh, here we go. We talk about how of an entertainer he is, and he can play all these instruments. But his famous line is, "I'm good at all this, but I surround myself with better people to make me look good."
Yeah.
You know,
yeah.
Now
That's smart.
Because he had his own show for years and years in Vegas, and then of course he's semi-retired now.
Wayne Newton,
the one with the blackest hair you ever want to see, and he unfortunately he did some of the face stuff in it.
Yeah, you could tell there's a little work done.
When they botch it, now it's got the Mother Nature got to take over and bring it back to semi-normal. But it was like. And then he smiled, and his smile almost reached his ears. You know, I like the guy. I really like the guy.
I thought he was a great sport because he still comes up when we watch National Lampoon's Vegas Vacation with Chevy Chase and all that.
Well, see, that
and he was a
sport.
He was a sport being in that movie for as much as he was.
He was on a game show recently, not too long.
Was he?
6 months.
Is that right?
And no. I love the guy. I mean, he's Hollywood, old Hollywood. But when they worked on his face, whatever they did, it was like, son of a guns. This guy was good. You know, he was never a handsome man, but he had his own look. He always had that childish look.
Yeah.
You know, but it's like, you know, I don't know what they did to him, but it's like the botched surgery. I would say, you know, it's like no, because I really like Wayne Newton. Like, something about him, just the way he respects people. That's it. He respects the Hollywood. Didn't chew him up and spit him out. He came above that, and then he earned his respect. But after he earned his, then he has respect for people in general. You know, so yeah.
How old do you think he is?
I'd put him at 75. Maybe?
77.
Oh, you looked it up?
77.
So I was close. I was 2 years off. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So he's
what? Oh, yeah, I don't know if he does
10 years, 9 years on you.
What?
How much older?
Oh, let's see. I'm 68, so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so 9 years. Very good.
I
wasn't getting anything out of that. I was just.
Where are we going with this?
Nowhere.
I got 9 years to look like Wayne Newton.
Nowhere.
I don't have the hair. I can't do that. Implants, maybe.
You want to know how much he's worth?
He is worth, Wayne Newton is worth $2.5 million.
Whoa, more than that.
$205 million.
$120 million.
Oh, 120, that's all? John Travolta has got more than that. John Travolta's like 200 something million dollars.
Is that right?
I think so. Yeah, 200, I don't know, it was over $200 million John Travolta's worth, yeah, I think. Something like
170 million, they said. According to
yeah, but what's the date they said that on? Aha!
December 14th.
What year?
2019.
Oh, well, maybe he's accumulated more money since then. You never know.
Never know.
But that's kind of money. Can I have the interest off that, please?
Oh yeah.
I can live the rest of my life that way.
Oh yeah.
They'll talk money, get me depressed again. Get me so depressed.
Most of the country is depressed when it comes to money right now.
Do you think? I know others of the United States are doing this. Do you think the grocery stores in this area are going to start rationing? You can only get one item of this and one item of that, or 10 pounds of this, or no. You know, they're going to stop you from getting 14 packages of toilet paper. No, there's only one butt here. You get one packet of toilet paper.
They already have. I was in Publix 2 days ago, and like even when it came to lunch meat, there was a sale for them, but it said you're only limited to 2.
Oh.
Yep. They're already doing that.
Well, they've done that on sales.
They're doing that with eggs because they ran out of eggs.
Yeah, eggs.
They're doing it with a lot of things. Yeah, they're doing that now.
They have to. It's like, come on. Stop the hoarding. Because when you hoard, you got it, but that means somebody else on the road doesn't get to have it. You're both not going to run out. One of you is not going to have it. You know, come on. But I'm expecting.
Interesting.
Hello, neighbor. Can I borrow? You want a cup of sugar? No. Roll of toilet paper.
I
haven't seen that.
Want to do that.
You see these drawings on Facebook, that when you go there, can I have a cup of toilet paper? I mean, I got a cup of toilet paper. Can I have a roll of toilet paper, please?
Can I have a cup of toilet paper?
A cup of toilet
Can you
paper.
spare a square?
Yeah.
Sign for episode. Spare square.
Would you like to buy a square of toilet paper, or do I have a bid? I'm waiting to see them go on auction. eBay auction or something, auction site. Here's a roll of toilet paper, something like that.
I don't know.
Hey, Mardi
Crazy
Gras.
time we live in.
Want toilet paper? Mardi Gras time. Like beads. Hey, toilet paper. Sorry. Where my mind goes, it's too small to be let out sometimes. That heck with it, it's going.
It is. It is. As we make our way through this Wednesday,
I'll
this
tell you
hump
what,
day.
On a serious note, that Starbucks coffee from the Paddock Mall is delicious. Like I say, I drink it black, and you taste it. And they grind it right there, because we think the grind's using our coffee pot here.
Yeah.
And as soon as you grind it, it's fresh, and it's like, That's what the coffee is right now. It's okay, too.
Now, I know you're not a big sports guy, but
I'm not a sports guy at all.
Tom Brady is no longer with the New England Patriots.
Because?
It's done.
Because?
He's moving to another team.
What, he just quit? You can do that?
No, he's a free agent. So it was either the team signs him or he can go elsewhere.
So they didn't want to sign him? Or he didn't want to go back?
No, they decided to. They really didn't give him an offer.
That means they didn't want him back.
Right. So now he's a free agent, and you know where he's going to end up?
Where?
Tampa.
Quarterback. Okay.
Tampa. He's coming to Florida.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
Yes. Really.
Oh well.
Really?
Well, see, if I was a football guy, wait a minute, this team doesn't want him. Why would we want him? As an employer, well, he doesn't.
Why wouldn't you want him? He's the greatest quarterback of all time.
Then why didn't the team that he was playing with want him back again?
Because he's been there for 20 years and won him 6 championships.
Oh, has he been there? He has been there.
Yeah, it was over 20 years. Yep.
What did he start out as, a teenager?
It was 2002 draft.
Okay,
2001.
Look it up. How old is he? Or do you know?
How old is he?
I asked you first.
43. He'll be 43 this year.
That's late in years to play football.
Oh yeah.
Since 1970.
Yeah.
So that was a commercial. It's 19-something or something.
1973 thrown out there.
Yeah.
As we wound out the show today, it is Wednesday. Good luck to everybody out there who's. You got it, buddy. And good luck to everybody out there with these challenging times. Nonetheless, to what's going on, obviously with the virus and everything. And as we'll make our way through to keep you entertained and informed, thank you for listening. AM Ocala Live. Give a shout out to Joe there, our intern Carlos. Thank you guys very much.
Hi.
And until tomorrow, goodbye.
From now. Basketball superstar Kevin Durant now among 4 Brooklyn Nets to test positive for the virus. In Utah, there's reported widespread damage across the northern part of that state because of a 5.7 magnitude earthquake this morning. Video on social media showing brick and stone on the ground from several buildings in downtown Salt Lake City. The governor, Gary Herbert, urging people to avoid that area until the damage is fully assessed. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. You all know I'm the world's biggest believer in gold and silver, especially rare collectible coins. Finest Known has evolved over the past 22 years from one of the leading rare coin and precious metals companies in America with a remarkable 150 years of experience in the hard money industry. I told my friends at Finest Known to go big or go home. They went big! Just for my fans, they're presenting a first-time starter collection of beautiful, certified, uncirculated Morgan silver dollars. The Morgan silver dollar was born from the Wild West in 1878 and is the single most collected coin in the U.S. rare coin market. This is an opportunity to acquire an amazing set of 20 certified coins with 20 different dates and or mint marks with the best price guarantee anywhere in America. And as an added bonus, receive a 21st coin for only $1. $1! And Finest Known's president, Adam Crump, will send an autographed copy of his best-selling book free. This is a one-time offer. Just say WAR when you call 800-663-1929. That's 800-663-1929 or go to fineststone.com.
3 states holding Democratic primaries yesterday, and former Vice President Joe Biden cleans up, winning them all.
Florida, Illinois, and Arizona. This widens his delegate lead over Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont.
That's USA Radio's Wendy King. Meanwhile, word is that Bernie Sanders is now planning to assess his presidential campaign after those 3 losses to Biden in yesterday's primary balloting. His campaign saying in a statement, Sanders will have conversations with his supporters while he also tries to focus on the coronavirus outbreak. The U.S. Senate is to vote on the House-approved coronavirus relief package before today is over. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell canceling this week's scheduled recess so as to focus on passing that bill. He told reporters he's advising his members to gag and vote for it anyway, as many believe it's too expensive. On Wall Street, the Dow was down 1,300 points at the opening bell today, and this is USA Radio News.
You know, I've told you I get the best sleep of my life with my MyPillow, but I'm not the only one. Mark in Las Vegas told me the other day, we were talking on other business, he says he went to MyPillow.com, clicked on the radio listener special, and used the promo code USA. He got a great deal on a MyPillow, and he is enjoying his sleep now. You can too. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA, and I promise you, you'll get the best sleep of your life or you get your money back.
A couple of announcements from Target today concerning the coronavirus. The chain is reducing hours at all of its stores while also allowing vulnerable populations to shop early 1 day a week. Target saying that all of its stores will start closing at 9 p.m. That'll be in effect until further notice, and the company will allow the elderly and those with pre-existing conditions to get their shopping done early in a bid to protect them from the virus. That will be done each Wednesday during the first hour of shopping. Housing starts are down, but not as much as experts had feared they'd be. The starts fell 1.5% in February to an annualized rate of 1.599 million. The drop-off from January, much less than the 4.6% drop that housing industry analysts had been predicting. And Oprah Winfrey is denying being arrested or raided after a rumor started trending on social media. One of Twitter's top trending topics last night, the rumor claiming that Oprah's Florida estate had been raided by law enforcement and that she'd been arrested for sex trafficking. The media mogul shot down the rumors late last night, saying she's been trolled for some awful fake thing that's not true. Winfrey tweeting that she was, quote, just sanitizing and self-distancing with the rest of the world. Find us online at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
COVID-19 coronavirus is a serious worldwide pandemic, and many people are looking for their best defense.
This is a special edition of The Mike Gallagher Show. Coronavirus in America.
We're taking aggressive action now as one nation and one family so that America can rebound stronger, frankly, stronger than ever before.
He is the kind of leader that people need in times of crisis.
As we face this national emergency pandemic, now's the time for knowledge and clarity. And this is the place to get it.
I spoke to the president. His team has been on it.
We are looking to save the maximum number of lives.
2020 is definitely going to be one for the history books. And as we take it all in, we know that we'll get through this together. We're America. And now, here's Mike.
We are America, and it feels kind of uplifting to see the way Americans are coming together right now. That voice you heard praising the president, that was not a Fox News Channel guest. That was Dana Bash, I believe, from CNN. There are many, many examples of unity. Even Governor Andrew Cuomo and President Trump have been praising each other after a rocky start to the response to coronavirus. You may not have that right now in your heart, but I do. I am very, very relieved that we're seeing Americans come together to fight this thing on a unified front. It's starting to feel a little bit like after 9/11. That feeling was pretty immediate in having been through 9/11 in New York City, sitting in the Empire State Building with a frightened staff, kind of fleeing Manhattan for my home on Long Island, broadcasting from my home there, like I'm doing today. Today's the first day that we are beginning our broadcasting from my kitchen. And we got everything working. We got some string. We got some duct tape. Poor Eric Hansen has more gray hair of what's left on his head. But at the end of the day, we're gonna do this from home because to me it doesn't make any sense not to. This show, technologically, you can broadcast anywhere now. Radio is different than it used to be. Now you have an internet connection, a box, a couple of monitors, and you can set up in your kitchen like I'm doing right now. So to me, it's smart to work from home if you can. And as far as people who can't, well, we're going to see what happens with this economic stimulus because the president is promising that help is on the way. I have a big stack of breaking news items to to share with you. It's our responsibility to get you as much information as we can. As the man says at the top of every hour, clarity, consistency, calm. A little later this hour, we are scheduled to interview Dr. Anthony Fauci himself, hoping that, who knows, with all that's breaking. But I do believe that Dr. Fauci thinks it's important to get in front of as many people as he can and give as much information as he can. We are scheduled in about a half hour from now to talk to Dr. Anthony Fauci, who is the director, of course, of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. He has advised 6 American presidents on domestic global health issues, and of course our whole country is being rocked right now. Over 6,400 confirmed cases to the moment in the United States. 114 deaths have been reported. The virus is now officially in all 50 states. There for a while, I guess it was it Alabama and I forget, Kansas or something? There were 2 states that seemed to be away from it. Now every state has confirmed cases. The White House and Congress are scrambling to put together a massive stimulus package. This is a package that would dwarf anything we've seen before. It will make the TARP, the bailouts, all the stuff in the past look like a pikers, like amateur hour. President Trump is seeking a measure with over $1 trillion in spending. Now, the Senate has indicated they are working out the details, hammering out the specifics. There has been a delay earlier today triggered by, are you ready? Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky. The libertarian who is often a contrarian. He is often somebody who is the squeaky wheel. And he has triggered apparently a delay in the negotiations on this. 2 Democrat aides told NBC It may be difficult to get through the second package and a much larger one in a single week. The thinking is that many Americans, millions of Americans would get two $1,000 payments. One in the second bill and then in the third bill. The thinking is also that billions of dollars would be allocated towards helping small businesses avoid mass layoffs. Again, this is very fluid. I got lots of questions. I started my day today talking to my pal Mark Davis in Dallas, and Mark was saying, hey, how does this work? How do we start handing checks out like candy to Americans, $1,000 checks, some of whom will need it? As Mark pointed out, there might be somebody who makes $40,000 a year who's going to be okay. They've got lots of money in the bank perhaps, or they have a level of income that will continue. They get a check, but maybe somebody who makes $80,000 is like literally flat broke right now and is struggling to figure out how to fill their pantry with groceries. That's a great question, and I don't have any answers for that. It's going to be tricky because, frankly, the idea of checks being mailed out to millions and millions of Americans to the tune of, I don't know, billions of dollars. Well, that'll get your attention. Yesterday, as you know, we had a caller, Marianne from, I think, Texas. I thought she was from San Antonio, but she may have been Houston. Lance is having a very difficult time tracking her down. We advised her to please get tested. She felt that she had symptoms. She said she had been exposed to people who were positive. She called the show. Now we can't get her. I don't know. I mean, a couple of people texted me saying she was on another show. Maybe she is a troll. I don't know. She didn't sound like a troll. She sounded legitimate. But who knows? And I'm sorry that we're not able to track her down today because I had hoped we would to be able to give you an update. But whether she's real or not, whether she was fictitious and a troll or legitimate, ultimately there are Americans who are saying, listen, I got to feed my family. I got 3 kids. That's what she said. I have 3 kids at home. Yes, I come I have interaction with other people in my job, but I don't want to get tested, she said, because I don't want to be told I'm positive and then have to self-quarantine. Who's going to feed my babies? And I do totally understand that. Other breaking news, a 5.7 magnitude earthquake shook Salt Lake City early today. Sending spooked residents fleeing their homes. Their power is out. Of course, the city's light rail system grinding to a halt. And finally, the last breaking news, President Trump announced that the United States is temporarily closing our border with Canada to non-essential traffic. He did say trade will not be affected. Details to follow. So there's a lot to keep up with in this very fluid situation. Again, I'm in my kitchen, so please spare me all the decorating comments. If you're watching the show on our YouTube channel, the Mike Gallagher Show YouTube channel, or going to MikeOnline.com and clicking Watch Mike on TV. I didn't do it. Listen, that green thing over my shoulder on the kitchen counter, that was here when I bought the place last year. So, hey, what do you want from me? I'm a single guy. I don't know about decorating. The ReliefFactor.com studios are literally my kitchen table today as we work from home, as many, many Americans are doing. Our number for you to join us is 1-800-655-MIKE. Our lines are jammed right now. Your voice is coming up. Press 1 to come on air. Press 2 to leave a voicemail message. You can always text us your comments to the MyPillow text line, which is also 800-655-MIKE. We're going to get your take on all of this and give you all the information, the breaking news, and the clarity you need. It's what we do every day here on the Mike Gallagher Show. And again, we are minutes away from talking to Dr. Anthony Fauci, who has been the voice and the face of the medical expertise on all of this. Stick around. There's a lot of the Mike Gallagher Show coming up. kind of timely to talk about Fellowship Home Loans at a time like this. Fellowship, we're in this together. We are connecting, even if we're disconnected, if we're isolated, we still are trying to lift Americans up. Every now and then a company comes along with super high standards that I notice. I learned all about Fellowship Home Loans on my own. I mean, I went out to their offices. I spent the day with Mike and Brian and the team. They are amazing. I mean, they really understand with these historic times and the record low interest rates, many people are turning to them to refinance their mortgage, maybe a reverse mortgage, or perhaps this is a time you want to buy a home for the first time. In their DNA is their attention to every single customer. They never treat anybody like a number. I'm so impressed with Fellowship Home Loans. They've set up a special toll-free number just for Mike Gallagher Show listeners. You can give them a call. 2-3 minutes into the conversation, you'll get it. You'll see how good they are. Fellowship Home Loans, the only company I recommend for a refi, new mortgage, reverse mortgage, lots of options. Call 800-510-MIKE, 800-510-6453, or go to fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G, fellowshiphomeloans.com/Mike G. Welcome home to the real deal, Fellowship Home Loans.
Continental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I just feel great. It gives me energy. It's not like too much energy where I'm flying all over the place, but it is just the right amount. I just feel so good. I love taking Balance of Nature.
Right now, Balance of Nature is offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code MikeG.
I still believe in God's goodness.
I still believe in hope when things seem hopeless.
I still believe in family.
I still believe in God's plan.
You chose willingly to walk into the fire with her. That's what love is.
I Still Believe, based on the inspiring true story, starring KJ Apa, Britt Robertson, Shania Twain, and Gary Sinise. Rated PG, parental guidance suggested. Now playing. Go to istillbelievemovie.com.
How would you like to get 1 ounce of pure silver absolutely free? This is not a joke. Right now, if you call 855-609-2585, Goldco will send you a free 1 ounce silver American Eagle coin. And all you have to do is pay for shipping and handling. That's it. This same coin sells for more than $20 online, but you can get one right now for free. Just pay for shipping and handling. Now, there is a limit of 1 per household, and at this price, who knows how long this offer will last. So if you want to get your free 1 ounce silver American Eagle, you just need to call 855-609-2585 right now. That's 855-609-2585 to get your free 1 ounce silver American Eagle. This is not a joke. Get 1 ounce of pure silver absolutely free. Call 855-609-2585. That's 855-609-2585.
Mike Gallagher.
Few moments bring you joy like going to the mailbox after you've done your taxes, reaching in and pulling out that one item you've been waiting so... What? Someone already filed my return? During tax season, your personal info like your name or social security number may be emailed and shared more than usual. Criminals can steal info from your devices and sell it on the dark web, or use it to commit identity theft. Good thing LifeLock monitors your personal info, alerts you to possible suspicious activity, and if you become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated identity restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but thanks to LifeLock, tax season doesn't have to tax your peace of mind. Join today at LifeLock.com and save up to 25% off your first year with promo code SMART. That's promo code SMART for 25% off at LifeLock.com.
Hi, I'm Karen, owner of Lone Star Transfer. If you have found yourself stuck in a timeshare, you're not alone. It must have been such a surprise to find out something you were told had value has none at all. Thankfully, we can help. Let us do for you what we continue to do for thousands of others. Our process is done legally, ethically, and quickly. We have an excellent success rate and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. We are family owned, and I have my son Tyler here with me. Tyler, why don't you talk about what makes Lone Star Transfer different from any other company?
Great, I'd love to. Our customer service is second to none.
We guarantee in writing a specific time frame in which we will get you out of your timeshare unlike any other company. We will personally make sure your experience is a pleasant one.
Let Lone Star Transfer give you peace of mind. Give us a call today for a no-obligation consultation at 844-284-4863 or online at lonestartransfer.com.
Does your dog itch, scratch, stink, or shed like crazy? Come to Dynovite for help.
Order a 90-day supply of Dynovite.
Dynovite is nutrition.
Pick up 2 bottles of Lico Chops, get the 3rd bottle free.
New improved Lico Chops with omega-3, omega-6, vitamin E.
And now, 6 extra direct-fed microbials.
Even better for the digestive tract and immune system.
Try Lico Chops. Buy 2, get 1 free.
At Dynovite.com.
DINOVITE.com.
Mike Gallagher.
You know what you don't hear anything about, Mike? The homeless situation. What are they doing about all the homeless people in California and New York and elsewhere? How are they addressing them? I would imagine that, those people on the street like that are major carriers of this.
Hey, Mike, just wanted to throw a thought out there. Is calling Chinese food racist? Just a thought. Let me know what you think.
Yes, of course it is. Aren't you paying attention? Aren't you woke? Can't call Chinese food Chinese food. It is food of Asian origin. Oh, silly. I mean, honest to goodness. And you know what's sick about a guy like Stephen Colbert who went on a rant about how calling it the Chinese coronavirus is racist. Trump is racist for saying that. He thinks that's okay. He thinks it's normal. I wonder what Stephen Colbert would say if asked that same question. I wonder what Colbert would say. Hey, can you call Chinese food Chinese? What about Mexican? Can you have Mexican food? That's racist. Well, yeah, but it's Mexican and racist. I just don't even know sometimes how to respond to some of these clowns.
Breaking now on the Mike Gallagher Show.
All right, so there was a report yesterday. The mayor of New York City said New Yorkers need to be prepared for a potential shelter in place that would come within 48 hours. Today, again, Governor Andrew Cuomo says, wrong, it's not going to happen. Cuomo said told the New York Times a few minutes ago, this is not going to happen, shelter in place for New York City. For any city or county to take an emergency action, the state has to approve it, and I would not approve shelter in place. Cuomo said, quarantine in place, you can't leave your home. The fear, the panic is a bigger problem than the virus. Now, that's the governor of New York. Now, he's been holding lots of briefings, and I get it. On the other hand, we're not supposed to say that out loud. Oh, the fear, the panic is a bigger problem than the virus. And yet we know that it is. It's very big right now. People are afraid. Here's Ann on line 3 talking about the fear that people have right now. Hi, Ann. Thanks very much for joining us. Welcome to my kitchen.
Hey, Mike. Great to be there.
Hey, thank you. How you doing today?
Okay. I work in a supermarket. Mike, not everybody can afford a home computer. I don't have one. I usually use the library computers. That shut down. I'm seeing a lot of some older people come into the stores who don't have family members who can bring them goods. One of the charities, the Meals on Wheels, those have shut down. These people, that's the last place they want to be. They have no choice. I'm a working Jane. There's a lot of working Joes out there who are working for Amazon or some of the delivery companies they don't have a choice to work at home. They can't,
Right. They don't have the option. They don't have the option. They got no choice.
Well, I wish people would consider this when they keep on saying work at home, work at home. I'm sorry, but as far as I'm concerned, that's for rich people, Only they can do that. Another thing, you're going to be on with Dr. Fauci, I believe.
Yes,
I'm hearing a lot of people saying they're going to stay home and binge watch movies. People don't. You need to be exercising. Your body is meant to move. You need to help your immune system. I'm using some homeopathics, and Doctors, I've gotten online with other doctors on radio stations. They poo-poo any mention of using homeopathics for remedies.
Well, one thing I will say this, Ann. I think it's very important that we take care of ourselves. It's a great message, and I appreciate you saying that. And I know people are afraid. And listen, I've said every single time, obviously, and I think our government officials and experts are saying it too. Work from home if you can. If you can work from home, you should. That's why I'm in my kitchen today, and I'm going to be for the foreseeable future. I can, but you're right. Many people cannot, and that's hopefully what A, some of this government stimulus will address, but B, it'll make people think about the way they interact with people in a different way. Again, we're scheduled to talk to Dr. Anthony Fauci in just a few moments. There's a lot more coming up. Portions of our show brought to you by Food for the Poor. I'm so grateful for everybody who is stepping up and still donating to our Food for the Poor campaign. We're doing everything we can to help. It's a great Christian ministry, a Christian relief organization. Go to MikeOnline.com and click on the Feed Starving Families banner, and let's help do some God's work and help save lives.
We can change our
up and down. We don't know what's going to happen, but we know something about saving money. Pure Talk USA. I made the switch, as so many of you have done. You pick up your phone, you dial pound 250, and when prompted, you say my name, Mike Gallagher. You'll talk to a wonderful representative from Pure Talk USA. They'll give you unlimited talk and text for $20 a month. Let me say it again. Unlimited talk and text for $20 a month. If you belong to AMAC, you could pay as little as $10 a month, and they'll extend your AMAC membership by 3 full years. Pure Talk USA is amazing. They cover 99% of America. Their U.S.-based customer service is second to none. No crazy contracts, no crazy fees. The president and CEO is a U.S. veteran. Keep your phone, keep your number. Hey, it doesn't make any sense not to make the switch, like I did, to Pure Talk USA. Dial pound 250, say my name, Mike Gallagher. Pound 250, say Mike Gallagher. Pure Talk USA. Simply smarter, wireless.
Mike Gallagher.
Hi, this is Rhett Rasmussen of BestHotGrill.com. We make the Solaire infrared grills, which are perfect for today's busy lifestyles. You're probably in your car right now, wondering what you'll have for dinner tonight. Imagine that when you get home, your Solaire infrared grill will be at 1,000 degrees in 3 minutes. That's right, just 3 minutes. The high heat locks in the juices and flavor and grills faster, so that in a matter of minutes, you could be sitting down to a great tasting grilled dinner any and every night of the week. Your smoker or low-slow barbecue is great for the weekend, but the hot, fast speed and convenience of Solaire infrared grills make them your everyday go-to grill. And they aren't just for searing steaks. Solaire infrared grills also enhance fish, chicken, pork, shrimp, veggies, and fruit. Virtually everything your family enjoys. Learn more at BestHotGrill.com. That's BestHotGrill.com. Solaire infrared at BestHotGrill.com.
USA Radio News with Chris Barnes.
With confirmation yesterday that West Virginia now has a confirmed case of coronavirus, it means all 50 states have been infiltrated by it. And Mayor Bill de Blasio in New York City is predicting the numbers there are going to skyrocket over the next few days.
But we're going to top 1,000 today, undoubtedly. We're going to be at 10,000 not so long from now.
Basketball superstar Kevin Durant now among 4 Brooklyn Nets to test positive for the virus. In Utah, there's reported widespread damage across the northern part of that state because of a 5.7 magnitude earthquake this morning. Video on social media showing brick and stone on the ground from several buildings in downtown Salt Lake City. The governor, Gary Herbert, urging people to avoid that area until the damage is fully assessed. This is USA Radio News.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-985-1813 now, and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Milberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today, and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-985-1813 now. Again, that's 800-985-1813. Employees of J.D. Milberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Joy like going to the mailbox after you've done your taxes. Reaching in and pulling out that one item you've been waiting so... What? Someone already filed my return? During tax season, your personal info like your name or social security number may be emailed and shared more than usual. Criminals can steal info from your devices and sell it on the dark web, or use it to commit identity theft. Good thing LifeLock monitors your personal info, alerts you to possible suspicious activity, and if you become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated identity restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but thanks to LifeLock, tax season doesn't have to tax your peace of mind. Join today at LifeLock.com and save up to 25% off your first year with promo code SMART. That's promo code SMART for 25% off at LifeLock.com.
Does your dog itch, scratch, stink, or shed like crazy? Come to Dynovite for help.
Order a 90-day supply of Dynovite.
Dynovite is nutrition.
Pick up 2 bottles of Lico Chops, get the 3rd bottle free.
New improved Lico Chops with omega-3, omega-6, vitamin E.
And now, 6 extra direct-fed microbials.
Even better for the digestive tract and immune system.
Try Lico Chops. Buy 2, get 1 free.
At Dynovite.com.
DINOVITE.com.
Mike Gallagher.
I'm just worried that they're kind of taking all our liberties away and kind of acting like we don't know what to do ourselves. My grandma, she's in the vulnerable age group, but I'm smart enough to know to avoid her, and she's smart enough to avoid other people, so I don't get why they think they can take all our liberties away.
Any financial assistance now should be in the form of interest-free loans. That way, only the people who need it will apply.
The interest rate to practically zero to a quarter of a point. I mean, there's a lot of suggestions about what's the right thing to do, what's the wrong thing to do right now. I am kind of the mindset that together, I think we can all understand the concept of flattening the curve, getting ahead of this. Right now, we've got 114 deaths confirmed in the United States, 6,400 plus confirmed cases of people testing positive for coronavirus, but a whole lot of people are not getting tested. Incidentally, in New York, voluntary work from home, mandatory, the schools are closed. They are reducing the state and local workforce in New York. Governor Cuomo is saying drastic but necessary steps. Let's be honest here. The reason there are draconian measures in place is because the experts are telling us that if we don't take drastic steps, we're going to have a lot of people who are going to get sick and who are going to die. And if that's preventable, why not? I get the argument, and let's dive into it together here. The argument is, the other side of that coin is, at what price? Have the government tell you can't leave your home? I get it. It's a good idea. But that line between what is mandatory and what is voluntary is very questionable. You know what I mean? It's up in the air. Portions of our show are brought to you by MyPillow, and a lot of people are ordering pillows because, frankly, this is the only pillow you can wash and dry, and it still maintains its shape and its form. It'll still be perfect after you take it out of the washer or dryer. MyPillow.com. Mike Lindell, his great story, a guy who lost everything and, bounced back in a powerful way and now has become one of the most successful businessmen in America. He's the inventor, the founder of MyPillow. And this is a pillow, as I tell you all the time. It never goes flat during the night. It stays nice and cool. It's made in America, made in Minnesota proudly. And again, you can throw it in the washer and the dryer whenever you want, and it'll be as fresh as it was the day you bought it. MyPillow.com. Right now, 2 premium MyPillows for one low price and free shipping. Also, big discounts on things like the Giza Dream Sheets and more. MyPillow.com, promo code Mike G. MyPillow.com, promo code Mike G. Or call 800-928-6034. 800-928-6034. This is a good day to order a MyPillow. If you haven't had one, or you know people who have kind of a ratty old pillow, how about a pillow that's nice, fresh, unique, will conform to your neck, your head, your back all through the night, never get hot, and pop it in the washer and the dryer whenever you want. MyPillow.com.
For the best night's sleep in the whole wide world, visit MyPillow.com.
Promo code Mike G. Coming up tonight, by the way, 6 p.m. Eastern. I'll be joined with a lot of other Salem radio hosts for a 1-hour special report, the coronavirus pandemic, an SRN News special report. Sebastian Gorka, Hugh Hewitt will co-host. I'll be on with Dennis Prager, SRN News White House correspondent Greg Clugston. Again, here at Live tonight at 6 on many of these radio stations around America. Listening to me right now. We're standing by for Dr. Anthony Fauci. Got lots of questions for Dr. Fauci. He is incredibly admired and respected, and we're gonna dive in with him and ask him a lot of questions about social distancing, about testing, about shelter in place, about the draconian steps, and how this thing spreads, and some of the specificity from the guy who is really the leading expert, it seems, in the country, if not the world, Dr. Anthony Fauci. Coming up here on the Mike Gallagher Show in the ReliefFactor.com studios.
Push, let me know that you're gonna get your wish.
When you have back pain, when you have neck pain, pain from a nice solid workout at the gym, it can be a bear to try to get rid of it. You know what I mean? You get ibuprofen, the doctor warns you, don't take too much, it'll affect your liver. You don't want to get on prescription pain pills. You know what a nightmare that can be in the crisis we have. How about a natural way to get out of pain like I've discovered? It's called Relief Factor. You've seen Pete and Seth Talbot on TV. So proud to be partners with them. I've been telling you for a long time about this pain relief product that's made from wild-caught fish oils and botanicals. It works. It's real simple. It goes to work on the inflammation that causes pain. And Pete and Seth have put together a low-cost way for you to try it for yourself and see if it works. 3-week quick start, $19.95. If after 3 weeks it isn't working for you, just notify Relief Factor. You're only out $20. Isn't it worth it to see if you too will get out of the pain? ReliefFactor.com, ReliefFactor.com, or call 800-500-8384, 800-500-8384 for Relief Factor.
Mike Gallagher.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/America. That's ZipRecruiter.com/America. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/America.
Investments have been absolutely hammered over the past week, so I'm going to give you an easy win, something you could save money on month after month after month. Right now, switch your wireless provider. Trust me, you're paying too much. Pure Talk USA will give you unlimited talk and text for just $20 a month. And if you're an AMAC member, you could pay as little as $10 a month. $10 a month for wireless. Just dial pound 250 and say my name, Mike Gallagher, and you're going to get this incredible offer. Pure Talk USA covers 99% of America. Their U.S.-based customer service is unrivaled. No crazy contracts, no ridiculous fees. Their president and CEO is a U.S. veteran. You can even keep your phone and your number. When your investments are down, you want to save as much as you can. Dial pound 250 and say my name, Mike Gallagher, and start saving today. Dial pound 250 and say my name, Mike Gallagher. I'm a Pure Talk USA customer. You ought to be too. Dial pound 250 and say Mike Gallagher. Pure Talk USA. Simply smarter wireless.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I had a lot of credit card debt, and I couldn't pay my bills. I was feeling so bad. I got to a point where I needed some help. So I reached out and contacted Trinity.
If you're in debt and you need help, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976 to talk to a certified counselor.
They were able to take all of my different payments and put them all together.
Trinity will consolidate your accounts into one easy-to-manage monthly payment, put a stop to late fees and over-limit charges, reduce your interest, and possibly improve your credit score. You'll save thousands.
And they were actually able to work with my creditors. I've been able to pay off close to $15,000 in the last 18 months.
If your debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Stephanie, and I'm debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I have a compromised immune system, so I've been taking the 3 veggie and 3 fruit for 2 years, and I have not gotten sick. It's unbelievable. I feel like a normal person. I'm not tired. I don't wake up tired, and it's just amazing to me that there's such a difference.
Right now, Balance of Nature is offering 35% off on any new preferred order. Go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code MikeG.
Mike Gallagher.
Any financial assistance now should be in the form of interest-free loans. That way, only the people who need it will apply.
16 minutes before the hour, continuing a very busy edition of the Mike Gallagher Show. Lots of breaking news. 2,382 new cases in New York. And obviously, we have a lot of questions. Americans are apprehensive. I truly am committed to staying informative. We have to have clarity. We have to have knowledge and information. I can't think of anybody better to get that from than our next guest. Dr. Anthony Fauci is the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Of course, for millions, he has been a reassuring voice and face during this difficult time. Dr. Fauci, we're so grateful for you taking some time to join us here on the Mike Gallagher Show. I know our listeners and we appreciate you very much, sir.
It's good to be with you.
Listen, there's so many questions, sir, and one of the big, I know you've been asked a million times, the testing. It's hitting close to home. I saw a report last night in Los Angeles of a man who was giving CPR to his wife, allegedly gave her mouth-to-mouth. Since he was asymptomatic, they wouldn't test him. I have a good friend who was exposed to 2 coworkers who have tested positive. When he went to the doctor said, if you're not symptomatic, we're going to hold, this was in New York City, we're going to hold off and we're going to save the tests for those who are presenting with symptoms. If you can be a carrier and asymptomatic, shouldn't we be trying to get as many tests done for everybody as possible?
Well, I wouldn't say for everyone is possible, but for someone who clearly has a reason, some of the restrictions on testing have been actually lifted. There were regulatory restrictions that were just things that were meant in the right context, but they don't apply right now. And that's the reason why the FDA and working with the CDC has lifted some of those restrictions. But rather than look back, look forward. What's happened over the last literally couple of days is that the administration, the president and the vice president have embraced the private sector. The original testing that is done as a public health measure from the CDC worked well for what it was originally designed for the flooding the country and the market, as it were, with available tests that not only are there, but that can actually be implemented. Literally, that's changing rapidly by the day. So right now, the big companies, the people who do it for a living, the people who know what they're doing, are now getting actively involved in things like drive-through availability, walk-through availability, where you go to a place, a market, a pharmacy, or what have you, and you have it available. So it's unfortunate that the people, some of the examples that you just mentioned, were not able to get a test if, in fact, they really needed it. That will change. Now, having said that, you don't really need a test just because you feel like you want a test. If you have a reason, like someone is exposed or someone has symptoms, they should get it. But you're absolutely correct. Up to now, the availability of testing is not where it should have been, but that has changed. That has changed.
Very important, and I'm impressed by watching the speed with which the public sector and the private sector are sort of coming together. Dr. Fauci, you have advised 6 American presidents. Have you ever seen this kind of response to the degree that it's occurring now?
Well, no. Every outbreak that I've been involved with, that I've involved advising presidents as early as my first interaction during the HIV/AIDS epidemic with President Reagan, each has a different flavor to it. What we're seeing now is clearly unique. So I can say, without any hesitation, that this is a unique situation because it's a threat to the entire country. In fact, the entire world. I think if you look, as I'm sure everyone is, at the news reports from what happened in China and what is now happening in Europe, particularly in Italy and in France, that's the reason why we are very actively leaning forward, aggressively preparing and implementing so that that does not happen here. We're going to see increase in cases, so I think our listeners and the entire public should realize that things are going to get worse before they get better. But what we're doing, even though you may not see the results right away, clearly are aimed at and hopefully successfully will blunt the full impact of the outbreak that others have seen in different parts of the world.
I was reading this morning an article over in The Atlantic. Peter Wehner wrote an interview with Francis Collins, the director of the National Institutes of Health, and he told Pete that if nothing goes right and if we fail to flatten the curve, we might see the deaths of as many as 1.5 million people in the United States. He wasn't offering a prediction, but a realistic worst-case scenario. Again, we don't want to panic people, but when we look at Italy and we look at the way the deaths have increased exponentially there, we are on an exponential curve, right? And that's why some of these draconian steps are in place.
Well, yes, the draconian steps are in place, and we have to be careful when people talk about best and worst case scenarios. In all of my experience over the years, that does more to panic people than it does to really inform them in an appropriate, prudent manner. When you do modeling, the model is as good as the assumptions you put into the model. So even though the worst case scenario always sounds just completely, in outer space practically,
right.
It could be really quite serious, but I don't think we should focus on numbers that come out of a model. We should be focusing on what we can do to the best of our ability to blunt the full force of the outbreak. So I tend to shy away from those models because the numbers get taken out of context and it does nothing but frighten people. Right now is the time to buckle up and really do what we need to do.
Dr. Anthony Fauci is our guest here on the Mike Gallagher Show. You know, you talked about the uniqueness of coronavirus. Can you help explain the uniqueness of this particular novel coronavirus? For example, how do you compare this to the pandemic, the H1N1 pandemic that we went through?
Well, see, the H1N1 pandemic in 2009, which we referred to as the swine flu, was an outbreak. It was a pandemic. It widely disseminated throughout the world, but its impact in the sense of seriousness of the illness that it causes is clearly different. The amount of mortality of that was relatively low, even though it truly was a pandemic and did spread. Right now, we're dealing with something that has multiple characteristics that are concerning. You know, back way before coronavirus came out, people would always ask me, you know, Dr. Fauci, what keeps you up at night? What worries you the most? And I would always say it would be the emergence of a new infection, likely a virus, that's respiratory borne, that spreads readily from person to person, and has a significant degree of morbidity and mortality. Most of the time, that's influenza. Well, this is a different virus. It's a coronavirus, but it is a virus that's a new virus. It is spreading rapidly among people. We know that just looking at what's going on in the world. And as a matter of fact, from the reports in China, in Italy, in France, in South Korea, in several of the European countries, it is a serious disease. Now, having said that, it's important to point out that most of the people who get infected with this, they can feel ill, a flu-like syndrome, but they will spontaneously recover without any specific type of medical intervention. However, there is a significant degree of morbidity and mortality that's particularly weighted towards those individuals who are the elderly and or those who have underlying conditions, whether they're elderly or not. And that is individuals with heart disease, chronic lung disease, diabetes, immunosuppressive therapy that you might be on for cancer, chemotherapy, or other types of diseases. So the bottom line short answer is that this outbreak that we're experiencing now clearly is worse than what we saw in 2009 with the pandemic swine flu, H1N1.
Dr. Fauci, there's been a debate in New York between the mayor and the governor over shelter in place. We know they're already doing that in the San Francisco Bay Area. In your view, is that a reasonable response to coronavirus, to have a sort of heavily advised directive to stay home except for essential trips to the grocery store?
Well, you know, there's interpretations of what you mean by shelter in place. Certainly, the guidelines that we put out from the White House yesterday or the day before, I'm not quite sure. All of these days are melting into one.
I can imagine.
I think it was yesterday, clearly say that individuals who are elderly and or those with underlying conditions should essentially self-isolate themselves. And those around them, the healthy young people, should protect those vulnerable people by keeping physical distance from them. In addition, it is strongly recommended that people do not go to restaurants, do not go to bars, do not go to events where there are crowded people. Try and stay, if you're in a social situation, with a group that's no larger than 10 people. In fact, in those areas where there's community spread, it is recommended that the bars and the restaurants and the sports events and things like that should close, as well as the schools in those areas. So essentially, that is somewhat of a shelter in place. It isn't that every single person is doing that, but if you look at the recommendations, it's pretty close to that.
Right. I hope, listen, on a personal note, in the minute we have left, neither one of us are spring chicks. I'm going to be 60 in a little bit. You are the vibrant young age of 79. Are you taking care of yourself? Are you getting lots of rest? Because I see you on TV and being interviewed morning, noon, and night.
Well, I am not getting a lot of rest. I'm a public service. I've made a decision in life that I will have to take that risk, but I exhort all of my co-79-year-olders throughout the country and the world to please go home, self-isolate. If I were in a different position and I had no responsibilities for anything other than just my daily life, I would be doing that, but I cannot do that right now.
Well, millions of us are praying for you, and we thank you for your service, Dr. Fauci, all these many years, and thank you for taking time out of your day to join us on this show again. I know a lot of people around the country appreciate you visiting with us here on the Mike Gallagher Show. All the best, sir.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you.
Thank you very much. Keep fighting the good fight, sir. And wow, what a fight we are in. Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Hey, it may not be an order to shelter in place, but as he said, and I choose to listen to the experts, he's one of the best in the world. Follow his advice. And I'm in my new normal, my kitchen. I'm going to get real comfortable with the corners of this kitchen for a while, huh? But I got you, and you got me, and we're going to get through this together as Americans. Have a great day. Be safe, and keep fighting the good fight. I'm Mike Gallagher. God bless America. You're feeling run down, you don't have the energy you used to have? That was my case. It was probably because I wasn't getting enough fruits and veggies in my system. I don't like the taste of fruits and vegetables, but I have no problem with my Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetable capsule form. Balance of Nature, they're not like ordinary vitamins that are made with synthetics. It's just natural food in a vegetarian capsule. You know, my daily dose contains 10 servings of 31 different fruits and vegetables. No wonder I'm feeling like $1 million these days. Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and veggies can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health the Dr. Howard way. Call 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751, or go to balanceofnature.com. Be sure to get this special radio offer by using the radio code MikeG, 800-246-8751, balanceofnature.com, promo code MikeG.
The coronavirus. The CDC says it's a real danger for senior citizens. You need all the facts on this killer bug. Now, Newsmax TV, America's fastest growing cable news channel, brings you those facts. Each night, watch the Chris Salcedo Show, Sean Spicer's Spicer & Company, and Greg Kelly Reports, and get the real truth. Find Newsmax TV on Xfinity, DirecTV, Dish, Spectrum, Optimum, Cox, Fios, Uverse, Suddenlink, Wow, Armstrong, and more. Newsmax TV is real news for real people.
Hi, I'm Karen, owner of Lone Star Transfer. If you have found yourself stuck in a timeshare, you're not alone. Let us help you. Our process to get you out is done legally, ethically, and quickly. We have an excellent success rate and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Let our family at Lone Star Transfer give you peace of mind. Give us a call today for a no-obligation consultation at 844-284-4863 or online at lonestartransfer.com.
Mike Gallagher.
Bob Wine says, don't hunker down. Come on down to Ocala's gorgeous 5-acre outdoor fresh air camellia garden. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens on Southeast 38th Street. In this paradise, you'll experience one of Florida's outstanding free attractions, hundreds of trees, thousands of multicolored blooms, including many rare and exotic specimens you've never experienced. While you're there, take a look at some terrific ideas for greening up your home and your yard this spring. Here's an example, a gorgeous selection of everybody's favorite geraniums. They're regularly $2.99, but you get 10 for $19.99. Logos? Yes, buy one, get one on blueberries, on plumbago, on hydrangea, and even on arborvitae. Come on down and check out the deals. This is where you want to be for spring. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens. Open daily till 4:30 on Southeast 38th Street, Ocala, in the same blooming place since 1952.
Broadcasting from the Paddock Mall Studios, this is WOCA, Ocala, Gainesville, The Villages, 1370 AM, 96.3 FM, The Source.
News. I'm Chris Foster. President Trump on Twitter announces a mutual decision with the Canadian government to close our border to non-essential traffic to help slow down coronavirus spread. Trade unaffected by that shutdown. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says about a coronavirus financial relief bill not supported by some other Republicans.
It is a well-intentioned bipartisan product assembled by House Democrats and President Trump's team that tries to stand up and expand some new relief measures for American workers. I will vote to pass their bill.
Separately, the White House proposes a $1.2 trillion stimulus bill, including direct payments to millions of Americans. The stock market is way down today after yesterday's gains. An earthquake in Utah has knocked out some electricity and shut down Salt Lake City's airport.
And there will likely be aftershocks.
That's Don Blakeman with the U.S. Geological Survey. That earthquake magnitude 5.7. America's listening to Fox News.
When you go to the mechanic in here...
Pass me the torque. Nope, let me have the flamethrower.
That sounds wrong. You know what else sounds wrong? When you hear about the interest you're earning on your savings with the largest banks. But with a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account, you could earn much more interest. And hear this. Open a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account in minutes at Marcus.com. You can money.
Comparison made to the three largest U.S. banks measured by total deposits. Rates as of February 4th, 2020 and may vary by state. Goldman Sachs Bank USA, member FDIC.
Lowe's is ready to help pros like you save every day on what you need to get the job done right. And no matter how big the job, we have the quantities you need in stock and ready to go when you are. Have trim work to do? Save up to 40% off every day when you purchase molding pro packs compared to single 6. We carry a huge selection of finished, unfinished, and primed molding in the styles and sizes your customers need. Whatever you need to get the job done, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. U.S. only.
Veterans Helping Veterans USA. Call 352-433-2320. We help veterans and their families with limited financial assistance, counseling, employment referrals, and a food and clothing bank. You can help in making a huge difference in the veterans' lives we serve by donating food, clothing, household items, or direct financial assistance. All donations are tax deductible. Veterans Helping Veterans USA. 352-433-2320. Thank you for your attention and God bless America.
Tuesday night, we'll have partly cloudy skies, the low 63 to 65. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, mostly sunny and warm. The high Wednesday and Thursday, 85 to 89. Friday's high, 87 to 90. Saturday and Sunday will be warm with a few peaks of sunshine. The high Saturday, 85 to 89. Sunday's high, 83 to 88. Turning cloudy and warm Monday with a high 84 to 86. From the Florida Weather Center, I'm...
This is Jan from Palm Garden, and March 30th is Doctors' Day. We are so grateful for the tireless dedication and professionalism of all the doctors we work with. I'd like to single out our medical directors, Alfonso Martinez and Sid Clevenger, and our attending physicians, Doctors Kidambi, Panchel, and Siva, for their ongoing service to our precious residents. Join me in wishing all the fine doctors of Ocala and Marion County a happy Doctors' Day on March 30th, and thank you from Palm Garden.
Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. In addition to our pasture mowing and tractor services, including zero-turn mowers for your fence line finish, we also offer rototilling and fence row spraying. We are family-owned and operated, licensed and insured, and farm-ready. Powell Gene, Gene, at yahoo.com, 352-629-2440. Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. Gene is a proud United States veteran.
Tick-tock. The days fly by, and we find tax season is upon us once again. Not to worry, though. With a reputable CPA firm on your side, you can rest assured that all of your needs will be handled in a professional and thorough manner. Robson, Scribner & Stewart is just that firm. They're there for their clients year-round, not just during tax season, to handle your needs and answer any questions you may encounter. At Robson, Scribner & Stewart, there is no client too small or too large. Their expertise ranges from the single individual to the largest of corporations. Get your return prepared by a professional who will use their years of experience to ensure that your tax return's outcome will leave you in the best possible position. Call them today at 694-4184. Robson, Scribner & Stewart. They're there for you today. Again, that number is 694-4184. Time is of the essence, so don't delay. 694-4184. When you see the Mike Scott Plumbing truck, you know that experienced certified technicians are on the job. Mike Scott Plumbing has the equipment and expertise to handle any size septic job, residential and commercial. From pumping septic tanks to installing new tanks and drain fields. When you want the job done right the first time, then the first call you need to make is to Mike Scott Plumbing. Mike Scott Plumbing is locally owned and operated since 1987, so you get the quality you expect at the price you deserve. If water runs through it, we do it. Mike Scott Plumbing.
Howdy, folks. RL here to tell you about Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen Silver Springs has been serving yummy foods and ice cream made fresh to order for 46 years. Their gift cards are perfect for those you love for any occasion. Our ice cream cakes are awesome. And as far as grilled foods, DQ does it right. From grilled chicken to our famous foot-long chili dogs. So come on down to Dairy Queen Silver Springs, where we always treat you like kings and queens.
WOCA.
The fusion of entertainment and enlightenment.
People, we have a show to do. Welcome to it. It is Wednesday, and a big show it is at that. All the latest on the coronavirus, some of the crazy things that are happening. Hey, Governor Cuomo, shut up. That and more when we begin in 1 minute.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
So what's it take to sell a house? If you've ever done it, I mean, can you imagine selling your house today? Stu, can you imagine selling your house and nobody's coming over? You don't want anybody coming over to your house.
Oh, no. I don't know what you would even do, honestly, at this point.
Right.
With that.
And if you are looking to sell your house, or you want to go into other people's houses right now, this is really going to be weird. Anyway, anyone who's ever sold a house, you know that what it takes to sell a house, it takes about 8 pages to write down, and you're still missing a lot of stuff. What you need is a really good, successful real estate agent in your area that has a plan on helping you sell your house. Go to realestateagentsitrust.com. It's a company I started several years back, and our agents are the top of the line. They don't work for me. All I'm doing is I'm playing matchmaker, if you will. Matchmaker, make me a match. Sell me a home. Buy me a hatch. Something like. Anyway, all you have to do is go to realestateagentsitrust.com. It is a free service to you. Find the people that we feel are the best in your area. They have the best track record. They have a long history of treating people the way you want to be treated, the way I would want to be treated, and selling your home the most effective way, because they actually have a plan. It's realestateagentsitrust.com. The name kind of says it all. realestateagentsitrust.com. So doctors are now saying 86% of the people with coronavirus are walking around undetected. They have absolutely no idea that they have it, and that's why we're supposed to, shut everything down. Now, Andrew Cuomo, who I just love, I'm in love. I hope he runs for president someday. Don't say that out loud. Oh my gosh, it's like saying Candyman 3 times in a mirror. This is, I'm quoting Andrew Cuomo, this is not a war that can be won alone, which is why New York is partnering with our neighbor states to implement a uniform standard that not only keeps our people safe, but also prevents the state shopping where residents of one state travel to another and vice versa. The governor said essential businesses like supermarkets and gas stations are going to be able to stay open after 8 p.m. All other non-essential businesses must close, including movie theaters and casinos. Can you imagine? Casinos are like the old people magnet. You go to these casinos and they're all old people. Casinos should be turned into hospitals at this point. He went on and said, we've got to work together. The feds have been asleep at the switch. Can somebody tell me how? Can you help me with this, Stu? How has Donald Trump been asleep at the switch? How have the feds been asleep at the switch?
I mean, they tried to make this case early on, right? When, a lot of, and it wasn't just Trump, a lot of people were kind of mocking this and sort of like downplaying it. Some people were actually mocking it. I don't think Trump was mocking it, but he was definitely downplaying it. It'll be a few weeks. We have a few cases. It's not a big deal. It'll burn out in April. But that was before people had an understanding as to where this was going, right? As you've seen a clear shift from not only Trump, but I think the entire federal government in the way this has been handled, and including
trial of the vaccine candidate for the virus began in Washington State, as you probably know. The genetic sequence of the virus was first published in January, but thanks to the unprecedented partnership between the FDA, NIH, and the private sector, we've reached human trials for the vaccine just 8 weeks later. That's a record by many, many months. It used to take years to do this, and now we did it just in a very short while. That's the fastest development in history of what we're doing with regard to the vaccine. We're making very, very big progress. Today, I can announce further steps to expand testing capacity. We're working with several groups to determine if the self-swab, a much easier process than the current process that's not very nice to do, I can tell you, because I did it. But we have a current process that's a little bit difficult. If you have it done, the groups are working on determining if a self-swab by an individual is as effective as the other. The other is very effective, very accurate. But we're going to see if we can do a self-swab, which is would be a lot more popular, I can tell you that. So, and that would be administered also by a health official, but it would be a lot easier to do. The fact is that the health professionals would free up a lot. Let me just say, the self-swab is what it is. It's a self-swab. You do it yourself. The other has to be issued by a health professional, and it's something that is quite difficult. And we think it's working out for the self-swab. And if it would test positive, the people would go and they would do what they have to do. But we think that's probably working out. I've asked the FDA to cut through the red tape and reduce regulatory barriers. We are looking at some very exciting things, and I'm going to be holding a second news conference either today. We're going to talk about the FDA. Some things are happening that are quite exciting, and we're going to be doing that either later today or tomorrow, fairly early tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. But the FDA, my instructions is I've been working very, very hard on a number of developments, and we'll be discussing them with you later today or tomorrow. And this afternoon, I'll be meeting with nurses on the front lines of the battle against the virus. They're truly American heroes. They want to get it done. They're incredible people. So we're going to be meeting with nurses, and I actually look forward to that. They're very brave. They're taking a lot of risk, and they have done an incredible job, and they never complain. Today, I'm also announcing that the Department of Housing and Urban Development is providing immediate relief to renters and homeowners by suspending all foreclosures and evictions until the end of April. So we're working very closely with Dr. Ben Carson and everybody from HUD. Every generation of Americans has been called to make shared sacrifices for the good of the nation. In World War II, young people in their teenage years volunteered to fight. They wanted to fight so badly because they love our country. Workers refused to go home and slept on factory floors to keep assembly lines running. And, you know, the numbers of ships that they built during World War II to this day nothing like that has ever been equaled. They were doing ships literally on a daily basis. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And to this day, nobody's seen anything like that, what they were able to do during World War II. And now it's our time. We must sacrifice together because we are all in this together, and we'll come through together. It's the invisible enemy. That's always the toughest enemy, the invisible enemy. But we're going to defeat the invisible enemy. I think we're going to do it even faster than we thought. And it will be a complete victory. It'll be a total victory. So we'll have a second conference, again, having to do with the FDA and this. I think it's going to be potentially a very exciting news conference, and we will do it as quickly as we can, so whether it's today or tomorrow. And I'll, with that, ask Mike Pence to say a few words, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. The White House Coronavirus Task Force met this morning, and now that we have cases in all 50 states, we're continuing to move out on the President's call to bring the full resources of the federal government, a full partnership with every state and territory, the full power of the American economy to support businesses and families. As the President says to us and every day, we'll do whatever it takes. We're all in this together. Yesterday, the President met with the tourism industry executives and also had an engaging discussion with all the top companies in our industrial and medical supply chain. The President, as you all are aware, also announced today that by mutual consent, the northern border to Canada will be closed to non-essential travel. This does not include essential travel or the transit of goods, but it was through mutual discussion that took place this morning between the President and Prime Minister Trudeau, and the Department of Homeland Security will be effectuating that decision. The President spoke with some of the nation's top business leaders today, again, to speak about the supply chain in the country. For our part, we're going to be conducting a conference call later today with state and local health officials to renew our ongoing commitment of cooperation and collaboration. As the President said last week in signing the Stafford Act, he stood up the National Response Coordination Center, and today at the President's direction, FEMA has gone to level 1. FEMA's mission is to support disasters that are locally executed, state managed, and federally supported. And tomorrow, the President will be hosting all the nation's governors from a video conference at FEMA to ensure that they have a full connection to all of the activated regions for FEMA going forward. With regard to testing, I'm pleased to report that we're increasing the number of tests being performed by the thousands every day, thanks to the public-private partnership that President Trump forged with commercial laboratories around the country. Our health experts tell us to remind every American, it's important to remember, people without symptoms should not get tested. We want to make sure that the supply of testing is there for those that need it most or are symptomatic or in the vulnerable population. Dr. Deborah Birx in a moment will address the progress that we're making on testing, the infection rate, our recommendations to every American, as well as some important new findings about the impact on youth that we're gaining from data that's coming in from Europe that'll be important to every American. On the subject of supplies, the President has our task force extremely focused, as the President mentioned mentioned that he's invoking the Defense Production Act today. Secretary Esper in a few moments will describe the ongoing efforts that the Department of Defense is taking to make medical resources available. Secretary Robert Wilkie will announce decisions the VA has made to expand hospital capacity within their system. Also, with regard to medical personnel, at the President's direction, HHS is issuing a regulation today that will allow all doctors and medical professionals to practice across state lines to meet the needs of hospitals that may arise in adjoining areas. In addition to that, we are again today asking every American and our medical community leaders and hospitals to partner with us in delaying elective procedures across the country in our healthcare system to ensure that medical supplies and medical capacity go where they're needed most. Seema Verma will describe guidance that CMS will be issuing on that front. And finally, I want to remind every American of the President's 15-day guidance to slow the spread. We are grateful for members of the media and the general public that are adhering to these, sharing them with neighbors and friends. All of our experts continue to believe that if every American will do their part and embrace and put into practice these principles, that we can significantly limit the reach of the coronavirus in the weeks and months ahead. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Dr. Birx, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President. So, we continue to look at data every single day. There are concerning reports coming out of France and Italy about some young people getting seriously ill and very seriously ill in the ICUs. We think part of this may be that people heeded the early data coming out of China and coming out of South Korea that the elderly or those with pre-existing medical conditions were at particular risk. It may have been that the millennial generation, our largest generation, our future generation that will carry us through for the next multiple decades, there may be disproportional number of infections among that group. And so even if it's a rare occurrence, it may be seen more frequently in that group and be evident now. So we're looking at that information very carefully. We have not seen any significant mortality in the children, but we are concerned about the early reports coming out of Italy and France. So again, I'm going to call on that generation that's part of that group that brought us innovation, particularly throughout all of their ability to look around corners and skip through games. I always went level by level. I didn't realize that you could go from level 3 to level 7. That's what they've taught us. They look for things that we don't see. We need them to be healthy. So again, not only calling on you to heed what's in the guidance, but to really ensure that each and every one of you are protecting each other. And so we cannot have these large gatherings that continue to occur throughout the country for people who are off work to then be socializing in large groups and spreading the virus. You have the potential then to spread it to someone who does have a condition that none of us knew about and cause them to have a disastrous outcome. Finally, on the testing piece and what we're learning, I know last week in bringing the private sector, I think what has been exciting to me over the last 2.5 weeks is to see this administration harness the full capacity of the private sector, understanding that a lot of our solutions that we need to confront this virus rely on the private sector. Bringing the private sector commercial labs was critical into this process. We are now beginning to see that they have spread out in a prioritized way because we asked them to prioritize the regions that were mostly affected. And so you still may have difficulty getting tests in areas that do not have significant cases. We've had them prioritize the regions where we need diagnosis and their diagnostic percent. Remember I told you South Korea was under 4%, so 96% of people were negative. The last report we've seen from the laboratories have about a 7+% positivity rate. Still 93+% or 92% are negative. But I think that's encouraging to me personally that we're prioritizing appropriately to those areas that have the greatest need. Today and yesterday, Thermo Fisher pushed out most of their laboratory testing capacity. And that will dramatically increase that platform and the ability to run additional tests in addition to Roche. So I appreciate everybody's attention to these numbers. I'm excited that we've prioritized where the need was the greatest. But again, please follow the guidance and please make sure in every report that you're putting out that you're talking about the presidential guidance to actually stop the spread of this virus. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah, very much. Mark, please.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So good afternoon, everyone, and I want to provide an update on DoD's coronavirus efforts as we continue to focus on our three priorities. That's, first of all, protecting our personnel and their families. Second, safeguarding our national security mission capabilities. And third, of course, supporting the administration's whole-of-government approach. First of all, though, I do want to assure the American people that the United States military remains ready and capable of defending the country and our interests abroad. Now, with that, the Department is leaning forward in our response to COVID-19. We have issued international and domestic travel restrictions to all DoD personnel and families that should dramatically reduce potential exposure to the virus. Those have been in place for some time now. As I announced yesterday, the Department of Defense will make available up to 5 million N95 respirator masks and other personal protective equipment from our own strategic reserves to the Department of Health and Human Services for distribution. The first 1 million masks will be available immediately. We're also prepared to distribute to HHS up to 2,000 operational deployable ventilators for use as needed. Yesterday, I was at Fort Detrick, Maryland, which is probably the military's premier research institute, where I got updated on the incredible work our people are doing as part of the interagency team to work on vaccines and therapeutics. They are making great progress there. We also have announced that we've certified our 16th lab, or will soon certify our 16th lab to help with processing tests from across the country. Additionally, I have directed, as the President mentioned, that the hospital ships Mercy and Comfort be prepared to deploy to increase the nation's medical capacity. And we have also alerted a variety of field and expeditionary hospitals to be prepared to deploy as well as needed, based on direction from the Commander-in-Chief. Today, leadership from the Army Corps of Engineers is in New York, meeting with Governor Cuomo and his team. I spoke with Governor Cuomo yesterday, and other governors I will be speaking to more in the coming days to make sure that they know what DoD can provide through our system to address their needs. In my conversations with governors and members of Congress about DoD's resources, I've made it clear that we will continue to support the administration's comprehensive efforts and the country every step of the way while ensuring our nation's security remains the top priority. I want to conclude by thanking again all of our service members and their families who have been affected by this outbreak. They are all great heroes. We are continuing to support them throughout this. We are all in this together. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you. So yesterday, the President made a very important announcement about telehealth, and this is allowing our 62 million seniors to be able to get some medical services from the safety of their home, reducing their risk and without any copays. But we're also making sure that the healthcare system is prepared and that those on the front lines have the support that they need. The reality is the stakes are high, and we need to preserve personal protective equipment for those that are on the front lines of this fight. And to that end, we have put out guidelines over the last 2 weeks to expand the types of masks that can be used in routine care and saving those N95s for the most risky situations. Conserving personal protective equipment is also essential to combat the virus. So today, CMS will announce detailed recommendations to further promote this needed conservation, specifically by limiting non-essential elective medical and surgical procedures, including dental procedures. We believe that these recommendations will help surgeons, patients, and hospitals prioritize what is essential while leaving the ultimate decision in the hands of state and local health officials and those clinicians who have direct responsibility to their patients. And we urge providers and clinicians and patients to seriously consider these recommendations. They will not only preserve equipment, but it also allows doctors and nurses to help those that are on the front lines. And it'll protect patients from unnecessary exposure to the virus. We fully appreciate that this is going to have a major impact on the healthcare system, but the shared sacrifice is essential to help those that are on the front lines. And I want to thank the medical societies such as the American College of Surgeons and the American Dental Association that took a proactive approach and already posted these recommendations. And we've also talked to the American Medical Association, and they have fully indicated their support for this recommendation. We now invite the entire healthcare community to join us in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. My instructions from the President were very clear. I was to do everything imaginable as aggressively as possible to protect the 9.5 million veterans who are part of the Department of Veterans Affairs. Last month, we established 19 emergency operations centers across the country. We began to limit the number of visitors who entered our facilities. We began, I think, we were the first system to begin triaging across the country in our 170 hospitals the entrance of anyone into our facility without being questioned or tested. We expanded those restrictions to those in our 135 community living centers, which have about 7,800 veterans who are in acute conditions, to make sure that they were protected. We also took the next step and made sure that we limited the dental surgeries that we were provided. We've cut back by 1/3 the number of routine appointments we have had, and we have canceled elective surgeries. These were all part of the President's directive to be as aggressive in a public health sense as we could be. And I think we have set the pace for the entire country. I will say We've often said that we work the most noble mission in the federal government. Our veterans have been in the toughest spots in the world. They have been put in conditions that are unimaginable to most Americans, and they have responded. They have responded clearly. They have responded with passion, and also the 400,000 members of our department who are out there on the front lines. The last thing I will say is that you have heard a lot about the fourth mission that VA has. Our first three missions are health care, benefits, and memorial affairs. Our fourth mission is to support the federal government in times of natural disasters and pandemics. We are the buttress force in case that FEMA or HHS calls upon us to deploy medical professionals across the country to meet crises. We plan for that every day. We are gaming out emergency preparedness scenarios, and we stand ready when the President needs us to expand our mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Robert. Thank you. Thank you all. That's very nice. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, thank you. Two questions, if I may. Your Treasury Secretary was on Capitol Hill talking about the potential for what could come, and he said that unemployment could skyrocket to 20%. Are we looking, that could rival the Great Depression. Are we looking at potentially historic
I don't agree
devastation?
with that. Yeah, no, I don't agree. That's a absolute total worst case scenario. But no, we don't look at that at all.
And thank you. And my second question.
We're nowhere near it.
Okay, why do you keep calling this the Chinese virus? There are reports of dozens of incidents of bias against Chinese Americans in this country. Your own aide, Secretary Azar, says he does not use this term. He says ethnicity does not cause the virus. Why do you keep using this? A lot of people say it's racist.
It's not racist at all. No, not at all. It comes from China. That's why. Comes from China. I want to be accurate.
About Chinese
Yeah, please,
in
John.
this country?
Please.
The aides behind you. Are you comfortable with this term?
I have great love for all of the people from our country, but as you know, China tried to say at one point, maybe they stopped now, that it was caused by American soldiers. That can't happen. It's not going to happen. Not as long as I'm president. It comes from China. John, please.
Two questions, if I could, Mr. President. First of all, on the Defense Procurement Act, you're invoking it today. Senator Schumer said on the floor a short time ago that it urgently needs to be put into action to produce medical supplies, particularly ventilators. Yeah. Do you have some targets that you would like to see immediately spooled up under the act?
We have tremendous numbers of ventilators, but there's never been an instance like this where no matter what you have, it's not enough. That would be the case. We will be, it's being signed. It's essentially drawn, and I'm going to sign it in just a little while. If we need to use it, we'll be using it at full speed ahead.
Sorry, he says it's urgently needed to be used. Do you have some targets?
Well, we're going to know whether or not urgent, but we will, we do have targets. We have targets for certain pieces of equipment. We have targets for masks. The masks, the numbers of masks are incredible. We've ordered millions of them. But we need millions more. A thing like this has never been requested, and we've never had to even think in terms of these numbers. But we need millions of masks, and all of that will be ordered. We need respirators. We need ventilators is a big thing because it's a complex piece of equipment. So we have a lot of ventilators, but we're going to be ordering more.
And the second question, what size will the checks be that will be sent out to Americans?
To be determined. We're working with the Senate right now. We're working with everybody on Capitol Hill. There's been tremendous, there really has been, I mean, with some exceptions, obviously, because it's always the way it is, but there has been, they've been getting along very well, Republicans and Democrats. It's a nice thing, very bipartisan so far.
Would you like to see them more than $1,000?
Well, we're going to see. I don't want to get into that right now, John. We are looking at different numbers. We're looking at timing that would be different, splitting the time, splitting the payments. We're looking at a lot of different things. Hasn't been determined yet, but it will shortly be determined, and people want to go big as opposed. Everybody seems to want to go big, and they want to get to the recovery. The big day is, the big thing we can do is get rid of this horrible, I call it the unseen enemy. You call it, there's 1,000 different terms for it, but whatever, it snuck up on us. And it did 128 countries. I think it's in something like that, very close to that. Think of that. So it spreads violently. It's a very contagious Very, very contagious virus.
Do you consider America to be on a wartime footing in terms of fighting this virus?
I do. I actually do. I'm looking at it that way because, if it got out of control, the big thing we did was a very early stoppage of people coming in who could be very, very heavily infected. That was a very good move, and it was very early, very, very early, when most people, including a lot of professionals, they didn't want us to do it. That really saved a lot of lives. And yeah, I look at it, I view it as in a sense, a wartime president. I mean, that's what we're fighting. I mean, it's a very tough situation. You have to do things. You have to close parts of an economy that 6 weeks ago were the best they've ever been. We had the best economy we've ever had. And then one day you have to close it down in order to defeat this enemy. And but we're doing it, and we're doing it well. And I'll tell you, the American people have been incredible. For the most part, they've been really incredible. Yeah, please, Caitlin.
For you, and then I have one for Secretary Wilkie as well. But I'll start with you. You just said there are a tremendous number of ventilators that we have, but for weeks, hospitals have been warning about a critical shortage that they say we are not prepared for. So why did it take so long to invoke the Defense Production
Well,
Act?
hospitals are supposed to have ventilators too. And when we have thousands of ventilators, it sounds like a lot, but this is a very unforeseen thing. Nobody ever thought of these numbers. Nobody ever saw numbers like this. Even with regard to testing, normally we wouldn't be doing testing, and they decided to do it. Very, very hard to ramp up. Now we're getting highly sophisticated tests, and it's going very well, but nobody's ever heard of testing in the kind of quantities that you're talking about.
But we knew for weeks we needed more ventilators. So why did it take so
Well,
long?
we knew. It depends. It depends on how it goes. Worst case, absolutely. Best case, not at all. So we're going to have to see where it goes. But we are ordering thousands and thousands of ventilators, and they're complex. These are complex machines, and but we're ordering them. Does anybody have a, Mike? Maybe you do. How many do we have?
Yeah, you said
And we're ordering.
the
Please,
number.
yeah, please. Do you know the number?
We have a specific number of ventilators in the stockpile. It's in excess of 10,000, and you just heard the announcement from the Department of Defense. They'll be adding several more thousand to that. But the President, even this morning and yesterday afternoon, speaking with the largest companies in the supply chain in this country, we're hearing a tremendous spirit among industry leaders who are ready to step in and add to that volume. The stockpiles don't count all of the ventilators that exist today in the marketplace and in healthcare facilities around the country. But the President's given us a directive to make sure that our stockpile, but just as importantly, working with industry leaders, that we're securing the increase in ventilators, the increase in masks, gloves, eye protective care, garments that are all necessary to lean forward. And we're confident we'll be able to accomplish that with the incredible cooperation of the supply chain that exists in America today.
But we don't have an exact number for nationwide, how many ventilators we have?
We can give you that exact number. We'll give it to you.
that's what
But we're ordering a lot more.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead in the back.
One question for the VA Secretary? I have one question for
Yeah,
the
one
Secretary.
second. 1 second, Caitlin. We'll do it in a second.
Okay.
You'll be able to.
Two questions, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yes.
The first one on the Canadian border. What was the tipping point? Friday we talked about it, and Monday you said no, we're not considering closing
No, I said
the border.
not yet. I spoke with the Prime Minister, Trudeau. Very good relationship, obviously, between us and our two countries, and no tipping point. It's just that we want to isolate from the standpoint we don't want people coming into contact, because that's the way we're going to win this war. That is so important, and we both thought it was time. Now, it's not affecting trade. It's non-essential. It's non-essential crossings. It won't affect trade at all, and it was just something we thought would be good for both countries. Yes, please.
Second question, Mr. President. How can you be sure that trade
Go ahead,
is not
please.
going to be a vector of the virus? How can you be sure that trade and everything that's being shipped from one side?
Well, they're doing it in a very careful manner. You can only be vigilant and very professional, but it's not pertaining at this moment to trade between the two countries. Yeah, please.
We are hearing that the $1 trillion economic stimulus package could look something like $50 billion for the airlines, $150 billion in loan guarantees for critical sectors of the economy, a $250 billion payment on April 6th directly to individuals, another $250 billion payment on May 18th, again, directly to individuals, and as well $300 billion for small business loan guarantees. Is that, in the general sense, what you're looking at?
It could be, and we're also playing with a lot of numbers, a lot of very big numbers, and a lot of very small numbers, frankly. We want to take care. We have to help everybody. It was nobody's fault. This happened. I mean, some people could say it was somebody's fault, actually. But it was nobody's fault, and certainly none of these companies that all of a sudden had no passengers in planes and had no passengers on cruise ships and all of the things that have happened. But I will say that they can't be blamed for this, and we want to keep those companies vibrant because there's going to be a comeback very, very quickly as soon as this is solved, and it will be solved. We will win, and there will be a comeback, and it'll take place very quickly.
$250 billion. There's give or take 330 million Americans or so. If you just do the math on that, that's about $750 a person. A family of four, that would be about $3,000 on average. Again, rough math. Is that where this is headed?
Well, no, I don't want to say that because it's a moving. These are all every number that you mentioned. Yes, we've talked about those numbers. We're also moving those numbers in both directions. So we'll let you know. It's moving along fast. Again, there's a great bipartisan effort going on that I haven't really seen before to this extent.
On the self-swab that you mentioned at the beginning of this, has the FDA approved that test?
No, they're looking at it. It's down the line, and they're looking at it very seriously. And I think it would be a great thing because the others, to use a nice word, it's very inconvenient. It's very tough.
For you, sir. You tweeted this morning about your approval rating amongst Republicans. You have said that you give yourself a 10 in terms of handling this crisis. How do you reassure Americans at home who don't trust you to handle a crisis of this magnitude?
Well, I think we're doing a really good job. We started off with a termination of the border, the people coming in from China, where this all started. That meant I took it very seriously. And when I use the word calm doesn't mean that I'm not taking it seriously. Calm means, and we should be calm. We should be extremely calm. But, 95% within the Republican Party and over 50%. And I also have we have very great approval numbers. I mean, people like the job that we're doing. And when you compare this to other epidemics, or if you want to use a different term, you can, but within this country, and you look at what's happened over the years, this is being handled very, very professionally. We have the greatest professionals in the world. We're doing a good job. Nobody's ever been swamped like this. And nothing's been so contagious. The level of contagion has been incredible, actually. Nobody's seen anything quite like this. Yeah, Peter, go ahead.
If I could ask about the tests, sir, for a second. If federal officials have shipped millions of tests, as you and your colleagues have said, why, as the federal government says, have only 59,000 tests been processed to this point? We just heard from the Atlanta public health director saying that they have fewer than 50 test kits for more than 900,000 citizens.
Yeah,
Where are
well,
the tests?
I'll let Mike answer that. Deborah.
So that's a very critical question, and thank you for asking it. So the test kits that we put out last week through the approval, the rapid movement of that meeting that President Trump called less than 2 weeks ago, that has resulted in bringing our private sector to the table, because the tests and the platform that was out there could only run between 4 and 12 tests per platform per day. We've now moved into platforms that can run basically tens of thousands of tests per day. So the reason I'm grateful for your question, because it allows me to point out that, of course, then there was backlog. There were individuals who had been tested, who hadn't had their specimen run because of the slow throughput. It's now in a high-speed platform. So we will see the number of people diagnosed dramatically increase over the next 4 to 5 days. I know some of you will use that to raise an alarm that we are worse than Italy because of our slope of our curve. To every American out there, it will be 5 to 6 days worth of tests being run in 24 to 48 hours. So our curves will not be stable until sometime next week. The reason I talked about Thermo Fisher yesterday is because their platform is in 2,000 laboratories. They're the ones that are putting out the 1 million tests this week that will solve the issue that Atlanta and others have brought up. I wanted to be clear. We prioritize the areas. We do county by county analyses. Based on those analyses, on what counties had more than 50 cases, we prioritize the test kits we put out, the 400,000. And that's why we're seeing a 7% plus positivity rate. We'll be able to expand that platform and reprioritize based on the accessibility of the other kits.
Mr. President, perhaps I can follow up. How are non-symptomatic professional athletes getting tests while others are waiting in line and can't get them? Do the well-connected go to the front of the line?
Well, you'd have to ask them that question. I mean, I've read. No, I wouldn't say so, but perhaps that's been the story of life. That does happen on occasion, and I've noticed where some people have been tested fairly quickly. Look, we inherited
Would you encourage them to defer their tests to others?
Excuse me. We inherited a very obsolete system. This was a system that was out of date, obsolete, or it was a system that was never meant to take care of the kind of quantity, the number of people that we're talking about, millions and millions of people. If you go back in years past, like even recently with the flu, nobody had tests before. They didn't test the entire nation to see whether or not they had flu. They got the flu, they got better. Hopefully they got better, that was it. Now all of a sudden they do this very complex testing. What we've done is we've broken it down, we've broken up the system, but it was obsolete, and or you could say it was also a system that just wasn't meant to handle the kind of volume that you're talking about. We've rebuilt it into a system that for the future will be a very good system if you want to go this route. But this was never done before, and I would imagine it will be done in the future, but we built it into a very good system by using private companies, the great private companies. And I have to say Roche has been doing a very good job. They're doing a lot of work, a very good job. But this was an obsolete system. This was not a system that was meant to do anything like this or even near this. John?
Mr. President, a couple of things. A major trade coalition is calling on you to suspend tariffs with other countries as part of the response to the coronavirus.
Who heads that group? Those countries do, probably.
No, it's an American free trade.
I know, I'm sure free trade. Look, China's paying us billions and billions of dollars in tariffs, and there's no reason to do that. They haven't even spoken to me about that. China hasn't asked me to do that, but we're getting billions of dollars a year from tariffs from China, and I can't imagine Americans asking for that, but it could be that China will ask for a suspension or something. Let's see what happens. China's having a very rough time. They have their worst year in 76 years, as I understand it. They're having a very, very tough time, and then on top of it, this happened with the virus. But no, we're taking in billions of dollars a year in tariffs, and this was caused by something totally unrelated to tariffs.
And on asylum seekers and people who cross the southern border illegally, are you planning to invoke 42 U.S.C. 265, which would allow you to prohibit entry of certain people
The
across
answer is
the border?
yes.
And when will that happen?
Very soon. Probably today. Yes.
Question for you and then a question for Dr. Burke.
Yeah.
On the border, firstly, are there plans to fully shut the Mexican border? And what do you define as essential travel when it comes to the U.S.-Canadian border?
Well, I think essential is medical. We have military working together. We have industry working together. And again, it's not affecting trade, so things like that. But just leisurely, let's go to a restaurant and have dinner, which a lot of people do. They come both ways. They go in both directions, that kind of thing we have ended on a temporary basis. Yeah, please, go ahead. Not close it. No, we're not going to close it. But we are invoking a certain provision that will allow us great latitude as to what we do.
May I ask
Please.
some questions if I could?
Yeah, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead. Sure.
The Wall Street Journal. So I just wanted to clarify something, because just a week ago, you all were standing here telling us that unless you had sustained contact with somebody who was symptomatic for COVID-19, you really didn't need to worry. You told the president, the vice president, that if they shook hands with somebody who had this, if they took a photograph with somebody who had this, they didn't really need to worry. And yet, several days later, we're in a situation where people are being told, don't leave your houses. There are curfews saying you cannot walk alone at night after a certain time. Can you walk us through what seems like a very dramatic swing, a very dramatic disconnect from what we were hearing before to what we're hearing now?
So two things. We look at data all the time, and I know you're looking at the China and South Korea data. And when you look at China and South Korea data and you look what China and South Korea did, you can see that their curves are not only blunted outside of Wuhan, so the Chinese areas outside of Wuhan, blunted curve, and South Korea, blunted curve. If you look at their curve today, they're already on the far end of their epidemic curve. Of course, none of those countries are fully back to work. And so that's what we worry about too. Secondly, there was a series of scientific articles published, and I know you've seen them too, about surface contamination. I think none of us really understood the level of surface piece. So we're still working out how much is it by human-human transmission and how much is it by surface. And this is why those fundamental guidelines were put out that says don't expose yourself to surfaces outside the home. Basically, what those guidelines are is don't expose yourself to excess number of persons who could be asymptomatic and infected, and then the person-to-person contact, and don't expose yourself to surfaces that could have had the virus on it, for which on hard surfaces, I know we had the cardboard issue about shipping, hard surfaces, not shown in fabric as much or in cardboard, but hard surface transmission. These are issues that we haven't had to deal with before with the level of respiratory infections, and that's why we have this concern, and that's why the President put out the guidelines. And so it's to cover both of those pieces. That's all new science, all new models. I think many of you have the Imperial study available and looked at the impact of those. That's the first time those have been modeled as a comprehensive approach to mitigating an epidemic.
And Dr. Burks, yesterday...
Mr. President, what about money?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that the administration has looked at an executive order that would expand the use of investigational drugs against the virus, but that FDA scientists are warning that this could put patients at risk.
I haven't
Is this
seen
something
the
you're looking
article.
at?
No, I haven't seen the article. We are making a lot of progress therapeutically, I will say that, but I have not seen that article, no. Go ahead.
Mr. President, we've shut down non-essential travel to Canada. Are you considering shutting down all travel to blunt the spread of the virus? And we've heard from industries like the airlines who are seeking relief. What other industries or how exactly is your administration going to determine which industries and businesses get
Well, there
help?
are certain industries that people know. I mean, the airlines would be number one if you look at what's going on. They go from having the best year they've ever had to having no passengers because of what we've had to do in order to win this war. It's a war. And so, basically, what many of the industries are. What we want to do is we want to make sure they all stay together so that after the war is won, we can immediately go right back up to where we were and even beyond. I think we're going to go beyond where we were. And a lot of people are saying that, by the way. We're poised to do that. But we have to win the war first. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you. To follow up on that, Treasury proposed $150 billion today for those industries, but their proposal doesn't detail which industries would get that money and how much. So aside from the airlines, which you just mentioned, what about the cruise industry, the hotels? How much of that money do you see them each
We're
getting?
talking about all of it. Haven't detailed it yet. We have detailed it to senators and to members of the House. We have been talking about it, and we're coming up with numbers. Haven't gotten there yet, but certainly hotel industry, the cruise ship industry, the airlines, those are all prime candidates, absolutely.
On the northern border, sir, when you say
Which border?
temporary, the northern border,
Yeah.
when you say temporary, which is what you said in your tweet, does that mean 30 days?
I would say 30 days, and hopefully at the end of 30 days, we'll be in great shape. Jeff, please.
Mr. President, I was struck by what Dr. Burke said about millennials and others perhaps not taking some of these warnings as seriously as you would like. Some of those people also seem to be your supporters and conservatives who may be quoting some of what you said at the beginning of this, comparing it to the flu. What is your message to them to really follow what you've been saying so far? And are you concerned that they're still listening maybe to some of your earlier comments rather than your more recent ones?
Well, I think my earlier comments are to be calm. I mean, I do want people to be calm because we're going to win this and we're going to win it. It's just a question of time. And I wanted to go quickly. So based on the fact that I wanted to go quickly, I hope they just listen to what we've been saying over the last period of time. We don't want them gathering, and I see they do gather, including on beaches and including in restaurants, young people. They don't realize they're feeling invincible. I don't know if you felt invincible when you were very young, but they were feeling totally invincible or are feeling that way, but they don't realize that they can be carrying lots of bad things home to grandmother and grandfather and even their parents. So we want them to heed the advice. We mean the advice, and I think it's getting through. I do believe it's getting through, Jim.
If they're watching, what do you say to them if they're watching? Sorry.
If they're what?
I think there are a lot of them watching. A lot of these people at home, these young people.
Well, I think I just said it.
I was going to say, what do you
Heed
say?
the
to that?
advice. Heed the advice. I just said, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Mr. President, how long do you think
Thank
this
you,
is going to
Mr.
last?
President.
Mr. President, how long do you think this is going to
We'll
last?
get you next, okay? Say it.
Thank you, Mr. President. In talking about China, you've been very clear about who you think is to blame or where the origin to blame for this virus is.
Not
Senator-
think. No. I don't think. I know where it
Right.
came from. I don't know if you'd say China's to blame. Certainly, we didn't get an early run on it. It would have been helpful if we knew about it earlier. But it comes from China. And it's not a question about that. Nobody's questioning that.
Senator Cotton is saying that they should be punished, in so many words, for inflicting this on the American people. Do you feel that way about it?
Well, I have a lot of respect for Tom Cotton, and I know exactly what he's been saying. And there are those people that say that. So we'll see what happens. Thank you. Go ahead. It's your turn. Go ahead. Please. He's been waiting a long time. Please. You've had your hand up so nicely for a long time. It's your time.
Thank you, sir. We've seen the Chinese government kick out reporters from the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Washington Post. What is your message to the Chinese when it comes to transparency at a moment where you still have reporters asking you questions here at the White House?
Yeah, I'm not happy to see it. I don't, I have my own disputes with all three of those media groups. I think you know that very well. But I don't like seeing that at all. I'm not happy about that at all. Yes, please.
You didn't correct the language, so I wonder if you agree with it. Do you believe that China is inflicting this upon our country?
No, I don't believe they're inflicting. I think they could have given us a lot earlier notice. Absolutely. Please. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. President, your credibility ratings are very low. There was a recent NPR poll.
Who are you asking that question?
I'm asking...
Because I see that they're very high. If you look, I'm 95% of the Republican Party. We just had a poll that was done by a very reputable group where I'm beating Sleepy Joe Biden by a lot in Florida, in the state of Florida, and in other states. So I don't really know who you're talking about. All right, Jennifer, go ahead, please.
Two questions, if you're willing, sir. Would you give us an update on your conversation with the airline executives?
Yeah.
Did you explain to them what's coming? What was their
I
reaction?
did, and they explained to me where they're coming from. I mean, they went from, as I said, full planes, packed, the best year they've ever had by far, to boom, one day empty because of what we have to do to win this war. Or we would have a level of death like people haven't seen before. So they've been fantastic. I mean, they've been great. But, they went from being extremely happy to being people that are running companies that are going to need some help. And we'll help them, Jennifer.
On SBA loans, would you be willing to give us an update on how that's going? We've been getting some reports that counties have been having difficulty getting
Well, it's going. I mean, there's a lot of influx to those loans, as you can imagine. A lot of people are looking at it, but we're going to be increasing funding a lot. They're very well prepared to do what they have to do, and the SBA is doing a fantastic job. She is doing a really good job, the administrator. John?
Mr. President, a couple of questions for Dr. Burks,
Yeah.
if I could. Dr. Burks, French researchers have had some luck with hydroxychloroquine in shortening the duration of disease. Is that something that might be in the arsenal of therapeutics here in the United States?
I think we are exploring every one of those issues. The president asked for a critical briefing on that today. He opened with that. It is more than that single drug. There are other drugs that individuals are looking at. Just to go back to what we've talked about many times, there is things that look really good in cell culture against the virus that may look good in small animals and then don't have an impact in humans. And so those are the pieces that we're looking at very carefully. Of course, there's always anecdotal reports, and we're trying to figure out how many anecdotal reports equal real scientific breakthroughs.
And second question, are you confident of the seasonality of coronavirus?
All we can do is look at the past to inform the future. We know what SARS looked like. We also know, and I just want to put this out, I know you can get it online, look at the curve in China and look at the curve in South Korea. Those curves were accomplished in still the winter season. And so we're trying to understand what those relationships are. We're very interested in the curves in Italy because of their different approach, and we're following every single country's curves. And so all we can do is look at prior coronavirus and prior respiratory infection RNA viruses. These are RNA viruses. When you look at flu in the Northern Hemisphere, when you look at parainfluenza and some of the other cold viruses, and if you look at SARS, that's the way the peak normally occurs. But that is a November to April. We all started later. And so you're asking me to predict based on a later start, and that's what we're trying to really look at China and South Korea to really inform that.
All right, Caitlin, go ahead.
A question for Secretary Wilkie, if you don't mind, or you could answer if you'd like. How many veterans of those that need to be tested have been tested?
Those that have needed to be tested, we believe we've caught most of them. Right now, we have 44 veterans who have tested positive. Sadly, one has passed in Portland. We are working with state labs and private companies to make sure that testing is available. Because the president had us out aggressively early, we have been in a better place than most healthcare systems in the country. I cannot predict, as Dr. Burke said, when the next surge will be, if it will be. But one of the things that we do at VA is that we prepare for national emergencies, be they national disasters or epidemics. We started preparing for this. We started stockpiling equipment. Our equipment is stable, and I think that's in large part because of the instructions the president gave me.
But do you have a number of how many have been tested out of the number that
We've
needs to be
tested several hundred. I can't give you the direct.
The other day.
Yeah,
Is it
we've
higher
tested
than
several
that?
hundred. Yes, we've tested several hundred. I don't know exactly. I do know that 44 veterans have the virus. Most of those are quarantined at home.
Did you get it?
Go ahead in the back, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The question for Dr. Burks, quickly. I'm trying to understand what it's about the mortality rate. Yesterday, we underlined the fact that we had reached 100 deaths. And this morning, we wake up and we're at 110. Within 12 hours, we climbed by 10%. Is it something we have to expect from now on, a 10% increase every 12 hours?
So very early on in each one of these cases, if you look at all of the countries to date, the mortality is higher at the beginning because you're diagnosing the sickest, the ones who came in quite ill. And I just want to remind the American public that still the majority, the risk for serious illness in the majority of Americans are low. But that doesn't mean that you can't transmit it to one of those higher risk groups. And that's why we're asking for all Americans to take responsibility. You're seeing mortality or deaths today from infections that occurred 2 to 3 weeks ago in general. The other thing that you're seeing is the dramatic and very difficult impact of this virus in nursing homes. And that's why very early on, the president and vice president had us come out, and CMS put those very strict rules in place. And everybody thought we were being too strict and keeping loved ones away from their family in nursing homes. If we're going to solve this with a lower death rate, we have to protect the elderly because of their percent is much higher in mortality than any other age group.
Okay. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, there's reporting that the federal government has a plan that shows that this coronavirus outbreak might last as long as 18 months. Are you seeing those numbers? Could it
No,
just
we're not
actually
seeing
last?
that at all.
And then my second question is, there are at least one White House official who used the term Kung flu, referring to the fact that this virus started in China. Is that acceptable? Is it wrong? Are you worried that having this virus be talked about as a Chinese virus, that might
I wonder who said that. You know who said that?
I'm not sure the person's name, but would you condemn the fact
Say
that
the term
Kung flu?
again.
A person at the White House used the term
Just the term.
Kung flu. My question is, do
Kung
you think
flu.
that's wrong, Kung flu? And do you think using the term Chinese virus, that puts Asian Americans at risk, that people might target them?
No, not at all. I think they probably would agree with it 100%. It comes from China. There's nothing not to agree. Okay, how about the last question? Please go ahead.
Switching gears very quickly.
Say it.
Switching gears to a larger question here. We've seen that before the pandemic, there were a lot of Americans that were already alienated. We saw deaths of despair increasing through suicide and other things. Now, as these individuals, a lot of times in rural parts of the country, are self-isolating, what is your message to those individuals, and what do you hope that individuals, communities, and churches will do to reach out to them?
My message is to all Americans, but to those Americans who are going through a lot, we love them, we're with them, and we will not let them down. Thank you all very much.
Mr. Vice President, do you agree with the term Chinese virus?
Veterans Helping Veterans USA. Call 352-433-2320. We help veterans and their families with limited financial assistance, counseling, employment referrals, and a food and clothing bank. You can help in making a huge difference in the veterans' lives we serve by donating food, clothing, household items, or direct financial assistance. All donations are tax deductible. Veterans Helping Veterans USA. 352-433-2320. Thank you for your attention, and God bless America.
Tuesday night, we'll have partly cloudy skies, the low 63 to 65. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, mostly sunny and warm. The high Wednesday and Thursday, 85 to 89. Friday's high, 87 to 90. Saturday and Sunday will be warm with a few peaks of sunshine. The high Saturday, 85 to 89. Sunday's high, 83 to 88. Turning cloudy and warm Monday with a high 84 to 86. From the Florida Weather Center, I'm
WOCA. Ocala.
The fusion of entertainment and enlightenment.
You know, there's a few congressmen that are really, really sharp. One of them is Thomas Massie. He attended MIT, bachelor's degree, electrical engineering, master's degree in mechanical engineering. He's invented technology that enabled people to interact with computers using their sense of touch. He has done all kinds of really, really important things. He has 29 patents to his name. And he is kind of a Ben Franklin kind of guy in Congress, and he doesn't like big government. Well, neither did Ben Franklin. He just posted this. When this is all over, the greatest harm to society will have been the public's unquestioning acceptance of the unchecked authority of governments to force private behavior and disrupt economies. I fear the actions taken by our government will make FDR's internment of the Japanese Americans, quote, look like a light touch, end quote. Congressman Thomas Massie on FISA and coronavirus and the steps that we're taking in 1 minute.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Somewhere in America right now, within the sound of my voice, there's a man standing over an ashy remains of a cold night's campfire. The feeling the stretch of the morning rush up his back. Beside him on the ground, his grandson still lies in a sleeping bag, oblivious to the reawakened world and all of its splendor. Kneeling down to prepare his coffee, the man feels another comfortable stretch. That's the pair of Tecovas boots on his feet. Like the man himself, they speak the way of the cowboy, a way he's passing on to the boy in the sleeping bag with every outing just like this. They speak of integrity, of the handshake deal. A word is a bond, a timeless age of hard work and soul. When you buy a pair of Tecovas boots, that's what you're buying. You're buying a statement of integrity, of frontiersmanship, handmade with the finest leathers. Tecovas boots, they take 200 steps to complete, and they're twice the value of a similarly priced boot, but half the price of boots of similar quality. When you wear Tecovas, you're going to feel the cowboy inside come alive. Tecovas, Western goods for your frontier. Find your pair now at tecovas.com/Beck. That's TECOVAS.com/Beck. Western goods for your frontier. Welcome to the program, Congressman Thomas Massie. Thomas. This is quite a statement. I fear the actions taken by our government will make FDR's internment of the Japanese Americans look like a light touch. You want to explain that? Tell me how you arrived at that.
Sure. I'm really disturbed at how accepting people are of some of the things that the governors are doing, particularly my governor. They posted sheriff deputies outside of a man's home here in Kentucky because they said he tested positive, and they wanted to make sure he didn't go anywhere. What were they going to do if he came out and got in his car? Were they going to shoot him? I mean, this is what we're coming to, and it's very concerning to me. They've never done this if you have the flu or if you have AIDS. Do they come to your house and put you under house arrest? No. So they need to have justification for this. The man deserves at least due process, I think. And it's just a harbinger of more things to come. I'm used to seeing this in China, but I think we're going to see some of those disturbing videos of people being dragged, kicking and screaming by people in hazmat suits. I'm worried we're going to see that before this is over with.
So, Thomas, I am so with you. So now let's have an adult conversation where nobody's pointing fingers at each other and calling people names, because I know you're more than capable of having those kinds of conversations. Here's the crux of the problem. We do live in a republic, so we should never expect that. We should never allow that, and we shouldn't endorse it, just even by ignoring it. However, we have this pandemic. And what do we do to make sure that people are taking it seriously? Especially because I think of the media has so discredited themselves that people who believe in Donald Trump, they're not taking it as seriously because they think this is all just a media hoax. How do we get people to comply without becoming China? What do you suggest?
We do need to take this very seriously. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't, so I'm glad you point that out.
Right.
At first blush, it would seem that dictatorships and communism, which its main feature is central planning, are at an advantage in an outbreak like this, right? They're not constrained by a constitution. They just, they tell you to stay put if they want you to stay put, and you do what you're told. And it would seem like they have an advantage. And so that's why I fear some of the reaction here by elected officials in the United States is to go in that direction. But don't give up the free market. We have a tremendous advantage here that they don't have. The economic incentive to solve this problem is immense. And if we free up the markets to do that, we could have astounding results. If you deregulate,
go ahead.
The people that come up with test kits. Imagine if a test kit cost $5 and you could buy it now on Amazon. Okay, you could, and obviously you'd have to retest and test because one negative doesn't prove that you're never going to have it, right? Right. But then you could go on about your life that day. Take the kit, show somebody that you've tested that day. Maybe it's on your phone. And you could go about working in a restaurant. And I know there are people who are asymptomatic who can spread the disease, spread the virus. But it's a fact that you have to have the virus to spread the virus. And a test should show that. I also think we need another kind of test, Glenn, that isn't out there yet. And I'd like to see the free market work on it. We need a test that shows whether you've had this virus and you've overcome it, you've recovered, whether you were symptomatic or asymptomatic, because those people are like super citizens right now, right? There's no reason they should be stopped from going to work. There's no reason they should be stopped for caring for the elderly. And I know there's the question as to whether maybe you could get reinfected But we're 3 or 4 months into this disease, this virus. We need to answer that question too. But it seems highly unlikely compared to the general population that you could get reinfected if you've recovered from this. So I think, for instance, if you go to a hospital and you get treated and you're recovered, you should get some kind of government ID that says, hey, I'm virus-free, don't stop me. These are some of the things that we could do. It's almost like you should get a birth certificate once you've been through this virus, if it is the case that you have a natural immunity. But we need a test to show whether you have those antibodies in your system, because that's important to coming back out of this. Here's my question to every government official that's turned something off, right? Whether they turned off our whole restaurant industry like they did here in Kentucky. The question is, what model were you using? Like, what's your plan? And when are you going to turn it back on? Like, don't tell me you just shut down the whole restaurant industry on a hunch. Show me the model. People need facts and data, not reassurances from politicians.
So I agree with you. And Thomas, I have been trying to find the tripwires that our governments are using because I'm in business and I'd like to know what their tripwires are. How do you know when to take it to the next level? How do you know what are the metrics on this? And I can't get them from anyone. It really is like everybody's just going on a hunch. And it's good it's better to sometimes to overreact in your personal life if it means just prepare. It's not a good thing when a government overreacts. We need to find that balance, and I don't know what those trip lines are. I can't make heads or tails of them.
Right. What are the tripwires for shutting things down? But more importantly,
and turning them on.
Yeah, turning them on. When are you going to turn them on? Now, I do think that a lot of reaction from the public and a lot of reaction from the government is based on fear of the unknown. But I also think it's wise to be prepared for the worst case. So the only way we start narrowing down our response is we start getting more data and more facts. Some government official who's turned something off needs to come out in public and say, here's the worst case, guys. Here's the worst case. And here's what we're going to do to bound that worst case.
So, Thomas, here's the thing that, they're talking about. Every bill that's going through right now is said, until the end of this emergency. Well, there are national emergencies declared by Jimmy Carter that are still in effect. So when is the end of this so-called emergency? And I do believe it's an emergency, but by our steps, we may be saving lives, but we also, by our steps, are destroying our economy. And I think that thing's going to last for a very long time. I think we're easily headed for a depression if we don't pull up and this doesn't end pretty soon. So when we're looking at things, how hard will it be to get the Congress and the Senate and the White House to think in the opposite direction? Give money to those who have lost their jobs. We already have that. We don't need a new system. Just open up the gates so anybody who doesn't have a job, they can go get that assistance so they don't lose their house or they can pay their rent and whatever. But for everybody else, I think we have to structure everything. Instead of the government giving us stuff, the government has to stop taking things. So in other words, let's say no taxes for the next 8 months. None. No federal taxes at all. And the only reason why I say this is if we say no taxes until the end of this emergency, oh my gosh, the people in Washington are going to be awfully eager to end this emergency. But if they're giving us stuff, they have no incentive to end this emergency because it makes them popular with certain groups and people.
Right. And most of the governors, it's a free transaction for them to shut stuff down right now. And I was looking for that tripwire. When do they turn things back on? And at first I thought, well, when the state workers don't get paid and they show up at the capitals, at the state capitals, because the tax revenue isn't there from the restaurant workers or whatever businesses were shut down. I thought that's when they'll turn it back on. But then I went back to D.C. and I looked in the eyes of my colleagues, and what I realized is that they're ready to bail out anything. Airlines, state governments,
everything.
Individuals, they're ready to bail it all out. This may be the thing that breaks our monetary system. And by the way,
breaks the capitalist system, breaks the entire capitalist system. I think we're already operating on the modern monetary theory. I think we're already doing it through the Fed.
Oh, everybody's a Keynesian now up in Washington, D.C. And look, we could survive a 10% drop in GDP, but here's the question. Could we survive a 10% drop in food production? Because I've got local seed stores, a seed store. They sell fertilizer and seed right now to the farmers that are planting their fields here in the next few weeks. If they shut down, that's going to have a tremendous ripple effect, not just in the GDP, but in our ability to feed folks. So the question that I think our politicians aren't answering, and the epidemiologists, okay, they're doing a great job of modeling what could happen in which scenarios, but they're not modeling. Their models don't take into account what if the trash doesn't get picked up and rats start roaming, places in large numbers.
Well, I think, Tom, I read that trash collection is part of essential services. There are some things that are not closed, and then most of them have to do with sanitary and food production.
Yeah, well, look, when they shut down the restaurants here in Kentucky, guess what? They also shut down about 70% of the restrooms that the public uses. I watched a guy with a service dog try to get into an Arby's, and the door was locked. And look, I've been to countries, large countries, and I don't want to be called xenophobic, so I'm not going to tell you which countries, but I've seen humans defecate in the streets, and diseases run rampant there. And so, I don't think our governor intended to shut down all these restrooms, but he shut down restrooms. I don't know where that individual who was trying to get into Arby's. By the way, he didn't go stand in line at the drive-thru. He didn't want to order food. It was pretty sure to me. I don't know what he did. And I don't know if he was homeless. Did he have a home? Anyways, and here's the other thing, Glenn. Is the government going to hold a gun to the sanitation worker's head and say, go to work today? If I know we're on the side where they say, okay, they're essential employees, so we're not going to stop them from working. But are they going to come around to the side where they're going to force them to work? And to one of your other points,
so yeah, can you hang on for just a second?
Yeah.
Let me take a 1 minute break and then come right back. We're back with Thomas Massey here in just a second. Let me tell you a little bit about American financing. Something. There's just not enough service providers out there that seem to be aware that you are busy, your time is valuable and important. I love going to doctor's offices and the doctor is very busy and sorry, he's a half hour behind. Well, I'm really busy too. Would you take me if I showed up a half hour late? People at American Financing understand, and that's why they're open past 5. It's why they have weekend hours. It's why they have a digital mortgage product that you can complete your mortgage process online anytime, anywhere. This is a custom company that understands you. Custom low-rate loans and fast closing. So whether you're calling about getting a mortgage, refinancing one, or if you want to consolidate debt to avoid the high credit card interest, please do these things now with these interest rates. It's crazy. Call American Financing. Go to AmericanFinancing.net, AmericanFinancing.net, or call 800-906-2440, 800-906-2440, AmericanFinancing.net.
American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
After the 100th time scrolling through your feed today, maybe you need some new reading material to get you through the quarantine.
Please.
We gotcha. Glenn Beck has a new book called Arguing with Socialists, and you can pre-order it now, wherever books are sold.
All right, 10-second station ID, then back to Thomas Massey. So, Thomas, the thing that I'm really worried about, and I think you are too, is, we always do really stupid stuff when we're afraid and when there's a national emergency, like rounding up the Japanese Americans under FDR. But I would also include the Patriot Act. No, you're not a patriot if you're not for it. I was dumb enough to be for it during that time period because I trusted the government would never take and abuse it. We've seen now that they've abused it like crazy. We see FISA and how they went after the president. If they're willing to go after the president and lie about things with the president, what chance do any of us have? It's now been renewed in the House. I believe it's being renewed in the Senate, been renewed. It's just waiting now for the president's signature. Is he going to veto the thing that caused him so much trouble?
Well, he should veto it. And you're right. The Patriot Act passed within 4 to 6 weeks of 9/11. A lot like this legislation is going to pass here with the coronavirus, okay, giving the government more powers. That was 2 decades ago, and those unconstitutional powers are still with us. They never went away. It was a loss of constitutionally guaranteed rights. And so here's the legislative rundown. They passed, I say they because I voted no and I got up and spoke against it, I railed against it, but they passed a reauthorization of the Patriot Act. By the way, they call it the Freedom Act now. That's ironic. They passed it in the House with a thin varnish of reform, okay? But I say it's the Americans who got shellacked in that because it's not real reform. Carter Page would still have been spied on. The president could still be, spied on in the ways that they were before. But here's what happened just a few hours ago in the Senate. Okay, the House bill went to the Senate with some thin reforms to it. Well, in the Senate, by unanimous consent, nobody even voted on this thing. They just did a UC. They reauthorized the Patriot Act with no reforms for 77 days. Now, the problem is that can't go to the president's desk unless the House passes it. Well, the House isn't in session. So what they're going to do probably today, and I'm talking to you from Kentucky, and I could go there and I could sit. I've done this. I've sat there for a week at a time, waiting for that 5-minute period of time where they come and do something. But they're going to pass something in the House probably today or tomorrow by unanimous consent. They're not even going to give us 5 minutes notice. And nobody's going to vote on it. It's going to be a 77-day reauthorization, a clean reauthorization. Now, they're saying that's so we can come back and renegotiate this at some point. But we've got this huge weapon of mass distraction, and I don't mean to downplay the seriousness of it, but Corona is keeping people distracted from the Patriot Act right now. Mm-hmm. And I fear they're not going to reform it. They're going to pass it and say, look, we got to move this, we got to pass this and go on. And nobody's even bothered that they're going to do it without a single vote in the House. It's not even a voice vote. It's called unanimous consent.
Holy cow. Holy cow. So can the president veto that?
Yes. He absolutely could.
Will he?
And
Will he?
Yeah. And I think he should, because then the negotiation gets real.
Too. Thomas, thank you so much for all that you're doing, and keep watching the snakes, because I think the snakes are, never let an emergency go to waste, and I think that's happening in Washington. Thanks for keeping an eye on it. Back in just a second with some really good news and somebody that I can't wait to introduce to you next.
You're listening to Glenn Beck.
The last thing on earth guys want to do is talk to their doctor about ED. That's not something anyone wants to do. But here we are in a situation where, how many times have you heard this? In 9 months, we're going to have a lot of corona babies going around because everyone's home. And this is what we expect now 9 months from now. And if you didn't take that step beforehand, what are you going to do? You can't even leave your house now. You can't even leave your house. Well, Roman's got you covered. Roman was built for this situation. All you have to do is go to Roman, and then you can have an online consultation and talk to a doctor, and you don't have to do anything face-to-face, and then they can mail you the medication if that's appropriate. If you're going to do the ongoing care for ED, you can get it all done from the comfort and privacy of your home. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan, and if that medication is appropriate, Roman ships it to you with free 2-day shipping. The process is simple and discreet. You go to GetRoman.com/Beck and complete an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Just go to GetRoman.com/Beck. Get a free online visit and free 2-day shipping. It's GetRoman.com/Beck for a free visit to get started. GetRoman.com/Beck.
When you see the Mike Scott Plumbing truck, you know that experienced certified technicians are on the job. Mike Scott Plumbing has the equipment and expertise to handle any size septic job, residential and commercial. From pumping septic tanks to installing new tanks and drain fields. When you want the job done right the first time, then the first call you need to make is to Mike Scott Plumbing. Mike Scott Plumbing is locally owned and operated since 1987, so you get the quality you expect at the price you deserve. If water runs through it, we do it. Mike Scott Plumbing.
Howdy, folks. RL here to tell you about Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen Silver Springs has been serving yummy foods and ice cream made fresh to order for 46 years. Their gift cards are perfect for those you love for any occasion. Our ice cream cakes are awesome. And as far as grilled foods, DQ does it right. From grilled chicken to our famous foot-long chili dogs. So come on down to Dairy Queen Silver Springs, where we always treat you like kings and queens.
WOCA.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster.
We will be invoking the Defense Production Act.
President Trump at a coronavirus briefing at the White House. That act allows the government, if necessary, to use the private sector to ramp up manufacturing and distribution of emergency medical supplies and equipment. A Navy hospital ship, meantime, will be off New York City to help a potential hospital overflow. Another will be off the West Coast somewhere to be determined. A Senate vote today is expected on a coronavirus financial relief bill. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says,
So while I will support the House bill in order to secure some emergency relief for some American workers, I will not adjourn the Senate until we have passed a far bolder package that must include significant relief for small businesses all across our country.
This bill's separate from a $1.2 trillion stimulus package being proposed by the White House that includes money being sent directly to individual Americans. America's listening to Fox News.
When you go to the mechanic in here...
Pass me the torque wrench. Nope, let me have the flamethrower.
That sounds wrong. You know what else sounds wrong? When you hear about the interest you're earning on your savings with the largest banks. But with a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account, you could earn much more interest. And hear this. Open a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account in minutes at Marcus.com. You can money.
Comparison made to the 3 largest U.S. banks measured by total deposits. Rates as of February 4th, 2020 and may vary by state. Goldman Sachs Bank USA, member FDIC.
Lowe's is ready to help pros like you save every day on what you need to get the job done right. And no matter how big the job, we have the quantities you need in stock and ready to go when you are. Have trim work to do? Save up to 40% off every day when you purchase molding pro packs compared to single 6. We carry a huge selection of finished, unfinished, and primed molding in the styles and sizes your customers need. Whatever you need to get the job done, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's, U.S. only.
Veterans Helping Veterans USA. Call 352-433-2320. We help veterans and their families with limited financial assistance, counseling, employment referrals, and a food and clothing bank. You can help in making a huge difference in the veterans' lives we serve by donating food, clothing, household items, or direct financial assistance. All donations are tax deductible. Veterans Helping Veterans USA. 352-433-2320. Thank you for your attention, and God bless America.
Hello, I'm Mark Sears with Regency Printing. With over 10 years in the printing business, I know you'll find Regency Printing the place for all your local printing needs. Plus, I have fax services, mailbox rentals, notary service, U.S. mail, pack and ship, all at one convenient location, 2375 Northeast 25th Avenue. Just look for the yellow signs. Regency Printing, 789-6683. That's 789-6683. Regency Printing.
Pals Ocala Auto Repair fixes all makes and models. Pals makes sure that your vehicle's engine, mechanical, and electrical components are healthy at all times. Pals team would much rather see you drive to their shop for a full checkup than be towed in for a complex repair. Give Pals a call today to schedule your next service appointment. 352-414-2984. What? A nationwide warranty, 36 months or 36,000 miles, whichever comes first? Pals looks forward to servicing you and servicing your vehicle. 352-414-2984.
This is Jan from Palm Garden, and March 30th is Doctors' Day. We are so grateful for the tireless dedication and professionalism of all the doctors we work with. I'd like to single out our medical directors, Alfonso, Martinez, and Sid Clevenger, and our attending physicians, Doctors Kidambi, Panchel, and Siva, for their ongoing service to our precious residents. Join me in wishing all the fine doctors of Ocala and Marion County a happy Doctors' Day on March 30th, and thank you from Palm Garden.
On the first and third Wednesday mornings each month at 9:05 a.m., Robert Colin with On Top of the World will be our guest as we learn all about the exciting lifestyle and new home choices available at Ocala's premier adult active community, On Top of the World. From time to time, Robert will bring guests, and you're sure to enjoy our little chats. After all, you deserve the world, and we bring it to you.
Each morning, we wake up thankful to live in a free nation with liberty and justice for all. But sometimes those liberties can be put in jeopardy, and you may have questions about what to do or who to call. Let Doc Blanchard of Blanchard, Miriam, Adele, and Kirkland help you find the answers. Attorneys at law since 1974 and located in downtown Ocala. If you have legal issues, don't go it alone. Call 352-732-7218. Blanchard, Miriam, Adele, and Kirkland, helping protect your liberties every day.
Tonight's show at 9 p.m. Eastern Time is all about one thing, the facts. No hyperbole, no politics, no opinion. Basically the exact opposite of you're getting from everywhere else and the majority of Washington regarding the... Did I almost say Wuhan virus? Oh, I can't wait to explain that one tonight. We're going to explore what's happening in our economy. How is this all playing out with just the facts? You'll have a new understanding of what we're facing and what we're dealing with tonight. Also on the program, I have Syra Madad. Now, she is a doctor and a senior director of System Special Pathogens Program for New York Health and Hospitals. You might know her because she's featured in the Netflix documentary Pandemics. I don't know if you've seen How to Prevent an Outbreak. The timing on that one was extraordinary, but she is somebody who went out and fought Ebola and all of these others. She's like a little nuts where she's like, you know what? Just got to go out there and do it. And she lives for this stuff. She's taking precious time away from fighting this virus to bring the latest facts and answer your questions. If you have a question you'd like her to answer, something about this you don't understand or you haven't heard anybody address, please send your question to hashtag GBJustTheFacts. Just tweet it with the hashtag GBJustTheFacts, and we'll be live tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, BlazeTV.com, Blaze TV YouTube, and Pluto TV. Now on Pluto TV, and of course always available on demand for our subscribers at BlazeTV.com/Glenn. Subscribe now, and you'll get all of our archives, including all of the history things that you can watch with your family, all of the specials that we've done. Really good stuff to binge watch. Just the Facts is the hashtag. That's the name of the show tonight. Coronavirus, Just the Facts. Tonight, 9 p.m., BlazeTV.com/Glenn. Use the promo code Glenn. All right, I want to introduce you to somebody. I saw this, I think yesterday. An honor student at the University of Nevada, Reno, created something after her mom mentioned that she should call all of the elderly neighbors to see if they needed anything during the pandemic. So Jade Powell decided, yeah, we can do something. So she started a GoFundMe page now because this is just really taken off. By the way, I just got a note about the earthquake in Utah. Please, if you experience that, I'd like to hear from you. Just call us 888-727-BCK. Let me get an update. It was almost a 6 on the Richter scale. It was a 5.7 on the Richter scale. So Jade decided she was going to get some friends, and she started with the girls in her sorority, and they started buying groceries for the elderly people around their neighborhood, and it is spread all across the country now. She joins us. Her organization she just started is called Shopping Angels. Hi, Jade. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm very good. So tell me what you now have. I know this started with just a group of your friends, but what has it turned into?
It's been overwhelming. We have had interest in starting local branches of Shopping Angels in all four corners of the country, literally Washington, Maine, Florida, or just a few of the states. We have somebody in Hawaii starting stuff. We've got interest in Canada and even New Zealand. So it's been really, really overwhelming, but awesome to see how the communities have come together to try and make something for the community that is most at risk for getting sick because of the outbreak.
Okay, so now what do you do exactly? If let's say you want to volunteer, what do you do? What are you volunteering for?
So what is most common is clients will contact me directly with like a shopping list of up to 10 items, and they also give me their address, and then I will pair them with a volunteer that's in their area. So once I find a volunteer that is in their area, I text them and I ask them, hey, are you able to pick this order up? And then usually they say yes, and they will go to the store and try to pick up the items that are on this list, and then they purchase them at first out of pocket, and then they go and meet up with the client outside of their home, and then the client just pays for the groceries themselves. They don't pay for any delivery fees or any, they don't pay for the time that we spend going to different stores or anything like that.
And how many volunteers do you have? Do you have any idea yet?
So we're still trying to organize nationwide volunteers. We've actually created email addresses for every state in the U.S., and we have gotten some help from some companies in starting a form stack. So we now are able to accept up to 100,000 people at a time. Wow. So we're still trying to get the exact number nationwide, but I know we have about 100 volunteers between Reno and Las Vegas, and we do have some in the smaller cities like Laughlin and Gardnerville.
So how do people contact you if, an elderly person needs help and needs somebody to go to the grocery store? How do they find you, or how do you find them?
So there's the form stack that you can sign up to volunteer for. You can also use to request assistance. So it's a really easy link. It's on our Facebook page, and you just click on it, and it asks for your basic information like your name and your address and your contact info. And then it asks you to choose whether you're trying to volunteer or request assistance. And so that's how we're getting some of the requests right now. Or you can email your local state email and just say, this is our situation. We really need some help. And then the state coordinator, we're still trying to get every state a coordinator, but the state coordinator will then reach out to you in regards to trying to find a volunteer to pick up your order or try to help you out.
Jade, thank you so much. I just wanted to give you a shout out. I just think what you're doing is really, really great. You're an honor student. You want to be a nurse, do you not? Or a doctor? Where are you going after this?
Yeah, I'm a pre-med student, so I'm hoping to go to medical school in a couple years.
Great. Well, good for you. It sounds like you have your heart in the right place. Jade Powell, and the Facebook address is facebook.com/shoppingangelsnv for Nevada, Shopping Angels NV. Thanks so much, Jade. They're trying to raise 30 grand on their GoFundMe page. Just go to GoFundMe under the name Shopping Angels. They're trying to raise 30 grand. I think we can help them with that. If you would like to donate to the people trying to help people that just cannot get out, anybody over 60 or they have a weakened immune system, that's who they're trying to help. Facebook.com/shoppingangelsnv or go to their GoFundMe page right now. This is what a free market does. And this is the spirit of America that we have always had, that whether anybody knows it or not, this is the free market. You don't have to wait around for the government. And this is so critically important because this is the kind of stuff that we are now talking about flushing down the toilet. Anybody that says, oh, you know what, we just have to have universal single payer health care and we got to get rid of all these private companies and we should nationalize all these companies. No, that kills this spirit. You know, if socialism had a theme song, I think it would sound a little like this. You know, because it would be so contemporary. You know, it'd be like you're walking around in bell bottoms. Yeah, I'm a socialist. Yeah, you'd be that popular. You want to live a life where this is the music that's playing? Because that's what it's like to live under socialism. You're like, can I access the internet? Internet, dude, what's that? It sounds like a crazy idea. We're in the wild 70s. Who needs the internet? It's that kind of nonsense. Socialism is a nice sounding word. I mean, who doesn't like being social? But it's not about being social. It's not about sharing. It really is about killing that spirit that you just heard there. Now, she might be a socialist, but she would be wrong if she were a socialist because she wouldn't understand what it really means to be a socialist. Killing that spirit, killing that idea that, wait a minute, I can fix this. I told you a story yesterday in Italy where they were having a problem with the connections for the ICU valves that are in every hospital. Without those valves, you can't control blood flow, you can't control the flow of medicine, feeding tubes, and they were running out. Somebody had an idea. This is the capitalist system. Somebody had an idea. Wait a minute. Can we 3D print? They called a local company and said, hey, we're the hospital. We're really having a hard time with this. Can we 3D print these things? They said, bring me the thing. They scanned it. They 3D printed. The hospital now doesn't have a shortage of valves. That's the kind of entrepreneurial spirit. And if you are an entrepreneur, if you get this, you're not a cold-hearted, ruthless, greedy jerk that's opposed to sharing. You just think there's a better way of doing it. And it has nothing to do with money. It has everything to do with like what you just heard from Jade. Somebody just saying, I can do that. Well, hang on. There's a problem. I could fix that. And not having to go to the government or wait for the government to approve. You just do it. That's what the free market is. It's so hard to argue against socialists. I have a new book out. We worked about a year on it, arguing with socialists. And I kind of hoped that it wouldn't be relevant when it would come out. I mean, it would have been a disaster, but I kind of hoped because I don't want socialism to be the thing that everybody's talking about, especially if they don't have facts, if you don't know how to argue it. So we went to real experts. We went to people who have studied socialism. We went to people who, in fact, we have one guy who helped write the book. He's a former Marxist. I mean, he speaks that crazy upside down language. Arguing with socialists, it's a way for you to learn the capitalist argument and the Marxist argument and be able to argue and navigate. And it's made in the same way we made Arguing with Idiots, which is one of our best-selling books. It's just a different bunch of idiots, I think. And we've written it in such a way to where you could pass it to them. We don't say they're idiots in that, although you and I both know. It's something that you can read, get all of the arguments, or you could pass to them. Now, they're going to probably have a hard time. Just show them the 100 pages in the back that's all footnoted, because you'll find, everything from Jacobin Magazine to New York Times, all of the sources that are not Glenn Beck. It's all there, all footnoted. Arguing with Socialists. It comes out in a couple of weeks. You can order it right now at Amazon.com. Amazon.com, I think it's one of the essential services that they'll ship to you right away. Get it now at Amazon.com and have it while you're a shut-in. You'll have something to read. You can also get the you can also get the audio version as well. Both of them available at Amazon.com and bookstores. I think it's April 7th, if we live that long. And not because of the coronavirus, but because of all of the socialism that is currently taking place all across the country, and especially in Washington. Arguing with socialists. All right, you sick freak. Let me tell you about LifeLock. There is an ever-growing list of ways that cyber criminals can get to your information these days, and sometimes I think we're so used to it, we barely even notice it as a danger in our society anymore. It's like living in one of those places that, gets natural disasters every day of the year, and, you're just kind of like, oh, yeah, imminent doom. Yeah. Not going to happen to me. I'm special, blah, blah, blah. And then you realize, wait a minute, I'm living in San Francisco. It is happening to me. Anyway, cybercrime is a part of our everyday lives, and it is a serious threat, especially identity theft. Someone's identity is stolen every 2 seconds. You can miss something if you're only monitoring your credit, especially your kids. Your kids aren't going to use their identity for years and years and years. It's a playground. Now, if you're only monitoring your credit, you're going to miss things, but LifeLock detects a wide range of identity threats like your social security number on sale on the dark web. And if there's a problem, they have agents that work to fix it. That's the best thing. Nobody can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but LifeLock sees the threats that you might miss on your own, and then their agents work to fix it. Join now. Save up to 25% off your first year by using the promo code BECK, 800-LIFELOCK, 1-800-LIFELOCK, or head to LifeLock.com. Use the promo code BECK for 25% off, LifeLock.com or 1-800-LIFELOCK.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Hey, this is Matt from Crossroad Auto Sales. I want to invite you to come over and check out our vehicles. All of our vehicles at Crossroad Auto Sales go through a rigorous 100-point safety inspection. We work with most outside finance companies, and we even have in-house financing available. Stop by today at 1800 Northwest 10th Street or give me a call at 690-6695. That's 690-6695. Crossroad Auto Sales. We won't leave you stranded at the crossroad.
Keep up with what's going on in the downtown area with Ocala Downtown Newspaper. Delivering thousands of newspapers to businesses in the downtown area, Ocala Downtown is there to keep you informed. They even have Tom's Picks, a free referral for people who are looking for a company to do work for them. Tom's Picks will refer the company that fits your needs, and all we ask in return is that you tell them where you heard about it. It's simple. For more info, just call Tom's Picks, 352-804-1223, and pick up your copy of the Downtown Ocala newspaper today.
And now read Ocala Downtown newspaper online.
Buying and selling? Then you know about OcalaForSale.com, Marion County's internet marketplace. But there's something you might not know. I'm Michael Warren, president of USA for Sale. We created Ocala for Sale in 1998 with a passion to connect buyers and sellers and to help local businesses reach shoppers online. On Ocala for Sale, you're just a click away from thousands of deals for real estate, rentals, cars, furniture, appliances, horses, pets, and more. Looking for a job? Our Help Wanted section is booming. Shopping the villages and beyond? Now you'll find great deals on villages for sale, as well as our new statewide classified, Florida for Sale. Log on today and post your free classified. You'll reach thousands of shoppers who check our listings every day. Are you a business looking to get a corner on the internet marketplace? USA for Sale can help you reach your target audience in Ocala, the villages, and statewide. There's no better place to reach shoppers than right where they shop. Let us show you how. Learn more by calling 352-629-1663 or visit us online at usaforsale.com.
We are proud to announce the Conservative Watch Hour on WOCA 96.3 FM and 1370 AM every Friday at 11 a.m. Hosted by Annie Marie Delgado, president of Trump Team 2020 Florida, and her co-host Ann Vandersteel with SteelTruth.com. We are serving a higher level of excellence, and we are the only program of this type in this market. Don't miss your weekly dose of conservative talk radio. WOCA 11 a.m. Fridays, 96.3 and 1370 a.m.
Career Source, Citrus, Levy, Marion brings together business and community partners, economic development leaders, and educational providers to connect employers with qualified, skilled talent and job seekers with employment and career development opportunities. Tune in the third Wednesday of each month at 9:30 a.m. to Career Source, Citrus, Levy, Marion, and learn how they can help you. Started in 1975. It's Yendel's Building Materials. Whether you're making repairs, adding a room, or building a house, Yendel's constantly delivers excellent service and top quality materials and many of the tools and hardware you need to get the job done. At Yendel's, they take pride in supplying their customers with new and innovative products. Yendel's experience in truss design, manufacturing, and component materials is second to none. 834 North Magnolia Avenue in Ocala, 732-3000. Stop by to experience the difference. Are you a medical provider that doesn't like to settle for the same boring scrubs? Scrub Paradise in Ocala has a wide selection of top brand scrubs with embroidery available and the newest medical shoes and accessories. Every medical provider should look as great as the care they provide. Scrub Paradise is just off Easy Street next to Shoe Carnival in Ocala. Stop by today or give them a call at 352-873-4368. That's 352-873-4368.
Welcome to the Glenn Beck program. As if we don't have enough to worry about, there was an earthquake in Utah. We're going to talk to people. This is the biggest earthquake I think since the 90s in Utah. It was 5.7. I'm going to play this video I saw. You can hear a little bit of it. It's a guy going down the house, and he's seeing all of the lamps that are swinging. And he's walking down the darkened hallway.
That's what we're looking for.
Wife is in doorway. Son's in a doorway.
Doorways. Got the little man. Where's he at? There you go. You doing good?
His son is underneath the kitchen table. Wow. I mean, you can see this is such a little Mormon house. As it looks like the table is set for the next meal. They've got homeschooling stuff on the walls of the. I mean, and everybody's in the doorway. Yeah, we're set. I mean, everybody seemed to know exactly what they were doing. Now, this could have been set up, but I doubt it. That's the way kind of the families are. But we have some people who experienced it today. Doesn't seem like it's a big deal. Like to get an update from the ground. But 5.7, just to throw an earthquake in. I mean, why not? Why not? You know, what else? Come on, throw it out. We have a volcano going on. Can we get some leprosy? Maybe, I don't know, San Antonio. Can you help with the leprosy thing? Let's all pitch in. We've got a whole buttload of things that are in the book of Revelation that we really need to have happen. Come on, people. Let's do it.
You're listening to Glenn Beck.
Right now, I want to tell you about Omaha Steaks. They are sharing an amazing limited time offer with you right now at omahasteaks.com. If you go there and you enter the promo code BECK in the search bar, you're going to find 68% off the Ultimate Grillers package. It's a $186 value. Right now, it's only $59.99. Here's what you're going to get. 2 butcher's cut filet mignons trimmed twice to remove all the fat, create a leaner, tender steakhouse quality steak. 2 bold and beefy top sirloins, 4 premium pork chops, 4 Omaha steak burgers, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, 4 potatoes au gratin, 4 caramel apple tartlets, and an Omaha Steak signature seasoning package. Plus, you'll also get 4 more burgers and 4 more franks free with Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher. Limited time grilling season package right now, and the free burgers and the franks, $59.99. That's a savings of 68%. So stay home, get ready for the grilling season. Go to omahasteaks.com and type BECK in the search bar and add the Ultimate Grillers package to your cart today.
As a military veteran with 2 tours of duty under my belt, I feel lucky to have come back home with my health. But then, what almost took me down was a stroke. They say 4 out of 5 stroke victims receive no warning. So I'm fortunate. Lifeline screening showed me I was at risk.
If you're over 40, call Lifeline Screening now. Lifeline Screening uses painless ultrasound technology to look inside your arteries and help determine your risk for stroke and cardiovascular disease. For just $149, a savings of over 50%, you'll get a 5 screening package that can make you aware of undetected health problems before they hurt you. Lifeline Screening is coming to your neighborhood, but appointments are limited, so make yours now. Call 1-888-335-TEST. That's 1-888-335-TEST. 1-888-335-TEST.
When I went to Lifeline Screening, they thanked me for my service. I said thank you for yours.
Bob Wine says, don't hunker down. Come on down to Ocala's gorgeous 5-acre outdoor fresh air camellia garden. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens on Southeast 38th Street. In this paradise, you'll experience one of Florida's outstanding free attractions, hundreds of trees, thousands of multicolored blooms, including many rare and exotic specimens you've never experienced. While you're there, take a look at some terrific ideas for greening up your home and your yard this spring. Here's an example, a gorgeous selection of everybody's favorite geraniums. They're regularly $2.99, but you get 10 for $19.99. Logos? Yes, buy one, get one on blueberries, on plumbago, on hydrangea, and even on arborvitae. Come on down and check out the deals. This is where you want to be for spring. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens. Open daily till 4:30 on Southeast 38th Street, Ocala, in the same blooming place since 1952.
WOCA. Fox News. I'm Chris Foster. Trading's resumed on Wall Street after being halted automatically by a 7 percentage point drop. President Trump, meantime, says trade will not be affected by the mutual decision to close the Canadian border to non-essential traffic as a coronavirus prevention measure. He says about expanded testing.
We're working with several groups to determine if the self-swab, a much easier process than the current process that's not very nice to do, I can tell you, because I did it.
Now, Senate votes expected today on a coronavirus financial relief bill. Utah has had its largest earthquake since 1992.
A 5.7 magnitude earthquake's epicenter after 7 a.m. local time just southwest of Salt Lake City. Felt for miles and by millions of people. The quake occurred at a depth of about 6 miles, knocking out power to some homes and bringing the area's light rail system to a halt.
That's Jeff Manasso. America's listening to Fox News.
When you go to the mechanic in here...
Pass me the torque wrench. Nope, let me have the flamethrower.
That sounds wrong. You know what else sounds wrong? When you hear about the interest you're earning on your savings with the largest banks. But with a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account, you could earn much more interest. And hear this. Open a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account in minutes at marcus.com. You can money.
Comparison made to the 3 largest U.S. banks measured by total deposits. Rates as of February 4th, 2020 and may vary by state. Goldman Sachs Bank USA, member FDIC.
Lowe's is ready to help pros like you save every day on what you need to get the job done right. And no matter how big the job, we have the quantities you need in stock and ready to go when you are. Have trim work to do? Save up to 40% off every day when you purchase molding pro packs compared to single sticks. We carry a huge selection of finished, unfinished, and primed molding in the styles and sizes your customers need. Whatever you need to get the job done, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's, U.S. only.
Veterans Helping Veterans USA. Call 352-433-2320. We help veterans and their families with limited financial assistance, counseling, employment referrals, and a food and clothing bank. You can help in making a huge difference in the veterans' lives we serve by donating food, clothing, household items, or direct financial assistance. All donations are tax deductible. Veterans Helping Veterans USA. 352-433-2320. Thank you for your attention and God bless America.
Tuesday night, we'll have partly cloudy skies, the low 63 to 65. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, mostly sunny and warm. The high Wednesday and Thursday, 85 to 89. Friday's high, 87 to 90. Saturday and Sunday will be warm with a few peaks of sunshine. The high Saturday, 85 to 89. Sunday's high, 83 to 88. Turning cloudy and warm Monday with a high 84 to 86. From the Florida Weather Center, I'm
This is Jan from Palm Garden, and March 30th is Doctors' Day. We are so grateful for the tireless dedication and professionalism of all the doctors we work with. I'd like to single out our medical directors, Alfonso Martinez and Sid Clevenger, and our attending physicians, Doctors Kidambi, Panchel, and Siva, for their ongoing service to our precious residents. Join me in wishing all the fine doctors of Ocala and Marion County a happy Doctors' Day on March 30th, and thank you from Palm Garden.
Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. In addition to our pasture mowing and tractor services, including zero-turn mowers for your fence line finish, we also offer rototilling and fence row spraying. We are family-owned and operated, licensed and insured, and farm-ready. Powell Gene, Gene, at yahoo.com. 352-629-2440. Gene Powell Pasture Mowing, 352-629-2440. Gene is a proud United States veteran.
Tick-tock. The days fly by, and we find tax season is upon us once again. Not to worry, though. With a reputable CPA firm on your side, you can rest assured that all of your needs will be handled in a professional and thorough manner. Robson, Scribner & Stewart is just that firm. They're there for their clients year-round, not just during tax season, to handle your needs and answer any questions you may encounter. At Robson, Scribner & Stewart, there is no client too small or too large. Their expertise ranges from the single individual to the largest of corporations. Get your return prepared by a professional who will use their years of experience to ensure that your tax return's outcome will leave you in the best possible position. Call them today at 694-4184. Robson, Scribner & Stewart. They're there for you today. Again, that number is 694-4184. Time is of the essence, so don't delay. 694-4184.
Of entertainment and enlightenment.
Hello, America, and welcome to it. It's Wednesday tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. The coronavirus, just the facts. No opinion, no politics, nothing, just the facts. And we have one of the people, the lead doctors that's on Netflix, Pandemic. I don't know if you've seen that. Came out right as this thing was happening. Unbelievable timing. But she's one of the people that just goes in. She's from the New York University hospitals, and she goes into all of the hot zones. This is what she lives for. She's taking about 15 or 20 minutes off tonight, right at that time, just to leave, work. I hate doing this to her. Leave work so she can answer your questions. That's tonight at 9 p.m. BlazeTV.com. You can watch it on Blaze TV's YouTube page. Also now on Pluto. Our daily wrap-up of the coronavirus. What you need to know begins in 1 minute.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
So knowing your numbers is what you need if you're going to be in a successful business. If you don't know your numbers, I know this from personal experience, you don't know what you don't know. You're going to end up wishing you had a dashboard. And I wanted a dashboard for all of the different sectors so we could watch everything because we couldn't make any good decisions. Well, technology has finally caught up. Now, NetSuite has been offering this to, the Fortune 100 companies forever. Now they've made it affordable so you, running a small business, you can know your numbers. If you want to take your small business from 2 million to 10 million, you need NetSuite. NetSuite is by Oracle, gives you all the tools to turbocharge your growth. With NetSuite, you get a full picture of your business, finance, inventory, HR, customers, and so much more. It's everything you need to grow all in one place, right from your phone or your computer. NetSuite will give you the visibility and control you need to make the right decisions and grow with confidence. That's why the NetSuite customers grow faster than the S&P 500. We just put NetSuite on, about a year ago. We started using NetSuite, and we're having the best year we've ever had. And I think part of it is because we know our numbers now. I think a big part of it, we know our numbers. We didn't know our numbers before. NetSuite, the world's #1 cloud business system, trusted by more than 19,000 companies. It's the last system you really need. NetSuite, business grows here. Schedule your free product tour right now. Receive your free guide, 7 key strategies to grow your profits at netsuite.com/Beck. That's netsuite.com/Beck. Our daily stats come from Johns Hopkins, and they are as of 5:30 a.m. Central Time. Total confirmed cases worldwide, 202,000. That's up from 185. That's a big jump. Total confirmed deaths worldwide, 8,000, up from 7,300 yesterday. Total confirmed recovered, 82,000, up from 79,000 yesterday. 167 countries have confirmed cases, up from 162. 4 more have suspected cases. How many countries are there? There's 170, aren't there, Stu? Do you know? I mean, that number always fluctuates, but
I think it's
190.
Yeah, a lot.
So
of
almost every.
The countries without examples though just aren't. They're not testing in Madagascar, I don't think.
Correct. And all continents have it now, I think, except for Antarctica, which, hey, I'm willing to carry eggs on my feet if that's what it takes to stay, free and virus free. Yeah, I'll do it. 6% of active cases are now considered serious, requiring hospitalization. That's steady from 6% yesterday, but down from 19% just 3 weeks ago. The U.S. now has 6,524 confirmed cases and 116 deaths. That's up from 4,700 cases just yesterday and 93 deaths just yesterday. The U.S., now all 50 states, plus Washington, D.C., and 4 U.S. territories have at least one confirmed case. West Virginia was the lone holdout, and they got a confirmed case yesterday. Doctors are now urging younger patients. COVID-19 causes permanent lung damage to all survivors. Doctors in Belgium treated several younger victims here recently. They took a CAT scan and realized they are suffering from severe lung damage. This validates or seems to validate a report out of Hong Kong and Korea that even the younger victims who recover from COVID-19 may have permanent lung damage due to the scarring of the lung tissue. 20% permanent loss in lung function. That's huge, especially if you're in 20s and you're going to lose 20% lung function when you're 20. That's not good. These are younger people, they say, did not smoke. They have no other conditions. They had nothing. They got it. They survived. Then they got a chest X-ray or a CAT scan, a CT scan. And when they got the CT scan, they realized, holy cow, there's real serious damage. Yesterday, the president pushed for $210 billion free dollars every month to U.S. adults. President pressed Secretary Steve Mnuchin to give checks to $1,000 per person per month to all Americans starting in 2 weeks. And when I say all Americans except millionaires. The $1,000 per month stimulus would cost $210 billion every month. There are 209 million American adults over the age of 18. Millionaires do not receive this money. If you're bored during the COVID-19 quarantine, Dr. Oz came out and said, I have an idea, have sex. Okay, thank you, Dr. Oz. U.S. hospital ships have been activated now. Secretary of Defense Mark Esper confirmed that 2 hospital ships have been activated, will be anchored off the east and west coast of the U.S. Stu, can I just ask you a question? Did anybody think, I don't know, cruise ships? Kind of a bad idea.
Well, I think what they're doing with that is they're putting the people who are in the hospitals for other reasons on the ships.
For other reasons,
so they can clear out the actual hospitals for the COVID patients. It's a theory, but I don't think there's going to be any shuffleboard going on.
Right, military doesn't have. They're not prepared to deal with this. They're trauma. And so I think all the trauma is going on to those ships. But once one person gets it on one of those ships, I mean, they're going to be traveling around looking for a port to come in, without Steve and Edie Gourmet doing the entertainment. Type A blood may be more likely to catch COVID-19. People with type A blood. Do you know what kind of blood you have? Besides red?
No. I would say no. I don't really know off the top of my head.
Those with type O also are at risk, obviously, but type A significantly more likely to catch this, according to China. A study in Wuhan, the epicenter of disease, also found with type A blood, you're more likely to die from COVID-19 with no clear indication on why that may be true. COVID-19 now may be cured by an existing antiviral drug cocktail. Doctors in Queensland Centre for Clinical Research, that's in Australia, pressing Australian authorities to grant him leave to begin human clinical trials by the end of the month. Professor Patterson, who is an infectious disease physician at the Royal Brisbane and Women's Hospital, said it's not a stretch to label the drugs a treatment or a cure. He says it's potentially a very effective treatment. The doctor did warn that even if the antiviral drugs prove to be effective, it may take months to get the studies through the human clinical trials. We can test this in the first way. Is anybody else thinking about all the tests that are going on and how we're rushing, and then think of what is it? I Am Legend? Wasn't that the Will Smith movie, the Omega Man?
Yeah.
Thing wasn't that they were trying to fight a virus and then they came up with a vaccine and it was turning people into vampires or something like that. I mean, I just don't want to be a vampire. Stu,
of all the things,
I will promise to kill you if you turn into a zombie. I'll shoot you in the head. Will you shoot me in the head? Will you be my friend and shoot me in the head?
Well, I didn't ask
only if I'm
to promise me, so
no, I'll do it. No, I don't need to. I'm pretty sure
there was not a request made.
You look a little like a zombie right now.
I'm glad we're social distancing right now.
Yeah, I know. Amazon no longer shipping cheap clothes and knickknacks to warehouses. Okay, can you define knickknacks? Because who buys knickknack? Who's you know what? I need a knickknack. Nobody goes out to buy a knickknack. I think knickknacks are just purchased. It's an impulse thing. Nobody. Have you ever heard anybody go, you know what? I just moved into my house and what it needs is some knickknacks.
No one goes out to buy knickknacks, but they do fill your house on every shelf.
They do fill your house, but do you know that they're knickknacks? I mean, Amazon might think that some things are knickknacks that I think are essential. I can't think of any right now.
Well, I think they're just they blew up as Amazon's not going to be shipping anything anymore to houses, but I think it's just if you're a third party seller, Amazon stores your things at their warehouses to send out, and they're not going to be doing that anymore.
Okay.
So I think you can still order the knickknacks. The knickknacks can still be purchased. They're just coming to you a different way.
Good. I mean, I don't want to panic on knickknacks. I'm hoarding all these knickknacks. First dog diagnosed with COVID-19 has died. Now, when I first read that, I thought, Donald Trump has a dog? Because he does not seem like a dog guy. Oh, my gosh. If I had to attach an animal to him, I think I would attach a cat to him. Don't you think? He's more of a cat person, isn't he?
I think like an iguana on a leash. Like he just is walking through like
a diamond leash.
Yeah, a diamond leash.
Carried by someone else.
I can see it.
Yeah, I don't think he's really an animal person. Maybe he is. But no, it's not the first dog. It's the first dog diagnosed with COVID-19. Can you imagine going to the center and saying, I need my dog tested. I need my dog tested.
I thought they were clear that you weren't allowed to, or the dogs didn't get it, and now they're saying they do.
No.
I feel like they change this every 2 days, and I know it's difficult, but it's really hard to figure out what to do. Like masks don't mean anything. You don't need a mask. They're not effective at all. What kind of moron would be wearing a mask? And then yesterday they're like, oh yeah, by the way, you should definitely be wearing masks if you go out in public. It's like, wait.
Yeah, could we just go through some of this here because the whole mask thing really kind of pisses me off because they do make a huge difference. The masks, exactly what Stu said. This is from the New York Times. Oh yeah, this is the headline. Oh yeah, masks really do work. Okay, so now they've come out and what they've said is, we just want you to know that the mask thing, what we needed people to stop buying masks. So we told everybody that masks didn't work. I told you at the time, of course they work. Why are they saying masks don't work? And besides, we need them at the hospital to make our doctors feel better. Doc, this is a super secret special mask. It makes you completely impervious to this virus. Just put this on. What? Doctors wouldn't be wearing it if it didn't work. Of course. But they decided to go ahead and lie to us and tell us that these things didn't work so people would stop buying them. It's so unbelievably irresponsible. This is governments and media cannot do these things.
Yeah, they even admit
Just tell us.
Even admitted in the article. I mean, in the story, they say like, yeah, it was good intentions, and they just wanted to make sure that people were able to get them where they needed them. They didn't want people to go out and rush and get them, so they just said they wouldn't work. It's like, well,
it was good intentions. It was good intentions too when we rounded up the Chinese. Well, or Japanese. We're just trying to make sure that nobody, No, good intentions don't count.
Yeah, no,
they don't count.
Yeah, not a good idea. Not a good idea at all.
Healthcare workers across New York City are bracing for a surge of COVID-19 patients who need hospital care. Everything is being rationed, said one nurse in a Queens hospital, where the floor was just converted to the first COVID-19 floor. She said it was empty 2 days ago. Now it's full with 24 patients. We went from donning and doffing gowns. That's a quote. We went from donning and doffing gowns. What? I've heard donning, don your gown. Doffing your gown? Who is this? Somebody who has way too much stupid, like literature kind of education. Doffing, it's an actual word. Should be used more often. It's very different than donning a gown.
It's very prominent in gown culture.
Right. Can you look it up? Did you look it up? D-O-F-F-I-N-G, doffing. And now it says, we went from donning and doffing gowns only in patient rooms to being told we can wear the same gown in 2 positive corona patient rooms. Oh. In other words, supplies are running short. N95s are running short. Those are being rationed. Don't worry, those don't work, I hear. Nurse said they may add many more beds to the ward as she works, and 2 or more floors in the hospital may be converted in the coming days. This is why those hospital ships are going out. You find donning and doffing?
Doffing, it's to remove. They could have just said removing.
Donning. So donning is putting it on. Doffing is taking it off.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
That's how you can remember it really easily.
Yeah, that's great. So, if you, I hate to break it to, Jane Austen here, but you could just say, we went from taking our gowns and putting them on and off. You could do that instead of the donning and doffing, but I don't drink tea with my pinky out either, so what do I know? All right, take a quick break, and then we'll come back with more on the economy and also coronavirus. So it's supposed to be a routine thing to fix. You never knew it was going to, you had to amass a fortune to have your car repaired. But there you are. You've come into the repair shop. They drag you off to debtor's prison for the next 20 years. You scream out, I only had Car Shield, as that door slams behind you. Car Shield has affordable protection plans that can save you thousands of dollars for a covered repair. And that includes computers, GPS, electronics, and so much more. They have customizable monthly plans with rates as low as $99 a month. You can choose your favorite mechanic or dealership to do the work, and Car Shield takes care of all the rest. They also offer 24/7 roadside assistance and a rental car while yours is being fixed for free. Car Shield has helped over 1 million customers, so go with America's #1 auto protection provider. It's Car Shield. With rates as low now as $99 a month, you don't have anything to lose. Get covered by Car Shield today. Call 1-800-CAR-6000. Mention the promo code Beck or visit carshield.com. Use the promo code Beck and save 10%. Carshield.com, promo code Beck. A deductible may apply.
A lot of people in this country would be delighted to pay more in taxes.
Finding yourself speechless listening to progressive arguments? Arm yourself with the facts. Arguing with Socialists, a new book from Glenn Beck. Pre-order now on Amazon.
10 seconds, station ID. Welcome to the Glenn Beck program. Can you imagine being Donald Trump with this coronavirus thing, where no matter what you say, no matter what you do, you lose? At some point, don't you just want to, if you were the president, just go, screw all of you?
Yes, well, I think he's there. I think he's been there since December, maybe November of 2016. I think he's there, and it's a situation where it's tough for him to win, right? If he doesn't do enough, if he doesn't go hardcore and try to really be restrictive and do everything he can to stop this thing and it blows up, he's going to be accused of not doing enough. If he does enough, and that means that we don't have a horrible, horrible situation here in the United States, he's going to be accused of doing too much. I mean, that's kind of what they did at the beginning.
He was crazy.
With his
He
China.
was panicking.
Yeah, with his China restrictions, they did that. They're like, oh, come on, you don't have to restrict flights. This is racist. It wasn't racist. Obviously, all of the infectious disease experts now agree it was crucial that was done. And it was clearly the right thing to do with Europe as well. Now every country on earth is doing it. Today, they limited cross-border travel between here and Canada, which is, not...
Thank God.
Well, I mean, in both countries.
No, thank God. I mean, people are flying into Canada or, might have it. We're locked down. I can't go to a restaurant, but you can come into our country on either border. Stop it. That's crazy talk.
It's kind of an amazing thing, and it really does lead to a situation where, this is going to be something that the media is going to use against Trump no matter what happens. And that's going to be kind of like the tough thing, right? You have to kind of sit there as a real leader. He's the president of the United States, and he's got to sit there and say, I got to not care about any of this stuff. And I think, he doesn't care usually about what the media says, so he's in a good position to do that. But it must be difficult, I would say. You're trying to manage a nationwide and global pandemic, and at the same time, every single thing you do is wrong and evil and racist and all the rest. I mean, it's part of the gig. I'm sure he's used to it by now, but it's not an enviable position.
So tonight we have a special on coronavirus, and we have this world famous doctor who is always on the front line, and I really want to know, the rate of death is shockingly low, still shockingly low for everything that's happening, and yet Germany is saying there's going to be millions dead, 70% of the population is going to get this, a lot of people will die. What makes us think that? Why are we reacting this way?
Is the Glenn Beck program.
That's happening tonight on TV. Make sure you join us then. Let me tell you about Shave Secret. Some things in life are complicated. Other things aren't. Shaving should not be complicated, especially when you have Shave Secret. It won't be. Shave Secret is a proprietary blend of essential oils that you take and you put 3 or 5 drops in your wet hand, and then you put it on your skin and rub it into your beard, and your razor just glides over your face. You won't have razor burn. It stops with the ingrown hairs and all of these different things that you really hate, the nicks, the cuts, the rash that you get from it. Shave Secret is the way to avoid all of that. It's going to save you a ton of money. You don't need all those fancy things. It's Shave Secret. Comes in this little teeny bottle. You can find it available regionally at H-E-B or Wegmans grocery stores. It's at Walmart, available online at Amazon, or just go to shavesecret.com. Use the promo code BECK. Save some money. Get the greatest shave you've ever had. Shavesecret.com.
When you see the Mike Scott Plumbing truck, you know that experienced certified technicians are on the job. Mike Scott Plumbing has the equipment and expertise to handle any size septic job, residential and commercial. From pumping septic tanks to installing new tanks and drain fields. When you want the job done right the first time, then the first call you need to make is to Mike Scott Plumbing. Mike Scott Plumbing is locally owned and operated since 1987, so you get the quality you expect at the price you deserve. If water runs through it, we do it. Mike Scott Plumbing.
Howdy, folks. RL here to tell you about Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen Silver Springs has been serving yummy foods and ice cream made fresh to order for 46 years. Their gift cards are perfect for those you love for any occasion. Our ice cream cakes are awesome. And as far as grilled foods, DQ does it right. From grilled chicken to our famous foot-long chili dogs. So come on down to Dairy Queen Silver Springs, where we always treat you like kings and queens.
WOCA.
Fox News, I'm Chris Foster. Trading's resumed on Wall Street after being halted automatically by a 7 percentage point drop. President Trump, meantime, says trade will not be affected by the mutual decision to close the Canadian border to non-essential traffic as a coronavirus prevention measure. He says about expanded testing.
We're working with several groups to determine if the self-swab, a much easier process than the current process that's not very nice to do, I can tell you, because I did it.
Senate votes expected today on a coronavirus financial relief bill. Utah has had its largest earthquake since 1992.
A 5.7 magnitude earthquake's epicenter after 7 a.m. local time just southwest of Salt Lake City. Felt for miles and by millions of people. The quake occurred at a depth of about 6 miles, knocking out power to some homes and bringing the area's light rail system to a halt.
That's Jeff Manasso. America's listening to Fox News.
When you go to the mechanic in here...
Pass me the torque wrench. Nope, let me have the flamethrower.
That sounds wrong. You know what else sounds wrong? When you hear about the interest you're earning on your savings with the largest banks. But with a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account, you could earn much more interest. And hear this. Open a Marcus by Goldman Sachs online savings account in minutes at marcus.com. You can money.
Comparison made to the 3 largest U.S. banks measured by total deposits. Rates as of February 4th, 2020 and may vary by state. Goldman Sachs Bank USA, member FDIC.
Lowe's is ready to help pros like you save every day on what you need to get the job done right. And no matter how big the job, we have the quantities you need in stock and ready to go when you are. Have trim work to do? Save up to 40% off every day when you purchase molding pro packs compared to single 6. We carry a huge selection of finished, unfinished, and primed molding in the styles and sizes your customers need. Whatever you need to get the job done, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's. U.S. only.
Veterans Helping Veterans USA. Call 352-433-2320. We help veterans and their families with limited financial assistance, counseling, employment referrals, and a food and clothing bank. You can help in making a huge difference in the veterans' lives we serve by donating food, clothing, household items, or direct financial assistance. All donations are tax deductible. Veterans Helping Veterans USA. 352-433-2320. Thank you for your attention, and God bless America.
Hello, I'm Mark Sears with Regency Printing. With over 10 years in the printing business, I know you'll find Regency Printing the place for all your local printing needs. Plus, I have fax services, mailbox rentals, notary service, U.S. mail, pack and ship, all at one convenient location, 2375 Northeast 25th Avenue. Just look for the yellow signs. Regency Printing, 789-6683. That's 789-6683. Regency Printing.
Pals Ocala Auto Repair fixes all makes and models. Pals makes sure that your vehicle's engine, mechanical, and electrical components are healthy at all times. Pals team would much rather see you drive to their shop for a full checkup than be towed in for a complex repair. Give Pals a call today to schedule your next service appointment. 352-414-2984. What? A nationwide warranty, 36 months or 36,000 miles, whichever comes first? Pals looks forward to servicing you and servicing your vehicle. 352-414-2984.
This is Jan from Palm Garden, and March 30th is Doctor's Day. We are so grateful for the tireless dedication and professionalism of all the doctors we work with. I'd like to single out our medical directors, Alfonso, Martinez, and Sid Clevenger, and our attending physicians, Doctors Kidambi, Panchel, and Siva, for their ongoing service to our precious residents. Join me in wishing all the fine doctors of Ocala and Marion County a happy Doctor's Day on March 30th, and thank you from Palm Garden.
On the first and third Wednesday mornings each month at 9:05 a.m., Robert Colin with On Top of the World will be our guest as we learn all about the exciting lifestyle and new home choices available at Ocala's premier adult active community, On Top of the World. From time to time, Robert will bring guests, and you're sure to enjoy our little chats. After all, you deserve the world, and we bring it to you.
Each morning, we wake up thankful to live in a free nation with liberty and justice for all. But sometimes those liberties can be put in jeopardy, and you may have questions about what to do or who to call. Let Doc Blanchard of Blanchard, Miriam, Adele, and Kirkland help you find the answers. Attorneys at law since 1974 and located in downtown Ocala. If you have legal issues, don't go it alone. Call 352-732-7218. Blanchard, Miriam, Adele, and Kirkland, helping protect your liberties every day.
Just came in at glenbeck.com from a woman who is she's a nurse in California's Central Valley. She said, I'm not one for unions. I'm not one for strikes. But I have to tell you, these hospitals are becoming unsafe for the workers. And she kind of outlines a horror story. I'll try to get into that today. If not, first thing tomorrow on tomorrow's broadcast. And don't forget, tonight at 9 p.m., coronavirus, just the facts. We have one of the leading doctors on with us. She plays a central role in the Netflix special Pandemic. She's taking 15 or 20 minutes off to pause her work so she can be with us and answer your questions. If you have a question, all you have to do is go and tweet it and hashtag GB just the facts, and we'll try to get as many of your questions on the air tonight, 9 p.m. You can find it at blazetv.com. By the way, blazetv.com/Glenn. Use the promo code Glenn and you'll save 10% on your year membership. Or you can get it now at plutotv.com. If you haven't gone to Pluto TV and you don't have that app, you should. You can get most of our shows now on Pluto TV, not all of them, but you'll be able to get a lot of them for free, and you can watch that at your leisure. All of the archives, of course, are at blazetv.com, so if you miss it, you have to watch it at Blaze TV as a subscriber. But you can also watch it live tonight off of our platform, also on YouTube, Blaze TV YouTube. Let me take you to somebody who I have a ton of respect for, who I think can really help us watch what the government is doing. Daniel Horowitz, he is the Blaze podcast host, the Conservative Review senior editor, really, really sharp guy, and doesn't trust these weasels in Washington. And has pointed out a couple of things. I'll talk to him about his latest article here in a second, but I just wanted to talk to him about his concerns about what we're doing, what the government is doing right now so quickly without any real kind of authorization and discussion. And I feel we're going to regret a lot of this stuff. Daniel, welcome to the program.
Great to be with you, and you're absolutely right, Glenn. This is going to reverberate in our culture, economy, and security for years, if not decades to come.
So what are you seeing that really concerns you?
What I'm seeing is everything that we should be doing and should have been doing for a while, we are either not doing or did too late, and everything that we shouldn't be doing, we're doing. Kind of like 9/11, we're not learning our lessons. We should be talking a lot about immigration, China, foreign workers, sovereignty, travel, supply chains, deregulation in obviously the medical field, all the things we need to resupply and make sure we have resources. Instead, notice what we're talking about. Just step back. Massive infringement on liberty, check. Welfare increase, check. Endless $1 trillion stimulus, check. And even almost every city is now doing this, jailbreak, not arresting and letting out prisoners, which you would think is the most quarantined area. You wouldn't want to let that go. So think about the reverberation throughout our cities of shops being closed and publicly and prospectively announcing that we are not going to arrest for burglary and theft. This is a very serious problem that coincidentally it's all of the left-wing policy outcomes that they've been emphatically pushing recently are given to us immediately as the solution to a problem that was largely caused by the gods of open borders. Remember, we knew about this for months. I called on my show in early January for complete suspension of travel to China. They covered it up in China, but we knew a lot of what was going on. And Glenn, think about this. Until yesterday, we were bringing in refugees and asylees or bogus asylees at our border until yesterday.
You could cross our border in Canada legally until yesterday. Not only the refugees that we were bringing in from all over the world, the State Department was still doing that up until yesterday, but we're finally closing our northern border and our southern border and saying, okay, nobody's coming in right now. That's a little nuts.
See, this is the problem, Glenn. None of us want to be seen as not taking this seriously, and we certainly, as being pro-life, believe that life comes before, even the economy or anything, and we're willing to do whatever it takes. But I think therein lies the problem. We can't trust our government. We don't trust our institutions. And part of the problem is the very CDC that is declaring a nuclear winter, but then somehow a massive bailout is going to help to stimulate a nuclear winter when you're not working.
Right.
They had no problem in January with, I don't know how many, but countless thousands of Chinese students, because we have about 400,000 of them in the country, traveling back from the new year for the new semester. The university certainly didn't have a problem with that. And now suddenly we have a travel ban virtually outside our doorstep. So, from one end to the other, it's very hard to take that seriously.
Well, it's hard to take it seriously, but this is the problem. This is why our federal government is supposed to be small, because when you have so many hands, one hand absolutely does not know what the other hand is doing, and it's impossible for somebody to get their arms around something this large. That's why the federal government has to be reduced in size. And it's not necessarily incompetence as much as it is the incompetence of every giant federal system. They're built this way. It's operating the best it can because they always suck.
No, exactly. And what's amazing is Madison called this play in Federalist 45 when he laid out the job of the federal government is few and defined, primarily applied to external objects, external national security. and states govern internal affairs. And he said the more the federal government will focus on its core job, the less tyranny you'll have. And you really see that here.
Right.
What we need is things that come in from that are deleterious, whether it's crime, drugs, national security problems, terrorism, and pandemics from abroad. That is their job. And likewise, another thing with the spending, we're looking at CDC and NIH. They have record high budgets. HHS, record high budgets the last few years, blowing out Obama's spending levels, by the way. And now they say they have no money. But if you look into their budgets, very little of it is for what the federal government should exclusively be focused on, which are things that are outside the scope of the states and the private sector to deal with, like a pandemic. It's all about obesity and all sorts of health this and health that, getting involved in things they either shouldn't do or the state should do. And then the little they have on contagious diseases or at least epidemics is for HIV, which, let's face it, is certainly a lot more preventable than this.
So Daniel, could you do me a favor? I just think somebody needs to be a watchdog, and this is right up your alley, and I know you're already doing it, but I'd like you to check in with me from time to time and really go over these bills that are being proposed. I said earlier today that we need to reverse this. Instead of the government coming up with new things they can and should do for us, they should stop taking stuff from us instead. And here's why. If they want to write a check $1,000 to everybody, okay. Well, there's no incentive for this to end. When they all say, well, when this emergency is over, there are emergencies that were started and declared by Jimmy Carter that are still on the book. And what are the metrics of how we know this ends? They're never incentivized to stop any of this stuff. Instead, we should build into the bills that things that will incentivize them to hurry up and say this isn't a national emergency. For instance, no taxes. No American pays taxes for the next 6 months. Yep. Don't send any checks. Just no taxes, period, for the next 8 months. They won't do that because they know people won't want to go back to paying taxes. And the second reason is they get nothing out of it in the end. They'll have to because you have to have taxes. They're going to have to make the pitch, okay, this is over, and we're going to have to start taxes again. Where they don't want to do that. There's no win for them. But that's exactly the point. Stop taking stuff. Don't give us stuff. Just stop taking it from us.
And also, to speak to your point, it doesn't address what's going on if you just give a handout not to work. Because think about it. You're not going to stimulate anything if no one's working. And moreover, if they're telling us this is 3 to 6 months, you could write a $1,000, $2,000 check to everyone. Okay? Now, do the math there. That doesn't come anywhere close to covering 3 to 6 months of income. For anyone, almost anyone, really anyone. But what it does do is it will bankrupt us. It's tremendously costly on a macro level, but at a micro level, it really doesn't do much. Whereas if you cut taxes or suspend taxes temporarily, you get people working. You can't have a nuclear winter in the economy. This is not even like 2009, where at least if you're a Keynesian and you believe in stimuli, there's something to stimulate. Here, there's nothing to stimulate, but Republicans aren't asking questions. And you're right, we need a watchdog.
All right, so would you just be our show's watchdog, Daniel? Could you just watch these, read all these bills that are coming through, find out, and just alert us when you're seeing stuff that just is got to stop, that is just crazy stuff that they're doing? Would you be willing to take that on for us?
Absolutely. These are jobs the Americans won't want to do, and we don't have Chinese and Mexicans to outsource to do. So I'll do it.
So we got Daniel. We got you. Daniel Horowitz, our Blaze podcast host of the Conservative Review. He lives for this kind of stuff, so he's on it, so you will be. Back in just a second. right. The Dow shed over 7,700 points over the last 3 months. That's 27% of its value. Not good. What is it down now, Stu?
I'm just looking at that. It's not 1,300 again today.
Down 1,300?
Yes.
Jeez. We're approaching 30% of the Dow's value. Gone.
Yeah, and we're at almost exactly where the Dow was when Trump took office. So all of the gains are gone.
All right. So gold has increased over 10% in value from $1,460 per ounce to over $1,600 an ounce. It peaked over $1,700 until people who are, so leveraged beyond their means had to go cash in. This is my guess. They had to go cash in their gold. This is what happened in 2008. Gold line, I've been telling you for a long time to have gold. Please consider having part of your IRA and your retirement in gold. You can do that now. Call them and they will help you move some of that money into gold. You should have physical gold near you, with you, because you just don't know what's on the horizon. With the money printing that is going on now, we're in real trouble. Please, I beg you, call Goldline. Talk to them about your retirement accounts. Call them and ask them about if gold or silver is right for you. Do your own homework. You're going to get a free silver bullion coin just for talking with them today. So call them 866-GOLDLINE, 1-866-GOLDLINE or goldline.com.
You're listening to Glenn Beck.
Keep up with what's going on in the downtown area with Ocala Downtown Newspaper. Delivering thousands of newspapers to businesses in the downtown area, Ocala Downtown is there to keep you informed. They even have Tom's Picks, a free referral for people who are looking for a company to do work for them. Tom's Picks will refer the company that fits your needs, and all we ask in return is that you tell them where you heard about it. It's simple. For more info, just call Tom's Picks, 352-804-1223, and pick up your copy of the Downtown Ocala newspaper today.
And now read Ocala Downtown newspaper online.
Buying and selling? Then you know about OcalaForSale.com, Marion County's internet marketplace. But there's something you might not know. I'm Michael Warren, president of USA for Sale. We created Ocala for Sale in 1998 with a passion to connect buyers and sellers and to help local businesses reach shoppers online. On Ocala for Sale, you're just a click away from thousands of deals for real estate, rentals, cars, furniture, appliances, horses, pets, and more. Looking for a job? Our Help Wanted section is booming. Shopping the villages and beyond? Now you'll find great deals on villages for sale, as well as our new statewide classified, Florida for Sale. Log on today and post your free classified. You'll reach thousands of shoppers who check our listings every day. Are you a business looking to get a corner on the internet marketplace? USA for Sale can help you reach your target audience in Ocala, the villages, and statewide. There's no better place to reach shoppers than right where they shop. Let us show you how. Learn more by calling 352-629-1663 or visit us online at usaforsale.com.
Career Source, Citrus, Levy, Marion brings together business and community partners, economic development leaders, and educational providers to connect employers with qualified, skilled talent and job seekers with employment and career development opportunities. Tune in the third Wednesday of each month at 9:30 a.m. to Career Source, Citrus, Levy, Marion, and learn how they can help you.
We are proud to announce the Conservative Watch Hour on WOCA 96.3 FM and 1370 AM every Friday at 11 a.m. Hosted by Annie Marie Delgado, president of Trump Team 2020 Florida, and her co-host Ann Vandersteel with SteelTruth.com. We are serving a higher level of excellence, and we are the only program of this type in this market. Don't miss your weekly dose of conservative talk radio. WOCA 11 a.m. Fridays, 96.3 and 1370 a.m.
Started in 1975. It's Yendel's Building Materials. Whether you're making repairs, adding a room, or building a house, Yendel's constantly delivers excellent service and top quality materials and many of the tools and hardware you need to get the job done. At Yendel's, they take pride in supplying their customers with new and innovative products. Yendel's experience in truss design, manufacturing, and component materials is second to none. 834 North Magnolia Avenue in Ocala, 732-3000. Stop by to experience the difference.
Hey, this is Matt from Crossroad Auto Sales. I want to invite you to come over and check out our vehicles. All of our vehicles at Crossroad Auto Sales go through a rigorous 100-point safety inspection. We work with most outside finance companies, and we even have in-house financing available. Stop by today at 1800 Northwest 10th Street or give me a call at 690-6695. That's 690-6695. Crossroad Auto Sales. We won't leave you stranded at the crossroad.
Are you a medical provider that doesn't like to settle for the same boring scrubs? Scrub Paradise in Ocala has a wide selection of top brand scrubs with embroidery available and the newest medical shoes and accessories. Every medical provider should look as great as the care they provide. Scrub Paradise is just off Easy Street next to Shoe Carnival in Ocala. Stop by today or give them a call at 352-873-4368. That's 352-873-4368.
Tonight's television show is all about one thing, the facts. The exact opposite of what I think you're getting from the media and the majority of Washington regarding the coronavirus. Tonight, we're going to explore what's really happening in our country. Can we sustain this? I interview tonight live Dr. Syra Mudad. She is the Senior Director, System Specialist Pathogen Program at the New York Health and Hospitals. She helped fight Ebola. She's featured prominently in the Netflix documentary Pandemics, How to Prevent an Outbreak. She's taking her time away from fighting this virus to give you the latest facts and answer your questions. You can see it live tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, blazetv.com. If you're not a member, blazetv.com/Glenn, and you'll save 10%. Blaze TV YouTube and also Pluto TV just joined us. And, of course, always on demand for our subscribers at blazetv.com. That's hashtag your question to hashtag just the facts. Just the fact. I'm sorry, GB, just the facts. But let us know what you want to know. I've got some real questions on the numbers. You know, France is probably the next thing. France is looking really ugly. So is Germany. England is looking really ugly. But why do we think that millions are going to die when China didn't have that? It's why are our numbers in the West expected to be so high? Does that make sense to you, Stu?
It's a good question, and it's probably the most optimistic look at this, is that China was able to limit it to 80,000 cases in a country of 1.3 billion. Why would we be facing this? The answer to that typically is, well, they just shut everything down and they started welding people into their apartments, which is not necessarily what we're going to do here.
But once you let them back out, I mean, don't they infect everybody else?
Yeah, won't they see this flare back up right away when they start opening the doors in the factories? And that's what they're doing right now. So we will see if that happens. So far, it hasn't seemed to happen if you believe China's numbers, and that's a whole nother thing. I mean, we know they lied about the disease at the beginning. We know that they hid evidence from people who were trying to solve these problems. Who's to believe that they don't have another 500,000 cases, in some camp somewhere that we don't know about? Wouldn't be surprising.
We'll get just the facts, the answers tonight. Blaze TV, that's at 9 p.m. Watch it with your family tonight.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
How often do you say, I slept horribly last night, or it took me forever to fall asleep, or I couldn't get back to sleep? If you aren't sleeping well or you're worried about sleep aids, you should explore CBD for sleep. CBD is the natural extract from cannabis. There's no high, it's legal, and you do not need a prescription from cbdistillery.com. But can CBD really help you sleep better? In a blind survey, 9 out of 10 CB Distillery customers said they sleep better with CBD. 9 out of 10 is impressive. Why not give it a shot? Bottom line is, if better sleep is important to you, you really owe it to yourself to explore CBD. And with over 250,000 customers, CB Distillery is the source you can trust. Explore all their amazing products at cbdistillery.com and get 20% off when you enter STU at checkout, STU. Go there now, cbdistillery.com, and enter STU at checkout. Again, enter STU for 20% off at cbdistillery.com. Go there now, cbdistillery.com, cbdistillery.com.
It's hookset season at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's. Time to prep, do the research, hit the water, find the perfect spot, and set the hook. Gear up for fishing at Bass Pro Shops and Cabela's with top brands like Johnny Morris Rod and Reels, XPS, and Nitro, along with in-store events and seminars. Your adventure starts here. Shop in-store or online.
According to the FBI, the average dollar loss from a single break-in is about $2,300. So here's some advice. Protect your home with Simply Safe. They're my go-to company for home security. Every door, window, and room has 24/7 professional monitoring for $15 a month. Protect your home with Simply Safe. That's 3 times less than the other guys. Plus, there's no contract. So go to simplysafebeck.com and get a free Simply Safe HD security camera with your order. That's simplysafebeck.com.
Bob Wine says, don't hunker down. Come on down to Ocala's gorgeous 5-acre outdoor fresh air camellia garden. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens on Southeast 38th Street. In this paradise, you'll experience one of Florida's outstanding free attractions, hundreds of trees, thousands of multicolored blooms, including many rare and exotic specimens you've never experienced. While you're there, take a look at some terrific ideas for greening up your home and your yard this spring. Here's an example, a gorgeous selection of everybody's favorite geraniums. They're regularly $2.99, but you get 10 for $19.99. Logos? Yes, buy one, get one on blueberries, on plumbago, on hydrangea, and even on arborvitae. Come on down and check out the deals. This is where you want to be for spring. Bob Wine's Camellia Gardens. Open daily till 4:30 on Southeast 38th Street, Ocala, in the same blooming place since 1952.
WOCA. Ocala. You're listening to The Alex Jones Show. USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Trump has a message for Americans living in federally funded housing who are affected by the coronavirus outbreak.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development is providing immediate relief to renters and homeowners by suspending all foreclosures and evictions until the end of April.
The president also says the U.S.-Canadian border will be temporarily closed to all non-essential traffic.
No tipping point. It's just that we want to isolate from the standpoint we don't want people coming into contact, because that's the way we're going to win this war. That is so important.
The president stressed that trade will not be affected and that this will last 30 days. The earthquake that struck the Salt Lake Valley has affected Utah's response to the coronavirus pandemic. The Utah Department of Health says it is assessing the damage done to the state lab where doctors have tested patients for COVID-19. The 5.7 magnitude earthquake struck earlier today. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I think I've turned a corner in not having so much fatigue. That was my initial problem, was I was just tired all the time. So I think it's helping me with that. I think it's a whole lot better as a supplement than a lot of other products. Basically, you heal from the cellular level up. That's why nutrition is so important. Having whole foods is very important for health. I really think that it's been helping me overall.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com, and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code USA.
Oil prices continue their historic slide. as we hear from USA Radio Network's Chris Barnes.
A continuing oil production war between Russia and Saudi Arabia is also contributing to it, but the coronavirus is driving oil prices down, with U.S. crude at its lowest in 17 years. As Wednesday began, West Texas Intermediate crude was down $1.69 a barrel to $25.64, and the international benchmark Brent crude was down to $29.33 a barrel. It hadn't been that low since May of 2003. While it spells headaches for investors, it's good news for drivers across America. Some states are reporting average gasoline prices now at about $2 a gallon, or in some cases under.
NFL free agency officially begins at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Among some of the big signings expected, former New England Patriots quarterback Tom Brady is expected to sign with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Kansas Democratic Governor Laura Kelly is closing all the K-12 schools through the end of the semester as the state continues to respond to the coronavirus pandemic. Kansas is the first state to close school for the entire year. Kansas has at least 18 confirmed cases of the coronavirus pandemic. Governor Kelly believes
the reality of this pandemic is that it cannot be controlled statewide if school buildings return to normal operations or if they respond inconsistently within our local communities. Unprecedented circumstances threaten the safety of our students and the professionals who work with them every day, and we must respond accordingly.
A classic TV anchor has left us. USA Radio Network's Wendy King reports.
An actor who was on The Carol Burnett Show and Wonder Woman has died. Lyle Wagner passed away after a long illness. According to his family, he was 84. Wagner played Steve Trevor, Wonder Woman's World War II Air Force pilot commander in the 1970s TV series. Chris Pine plays the role in the current Wonder Woman movies. Before that, he was part of the sketch troupe on The Carol Burnett Show and the show's announcer. He had TV guest spots since his first appearance on Gunsmoke in 1966. Wagner auditioned for the role of Bruce Wayne in the 1965 Batman TV series, but he lost it to Adam West.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Mom, delivery!
You've been loading up on things from Walmart.
Yeah, I used my new Capital One Walmart Rewards card. It earns unlimited 5% back on everything I buy from Walmart online.
Say what?
5% back.
Say what?
5% back. Say what now?
5% back!
With what? The Capital One Walmart Rewards card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online on top of Walmart's everyday low prices. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One USA NA.
Is your child tackling new challenges in math this year? Are they striving to get ahead of the pack? Give your child an edge this school year with Mathnasium. We're the authority on math education with more than 1,000 franchise learning centers worldwide. Our expert instructors teach each student face-to-face, using customized learning plans to help them achieve their academic goals all year long. Find a learning center near you at mathnasium.com to schedule your no-obligation first visit. Mathnasium. We're changing lives through math.
The Dana Show.
I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all.
If you knew the shows that I turned down in order to speak to you, you would be very impressed with yourself, Dana. That I can tell you.
Delivering the truth.
Are you a citizen or are you a subject? Because I'm a citizen, and I'll ask whatever question I want to whenever I want to. If you're a subject, you go on and you be a subject. I'm a citizen.
The Dana Show.
Test serve for a second. If federal officials have shipped millions of tests, as you and your colleagues have said, why, as the federal government says, have only 59,000 tests been processed to this point? We just heard from the Atlanta public health director saying that they have fewer than 50 test kits for more than 900,000 citizens.
Yeah,
Where are the
well,
tests?
I'll let Mike answer that. Deborah.
So that's a very critical question, and thank you for asking it. So the test kits that we put out last week through the approval, the rapid movement of that meeting that President Trump called less than 2 weeks ago, that has resulted in bringing our private sector to the table, because the tests and the platform that was out there could only run between 4 and 12 tests per platform per day. We've now moved into platforms that can run basically tens of thousands of tests per day. So the reason I'm grateful for your question, because it allows me to point out that, of course, then there was backlog. There were individuals who had been tested, who hadn't had their specimen run because of the slow throughput. It's now in a high-speed platform. So we will see the number of people diagnosed dramatically increase over the next 4 to 5 days.
So this is the latest from the press conference this morning.
Will use that to raise an alarm that we are worse than Italy because of our slope of our curve. To every American out there, it will be 5 to 6 days worth of tests being run in 24 to 48 hours. So our curves will not be stable until sometime next week. The reason I talked about Thermo Fisher yesterday.
This was, and that's all important information, one of many press conferences. We had there was another one that just in my area, they declared my area a national disaster. And so now we have a bunch of other regulations that are coming up about that. Welcome to the show. I'm Dana Lash. I have crazy hair today because I do. So if you're watching on the live stream, which all 3 hours are on YouTube and also on Facebook, I still got crazy hair today and I just don't even care because it's working. It's like my mood. My hair literally is alive and it reflects my mood. I'm like Doc Ock. It's like, that's how it is, right? Welcome to the show. I'm Dana Lash, at DLash on Twitter, official Dana Lash on Facebook. And, of course, over at danalash.com, I have a ton of content you need to check out. I got new content up there. I'm compiling a big, giant ways to help also. And resources, too. So I'm going to have that will go up at some point this afternoon. Obviously, I'm literally on air, and I don't have anyone but me running my site. So that's all of you can go there for information there. So the latest, oh my gosh, where do we even start? Let's start with this question, because this is what was the last thing that I saw from the press conference before getting some stuff together and coming into the studio. I want you to listen to this reporter who, and this was just maybe a few minutes ago. Her name's Celia Vega. She's with ABC. And just her demeanor and everything, I just found this whole thing absolutely ridiculous. Listen to this.
Keep calling this the Chinese virus. There are reports of dozens of incidents of bias against Chinese Americans in this country. Your own aide, Secretary Azar, says he does not use this term. He says ethnicity does not cause the virus. Why do you keep using this? A lot of people say it's racist.
It's not racist at all. No, not at all. It comes from China. That's why. It comes from China. I want to be accurate.
About Chinese Americans
please, John.
in this country?
Please.
There's aides behind you. Are you comfortable with this term?
I have great love for all of the people from our country, but as you know, China tried to say at one point, maybe they stopped now, that it was caused by American soldiers. That can't happen. It's not going to happen. Not as long as I'm president. It comes from China.
Why do you keep
Good job, Celia Vega. Yeah, I was going to say you can stop that. Good job, Celia Vega, going to work for your Chinese masters. Good job. Man, give me grace right now to deal with this kind of stuff. Because this is, by the way, buy my book, Grace Canceled, because we all need it at this point. We all need it. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, it's that kind of question, by the way, for her to ask that, and that's not a serious question from a serious person. What amazes me is that you have China that's kicking out all American journalists. You have China that maliciously and purposefully caused a pandemic by arresting the doctors that were trying to get the warning out, by also arresting journalists trying to report about it, lying about the data, refusing to share critical data, and bullying the World Health Organization to exclude Taiwan from an international meeting with every other country on the Wuhan coronavirus. And this chick After this question has been asked twice already, this brainiac has the audacity to just repeat the same damn question that two other reporters before her asked. She's a bad journalist. Celia Vega, you're a bad journalist. You don't do your job well. There are other people who are more academically and intellectually motivated to do your job and are more qualified. This is not a serious gatherer of news. This is a person who thinks that repeating Chinese propaganda is the same thing as doing her due diligence and research on a story. I have nothing kind to say to her right now. And if this were 5 years ago, I would be dragging her by her hair verbally. And it's taking everything I have right now to not. I find that not helpful. As a viewer, I find her a burden. I find this sort of reporting, this propaganda spreading to be a burden. Anyone who is in this to fillet their ego, and anyone who is in this to push propaganda because they are so bitterly partisan that they are willing to repeat communist propaganda, you should be ashamed of yourself and publicly ridiculed. Because now it's a national security issue. And good on Trump for answering the same question again that Celia Vega was 3 times late to the game for. I mean, good. How embarrassing is that for you as a journalist to ask the same question that 2 other people asked? And this soundbite, that the answer that he gave already went viral as a soundbite. Now it's going viral as a soundbite because she looks ridiculous. It's going viral as a soundbite because it's embarrassing for her. I mean, and no self-awareness at all whatsoever. I mean, how ridiculous is this? What in the hell is wrong with some of you people? You want to know why we sit here and we mock and ridicule? Why I have personally gone after the press for over 10 years? Because of stuff like this. You know, we're all trying to get information, and we're all trying to be cool, and we're all trying to just figure out what's going on, and you have this kind of garbage? Isn't this racist? What do you aides back there think? Well, they probably think that you're a moron. I'm just going to go out on a limb here because every other reporter there is asking questions, the answers to which I want to hear. Every other reporter there was asking good, pertinent questions. They were asking, what about the tests? What about infrastructure? What about ABC? I mean, there were so many questions, and I was taking notes on it. And then her, this chick, Mr. President, do you think that it's racist to call it the Chinese coronavirus? Wow, did you just read that on Twitter like last night before you decided to just like really mull over that and use that as your question? The reason I haven't moved on from this is because it is the time that I have spent on this is unequal to how angry that made me. That's not helping the American public. That's a freak show. That's not a free press in action. That chick. That's a freak show. It doesn't help anybody at all. And all the other reporters, and I made mention of this earlier today on Twitter, all of the reporters out there who have to work 2 and 3 times as hard, you know, the good ones that are actually bringing you the information that you need to know, they have to work 2 and 3 times as hard to just compensate for this kind of garbage. If I were her boss, and if that was a Democrat president, and that was a conservative reporter, I would have fired her. I would have called her up while she was there, and I would have fired her on the spot. I would have texted her and told her to come and clean out your damn desk. Ridiculous. She's angrier about that than she is about the fact that a communist country who has declared a propaganda war on the United States in time of a pandemic that they maliciously and purposefully caused is doing everything possible to disassociate themselves from the culpability, including politicizing and berating and bending to their will the World Health Organization at the expense of thousands of lives. And her problem is correctly noting where this originated. I will say this every single day out of spite. the more you push back against it, the more I'm going to say it. I tend to prefer Wuhan because that's where the hotspot is and that's where it originated. China caused this. But don't sit here and play semantics with this BS right now. You're going to get me in trouble with the FCC. Don't. Although now I know the commissioner, so maybe I can I don't know. Is there a pass? Hell, it seemed to work during the time of Obama.
That's true.
I mean, I'm just wondering. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I'm in a good mood, but this kind of stuff gets me sassy, right? This takes my sassy pants meter all the way up to like 11. So, and the fact that there was not this chick didn't even have a single question on the reporters that were bounced out of that country. What are they trying to hide? What's commie China trying to hide? Curious. So a couple of things here. I know that you all are, and I know Kane's already like, don't run through Quick Five like you did yesterday. I have a million things I want to share with you guys today. I want to encourage you. Number one, I had to vent or we were never going to get anywhere. I want to encourage you. We're going to talk about the unemployment. It's going to get bumpy. I'm warning you now. It's going to get bumpy. The administration's being totally transparent with you. It's going to be bumpy. Mnuchin's out there saying, look, we're going to see a spike in unemployment. And that's because literally everyone's staying home. We're going to get through it. We're going to talk about it. And we're going to talk about what these measures are going to do to affect it after we are on the other side of this. I have information from you on treatment and vaccines. We're going to discuss that. Jared Leto was in the desert meditating and came out and the whole damn world was burning. I found that to be hysterical. Like, he comes out and is like, what in the world is happening? He had no idea. So somebody was like, hipster Jesus comes out of the desert. We're going to discuss that. We're also going to get into, I have a million things. The latest in terms of some of the Senate approach to this economic package, FISA, propaganda, all kinds of stuff. And we're going to be working your calls in a little bit later as well. So don't go anywhere. As we get moving on, I did all of my radio interviews that I've had. I have I've used my Raycons with all of them. And as soon as I can get this open, because I want to make sure I give you the right website. But I have used my Raycon wireless earbuds for every single thing that I've done. I love the fact that they come in a ton of different colors. I love the fact that they have different purposes. Like, there's even one that's waterproof, like if you want to swim and whatever. I have the E50s, and I think that they're so incredibly comfortable. That E25s are their latest model, seamless Bluetooth pairing. I've charged them twice ever in my ever-loving life. You got to check them out. And the gel tabs that they send with them, you snap them onto your earbuds, and not only does that make it more customized of a fit and more comfort, but you get an extra layer of noise cancellation as well. Visit buyraycon.com/Dana to get an extra 15% off of your Raycon wireless earbuds. That's buyraycon.com/Dana. Keltec is a privately owned family company that has been making one-of-a-kind American-made firearms since 1995. They believe in respect for you and myself and our fellow citizens and the right to bear arms and in the love that we all have for our great country. All innovative Keltec firearms are proudly and quality made right here in America. Every Keltec employee, regardless of their role, is encouraged to innovate, to find better ways to make things efficiently with quality in mind. The Keltec commitment to innovation and quality and George Kellgren's dedication to the quality of life for each employee truly sets them apart from any firearms manufacturer I've had the pleasure of knowing. The new affordable P17 pistol from Keltec makes range days a lot less expensive and far more fun. It's lightweight, easy to handle, and features a fiber optic front sight and adjustable rear. Affordable at an MSRP of only $199, the P17 gives you a lot more bang for the buck. Check them out at KeltecWeapons.com. That's KELTEC weapons.com.
With your Mayo Clinic Radio Health Minute, I'm Jeff Olson.
We advance this tube through the colon.
This is cancer prevention through the lens of what's called a colonoscope.
Looking for the precursors to cancer, the colon polyp. So we can go in and remove that polyp before it ever becomes malignant.
Dr. Michael Wallace says thanks to near-focus high-definition cameras, it's getting even easier to spot polyps during a colonoscopy.
Particularly what we call flat polyps that don't grow up like little mushrooms. They spread out more like a bed of moss, and we can now see these, and we have tools to remove even those difficult flat polyps.
Once a flat polyp is identified, Dr. Wallace injects a saline to raise it and reveal its boundaries. A wire snare is then used to remove the polyp.
That's why we're actually seeing a significant decrease in new cases of colon cancer. Not just better survival, but actually fewer cases because we're preventing them by removing the precursor lesion.
For more information, talk with your doctor or visit mayoclinic.org.
If you're driven by an adventurous heart, you're in luck. The Subaru Outback is all new for 2020. It'll take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive plus up to 33 miles per gallon. It'll take you off the beaten path with 8.7 inches of ground clearance, plus standard X mode with hill descent control. Welcome to the all-new best Outback ever. The 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you. EPA estimated highway fuel economy for the 2020 Subaru Outback non-turbo models. Actual mileage may vary.
Honey, listen to this. Our dog and our cat both need pet care products, right?
Uh-huh.
And it costs us a small fortune to buy pet care products. There must be a place online that sells them for less.
Uh-huh.
And I think I just found it. SmartClickPetCare.com.
Uh-huh.
The company behind it is Budget Pet Care, known for top quality. And they've got all the brand name products, Frontline, Advantage, Revolution, HeartGuard, Capstar, and more. All at great prices.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why should we pay more? SmartClickPetCare.com will help us save. Honey, are you listening to me?
Yes, dear. But let's hear what the radio announcer has to say.
Right now, get an extra 10% off plus free shipping on your order at smartclickpetcare.com. Smartclickpetcare.com. Hey, that's a cute dog and cat you have there.
Oh, thanks.
Pay less for quality pet care products. Smartclickpetcare.com.
She used to play hide and seek in your backyard. Now she's getting married in it. So when you see a bare spot, you need something that patches it fast. Pennington One Step Complete has a revolutionary formula that repairs bare spots in only 2 weeks or less. Pennington has been trusted since 1945, and now it works even faster. One Step Complete from Pennington. Honest green. Get your lawn ready for any occasion. Head to your local retailer to pick up One Step Complete.
I am doing it all. The water, the fiber, the exercise, but I still have constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating that keep coming back. My doctor said that I may have a chronic medical condition called irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C.
Linzess, linaclotide, is a prescription medication that treats adults with IBS with constipation. Linzess helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Individual results may vary. Do not give to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com. That's LINZESS.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Sponsored by Allergan Pharmaceuticals and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Watch all 3 hours of The Dana Show live on Facebook, YouTube, or the first, Channel 248 on Pluto TV.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick 5, brought to you by Caltech.
I had to laugh at this headline. Fearing the end of the world, a thief has returned a 2,000-year-old artifact after 15 years. In Tel Aviv, a man returned a 2,000-year-old catapult bolt. It's a bolt. It's like a piece of something. It's not even like the thing that you would seek out. He returned it to the Israel Antiquities Authority because he stole it 15 years earlier while he was visiting the archaeological site of the Jerusalem Walls National Park in the city of David. He said, I wanted to clear my conscience before the end of the world. Oh my gosh, this guy. Oh, okay, so look, you're not supposed to be leaving your house, and that means even dressed as a T-Rex. Spanish police have urged citizens to remain indoors during the Wuhan coronavirus. We don't call it the World Health Organization / Communist China renaming of COVID-19. It is the Wuhan coronavirus. And Spanish police are telling citizens to stay inside. But the Murcia Police Department showed video of an unidentified citizen dressed as an inflatable T-Rex who was trying to outrun the police. It was a 15-day state of alarm. It's restricting movement apart from traveling for work, food, health, medication, or caregiving. And they said pets can be taken on walks, but dinosaurs are not included in this category. The video is actually pretty funny, but then still at the same time, yeah, this is them. I mean, and they're telling the guy, they've told everybody, not even dressed as a T-Rex, but he's like, I'm a pet. I just kind of want to go anyway. No. Also, Amazon, now be aware of the headline. Amazon, they're hiring 100,000 people. They're also suspending shipments to their warehouses except medical supplies and high demand products. This is shipments to warehouses, not your homes. They're going to get more stock in of non-essential items, but that is not going to be until after April 5th. So whatever stock they have of anything non-essential that is currently at their warehouses, that is what they have. So it is not Amazon shutting down. People need to read headlines. Paul Schrader, who is some guy in Hollywood, says that he's mad over everything getting shut down. He's furious that his movie was shut down over the coronavirus, and he says he would, quote, rather die on the job, end quote. He's a guy who apparently played in some movies that were filmed before I was born. And that's fine. He can make that choice for himself, but he can't make it for everybody else, right? I mean, that's... Vanessa Hudgens says that her coronavirus comments that she said out of her own mouth in a video with her own face and words and voice, that they were taken out of context. I don't know how in the world those were taken out of context unless there was a haha, not just kidding after the end of it that was omitted. And she had said that she did an Instagram live and she realized her comments are being taken out of context. Not really sure how in the world any of that, what she said, was taken out of context. We played it live yesterday. Nothing was taken out of context. Just be like, I said something stupid and get over with it. And the Game of Thrones actor Christopher Hefty, the guy who liked Brienne and called her a big woman, he has tested positive for coronavirus, and so now he's self-isolating in his home in Norway. Stick with us.
Quick 5 is brought to you by Caltech. Innovative, quality, performance.
In this day and age, it's rare to find people and businesses that stand up for their conservative values. With the backlash they receive, it's easier to stay silent than to voice an opinion. This is where cell phone company Patriot Mobile steps in to break the norm. Patriot Mobile started in 2012 with a promise to offer high-quality mobile phone service at the lowest prices possible and to continuously support American values and conservatism. It does so by donating a portion of your monthly bill to organizations fighting for First and Second Amendment rights, family values, and pro-life causes you and I believe in. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you'll be supporting this program and your values. Use promo code Dana to waive the activation fee and receive a free gift. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT. That's patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT. Don't forget to use promo code Dana to waive the activation fee and receive a free gift. Patriot Mobile, mobilizing conservatives.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Trump has a message for Americans living in federally funded housing who are affected by the coronavirus outbreak.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development is providing immediate relief to renters and homeowners by suspending all foreclosures and evictions until the end of April.
The president also says the U.S.-Canadian border will be temporarily closed to all non-essential traffic.
No tipping point. It's just that we want to isolate from the standpoint we don't want people coming into contact, because that's the way we're going to win this war. That is so important.
The president stressed that trade will not be affected and that this will last 30 days. The earthquake that struck the Salt Lake Valley has affected Utah's response to the coronavirus pandemic. The Utah Department of Health says it is assessing the damage done to the state lab where doctors have tested patients for COVID-19. The 5.7 magnitude earthquake struck earlier today. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right. Call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
Ah, the bull elk's bugle, one of nature's most wondrous sounds. That is not a bull elk, that's Kim. Her RV sewage tank is spewing all over her camper. Way, way out in the middle of elk country. Yep, there's an elk. And that's Kim. It's wild out there. When it gets too wild, Progressive has your RV covered. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
I took my family on a vacation like the one you're about to hear about, and we had an amazing time. And the best part about it was the price.
If you're looking for an amazing, fun-filled vacation for you and your family for an unbelievable price, keep listening for details on how you can get a fabulous 4-day vacation for just $99. Westgate Resorts has been a leader in affordable vacation plans since 1982. And now you can choose from over 10 beautiful resort destinations across the United States, like Orlando, Florida, or the Smoky Mountains in Tennessee. So whether you love world-famous theme parks or the tranquility of nature, Westgate Resorts has your next dream vacation. Plus, if you're one of the first 100 to call, we'll tell you about our $29 Las Vegas special. Call right now to book your amazing vacation for only $99.
800-734-5114. 800-734-5114. Call 800-734-5114.
This advertisement is being used for the purpose of soliciting sales of a timeshare plan. Restrictions apply. Go to westgateterms.com for complete offer terms.
The most dangerous day for a newborn is her first day of life. Every 31 seconds, an infant dies from infections, pneumonia, malnutrition. But she doesn't have to die. For more than 60 years, Project Hope has been saving lives around the world, delivering medicines and supplies, giving newborns a healthy start, making sure her first day of life is not her last. Because everyone deserves hope. To volunteer or learn more about Project Hope, visit projecthope.org/newborns.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic, safe, effective, even money-saving, just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
Anyone can create a podcast on the web. In fact, there are millions of them online. But if you want quality internet talk radio, just remember this address, TalkZone.com. TalkZone is internet talk radio for planet Earth with talented hosts, great guests, and good conversation. Ready to share your thoughts and ideas with a global audience? Become a TalkZone show host yourself. Learn more at TalkZone.com. Internet talk radio for planet Earth.
TalkZone.com.
Chad Benson Show.
The Dana Show.
Business Rockstars.
Radio America.
Head to danaradio.com for the latest videos, blog posts, and podcasts.
Also, with regard to medical personnel, at the President's direction, HHS is issuing a regulation today that will allow all doctors and medical professionals to practice across state lines to meet the needs of hospitals that may arise in adjoining areas. In addition to that, we are again today asking every American and our medical community leaders and hospitals to partner with us in delaying elective procedures across the country in our healthcare system to ensure that medical supplies and medical capacity go where they're needed most.
Well, that's really good news, and that's from the Vice President just a little bit ago, the press conference that was given by the Coronavirus Task Force. Very good news. We had a fight about that actually about maybe 10 years ago. But I'm happy that they're doing this, and this is going to I think this is going to ease a lot. There's a discussion to have about regulations and everything else later, as we were discussing with some of the testing and the FDA requirements for certain labs and CDC, et cetera, et cetera. But right now, the main focus needs to be on, really slowing the spread and pushing forward to vaccines. I came across a couple of things, and then our friend Sergio had sent this to me as well. Hydroxychloroquine, and I can never get this one right. Hydroxychloroquine, and then azithromycin. The combination of these two drugs, one's an antiviral, as a treatment of the Wuhan coronavirus, apparently. And I was looking at information of the results of a clinical trial that they had carried out, and it actually looks very promising. And I wanted to bring in Dr. Michael Jelinek, who is a specialist with infectious diseases. And this is obviously his wheelhouse. And I wanted to bring him because I know enough to self-medicate for allergies and the common cold. This is obviously not even anywhere remotely near my wheelhouse or on the planet of where my wheelhouse is located. So we appreciate Dr. Jelinek's time with us this afternoon. Doctor, thank you.
You're welcome.
So this, the first thing that I want to make clear to everyone, because there's so many different kinds of coronaviruses out there, and as I understand it, one of the reasons why we are starting at square one with this particularly is because it is mutated, and also we're unfamiliar with its behavior, with the period of contagiousness, and there's even been discussion on how easily it is spread down to how long it would even last on surfaces. Is that some of the hurdle that doctors like yourself and researchers are facing when trying to figure out the best way to treat this and acquire and produce a vaccine?
Yes, that's very important, because this virus is so new to the medical community that no one really has a handle on it yet. So getting effective treatment, prevention, and figuring out how well it spreads, we've been way behind, because we didn't get proper information out of China until well after the epidemic there had started and subsequently became a pandemic. So when you listen to Senator Sass has been one who's been very much on top of this, and he's said that we haven't gotten proper information out of China, and we don't even know whether the information that we do get is accurate. And the same could be said for other countries, but not knowing the true epidemiology, it's hard to figure out how to address the community needs and how to effectively treat this. So there are lots and lots of small research groups that are looking into how this can be best addressed. They're trying many different antiviral medicines and adjuvant medicines to try and see how they can control this. And
right.
the drugs that you mentioned, hydroxychloroquine or Plaquenil, is one of the lead ones, and azithromycin or Zithromax is another. But there are many others that scientists are looking at.
Well, that's good that they've achieved some success with this. They said the 20 cases that they treated showed a significant reduction of viral carriage using those two things, the hydroxychloroquine and then the azithromycin, because this is stuff that we already have on our shelves. Is that I would imagine as well with the vaccine, because I keep hearing that the vaccine could take anywhere from 12 months, 14 months, I think maybe perhaps worst case scenario, 18 months. Is something like this, do you think that maybe would be helpful in the short term until a vaccine is fully available for the public? Is that what they're approaching and researching with us?
That seems to be the most succinct approach to this, which is try and treat affected patients and limit the spread, and then focus as they are focusing. They're already trying the vaccine in human volunteers to prevent the transmission of the disease. So the progress is being made, and it's at a phenomenally rapid rate. This is incredible how much research is being done and how rapidly things are being tested to see if they will work. It's experimentation. So
yes, I read that they didn't. Normally, there's some sort of animal testing involved usually with these in creating these vaccines. And the one that they had administered the other day, I read that was the first person, that was the first living thing that was being tested with this. So it's incredibly brave, but I also think it really underscores the urgency.
Yes, absolutely.
Wow. One of the other things that I had been looking at to explain how contagious this is compared to, because, obviously the flu can be very dangerous and we've had other epidemics before, but I wanted to ask you as to your opinion on the level of contagiousness with this. There was one study that I had cited yesterday, and this was just researchers. These were only 9 patients that they had looked at thus far. So I would imagine, it's a very small sample in the grand scheme of things. But they said with the 9 individuals, the ones who those who were, they said that the viral shedding was something like 1,000 times more than what you would see shed from infected individuals that had SARS. And they think that that's probably, that's really explaining the rapid spread of this virus. Is that, that seems, because we all heard SARS was one of the most contagious things ever. I've never heard anything like this. I'd like your thoughts on it.
Well, SARS, it was another coronavirus, and it did originate in China as well. Coincidence? Who knows?
Right.
But the amount of viral shedding that has been seen with this it's pretty impressive, and when you have that amount of viral shedding, it's always easier to infect other individuals around the index case, which is the first case that a community sees.
The patient 0, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So it appears to be a rapidly multiplying virus which has the ability to co-infect other individuals because of the volume of shedding that the virus has, meaning that patients release virus, and even asymptomatic patients release quite a bit of virus. So
is this why they're, not to interrupt you, but is this why they're also still testing positive even after it seems as though their fevers are gone and they are no longer infectious, but they still test positive, not so much for being contagious, but just as still kind of having, I guess, a residual level of it?
They may have ineffective virus, and that's the current working theory, that someone who's already well and recovering from the viral infection, who is still testing positive, the theory is that those viral particles that they're still testing positive for are no longer effective at infecting other individuals. But the jury's out on that. No one knows, but that's one working theory.
We're speaking with Dr. Michael Jelinek, who is a specialist with infectious diseases in the Great Republic of Texas. And Doctor, I wanted to, one last question that I wanted to ask you in terms of vaccines and treatments for this. As you had just previously mentioned, it is a remarkable speed at which the medical and scientific community is traveling right now in achieving something like this. How long realistically, in your expert opinion, and just from everything that you have dealt with in your career, what realistic expectation should people have in terms of when they can hear news about maybe even more widespread, safer testing of vaccinations, or when it would be publicly available? How long do you think that would take?
I can only speculate, and I would imagine it's going to be at least another month or two before we get very widespread testing in this country. We can give people reassurance, but because I believe that most individuals, about 80% of people who get infected with this, have little to no symptoms, and
they wouldn't even know. Yeah,
correct. And these are the people that spread it to others, and this is why it's so important to restrict things like spring break.
Yes, it's hard for everybody for sure.
Yeah, ruin your party, right? So.
Exactly. You know, and one last quick thing, Dr. Jelinek, and again, we're so grateful for your time this afternoon. This made me think of something that I had heard being discussed from some others, and then I think even Dr. Fauci had addressed this, touched upon it, not really addressed it in depth, although I imagine that discussion is coming. Is it if with everyone self-isolating and containing or flattening the curve, as the phrase is, and making sure that the infection doesn't spike and overwhelm our health system, wouldn't this be a problem still until the vaccines are available? Because even after the infection rate goes down, is there a real concern that if the self-isolation period is over and say, in 15 days everyone's able to go out, do we need to fear that because we don't have widely available vaccinations out there yet, that this could actually spike again and we might be looking at doing this again?
Well, one thing that may be that scientists are relying upon is herd immunity, meaning that even some of those people who are isolated and self-isolated or restricted to family maybe don't have any symptoms, maybe they were infected, but they're going to produce antibodies, so they're no longer going to be able to spread this to others. So this is how epidemics die down. The herd becomes immune, and it's herd immunity is very important. This is why when we have these isolated outbreaks of measles, it's because people haven't been vaccinated, and it's that the people that are the non-vaccinated population are relying, so to speak, on the herd to protect them against these infectious agents. But I believe that once we get a certain level of herd immunity, this will all die down and it will go away, and it will be a very bad memory, but it will be going away like all epidemics and pandemics do. They all die out.
That's good. That is good to know for sure. Dr. Michael Jelinek, infectious diseases, we are so grateful for your time with us this afternoon and just telling everybody and answering those burning questions that everybody's talking about as they are isolating at home. Doctor, thank you so much, and we appreciate you being on the front line of this as well, and we're praying for your health and safety. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
We have more to come, folks, and we are going to be opening up phone lines here in just a little bit. And I'm going to put on danalash.com in the one of the posts that I have currently, where it's sort of some odds and ends of very important stories that I think you need to earmark as it relates to the pandemic. When you go to my website, it's one of the top posts up there right now. It is interesting Wuhan coronavirus links. I'm going to include this study on the hydroxychloroquine and azithromycin as a treatment. I'm going to include the results of their clinical trial that they did in a link at the top, and you'll see that asterisk up there. So you can go, and I have also in that post everything that you wanted to know about regulations as it related to the FDA and CDC and private labs working and developing, whether it was vaccinations or testing. Remember how those regulations previously stopped them, and now after pressure from the administration, the FDA announced just yesterday that they're lifting all those regulations. I have information about that up there too. And I also, pulling this up, I also have even more information as it relates to, and I'm going to pull this because there was a couple of different really good links that I wanted you to have. Also the shedding aspect of it, why why it is so unbelievably contagious. That link that I just cited talking with Dr. Jelinek is available up there as well. So make sure that you check it out. And then one of the links that we're going to get into is discussing how the European Union has essentially abandoned Italy. Remember how the EU was telling everyone that, they had this, adulatory celebration of their fellowship with other European countries? Yeah, not so much. We're going to discuss that and a lot more, so you don't want to miss it. As we move on, CarShield wants to help you out because it's not a case of if, but when, your manufacturer's warranty on your vehicle is going to run out, and at some point you're going to have something to fix on your car. And with the tech that is on cars nowadays, it's a little crazy, right? Things can be expensive. This is why you need CarShield. They have multiple affordable protection plans that can save you so much money for covered repairs. And with CarShield, you're behind the wheel of your plan. They have customizable monthly plans. You can choose your mechanic or the dealership. CarShield just gets you back on the road with 24/7 roadside assistance, and you also have a rental car until you're back in your own vehicle. They've helped over 1 million customers, and with rates as low as $99 a month, you have nothing to lose. Get covered by CarShield today by calling 800-CAR-6000, mention code Dana, or visit carshield.com. Use code Dana to save 10%. That's carshield.com, code Dana. A deductible may apply. You guys know how much I love my products from Human, the makers of Super Beets, and I know that you guys love them too. And that's why I'm excited to tell you that they've done it again. Another delicious, heart-healthy option that I am now taking every day. Super Grapes Soft Chews. Super Grapes Soft Chews are a delicious way to give you an energizing boost. Super Grapes Soft Chews are packed with heart-healthy grapeseed extract that protects against oxidative stress and promotes normal blood pressure. And it even protects energy efficiency in the body by supporting blood flow. No jittery feeling, no crashes, just energy the way nature intended, with antioxidants derived from non-GMO, clinically studied grapeseed extract. Experience the great tasting, heart-healthy boost of Super Grapes Soft Chews. Get your Super Grapes Soft Chews at supergrapes.com/Dana and get a free 30-day supply with your first purchase. This offer is exclusive for my listeners. You'll only get this deal at supergrapes.com/Dana. Where do you need a Blink security camera? Over 1 million Blink customers use their cameras in really smart ways, like helping protect deliveries until they get home, or to sleep better when traveling, knowing that your Blink cameras are there helping to keep the family safe. How about alerting you to when your kids get home from school, or sending a Blink camera to the grandparents to help them stay safe? Blink indoor-outdoor cameras are motion activated, and when they detect something, you get an alert on your Blink smartphone app with a video clip. And the Blink XT2 two-way talk feature lets you speak to the person from your smartphone. They're wire-free, they set up fast, and run on 2 AA lithium batteries for up to 2 years. Systems start at just $79.99. So where do you need Blink cameras? Visit blinkprotect.com/Dana. That's blinkprotect.com/Dana. Over 1 million Blink customers use their cameras in really smart ways. Where do you need a Blink security camera? blinkprotect.com/Dana. Blink is an Amazon company and works with Alexa.
Hey guys, it's Mock and Daisy from the Chicks on the Right. We want to tell you about our new podcast, the Mock and Daisy Common Sense Cast. Every week we talk about the issues that matter to us most. We talk about everything from parenting and our families to the Me Too movement and what women really want in men. And if you're just plain tired of people trying to tell you what to do and how to live your life, we tackle that too. Find out more by going to our website, chicksontheright.com, or start listening on the Apple Podcast app, Spotify, or your favorite podcast app. Don't forget to leave us a comment or review and subscribe.
I want my own website, but I don't know where to start.
Start at Pear. Pear offers hosting plans that are perfect for someone who's just starting out.
But I'm not really tech savvy.
Not to worry. Pear has WordPress hosting packages.
What's WordPress?
It's web software that even a beginner can use to create a beautiful website.
So where do I start? Pear.com?
Pear.com. As in, we make a perfect pair.
Pear Networks Web Hosting. Tell your friends.
Here is your healthcare update with America's healthcare advocate, Carrie Hall.
Do antioxidants really neutralize cancer-causing free radicals? I'll be right back to give you the answer. Antioxidants do neutralize free radicals and convert them into harmless substances that can be eliminated. The body has a natural supply, but many foods are powerful antioxidants. Foods like oranges, blueberries, strawberries, grapes, spinach, kale, yes, that broccoli, tea, tomatoes, and Brussels sprouts all have natural antioxidants as well as vitamin A, C, E, and beta-carotene, coenzyme Q10, zinc, magnesium, and selenium, which is found in garlic. Well-known medical institutions like Harvard and the University of California, Johns Hopkins, Stanford all say these can make a very big difference and reverse the effects of aging. That's a powerful message, ladies and gentlemen, and the choice is yours. For more information, go to our website, americashealthcareadvocate.com, americashealthcareadvocate.com.
This is Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, and we want to help your house feel more like a home with some of the lowest refinancing rates ever. Rates have dropped so much that many Americans can reduce their rate. You may be able to save money on your monthly mortgage payment right now. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.99%, APR 4.23%. Call us at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rates subject to change. Pay 2% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. And NMLS number 3030.
If you're worried about your cholesterol, hear how others are taking charge with Garlic.
My doctor said my cholesterol was borderline, but I've been taking Garlic, and it works.
I've been taking Garlic for years.
My pharmacist recommended Garlic. He said there's an ingredient in garlic that helps maintain healthy cholesterol.
I take Garlic every day. No garlic breath. Lots of people like you are choosing Garlic to help maintain a healthy cholesterol. Garlic, it's cholesterol's natural enemy. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Miss any Dana shows by subscribing to the podcast on iTunes, Google Play, or wherever podcasts are available.
I just want to play air drums. Just want to play air drums. We're isolated from this damn Wuhan coronavirus. Just play some air drums and then air guitar. Because that's pretty much the only thing I can play in this song is that one part right there. Dana Lash, at D-Lash on Twitter. Really interesting story. From the Times, the British paper, Chinese scientists have destroyed proof of the virus in December. The Chinese labs that identified in the mystery virus in Wuhan as a highly infectious new pathogen, they were ordered to stop tests, destroy samples, and suppress the news. And now Beijing is doing everything possible to censor the story. Oh, it's on. Bang a gong. We got a lot more coming. Buckle up, kids.
It's the Dana Show.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, America's largest mortgage lender. Let's talk credit card debt for a minute. If you feel you're carrying too much of it, you're not alone. The average household in the U.S. carries over $8,000 in credit card debt. Ready for some good news? With a cash-out refinance from Quicken Loans, you can quickly and easily put some of the equity in your home to good use by paying off a lot of that high-interest credit card debt. A great way to take cash out is with our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.99%. APR 4.23%. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN to learn how taking cash out with a 30-year fixed mortgage might be the right solution for you. And for a record 10 years in a row, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction for primary mortgage origination. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
For J.D. Power award information, visit jdpower.com. Rates subject to change. Pay 2% fee to receive this discounted rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Treasury Department is proposing $250 billion in direct payments to Americans starting April 6th. Another round of $250 billion would start on May 18th.
We are looking at different numbers. We're looking at timing that would be different, splitting the time, splitting the payments. We're looking at a lot of different things.
During a White House briefing, President Trump says the numbers may change, but that things are moving very quickly on stimulus proposals. The president also noted how bipartisan these bills are and that the Democrats and Republicans are working rather well together. Ford, Fiat Chrysler, and General Motors are getting ready to stop production in the United States. The big three automakers confirmed that late Thursday night all North American facilities will shut down for the coronavirus through at least March 30th. You're listening to USA Radio News.
I don't even recognize myself anymore.
I'm really worried about him. His addiction. I haven't seen him like this. Ever.
Hey, look, I never wanted to start using. I knew the drill, but I was out of options.
I just want to tell him it's not your fault. There are people out there who can help. People who have felt your pain. They know what you're going through.
This has to stop. I'm losing everything. Everyone.
You've been strong your whole life. You can do this, but you have to reach out for help.
It's time. I can do this.
Addiction is a disease, and diseases need treatment.
Call Quit Drugs 321 now at 800-377-1456. 800-377-1456. That's 800-377-1456. Paid for by the Detox and Treatment Helpline.
China says it's revoking media credentials of Americans working there for 3 major U.S. newspapers. Here's USA Radio Network's Chris Barnes with the details.
It's the largest expulsion of foreign journalists by China in the post-Mao Zedong era, amid an escalating battle with the Trump administration over media operating in the 2 countries. China expelling American journalists working for the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post. It escalates the tit-for-tat battle between China and the United States over resident foreign media that saw Washington this month slash the number of Chinese nationals permitted to work at the U.S. offices of major Chinese state-owned media outlets.
The Census Bureau says it will halt field operations for 2 weeks due to the coronavirus outbreak. In a statement put out by the Census Bureau director, they're saying the 2020 census field operations will be suspended for 2 weeks until April 1st of 2020. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders is still trailing in the race to be the Democratic nominee. USA Radio Network's Wendy King has the Tuesday primary results.
Former Vice President Joe Biden has won 3 states in the Tuesday primaries: Florida, Illinois, and Arizona. This widens his delegate lead over Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont. President Trump was also projected to have gathered enough delegates to win the Republican nomination with a win in Illinois. The complications over the primaries due to the coronavirus outbreak have cut the number of poll workers and has hampered voter turnout. Ohio decided to cancel its primary and postpone it. Governor Mike DeWine attempted to postpone the election, but a judge denied his request. After failing to appeal, the director of the Ohio Health Department issued the order to close the polls. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
Former Secretary of State and failed Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton took a swipe at President Trump into his response to the coronavirus, which has shuttered businesses and travel throughout the United States. In a tweet on Wednesday, Clinton, without proof, accused the president of using racist rhetoric as a distraction from his failure to adequately prepare the country in the weeks leading up to the pandemic. Clinton believes it's racist to call the coronavirus a Chinese coronavirus or Wuhan coronavirus, although that's where the virus did originate. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Do you have a dog? Would you like to develop your dog's hidden intelligence to eliminate bad behavior and create the obedient, well-behaved pet of your dreams? A woman named Adrienne Ferricelli, a professional certified dog trainer, has helped hundreds of dog owners train their dogs to be well-behaved, obedient, loving pets.
Yes, good job.
By bringing out the hidden intelligence inside the dogs. You can quickly eliminate any behavioral problem your dog has, no matter how badly you think it's ingrained, no matter what kind of dog you have. With the mental stimulation that Adrienne teaches, your dog will listen to you and understand what you want it to do. Bad behaviors simply fade away as more desirable ones appear in their place.
Oh, you're such a good boy.
So if you want to check out this remarkable dog training system, just visit realbusinessbargains.com. That's realbusinessbargains.com. realbusinessbargains.com.
Dana Show.
I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all.
You knew the shows that I turned down in order to speak to you. You would be very impressed with yourself, Dana. That I can tell you.
Delivering the truth.
Are you a citizen or are you a subject? Because I'm a citizen, and I'll ask whatever question I want to whenever I want to. If you're a subject, you go on and you be a subject. I'm a citizen.
The Dana Show.
But if you look at the big picture, this was remarkable from the President of the United States. This is a nonpartisan, this is an important thing to note and to applaud from an American standpoint, from a human standpoint. He is being the kind of leader that people need, at least in tone today and yesterday, in tone that people need and want and yearn for in times of crisis and uncertainty.
That's Dana Bash with CNN. I think that I agree with her, and I'm glad that she noted that. Welcome to the show. I'm Dana Lash. I'm currently just trying to order some paper towels on the internet because I'm one of the smart people that does not hoard. Well, there's certain things that I'm prepper about. TP, we're fine. Just the paper towel situation. I just need me for a week, I don't need to be going and hoarding stuff. DanaLash.com, at DLash on the Twitters, and official Dana Lash on the Facebooks, too. So all kinds of there's a million things that we need to get into. I literally am actually ordering paper towels right now, and I want to also encourage you. This sucks. I get it. We're gonna get through it. We're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine. When I was and if you don't believe me, I literally am I'm ordering from different apps. If you want to know, by the way, if you ever want to know what store has deliveries coming and what they're getting, I'm your girl. I literally started making a spreadsheet last night. Other thing, I was up, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie. This is really irresponsible of me to say this. I was so irresponsible. I was up to 2 a.m. playing Call of Duty and also working on a spreadsheet about paper deliveries. So I love spreadsheets. I was doing both those things. Yeah. So.
You're also emailing me about bidets, but we'll get to that later.
Okay, yeah, because don't laugh at me. You're going to anyway. Yeah. Be encouraged, because at least you probably know how they work. I'm not looking for video of it. I don't even want diagrams. And the reason that this conversation came up is I've seen a lot of people on Facebook and even some on Twitter talking about it. And then a friend of mine, I didn't know, can you get I don't mean to have this conversation now, but just I'm putting it on the table. Can you actually get them installed, in your toilet? Because a friend of mine posted a photo. He and his wife had ordered a bidet, and I was like, you ordered a giant piece of ceramic equipment for your bathroom, and you're going to put the pipes in the wall and all that? How does that work? And it somehow fits in the toilet, and
it's an aftermarket thing, but yeah, it can be done.
So it's like getting better speakers in your car,
kind of,
but they don't shoot anything up your butt, right? Exactly. There are a lot of things I know a lot about a lot of stuff, and I'm an expert on some issues, firearm law, all of that stuff. I know what I know, and I know what I don't, and one of the things that I don't know is how a bidet works. And I'm not even going to lie about it. I don't understand it. What happens to your clothes? So, what do you have to take your pants off? I don't understand.
Well, you do to go to the bathroom, don't you?
Who takes their pants off to go to the bathroom?
What do you mean? Everybody does. How do you?
They're halfway on.
Well, yeah, but
we're not having this conversation now. We're not starting the hour. Really? I'm just putting it on the table.
All right. I don't think you even know what a bidet looks like, do you?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't even know if I've ever seen one in person.
The next few items in Slack will be pictures of bidets.
Isn't it like a little fountain?
Yes, okay, let's do that.
Isn't it though?
Yeah, I will say, one of my best friends that lives in Arlington with me has one. He's from Bali, and that's how he grew up. So he has one that's attached to his normal toilet. So it's like a plug-in thing that he uses.
Yeah.
Like a plug-in?
Clips onto the seat.
It clips onto the back of the seat, right.
Huh. A plug-in. So someone tells me you can get a fancy toilet. I guess we're having this conversation now. I'm sorry. Somebody told me you can get a fancy toilet seat that works like a bidet. The reason everybody's been talking about bidet is because you have morons out there who are making themselves toilet paper forts. Yep. But now stores have put cops at the front of the store entrances, and you can only literally my husband. He actually did have to pick up something at Costco, and he's totally the Lash family has been isolated since the beginning of last week because I hear something and I'm like, nope. I shut it down. And I'm going through and I disinfect everything. And surprisingly, they need to sell ads with me. Eucerin and Eucerin Advanced Care Hand Lotion and Intensive Care Hand Lotion, because I get eczema on my fingers, that saves me. And I am in Clorox and I wash my hands a trillion times a day. Get it. If you can find it, get it. It's worth it. And then you'll feel great about washing your hands all the time. And they're not going to be awful. Anyway, long story short, he had to go in. And he said that he literally was just right in and right out. But he said that the line for the toilet paper was around the store.
What are the cops supposed to do? They're going to arrest you if you have more than 2 packages?
What happens if you grab and you pay for it? What happens if you grab it and you're like, I'm paying for this, and then you run out? What?
Without pain?
How does that gonna? I don't know. I mean, with pain. I don't know how that works.
I don't think you've broken any laws at that point.
Yeah, I don't know. And don't lie and be like, oh, I'm shopping for another family too. Shut up. Anyway, long story short, all of this has led to a national conversation about bidets. Oh my gosh, how many of you people have these? Someone else just said I have a handheld bidet. You have a handheld bidet? That seems...
It's kind of like that.
Isn't that... Why not just use a water gun?
You know that handheld thingy in the kitchen sink that you can spray?
The squirter, the sprayer?
Yeah. It's kind of like that.
There's a hose that comes out of your toilet. Yeah. Don't send me images.
Yes, there is.
There's certain things I'm totally fine being ignorant on. And I don't get it. Because I've seen them in movies. I don't think I've ever seen one in real life. I wouldn't know what to do if I saw it. It would be like a monkey trying to operate a toaster. I don't know that I would know how to handle it. Because it's, honestly, if there's a lot of bad things that can happen as a result of the coronavirus. And this conversation is one of them. And the fact that people are now I guess I'll just go around with a wet butt all day. I mean, what do? How does that work? Right? I don't understand this. You squirt yourself with water and that's it? No. That is, and then I just think, ooh.
We are having this conversation, aren't we?
I don't feel bad that I don't know how this works.
I've never used one.
I bet you can't noodle a catfish. I can. Sorry, but I don't know how the hell a bidet works.
I've seen it on YouTube. The noodling and the bidet.
You actually, see, I don't want to go to YouTube because something nasty will come up.
No, I think YouTube's pretty...
With a bidet?
Pretty oppressive anymore these days.
Isn't it basically like Biden with a T?
Okay.
Instead of an N? A bidet?
Yes, it is. Yes,
so it's like a giant fountain, right? For your...
I would be curious about whether or not you can change the temperature of the water, because, man, if it's cold...
Yeah, it's like, oh, you do sit on it.
Yeah.
I was like, why is it lower? And the pictures I see it just looks like a little sink for a child. It looks like a child's sink.
Kind of is.
Right? So wait a minute. Let me ask you a question. Because I see these pictures where they got them side by side.
Yeah, they're separate bidets.
Do you have to crip walk over to the bidet to finish it?
You kind of do.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Well...
How can I make my bathroom more complicated than it is? Let's install another piece of equipment so when I'm already seated, I have to crip walk with my pants by my ankles over to the next piece of equipment.
So
that's what it is.
So my friend's is like a clip in the bottom in the bowl with a hose, and then to activate it, there's like a foot pedal to the right of the bowl that you use after you want or whenever.
It sounds like you're operating a church organ.
It's like a water pick for your butt.
A water, yeah.
It's a water pick
a butt
for your
pick.
butt. Oh, let's not go there.
With all due respect, that's a bunch of malarkey. Not a single thing you said is accurate.
That's right.
Thank you, Joe.
Now, I see some pictures where they have the things. I cannot believe how many of you have these. Oh, y'all are just telling me on Twitter. Some of you are actually showing me for real. Oh, wow. So I would see that. If I walked into some of y'all's houses and I would see the dish sprayer there, I would be like...
Am I supposed to do dishes?
Do they do their dishes in the toilet? I don't know. What is that? You know what? It just seems, it makes this process more complicated.
Well, yeah, the separate bidet from your actual toilet Right. The way American plumbing systems are set up, we don't have the real estate to put an additional bidet in there, right? Which is why they makeshift these aftermarket ones that clip to the seat. And
I still think that's a bad news bear.
The water.
Because you got, so basically, you know how many times that seems unhygienic. Here's a sprayer that everyone else grabs as they're sitting on the john. I mean, that just seems like, that's just awful. Yeah. What?
Rachel has a story
Apparently
that
she
she
drank
doesn't
out of
want us
one.
to talk about.
What is it?
She actually used it as a fountain as a kid and actually drank from it.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. You did?
Time? Only once?
My brothers tricked me.
Her mean brothers tricked her.
Gosh. Well, see, she thought it was a child's fountain. I'm telling you.
confusing.
Yeah, if I would have seen a dish sprayer like affixed to somebody's toilet, I don't know. I mean,
I'd use it to like clean the toilet.
yeah,
Like,
that's what I would
think
be
it
like.
for.
Yeah, I mean, I would. I mean, I don't get it. It just seems so complicated. Yeah, but literally one of my friends, man and a woman, we've known them for years, and he came home with a bidet thing, and I'm like, who are you people? Like, what is this? Getting all fancy with your toilet sprayer? What is this? You should have to use just paper like everybody else. And then I could just really have a long conversation with you guys about this because I don't even know this. I am not going to ever be there. I will not ever be there.
No.
I don't. Do women use them too, or is it just dudes?
No, I think women were the first to use them, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong.
Well, then why does it seem like in the movies that they're only in dudes' bathrooms?
What?
Right?
I have no idea. I don't think bidets.
I literally have never seen one in person.
I don't think there's gender.
I have
specific.
seen like a two-headed calf. Have not seen a bidet.
Wow. I've only seen a picture of a two-headed calf.
I also saw a turtle with 3 eyes.
Oh man.
I've never seen a bidet in real life. You know, it's like the zoo. It's like going to the zoo. Just all right. I'm gonna move on, man.
Here's the American bear.
Jared Leto, the guy who was the Joker, apparently has been in the desert for he's been there for like several weeks, and he just came out of the desert and was like, "What the hell?" This is a story on Entertainment Weekly. He was in silent meditation in the desert. Okay, you know, to each to his own. You go to the Met, dude. Come on. So he was in silent meditation in the desert, and he put on Instagram, we were totally isolated, no phone, nothing. We had no idea what. He goes, we walked out yesterday into a different world. It's mind blowing. And he said, hope you and yours are okay. I just think, like, how do you not know? I'm sure you come out and you're like, what in the world? Right. It's like waking up in Resident Evil, and you're like, what's happening? So he was in the desert for that long. We got a lot coming, folks, including Bernie Sanders keeps trying to say that this is why we need more socialism. Newsflash, it's not. And don't worry, America is not running out of food. It is not. They're not. Some movie theaters are closing, though. So we got all of that. The latest, also the Dixie Chicks ironically bemoan cancel culture, which I find fascinating. As we move on, our awesome friends over at Patriot Mobile, they were in the live chat yesterday. Thank you, Lorraine, also, by the way, for being so great with the live chat. Patriot Mobile, I love my cell phone provider. And can I just say, God love them. They're the only company that hasn't sent an email like, okay, here's our typical canned coronavirus response email. They're like, we're a phone service. We get it. Just use your damn phone. I love it. I love Patriot Mobile. First off, they have very competitive rates that are going to meet or beat what you're paying. My whole family is on Patriot Mobile, and you only work with U.S.-based customer service reps. And they also use their platform and their power to influence principles that they support what we believe in, right? They're not going to sit here like your other phone services and donate money to Planned Parenthood or Bernie Sanders or gun control. They support with their dollars, and they actually go out and volunteer themselves, like the CEO. I mean, it's awesome. The things that, whether it's pro-life, Second Amendment, whatever. And it's the only cell phone service that donates a portion of your monthly bill to these organizations that fight for our values. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you support this program and your values. Use promo code Dana to waive your activation fee and receive a free gift. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT. That's patriotmobile.com/Dana, 972-PATRIOT. Use promo code Dana to waive your activation fee and receive a free gift. For 40 years, Delta Rescue has given dedication and everlasting love to animals, and its founder, Leo Grillo, left Hollywood to devote his life to saving animals abandoned in the wilderness. Delta is the largest no-kill and care-for-life animal sanctuary in the world, and by being a part of the Delta mission, you are the difference between life and death for thousands of dogs, cats, and horses. Please join me in supporting my friend Leo and Delta Rescue. Only your life-saving gift is what allows Delta to fulfill its mission to save these animals. And these animals need your help. For information on Delta's tax-saving estate planning, go directly to deltarescue.org/Dana and request my free estate planning package and learn about growing your estate while letting your compassion for animals live well into the future. Go to deltarescue.org/Dana and you'll also learn how to get a free copy of my brand new book, Grace Canceled. That's deltarescue.org/Dana. Again, deltarescue.org/Dana.
Mom, delivery!
You've been loading up on things from Walmart.
Yeah, I used my new Capital One Walmart Rewards card. It earns unlimited 5% back on everything I buy from Walmart online.
Say what?
5% back.
Say what?
5% back. Say what now?
5% back!
With what? The Capital One Walmart Rewards card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online on top of Walmart's everyday low prices. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One USA NA.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real, natural-looking hair back permanently. They're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who texts EASY11 to 85850. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text EASY11 to 85850. That's EASY11 to 85850.
Is your child tackling new challenges in math this year? Are they striving to get ahead of the pack? Give your child an edge this school year with Mathnasium. We're the authority on math education with more than 1,000 franchise learning centers worldwide. Our expert instructors teach each student face-to-face, using customized learning plans to help them achieve their academic goals all year long. Find a learning center near you at mathnasium.com to schedule your no-obligation first visit. Mathnasium. We're changing lives through math.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
Custom print promotions that will help your business bloom.
If you're looking to grow your business, Staples can help by printing custom marketing materials.
Select products printed same day when you order by 2 p.m.
And now at Staples, get 25% off flyers, brochures, postcards, or direct mail services when you spend $50 or more.
Bring your designs to life this spring at Staples, where there's a whole lot more in store.
Ends 4/4/20. See store or staples.com/March print deals for details.
With your Mayo Clinic Radio Health Minute, I'm Jeff Olson.
We advance this tube through the colon.
This is cancer prevention through the lens of what's called a colonoscope.
Looking for the precursors to cancer, the colon polyp. So we can go in and remove that polyp before it ever becomes malignant.
Dr. Michael Wallace says thanks to near-focus high-definition cameras, it's getting even easier to spot polyps during a colonoscopy.
Particularly what we call flat polyps that don't grow up like little mushrooms. They spread out more like a bed of moss. And we can now see these, and we have tools to remove even those difficult flat polyps.
Once a flat polyp is identified, Dr. Wallace injects a saline to raise it and reveal its boundaries. A wire snare is then used to remove the polyp.
That's why we're actually seeing a significant decrease in new cases of colon cancer. Not just better survival, but actually fewer cases because we're preventing them by removing the precursor lesion.
For more information, talk with your doctor or visit mayoclinic.org.
If you're driven by an adventurous heart, you're in luck. The Subaru Outback is all new for 2020. It'll take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive plus up to 33 miles per gallon. It'll take you off the beaten path with 8.7 inches of ground clearance plus standard X mode with hill descent control. Welcome to the all-new best Outback ever. The 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you. EPA estimated highway fuel economy for the 2020 Subaru Outback non-turbo models. Actual mileage may vary.
You won't miss any Dana shows by subscribing to the podcast on iTunes, Google Play, or wherever podcasts are available.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick Five, brought to you by Caltech.
Alrighty. So Frank's Gun Shop in Philly, they had lines of people all weekend, and reports ABC Channel 6 that they've essentially sold every gun ever. They said that they can't even stay open anymore. They have to, because they got bought out. They sold so many guns, they actually had to close. They had lines out the door. They said people are kind of afraid of what's going on with the criminal element. Yeah, because a number of cities have had their city attorneys come out and state that they're not going to charge or go after anybody that's doing low-level crimes. Yeah, you're making people concerned and afraid because you're serious. We're going to just put a crime-free zone up sign? Good grief. These people are so ridiculous. The couple of other things here. There was some... there's an article on Playbill that says there are 15 Broadway plays and musicals that you can watch on stage from home, from Newsies to Sweeney Todd. And there are a number of movies that are now making their films, production companies making their films available for streaming. Like the latest Star Wars now is 3 months ahead of schedule. You can buy it online already, digitally, and stream it at home. And these are all, I would suggest skipping Cats, because that's just... I've never done serious. I've never done drugs. I've never done like particularly serious mind melting drugs, which I think is what Cats is like when you watch it. But they have all kinds of stuff. They have Sunday in the Park with George. They got Billy Elliot. They got all kinds of stuff. So, and I'm going to have this linked and a bunch of other fun stuff if you're looking for it over at danalash.com also. And this, I told you that about Amazon. People with certain blood types, they're wondering whether or not people with type A blood catch the virus or can contract it easier than those who are not type A. That's something that they're actually studying right now, because they said that type A has a 41% infection rate while O is 25. Stick with us.
Quick Five is brought to you by Caltech. Innovative, quality, performance.
Don't you wish you were at the post office right now? Me neither. Running a business or keeping up with your schedule takes a lot, and sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day. That's why you need Stamps.com. Anything that you can do at the post office, you can do at Stamps.com. Their on-demand postage means you can skip that trip to the post office, and plus save money with discounts that you can't even get at the post office. Stamps.com brings all of the services of the U.S. Postal Service right to your computer. No matter what you're shipping, Stamps.com can handle it all with ease. Time isn't the only thing you'll be saving. With Stamps.com, you can get 5 cents off of every first-class stamp and up to 40% off shipping rates. Right now, my listeners can get a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale without any long-term commitment. Just visit Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage, and type in Dana. That's Stamps.com, type in Dana.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Treasury Department is proposing $250 billion in direct payments to Americans starting April 6th. Another round of $250 billion would start on May 18th.
We are looking at different numbers. We're looking at timing that would be different, splitting the time, splitting the payments. We're looking at a lot of different things.
During a White House briefing, President Trump says the numbers may change, but that things are moving very quickly on stimulus proposals. The president also noted how bipartisan these bills are and that the Democrats and Republicans are working rather well together. Ford, Fiat Chrysler, and General Motors are getting ready to stop production in the United States. The big three automakers confirmed that late Thursday night all North American facilities will shut down for the coronavirus through at least March 30th. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Dr. Joel Wallach, the Dead Doctors Don't Lie guy. And there's no reason why you shouldn't live to be at least 100 and have a great time getting there. and I'm going to give you a free copy of my lecture that tells you exactly how to do it. In fact, after you've lived a long and healthy life, there should be only 2 documents in your medical chart, a birth certificate and a death certificate. I'm Dr. Wallach with a warning. If you have a 4-inch medical chart, if you take prescription drugs for high cholesterol, high blood pressure, arthritis, joint pains, and other health issues, the medical profession is failing you. They're using you for an ATM machine. My free lecture is going to reveal what pharmaceutical companies don't want you to know. There's been groundbreaking research and discoveries on how to effectively treat or eliminate over 900 different diseases naturally. And it's all in my free lecture called Deadly Recipe. So call toll-free 1-855-79-YOUNG. Again, that's toll-free 1-855-79-YOUNG. 1-855-79-YOUNG.
Doing it all, the water, the fiber, the exercise, but I still have constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating that keep coming back. My doctor said that I may have a chronic medical condition called irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C.
Linzess, linaclotide, is a prescription medication that treats adults with IBS with constipation. Linzess helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Individual results may vary. Do not give to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com. That's LINZESS.com, or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Sponsored by Allergan Pharmaceuticals and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Kia doesn't have to be the oldest SUV maker around, because what they lack in the cautious restraint of age, they make up for with the gravel-pounding ambition of youth. Telluride, Sportage, and Sorento SX, part of the tough and ready lineup of SUVs from Kia, with fully active all-wheel drive, torque vectoring corner control, and forward collision warning. Kia, give it everything. No system, no matter how advanced, can compensate for all driver error and or driving conditions. Forward collision warning is not a substitute for safe driving and may not detect all objects surrounding vehicle. Always drive safely and use caution. Brembo has been stopping champions on the track as well as drivers like you and me on the street for over 50 years. Whether it's UV-coated brake discs, low-dust premium ceramic brake pads, or high-temperature brake fluid, BremboStoreUSA.com is the place to go to buy genuine Brembo OE equivalent replacement brake components. Go to BremboStoreUSA.com to help you achieve that 60-0 braking performance you deserve and expect from Brembo. Brembo, the choice of champions and consumers for over 50 years.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere, like on a city street. Now you can get fast relief anywhere with new improved Primatene Mist, the only FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. So whether you need relief of symptoms at the park or at your kitchen table, Primatene Mist starts working quickly, opening up your airways to restore free breathing. For temporary relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma, use Primatene Mist and breathe easy again. Available at CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. Use as directed.
Cancer is the #1 cause of death by disease for children in the U.S. today. Since the Austin Hatcher Foundation's birth in 2006, it has grown to provide unique programs to help the children and the families affected by pediatric cancer. Support begins at the time of diagnosis and continues throughout survivorship at no cost to families. Lives touched by the foundation continue to rise each day, but we need your help. Donate, volunteer, or partner with the Austin Hatcher Foundation. Learn how you can get involved. Visit hatcherfoundation.org for more information.
Chad Benson Show.
The Dana Show.
Business Rockstars.
Radio America.
I saw the falling rain coming down on me. With my naked eye, I saw if I set it off, I could see me. With my naked eye,
This portion of the Dana Show is brought to you by Caltech. They don't make ordinary firearms. They invent better ones. Innovation, performance, Caltech. Visit us at caltechweapons.com.
Afternoon, I'll be meeting with nurses on the front lines of the battle against the virus. They're truly American heroes. They want to get it done. They're incredible people. So we're going to be meeting with nurses, and I actually look forward to that. They're very brave. They're taking a lot of risk, and they have done an incredible job, and they never complain. Today, I'm also announcing that the Department of Housing and Urban Development is providing immediate relief to renters and homeowners by suspending all foreclosures and evictions until the end of April. So we're working very closely with Dr. Ben Carson.
So the president, that's a great bit of relief for a lot of people out there. Department of Housing and Urban Development now is going to be providing relief to renters, homeowners, all foreclosures, evictions suspended till the end of April, and we'll see how far all of this goes. I was reading, excuse me, it's allergies, and I had strep a week and a half ago, which was a test. It's not the corona. And I've been we've already been like locked down for a week and a half. Anyway, so I had read a piece talking about the cruel paradox of how beating the virus may mean that the United States slips into some sort of recession. And we've already seen a lot of go back and forth in D.C. as to the best way to approach this. And there are a lot of limited government individuals like me who this does not aid my anxiety at all. It doesn't help me because you want to make sure that people, I always believe that helping people is the best way to do it. But at the same time, we've never been anything like this before. And it is the entire economy has been shut down to prevent the rate of spread. So our systems are not overloaded. What is the best? What is going to be the best approach to this? And does it necessarily mean that do we have to go into a recession in order to do what needs to be done? I mean, I'm not an economist, but I am a taxpayer, and I am made of questions. Joining us right now, Congressman Chip Roy from the great state of Texas, who has been going through this in D.C. Congressman, we're grateful to have you, and happy that you're staying safe and healthy. Give us the latest on this, because I know that there were a lot of concerns about, what was going to be included in this package coming up from the House. I know Mitch McConnell was saying yesterday that there are a number of Republican senators that had some concerns because there were some things that Nancy Pelosi and others were trying to slip in here that had absolutely nothing to do with response to this pandemic.
Well, Dana, first of all, thank you. Glad it sounds like you're healthy and doing well. Obviously, the first thing we should be doing is praying to make sure that, those that are potentially suffering are well, and praying for their safety and well-being, and praying for our nation. And I know you agree with that. And let's also keep in mind that perspective here matters. We need to remember that this nation has overcome, Nazism. We put a man on the moon. We, rebuilt Southern Manhattan. We cured polio. And I go down a laundry list of things. We're going to be fine, and we're going to overcome this, but we're going to have to work together to do it. At the end of the day, right now, my primary objective is how do we get on top of healthcare to make sure everybody's, taken care of, and that we don't let the virus spread too rapidly, flatten the curve, as people say. And then secondly, how do we get our economy cranking back up again so that we're not causing more harm through a prolonged recession or even depression because we've gone so far in shutting down commerce. So when I look at what the Democrats proposed last week, there were pieces of it that were fine. Trying to fix and expand unemployment insurance so that people can be cared for, trying to fix and deal with some of the SNAP and food stamp issues. But ultimately, there were mandates in the bill that would have been highly destructive to small businesses, and there were carve-outs for big businesses. And it was being rushed through without us having the ability to debate and vote on it. So I voted no, and tried to hold on to it and delay it a little bit so we could actually debate it. We ended up having a little debate, improved the bill a little, got some relief for some of the small businesses, but not enough. It got over to the Senate, and now Tom Cotton, Mike Lee, and some others are trying to solve the problem by improving the bill. Bottom line is we need to put capital into the hands of small businesses so they can keep their businesses afloat. Right now, government, the power of government, both rhetorically and actually, is being used to tell people to basically shut their businesses down. That's a problem, right? That's close to a regulatory taking. It may be the right response in the face of a health crisis, but people's lives are attached to it. So I, like you, I'm a fiscal conservative, a limited government conservative, but I am not troubled by some of the conversations we're having right now about expanding unemployment insurance, figuring out COBRA and patchwork to get people to keep their health care, and even some direct cash payments, particularly if they're means tested, to ensure that we're doing what we need to do to keep workers able to work, small businesses functioning. What we don't need are massive bailouts for Wall Street while ignoring small businesses and workers. I'm hopeful the Senate will improve that legislation, but we need to all keep working together, all to get through this briefly and then get around the bend and get our economy going and do what Americans do best to survive and beat this.
Yeah, and that's the $1 million question, because I was listening to some of what Steve Mnuchin was saying yesterday, and I realized that he was kind of giving a sort of Overton window kind of approach, but saying, look, you could see unemployment spike, maybe even go up to 20%. It's just you're gonna have this happen. And one of the proposals that has been discussed often is the $1,000 a month to individuals as some relief, which I asked people on social media yesterday to explain to me why they think this would be better than the approaches that I'm that I think that we should as limited government fiscal conservatives look at. I would sit here and go to the extreme, like, let's just not have income tax, and let's have, I realize that we have some extensions now, but why not just have a grace period? Government's got enough money. Why we could cut all this needless spending. We could cut all these other regulations and payroll tax and et cetera, et cetera. What are your thoughts on that? Because that, I think, has been, it's not that conservatives are, and this, conservatives or even kind of libertarians or independents are opposed to measures in a time of a pandemic, because we've never been through anything like this, and at some point it does become a national security concern. But how far do you think is too far?
It's a good question, and I don't pretend to know the answer for sure. What I think is most important is that whatever steps we take, we do it through the lens of getting through it rapidly and getting around the bend. And so I keep saying that because it's really important. We can't shut down for 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, and try to go through until, okay, there's no more virus, we have a vaccine. We can't do that. We've got to get our economy functioning again, because we need people to have jobs, food on their tables, being able to pay their bills, being able to go and get medicine and go get health care. We need all of our economy functioning. We can't just leave pieces of it functioning. We need to right now flatten the curve, take the steps necessary to stop the spike, get our healthcare system squared away. I do believe that a mix of cash payments to some limited amount, within some reason, and unemployment insurance and ways that we can help bridge the gap for workers for some period of weeks, right? Whatever that is, I do believe that's critically important. Again, Dana, keep in mind the power of government is being used here, rightly or wrongly, to say we can't be out at restaurants. We can't be out in big groups. We can't be flying and going staying in hotels, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, if that's the right call for public health, history will judge that. Then right now we have something close to a government taking. We're taking away people's liberty to make money. So government has a role here. I believe this is a limited government constitutional conservative, a role here to step in and try to bridge the gap, give people the ability to get from point A to point B. I don't know what that looks like in terms of how big is the cash payment, how often, how much do we do it through unemployment insurance, what do we do on those fronts, but we need to do it. We need to do it quickly, but the most important thing is getting capital to small businesses to keep them afloat so people have jobs. Allow entrepreneurs and innovation to take over. There's a company here that says something that I've read about where they'll go into a local restaurant and basically create like a Sonic, where you drive up, punch in what you want to order from that restaurant, and they can bring it out to your window. That's great. That's more awesome. Of that. More charity. More helping your neighbors. Keep seniors protected. Do what you can to help the neighbor down the street. Go down and buy gift cards from local restaurants. Do what you can to keep them afloat. Double tip, triple tip. And then we get busy doing what we should do, but we got to fix the healthcare situation. We got to have a whole nother call about China and disentangling ourselves from China and the supply chain over there. I sent a letter to the Democrats on the Oversight Committee with all my colleagues on the Republican side, and it was well received, by the way, by my Democrat colleagues, to have a hearing and oversight as soon as possible about how much our supply chain and healthcare is too entangled with China.
Right. Right.
We've got to do something about that, but that's a whole other call.
And that's a priority too, to make sure that we control that supply chain. I was looking at some of this because I know that some people are talking about the R word, recession, and some others have even suggested that could this lead to a Great Depression, which I think might be an exaggeration. But I remember previously, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, that the government in times of national emergencies. I know that it happened under Bush, and I think it happened under Obama as well, that they'd sent something like this $1,000 was attempted previously, and it really didn't have that much of an impact in terms of getting the economy back on track. Do you think that all of well, go ahead and address that, and then I was going to ask you if you think we're actually sliding towards a recession.
Well, look, I think we're going to definitely have a massive slowdown. There's no way we cannot when we've actually just stopped the wheels of commerce in multiple areas. And I mean, airlines are basically, empty. Cruise ships are empty. Hotels are empty. Restaurants are being told not to operate. We're going to have a massive slowdown. Again, our goal is to get through it quickly and then get around the bend and get going again. The $1,000 issue, I think some of my conservative friends are getting a little mixed up about calling this a stimulus. Look, This isn't about stimulus, because the $1,000 would fail to be a true stimulus, to be honest with you. But what it will do is bridge the gap for workers who are left stranded because service workers can't work and go get go wait tables, right? I mean, we're telling people you can't go to a restaurant. The waitress and the waiter is going, well, now what do I do? They literally don't have a job. And so we can go down to unemployment, fine, and we should do that. But we can provide some relief with direct cash payments. It's very different. It's not about stimulus as much as floating everybody to get through it. Again, my call and my advice to the White House is get around as soon as we possibly can to some sort of date certain in which we're going to get around the bend and tell people, look, wash your hands and get back in the ballgame. At some point, that's what we're going to have to do. I don't know whether that's April 1st, 15th, May 1st, July 1st, but at some point, sooner rather than later, we're going to have to crank everything back up again and make sure we've got our healthcare system able to deal with it. We can't shut our economy down in perpetuity. So we just got to get through it and bridge it. And once we do, we'll come out of it great if we do all the things we're supposed to do.
Yeah, I definitely think that there's some steps that we can take when we're on the other side of it. And China's already on the other side of it. South Korea is already on the other side of it. Yep. And Italy's getting there. They're getting there. They're coming out of the middle of it right now as we are about to slide right into it. So there's definite steps that we can take to really mitigate really, I think, some of the worst economic outcomes. One last thing before I let you go, and this has been kind of a fight on the side of the big Wuhan coronavirus fight, is what to call it. And everybody has been, I personally think, I've written about this, I think, this is communist China. They maliciously and purposefully spread this when they were arresting doctors that were saving lives, shutting down labs, deleting reporting that were trying to warn the public, withholding critical data, using the World Health Organization, bullying them to exclude countries like Taiwan for political reasons. At what point, because I know right now we got to focus on making sure the country gets through this. But I'm thinking we have to get more aggressive than the United States has ever been with China when this is done. What is your thought?
Well, I agree completely. I mean, I don't know all the facts yet. None of us really do about what's going on. I know this. When China is kicking out our reporters, something's going on. And look, I'm no fan of the media, and neither are you as a general matter in terms of how they do things in the United States, and they tend to have leftist progressive tendencies. But dadgummit, the First Amendment is critical to a functioning democracy and getting the truth. Right. And China's trying to hide this stuff. And so we've got to get much more aggressive with China. Look, they've been our enemy for a long time. They've been targeting us on intellectual property. They've been engaging in espionage, stealing our secrets, sticking it to our businesses, been playing hardball. Look, the president was right, by the way, to come in and start trying to play a little hardball with China with trade. And don't think for a minute they don't know that. And the way they've handled all this from the beginning, whether or not they cooked it up and created this virus or whether or not the virus occurred and they hid it or all of the above, China has been not upfront in dealing with this. They are not our friend. We need to remember that in whatever we do in creating policies. And going forward, we need to make sure our supply chain and healthcare and other critical national security areas is free from being controlled by an entity like China, which is our enemy and not our friend.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely on that. You're going to be busy, Congressman. You're going to be so busy coming up. I hope that you travel safe and that you stay healthy.
Yeah, you too. God bless you. Happy to come on anytime. Just stay well. We live in the greatest state, the greatest country in the world. We'll all fight and get through this. And God bless you and all your listeners.
Absolutely. Congressman Chip Roy from the great Republic of Texas. Congressman, thank you. Safe travels and Godspeed. We have more to come, including the president invoking the Wartime Authority of Defense Production Act to address. I will give details on that. I also have some other things to get into as well. Police powers during pandemics, civil liberties during pandemics. There is constitutional allowance, but there are a lot of restrictions that go with it. We're going to discuss that. We're also going to get into some of the amazing things that are happening and the ways that the private sector are stepping up and picking up the slack. Be encouraged. We got all of that and more just coming up. As we move on, our awesome friends at Raycon make just the best wireless earbuds on the market. I love these. I'm telling you, I wear headphones, professional, very expensive headphones for radio every day, and I have 2 pairs of them. And I am very picky about my audio. And when I need wireless earbuds because, you know, their headphones hurt. And so I like to switch to earbuds when I want to listen to stuff without having the cans on. And the Raycons are the only ones that I will wear. I've purchased very, very expensive, so-called highly rated, other super fancy, pretentious wireless earbuds, and they sound horrible. Raycons are the only ones that honestly think about what they can do with noise cancellation. They are perfectly made for your ear. They're so comfortable. They have so many different varieties, colors, and even a pair that's waterproof. Mine particularly are the E50s. They send these gel tabs with them. There's different sizes, so you can get the most customized fit. That also helps with noise cancellation. I can put these things in and hear things on a plane, for crying out loud. I cannot do that with any other earbud, period. To get your Raycons and get 15% off because they're affordable, in addition to being the most premium ones on the market, they're affordable. You can also get an additional 15% off when you get it through buyraycon.com/Dana. That's buyraycon.com/Dana.
I'm doing all the right things, drinking plenty of water, eating right, exercising, but month after month, my constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating keep coming back.
Irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, affects 13 million Americans. Linzess, linaclotide, is a prescription medication that treats IBS-C in adults. Linzess helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Individual results may vary. Do not give to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com. That's LINZESS.com. Or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Sponsored by Allergan Pharmaceuticals and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Computer systems in cars are the new normal, from electronically controlled transmissions to touchscreen displays to dozens of sensors. But all of this advanced tech is expensive to fix if and when it breaks. That's why you need CarShield. CarShield has affordable protection plans that can save you thousands for a covered repair, including computers, GPS, electronics, and more. Monthly plans are flexible with rates as low as $99 a month. You can pick your favorite mechanic or the dealership to do the work, and CarShield takes care of the rest. They also offer 24/7 roadside assistance and a rental car while yours is being fixed, all for free. CarShield has helped over 1 million customers. So drive with confidence knowing that you have coverage from America's #1 auto protection provider. With monthly payment plans as low as $99 a month, you have nothing to lose. Call 800-CAR-6000 and mention code DANA, or visit carshield.com and use code DANA to save 10%. That's carshield.com, code DANA. A deductible may apply.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Are you over the age of 60 and been diagnosed with lung cancer? If so, you and your family may qualify for a cash award. Our experienced attorneys are standing by to evaluate whether you have a lung cancer claim that qualifies you for a cash award. The consultation is absolutely free, and there is no risk and no money out of pocket. We only receive a fee when we secure you and your family a settlement. 250,000 people are diagnosed with lung cancer every year. You're not alone in this battle. We can help make sure that you and your family are financially safe and and that medical expenses are covered. Again, if you've been diagnosed with lung cancer and are over age 60, call now. Don't delay. There are deadlines for filing claims. We're standing by 24/7. Call us at 1-855-380-4220. 1-855-380-4220. That's 1-855-380-4220. Attorney advertising. William Stepacker Jr. is the attorney responsible for this ad. Main office, Scranton, Pennsylvania. May not be available in all states.
The most dangerous day for a newborn is her first day of life. Every 31 seconds, an infant dies from infections, pneumonia, malnutrition. But she doesn't have to die. For more than 60 years, Project Hope has been saving lives around the world, delivering medicines and supplies, giving newborns a healthy start, making sure her first day of life is not her last. Because everyone deserves hope. To volunteer or learn more about Project Hope, visit projecthope.org/newborns.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic, safe, effective, even money-saving, just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
Hey, Greg, I'm so sorry to hear about your brother's heart attack.
Thanks. He's okay now, but it really got me thinking about my family. You know, could my wife still pay our mortgage if I had a heart problem? Or could my kids still go to college?
Man, that is really scary. Yeah, you should call my life insurance agent at Health IQ. When I got life insurance for my family last year, they saved me 41% versus any other company I looked at.
41%? That's huge.
Yep. Health IQ starts by shopping everyone with the top 30 life insurance carriers to make sure they can get the lowest retail rate. Then they apply their exclusive healthy lifestyle savings, which can save you up to 41%. I literally got $1 million in coverage for my family for just $36 a month.
Just $36 a month?
Yep. You should check it out at healthiq.com/easy.
To save that much money, I'm going to call them right now. What's that link again? healthiq.com/easy?
Yep. healthiq.com/easy.
It's the Dana Show.
It's time for Florida Person. It's time to check what Florida is up to.
There's nothing that comes good from a headline like this. Parish man crashed his car into woman and girl. That's when he got naked, cops say.
What? Oh, man.
A 26-year-old Florida man decided to strip naked, according to the Manatee County Sheriff's Office. 3:30 p.m., Cody Hicks was driving erratically before he ran his vehicle into another vehicle occupied by two females. That's when he got naked and began making obscene gestures at the females, one of whom was a minor. He was taken into custody and is at the Manatee County Jail, where he remains in lieu of $2,500 bond. Stick with us.
It's the Dana Show.
Anyone can create a podcast on the web. In fact, there are millions of them online. But if you want quality internet talk radio, just remember this address, TalkZone.com. TalkZone is internet talk radio for planet Earth with talented hosts, great guests, and good conversation. Ready to share your thoughts and ideas with a global audience? Become a TalkZone show host yourself. Learn more at TalkZone.com. Internet talk radio for planet Earth.
TalkZone.com.
Our veterans risked it all to protect our freedom. One of the best ways to say thank you is to volunteer to support them. At a time in history where kindness is a virtue, volunteering means a lot. For over 47 years, Help Heal Veterans, a not-for-profit organization, with the support of citizens like you, have delivered therapy kits to veterans who need them. To volunteer or learn more, visit healvets.org. That's healvets.org.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Treasury Department is proposing $250 million in direct payments to Americans starting April 6th. Another round of $250 billion would start on May 18th. As the coronavirus crisis hammers the U.S. economy, the stimulus package would be tiered in payments based on income level and family size. Coronavirus Response Coordinator Dr. Deborah Birx says millennials are at risk for the virus.
There may be disproportional number of infections among that group. And so even if it's a rare occurrence, it may be seen more frequently in that group and be evident now.
The roller coaster ride on Wall Street continues as the Dow lost 1,338 points to finish at 19,899. The S&P fell 131 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Maybe you can relate to this. A lot of people think they're stuck with their health plan. It costs too much, or for whatever reason, they just don't like it. But great news, you are not stuck with it. There is a choice. It's called MediShare, and you could save so much. The typical savings for a family is $500 a month. Major difference maker. This is the affordable alternative to health insurance. And just to give you a little more info about MediShare, it's a Christian healthcare sharing ministry. It's worked beautifully for 26 years, has more than 400,000 members, and they've shared over $3 billion of each other's medical bills. So yes, they can help share your needs too. So you're not stuck. There's an excellent alternative, whether you're single or married, you got a family. MediShare is super flexible. You can choose an option that works for you and start saving lots of money. You can join anytime. They're great to talk to, no pressure. Call 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
The coronavirus is contributing to a major shortage of blood supplies. USA Radio Network's Chris Barnes has more.
Across the nation, the Red Cross is now pleading for blood donations. As officials say, they're getting to the point where doctors and hospitals may have to decide who gets blood and who does not. They say you can find how and where to donate blood, or you can sponsor a drive by visiting redcrossblood.org. Download the Red Cross Blood app from your favorite app store, or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS. For USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
Unemployment websites in several states are crashing because of high traffic. New York is designating specific days for people to file claims based on their last names. Kentucky is using a similar system after getting 9,000 applications on Tuesday. And the Census Bureau is suspending all field operations for 2 weeks because of the coronavirus pandemic. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The war of words between the Trump administration and China over the origin of coronavirus has escalated as President Trump continues to call it the Chinese virus. President Trump was again asked by the mainstream media why he continues to call it the Chinese virus.
It comes from China. That's why. It comes from China. I want to be accurate. Yeah, please, John. Please. I have great love for all of the people from our country. But as you know, China tried to say at one point, maybe they stopped now, that it was caused by American soldiers. That can't happen. Not as long as I'm president. It comes from China.
The Pentagon is giving 5 million respirator masks and up to 2,000 deployable ventilators to the Department of Health and Human Services to help with the corona pandemic. USA Radio Network's John Clemens reports.
Defense Secretary Mark Esper said the so-called N95 respirators are designed for use by deployed troops, require training to operate, it may have single-use limitations.
The Department of Defense will make available up to 5 million N95 respirator masks and other personal protective equipment from our own strategic reserves to the Department of Health and Human Services for distribution. The first 1 million masks will be made available immediately.
Secretary Esper is also considering a request to deploy a Navy hospital ship to New York City to care for non-coronavirus patients.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Hey guys,
guys, it's Mock and Daisy from the Chicks on the Right. We have a brand new podcast, Mock and Daisy's Common Sense Cast. Every week, we talk about the issues that matter to us and matter to you too. Everything from parenting and our families to the dangers of social media and the ridiculous trends it's created, like gender reveal parties and promposals. It's a little bit of everything, because if we really want to make America great again, we need to start in our own homes. Find out more by going to our website, chicksontheright.com, or start listening on the Apple Podcast app or your favorite podcasting platform.
I want my own website, but I don't know where to start.
Start at Pear. Pear offers hosting plans that are perfect for someone who's just starting out.
But I'm not really tech savvy.
Not to worry. Pear has WordPress hosting packages.
What's WordPress?
It's web software that even a beginner can use to create a beautiful website.
So where do I start? Pear.com?
Pear.com. As in, we make a perfect pair.
Pear Networks Web Hosting. Tell your friends.
The Dana Show.
I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry at all.
If you knew the shows that I turned down in order to speak to you, you would be very impressed with yourself, Dana. That I can tell you.
Delivering the truth.
Are you a citizen or are you a subject? Because I'm a citizen, and I'll ask whatever question I want to whenever I want to. If you're a subject, you go on and you be a subject. I'm a citizen.
The Dana Show.
And we're not Democrats and we're not Republicans. We are Americans at the end of the day. That's who we are. And that's who we are when we are at our best. So this hypersensitivity about politics and reading every comment and wanting to pit one against the other, there's no time for this. The president is doing the right thing in offering to step up with New York, and I appreciate it. And New York will do the right thing in return.
I appreciate that attitude. That's Andrew Cuomo, and I dig that attitude. And I told him so personally on social last night. Welcome to the show. I'm Dana Lash, at DLash on Twitter, official Dana Lash on Facebook. I will always give credit where due, always, because I believe in the good thing that is done. Even if I don't believe in the person that did it, it needs to be acknowledged. DanaLash.com. I got a lot of good stuff up there for you as well. And I am going to have a huge post coming your way. It is going to be your one-stop shop. I've been working on it for 2 days now. That's how insane it is. If you're a parent, you got kids at home, I literally have everything that you would ever want to know about activities, watching things, even if you wanted to watch the opera, like live performances of, I have everything everything's going to be up there. If you want to help, I will have every link up there as to how you can help. If you need help, I will have links up there as to how you can get help. Name it and I'll have it up there. So that's going to be coming tonight. There's still some things I got to add, and it's a one-stop shop. And I'm going to put it out in the email too. If you have not subscribed to the email, this will also go out in the email, and you can bookmark it. So one of the things that we're going to start doing this week too, just to give you a programming note, is we're going to obviously bring you all of the serious stuff with the coronavirus and every bit of news and development and all of that. But I also think that y'all need a little bit of a mental break too. I think we all do. So we're going to have a little fun. And we're going to start this week. We're going to launch a brand new segment on the show. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but we're going to launch a brand new segment. And you don't want to miss it. That's all I'm going to say. And there are a lot of very awesome things in the works that we're going to be here in the next several days launching. And I'm very excited about it. And this is all just so you can chill and have fun.
It's a cure for cabin fever.
It is. It's a cure for cabin fever. I'm not going to lie. Some of the ideas I had while I was playing Call of Duty at 1 a.m. last night and drinking all the LaCroix that I had in the house. And I do say it like that, and don't get me to say it any other way. People are like, what the heck did she just say? What is LaCroix? Oh, I'm sorry. LaCroix. Is that how you got to say it?
I think Post Malone says it LaCroix.
Okay, well, Post Malone is from this part of Texas.
Yeah,
so, okay, I will say it how
I'm going to trust his pronunciation.
Pre Malone says it.
Right.
There you go. So we're gonna have fun. Yeah, long sidebar. Have you ever? So I went into there was a friend of mine who had been under the weather and had been in the hospital, and I was getting them some flowers, and I walked into the Central Market. Central Market is like Whole Foods, but if anything could be snootier, it's true. And who was it that said they have a potions aisle? Sebastian, man, I mean, they're joking about it because, like, when you walk around in Whole Foods, like, it's by the fruit and the potions, right? So you can go in this aisle and make your own soaps. So anyway, I went in there, and I asked someone. I was looking for the raspberry LaCroix, and I say it like that as a joke, right? And then I call everything Topo Chico. That's the other thing I do. And so I just didn't even think, and I was in a hurry, and I asked somebody if they had any raspberry LaCroix. And that poor, probably early 20-year-old hipster looked at me like I had sprouted another head out of my armpit. And he was like, what? And I'm like, raspberry, oh, I'm sorry, LaCroix. And then he immediately LaCroix. Shut up, you've never left this country. LaCroix. Yes, some LaCroix. That's the most authentic pronunciation right there. So anyway, that I just realized how silly, but I still say it anyway. Yeah, I'm still. All right, couple of other things. I don't even know where to start. This is actually awesome. This story is really awesome, and I have so many things that I have to get into because right when I start the show, pretty much I have to disregard all the prep that I did the night before, and I prep 24/7 because everything's changed since then. And I want you to all to be encouraged because if it sucks, then we all think it sucks, and we will all endure the suckitude together. Yes, we will. And this pandemic has made for some very interesting partnerships. For instance, and this comes from CNN, Dior and Givenchy. They are, yeah, that's how it is. It ain't Givenchy.
Oh, it isn't?
No. I literally did not know it was Porsche until I was like just last month years old, so don't. That's true. Dior and Givenchy. They are, they make perfume. That is not cheap. Smells good. They're now making hand sanitizer. They're stepping up. Huh. They're like, oh, wait, we're making hand sanitizer. That's pretty awesome. Mm-hmm. And they're getting it out as quickly as possible. There's a luxury goods conglomerate, and the only reason that I know about LVMH is because it is owned by Salma Hayek's husband. And I was wondering, why is girlfriend showing up like dressed to the nines to every event? Not putting a foot wrong for like 9 years now. Like everything she wears, even casual Salma. I'm like, what? I really need to see her closet. Anyway, that's how I know all of that. Because her husband owns the company that bought out, like they own Gucci, they own Louis Vuitton, they own Bottega Veneta, they own everybody, including Dior and Givenchy. And so they're making all of these. That parent company is now stepping up and making whatever it can that will help with the emergency needs of health professionals that are treating everything in Europe, whether it's hand sanitizer, whether it's whatever. And they are making 12 tons of hand sanitizer this week. 12 tons. That's amazing. And they're going to deliver it to all of the health authorities. They're delivering it to every hospital they can. They are going to do whatever they can. If they don't make it, there was a statement too where Martine Hirsch, who is the head of Paris Hospital, she said she was so grateful. And they also said that they'll try to even, if they don't make it, they'll try to get their hands on it and use their distribution methods to get whatever they need. That is awesome. Private sector stepping up. That, if you need to be encouraged about anything, be encouraged that when it looks like it could be a really depressing time, and when you're stuck inside the house, And the only perspective as to what you have happening to the outside world is what you see through your windows with your own eyes, or your other little window, your television, or your phone or your computer. And you feel so cut off. Realize that you are linked with everyone else who feels the same way, and the private sector is stepping up in a way that a federal government will never, ever be able to do. And they're doing it better. You know why? We are speeding towards a vaccine. You might think, and I'll agree with you, 14, 15 months, maybe even 18 months, worst case scenario for a vaccine sounds insane, and you're like, oh my gosh. Do you realize how fast that is? I got to say, the woman that everyone saw getting injected with the vaccine trial is probably one of the bravest people I've ever seen. They have not tested it on a breathing thing, period. They literally just came up with it, and she went in and was like, inject me. That is how urgent it is. Inject me. And these vaccine trials can be very, very dangerous. I was reading about that last night, and I'm not going to bore you with the particulars, but I was like, oh my gosh, now I need to play Call of Duty because this is crazy. It's the fact that she just went in because she wanted to help, however, that's amazing. And this is what else is awesome. You know that hand sanitizer, it has to at least be 60% alcohol, right? It's just why I just want to say my friend John Rich's Redneck Riviera is not just a delicious product, but it is also a hand sanitizer. I just want to say that. I just want to put it out there. Now you have distilleries stepping up. You have distilleries here in the United States making cleaning solutions and hand sanitizer and doing whatever they can with what they got. Durham, North Carolina-based Durham Distillery. It makes conniption gin. I love that. They got approval that from the agency that oversees alcohol laws and control and all of that to distribute an ethanol-based sanitizing solution. A couple of sources for this, Reuters and then Wine Mag. To a sanitizing solution. They're going to hand that out to all the restaurants, all the bars, all the people that you are relying on to get you your food and your products that you need. These people's hands are going to be sanitized by private sector businesses like Conniption Gin, which I'm going to be ordering in bulk when this is done. Like when I see businesses step up, you got me for life. Like I will like buy your stuff for life, which I think is awesome. And then you have Navy Strength Gin. They are doing, as I understand, a sanitizer that's going to be for tabletops and high-touch areas. And it's not a hand sanitizer. This is something that is hardcore for surfaces so that it will kill any microbe like boom. And here's the thing. They're giving it all away for free. Not a single company, business, struggling, getting it for free.
But evil corporations, Dana.
I mean, when you hear Bernie Sanders and everyone rail on these corporations, these are the corporations that historically have stepped up. Whether it was World War II, whenever it's been 9/11, these are the companies that step up. I feel like the Sanders people and the socialists don't understand something. Capitalism is awesome. But do you want to know why people work as hard as they do? Not just because they're obsessed with money and they want to be successful and have wealth. The reason that people make something out of nothing and lift themselves up and work hard is so they can take care of other people. That's why they do it. And that's what socialism lacks, is a heart. I can't tell you how many of these stories I'm finding now. Amazing. So these companies, I'm going to post this online, don't worry. And if you're a company out there doing something like this, I want you to let me know. DanaLash.com, my contact's up there. Let me know. Because I want to hear about it, and I want to make sure that I add you to a list of people that I always want to patronize. This is awesome stuff. So be encouraged, folks. We have more to come. And as we move on, our awesome friends at Caltech. God bless the Second Amendment. Florida company. They're so innovative. I had a lot of people that were asking me stuff about, because there are a lot of you that listen that obviously have firearms, but a lot of you that have never purchased a firearm before. And now I had a couple of you who had emailed, one of you emailed last night and said that you had just purchased a pistol for two pistols actually for their wife, and they did not want to give like a name out and all of that. They're on the East Coast. They've already gone through the New York Safe Act and people publishing stuff, so they're just, I understand the nervousness. And one of the ones they got was the P17. And I'm telling you, if you're new and you're going to be practicing your target acquisition, and like for instance, this lady has always been a big 2A supporter, and her husband was telling me that she's really actively, she wants to get her concealed carry now, and she's really been motivated by all of this to think, I'd rather have something and not need it than need it and not have it. And so the P17 was super affordable, MSRP $199. Minimum recoil. It is so perfect for people who are new to this and that want to ease into it and want to train affordably. Low cost 22 LR ammo, 16+1 capacity, 3 16-round magazines right out of the box. You get a lot of bang for the buck with the P17, and it's ambidextrous. Magazine release and external safety, accessible right or left. And the rail at the bottom, throw a light up there, laser combination, doesn't matter. Fiber optic front sight, adjustable rear. This is a great pistol if you are new and you want to learn and that you got questions about affordability. This is it from Keltec. KeltecWeapons.com, KELTEC weapons.com. Tell them Dana sent you. How do you fight for freedom? America is a great country, and the freedoms that we have today exist because of great sacrifice. However, these freedoms are being threatened by progressive candidates and causes, as well as the progressive companies that fund those agendas. Patriot Mobile began in 2012 with a passion to serve and protect our freedoms. Patriot Mobile is America's only conservative cell phone company offering super reliable nationwide cell phone service, and they donate a portion of their profits to organizations that fight for First and Second Amendment rights, family values, and pro-life causes. Make the switch to Patriot Mobile and use promo code Dana to waive the activation fee and receive a free gift. Visit patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT. That's patriotmobile.com/Dana or call 972-PATRIOT. Don't forget to use promo code Dana to waive the activation fee and receive a free gift. Patriot Mobile provides the opportunity for you to use your cell phone to make a change and support American values, liberty, and freedom. Patriot Mobile, mobilizing conservatives.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans. 30% of Americans who are planning home improvements of $5,000 or more will pay for those renovations with a high-interest credit card. That may not be a great idea. A better idea may be to take cash out of your home with a Quicken Loans 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.99%. APR 4.23%. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rates subject to change. Pay 2% fee to receive this discount rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states and NMLS number 3030.
If you're worried about your cholesterol, hear how others are taking charge with garlic.
My doctor said my cholesterol was borderline, but I've been taking garlic, and it works.
I've been taking garlic for years.
My pharmacist recommended garlic. He said there's an ingredient in garlic that helps maintain healthy cholesterol.
I take garlic every day. No garlic breath. Lots of people like you are choosing garlic to help maintain a healthy cholesterol. Garlic, it's cholesterol's natural enemy. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Do you have a dog? Would you like to develop your dog's hidden intelligence to eliminate bad behavior and create the obedient, well-behaved pet of your dreams? A woman named Adrienne Ferricelli, a professional certified dog trainer, has helped hundreds of dog owners train their dogs to be well-behaved, obedient, loving pets.
Yes, good job.
By bringing out the hidden intelligence inside the dogs. You can quickly eliminate any behavioral problem your dog has, no matter how badly you think it's ingrained, no matter what kind of dog you have. With the mental stimulation that Adrienne teaches, your dog will listen to you and understand what you want it to do. Bad behaviors simply fade away as more desirable ones appear in their place.
Oh, you're such a good boy.
So if you want to check out this remarkable dog training system, just visit realbusinessbargains.com. That's realbusinessbargains.com. realbusinessbargains.com.
Hear that? It's time for Dodge Power Dollars on Dodge Charger and Challenger, where you get $10 off per horsepower. So you can enjoy the sweet sounds of Dodge Charger RT Scat Pack's 485 horsepower and get $4,850 off. Or take it up a notch with Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat Red Eye 797 horsepower and get $7,970 off. So come in for Dodge Power Dollars and get a great deal. Offer not available on leases. See dealer for details.
Mom, delivery!
You've been loading up on things from Walmart?
Yeah, I used my new Capital One Walmart Rewards card. It earns unlimited 5% back on everything I buy from Walmart online.
Say what?
5% back.
Say what?
5% back. Say what now?
5% back!
With what? The Capital One Walmart Rewards card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online on top of Walmart's everyday low prices. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One USA NA.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real, natural-looking hair back permanently. They're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who texts EASY11 to 85850. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text EASY11 to 85850. That's EASY11 to 85850.
Follow Dana on Twitter @DLash and official Dana Lash on Facebook.
And now, all of the news you would probably miss. It's time for Dana's Quick 5, brought to you by Caltech.
Remember how I said that my 4-foot screen is never going to be completely overwhelmed? Well, today's the day, everybody. My 4-foot screen is, here we go, it's totally overwhelmed. All right. So these headlines here. Are they really? Millennials are said to be embracing a clothing trend called granny chic. Now, when I hear granny, I immediately think of the granny from, Tweety Bird, Warner Brothers. They're calling it granny chic or grand millennial. They say that younger people, because apparently millennials are the first people to ever look in thrift shops and wearing vintage pieces, and they crochet and wear clip-on earrings. Like, welcome to the 90s, people. This is literally what they did in the 90s. So let's not. But I am happy that they're crocheting because it's fun. All right. Moving on. This, a couple of things. One of the doctors on the coronavirus task force was saying that new numbers coming out of Europe show that the millennial demo is actually being hit as hard as the older demo, meaning that maybe some people were not paying attention to the self-isolation as they should have been as early on. We'll talk about that more as well. Stick with us.
Quick 5 is brought to you by Caltech. Innovative, quality, performance.
Computer systems in cars are the new normal, from electronically controlled transmissions to touchscreen displays to dozens of sensors. But all of this advanced tech is expensive to fix if and when it breaks. That's why you need CarShield. CarShield has affordable protection plans that can save you thousands for a covered repair, including computers, GPS, electronics, and more. Monthly plans are flexible with rates as low as $99 a month. You can pick your favorite mechanic or the dealership to do the work, and CarShield takes care of of the rest. They also offer 24/7 roadside assistance and a rental car while yours is being fixed, all for free. CarShield has helped over 1 million customers. So drive with confidence knowing that you have coverage from America's #1 auto protection provider. With monthly payment plans as low as $99 a month, you have nothing to lose. Call 800-CAR-6000 and mention code Dana, or visit carshield.com and use code Dana to save 10%. That's carshield.com, code Dana. A deductible may apply.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Treasury Department is proposing $250 million in direct payments to Americans starting April 6th. Another round of $250 billion would start on May 18th. As the coronavirus crisis hammers the U.S. economy, the stimulus package would be tiered in payments based on income level and family size. Coronavirus Response Coordinator Dr. Deborah Birx says millennials are at risk for the virus.
There may be disproportional number of infections among that group. And so even if it's a rare occurrence, it may be seen more frequently in that group and be evident now.
The roller coaster ride on Wall Street continues as the Dow lost 1,338 points to finish at 19,899. The S&P fell 131 points. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291.
By an adventurous heart, you're in luck. The Subaru Outback is all new for 2020. It'll take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive plus up to 33 miles per gallon. It'll take you off the beaten path with 8.7 inches of ground clearance, plus standard X mode with hill descent control. Welcome to the all-new best Outback ever, the 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you. EPA estimated highway fuel economy for the 2020 Subaru Outback non-turbo models. Actual mileage may vary.
Honey, listen to this. Our dog and our cat both need pet care products, right?
Uh-huh.
And it costs us a small fortune to buy pet care products. There must be a place online that sells them for less.
Uh-huh.
And I think I just found it. SmartClickPetCare.com.
Uh-huh.
The company behind it is Budget Pet Care, known for top quality. And they've got all the brand name products, Frontline, Advantage, Revolution, HeartGuard, Capstar, and more. All at great prices.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why should we pay more? SmartClickPetCare.com will help us save. Honey, are you listening to me?
Yes, dear. But let's hear what the radio announcer has to say.
Right now, get an extra 10% off plus free shipping on your order at smartclickpetcare.com. Smartclickpetcare.com. Hey, that's a cute dog and cat you have there.
Oh, thanks.
Pay less for quality pet care products. Smartclickpetcare.com.
She used to play hide and seek in your backyard. Now, she's getting married in it. So when you see a bare spot, you need something that patches it fast. Pennington One Step Complete has a revolutionary formula that repairs bare spots in only 2 weeks or less. Pennington has been trusted since 1945, and now it works even faster. One Step Complete from Pennington. Honest green. Get your lawn ready for any occasion. Head to your local retailer to pick up One Step Complete.
I am doing it all. The water, the fiber, the exercise, but I still have constipation with belly pain, straining, and bloating that keep coming back. My doctor said that I may have a chronic medical condition called irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C.
Linzess, linaclotide, is a prescription medication that treats adults with IBS with constipation.
Linzess helps relieve belly pain and lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movements. Individual results may vary. Do not give to children less than 6, and it should not be given to children 6 to less than 18. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com. That's LINZESS.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Sponsored by Allergan Pharmaceuticals and Ironwood Pharmaceuticals.
Chad Benson Show.
The Dana Show.
Business Rockstars.
Radio America.
Missed anything from the show? Subscribe to Dana's Daily Podcast by subscribing on iTunes, Google Play, or wherever podcasts are available.
It's easy to scapegoat people, and that is what has always happened when there have been pandemics or epidemics, that foreigners are attacked. Foreigners sometimes physically attacked. If you look at what happened during the Middle Ages, there was lots and lots of scapegoating against an ethnic group or a religious group whenever there were pandemics that affected the society and frightened a lot of people. And China certainly feels that is what is happening now with people calling it the Wuhan flu or the Wuhan virus or the China virus. This is a virus that came from the territory of China, but came from bats. This is a bat virus, not a China virus. It doesn't speak Chinese. It doesn't target Chinese people. It targets human beings who happen to touch their eyes, nose, or mouth.
Did you know that bats don't talk at Chinese people?
I did not know that.
That's an amazing thing that we just learned today.
Today years old when I found out.
I'm today years old. That's Richard Engel, who is, if you can believe it, a chief foreign correspondent with MSNBC. There you go. When I first saw this, I actually had, and MSNBC put the clip out in a non-ironic fashion.
Yep.
I have never beheld such stupidity. And he's doing the work of communist Beijing, who is doing everything that they can to distance themselves from the culpability, the malicious, purposeful spread of a pandemic, because they were jailing doctors, jailing reporters, deleting reports, shutting down labs, hiding critical data, and they even used the World Health Organization as a bully pulpit and got Taiwan excluded from emergency meetings on the Wuhan coronavirus because they just don't, over petty politics, they just don't like Taiwan and the fact that they have elections and they don't call themselves Chinese Taiwan. But he's not upset over any of those things that actually cost thousands of lives that I just mentioned. Trump said Chinese coronavirus. Nothing about how China is also accusing the U.S. military of doing this. Right. He has nothing to say on that if you want to have a discussion as to who is being targeted. Ooh, my gosh. A propaganda war. I'm actually taking the opportunity for this home education time to teach my children about Propaganda 101, and what better way with this live lesson. Oh my. Joining me right now, Charlie Kirk, founder of a really awesome organization, Turning Point USA, that engages and flips the switch of all of these collegiate people all across the country, gets them engaged, and he's got a new book out, The MAGA Doctrine. I just like the book cover because Trump's hugging a flag, and I like that book cover. I remember that moment too. His brand new book, which is out now, and of course, he's been following all of this and commenting on it. Charlie, always good to have you. Congrats on the book. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Honored to be here, Dana. Thanks so much.
Cool. Of course. I know you've been watching this Chinese propaganda war as well. I have to get your thoughts on the number of journalists. Now, not all, but there's a significant number of individuals that are trading on their credibility, and they are ignoring all of these actual things that China has done that contribute directly to the spread of this pandemic, and accusing the United States of doing it. And they're going after the administration and ignoring these, actual serious offenses. What is your take on all of this?
Yeah, I mean, I've been calling it the Chinese virus for a couple of weeks now, and when I came right out of the gate and said that, I was under huge backlash from the kind of left-wing intelligentsia. But, China lied about this. China did not handle this correctly in their own country. They basically have now infected the entire world, and they need to be held accountable and held responsible. And I've said for a while, China's our greatest enemy. They're not our friend. They're not our ally. The fact we still trade with them as much as we do needs to be completely and totally reconsidered. We have sanctions against Iran. We have sanctions against Russia, but we just treat China as if they're this wonderful friend of ours. They lie as a feature of their society. And look, we as conservatives, we need to be honest with ourselves that over the last 20, 30 years, we, under the idea of free market absolutism, and I'm a Milton Friedman capitalist free market guy, we just turned a blind eye against China. But sometimes national security outweighs any sort of market forces. And now our health security, our economic security have all been put into jeopardy because of our connection to the Chinese Communist Party. And these are unethical, sinister individuals that have been running the tyrannical Chinese Communist Party for some time. And one final point on this, I was watching the press briefing. I was very proud of the president for how he was standing up against that ridiculous left-wing journalist that said, well, don't you think this is racist? And I thought to myself, my goodness, if this is not an example of how the left cares more about trying to find their phantom ghost of racism than saving lives in the midst of the pandemic, is that not more just more evidence of that's what the left actually cares about more than anything else, trying to make Trump look insensitive than actually trying to save lives? And that was, is reprehensible.
A great point as well, and it makes me think of a number of my friend Buck Sexton also made a great point where he said there's a strong correlation right now between journalists who falsely claimed for 3 years that Trump was quote unquote doing Putin's bidding, and those who are now doing Xi Jinping's bidding by spreading this Wuhan coronavirus propaganda on behalf of Beijing. I mean, irony must be dead.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, look, this intelligentsia journalist class, they seem so irritated that Donald Trump is now telling the truth about the origins of the virus. But let's be honest with ourselves. Ebola, West Nile, Spanish flu, these are all regions, rivers, or portions of the world. We always name the virus.
There's a St. Louis virus, for crying out loud. Yeah.
Yes, precisely. And for reason, because sometimes it can be instructive of where the virus came from. And it also just goes to the point of evidence that this is nothing new. It's not as if we just decided to call it that because it just happened to be China. However, you even made a better point that it's actually unfair to call some of these other viruses by their region because China's actually contributed more to the spread of the virus than any other virus in the last 100 years. It wasn't like when the Spanish flu was spread, there was, a Spanish ruling class that tried to cover it up. It was pretty well known that it was happening, and this is different. China could have done something very simple. When they had 100 cases, when they had 1,000 cases, they're not stupid. They're sinister, but they're not stupid. They know how infectious diseases work. They could have said, hey, we got a pandemic happening in our own country. We're closing off the borders. You guys should too. We're going to close down factories. Can you help us? And guess what? The world would have said, oh, my gosh, we don't want that in our country. Instead, they lied about it. This is early as November. This was spreading. And that means that, by the way, this has been in our country for a lot longer than we realized. And look, this is going to be, I don't know where this is going to end up. I have no idea where this is going to land, but I could tell you that the Chinese could have blunted this, they could have stunted it, and instead we are in the midst of something that there is no playbook for. This is something that is now of the economic carnage that can only be compared to the 2008 financial crisis or 9/11.
Yeah, and we are going to be dealing with the fallout of it for some time. But thankfully, I'm happy that we have somebody in the White House that understands economics. You discuss your new book, and I want to make sure I touch on this as well. Your new book, The MAGA Doctrine, and like I said, I really like the book cover. The only ideas that will win the future. I remember when Trump first really started seriously doing the push for the presidential run, and this was maybe back in 2013. And he talked a lot about China at the time. And it seemed to, particularly to the left, and then there were certain aspects of the GOP that did not necessarily take it as seriously as I think it needed to be taken. And I'm wondering, because I know that you get into all of this in the book, these ideas that really, I mean, it's one of the reasons why it was the party was able to build a big tent, because he was focusing on policies and trade and manufacturing and economics. But do you think that history is going to judge Trump to be astute on this? Because I remember when he suspended just in the beginning of January, when he was talking about suspending flights to China, he was railed on by the press as a racist, and now everyone's finally crediting that action for saving thousands of American lives. And when he's been talking about trade and manufacturing with China for several years now, are we at the point now where people are going to take this seriously? Is history going to judge him in being correct? And will we finally get to the point where we can stop relying on the cheap, instant gratification market from China?
Look, so many great points there, Dana. Yes, I wrote this book because I felt that someone needed to articulate the philosophical defense of the Trump presidency. And now with this virus, whether we like it or not, this virus will determine his presidency and decide his presidency. He's a phenomenal leader. He's going to get through this, and he's going to be known as someone who killed the invisible killer. And that's and by the way, that's going to be something that I don't think any other president in recent memory could have done this. And this only shows his two big issues: reliance on China and anti-globalism and immigration are now playing out right now. And I think only reinforces his original instincts and what he's tried to do to actually make America sovereign and to challenge some of our endless and limitless immigration policies, and also challenge China. And so this is a win for him in that sense. But look, as far as his legacy goes, we are now at a point, and I didn't think we would get here, to be honest with you. When we were at CPAC a couple weeks ago, I thought this thing would have normalized, flattened the curve. We're 30% down on the Dow. I mean, people are seeing their life savings disappear. President Trump rebuilt this economy once. He'll rebuild it again. And he have to, and he will. He'll be the only president in American history to will have rebuilt the American economy twice. And he'll do it. And that's the type of leader that he is. And I want every American to know, to have the optimism that's what's going to have to happen. Unemployment's going to go up. We're going to go into a recession. There's no beating around the bush. And guess what? He's going to go again, and he'll be able to say, I got us the lowest ever black unemployment rate twice. And that's going to be a great thing for him to say. This is out of his control. He tried to shut down the borders. He's tried to be skeptical of China. The American people are going to give him a lot of breathing room. And I think the more that he goes to these press conferences and he tells the truth, the better. And by the way, the amount of stress that he's under, I mean, my goodness, there's no playbook for this. No playbook. I mean, in a traditional ground war, there's a playbook. You've got generals that have been around for 150 years of conventional warfare. Yes. Yeah, and you kind of have an expectation what's going to happen. There's no playbook here. You have economic carnage happening simultaneously with people dying, people getting infected. He's going to be able, in my opinion, to tell a story that he brought together the entire country in the United States government and fought something that the country has never seen before successfully. And I think that is the MAGA doctrine. I think your intro is spot on that.
One last quick question for you. And one of the reasons why I think it's important for what you have done in articulating the philosophical basis of his politics and really the era that we are in as it relates to republicanism. What happens in 2020? I want to get through this pandemic, and I feel confident about 2020. But 2024 is where my concern is, because he's really refined the GOP. How you can't replicate it. So what becomes, how does that philosophy influence the people who are coming up in 2024, and what does that leadership look like? What does the GOP look like then?
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that. It's less about like who's going to be the nominee. I get that question a lot. Is it going to be this person or that person? You can fill in the blanks. I don't want to conjecture. It's less about that, more important of what the base, the people listening to this wonderful program, are going to demand. We have to demand strict immigration. We have to demand renegotiated deals with China. We have to demand a challenging of the ruling class consensus. We have to demand to be a party of people that shower before work and shower after work, a working class, middle class party. That's what we have to demand. And that's why I wrote the book, is because I think President Trump is going to chart a new direction for the Republican Party for the better. Let the Democrats be the party of the ruling class snobbish elites on the coast. I want to represent what you called in your terrific book, by the way, Flyover Nation. You can't govern a country that you don't know about. And I'm paraphrasing, of course, but it was a terrific, terrific book. And that articulates the MAGA doctrine. That was almost like it could have almost been a precursor. You could have wrote my intro, if you will, because that talks about how President Trump has brought dignity back to forgotten America. Let the Democrats rule Malibu, Manhattan, San Francisco and Santa Clara. That's fine. I mean, you're president for all Americans, but politically let them dominate there. What about the industrial base to our country? What about our policemen, our firefighters, the union workers? That's the part of the country that I think has made this country the greatest country ever to exist in the history of the world. President Trump knew this instinctively. President Trump has brought a voice back to forgotten America, and I believe the more the Republican Party learns from this, the better, and that we will be successful in the future.
Well, this book, I think that even if someone out there is an independent or even a Democrat, I think to really understand Republicanism now and this philosophy, I think you need to read the book, The MAGA Doctrine, the only ideas that will win the future. I also think, and Charlie, I think that this book I think really puts to words it's got kind of like a blueprint also for the big tent that Republicans always said that they wanted but never were able to achieve before. Charlie Kirk, always a pleasure. Turning Point USA, the book, The MAGA Doctrine, the only ideas that will win the future, available where books are sold, and including Amazon if people don't want to leave their isolation. Charlie, thank you. God bless. Keep up the good work.
You bet. Thanks. Bye.
Of course. All right, folks, we have more to come. We have Today in Stupidity to finish out the day. And then I have a lot of stuff up as well coming for you at danalash.com. As we move on, look, Lightstream, we're going to be going into a little weird economic period here. So let's get some stuff in order, right? If you carry a balance on your credit card, those cards probably have higher interest rates. You need my friends at Lightstream. It is so easy to lower your interest rate and save with a Lightstream credit card consolidation loan. You can get a very low rate, 5.95% APR with autopay, which is a lot lower than the national average. Get a loan from $5,000 to $100,000. There are no fees. None. No origination fee or whatever they want to call them. There's no fees. And you can even get your money as soon as the day you apply. Apply today to get a special interest rate discount and save even more. The only way to get it is to visit lightstream.com/DL. That's LIGHTSTREAM.com/DL.
Subject to credit approval. Rate includes 0.5% auto pay discount. Terms and conditions apply, and offers are subject to change without notice. Visit lightstream.com/DL for more information.
For 40 years, Delta Rescue has given dedication and everlasting love to animals, and its founder, Leo Grillo, left Hollywood to devote his life to saving animals abandoned in the wilderness. Delta is the largest no-kill and care-for-life animal sanctuary in the world, and by being a part of the Delta mission, you are the difference between life and death for thousands of dogs, cats, and horses. Please join me in supporting my friend Leo and Delta Rescue. Only your life-saving gift is what allows Delta to fulfill its mission to save these animals. And these animals need your help. For information on Delta's tax-saving estate planning, go directly to deltarescue.org/Dana and request my free estate planning package and learn about growing your estate while letting your compassion for animals live well into the future. Go to deltarescue.org/Dana and you'll also learn how to get a free copy of my brand new book, Grace Canceled. That's deltarescue.org/Dana. Again, deltarescue.org/Dana.
Look around you. It's a wireless world, and everyone needs a great pair of wireless earbuds. So go with Raycons. Raycons start at about half of the price of any other premium wireless earbuds on the market, and they sound just as amazing as the other top audio brands you know. Raycon's latest model, the Everyday E25 earbuds, are their best ones yet. You get 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and a more compact design that gives you a comfortable, noise-isolating fit. Unlike some of your other wireless options, Raycon earbuds are both stylish and discreet, with no dangling wires or stems, perfect for on-the-go listening and taking phone calls. Many celebrities have already given Raycons their seal of approval, and now it's your turn to see what the hype is all about. Get 15% off of your order at buyraycon.com/Dana. That's buyraycon.com/Dana for 15% off of your Raycon wireless earbuds. buyraycon.com/Dana.
Brembo has been stopping champions on the track as well as drivers like you and me on the street for over 50 years. Whether it's UV-coated brake discs, low-dust premium ceramic brake pads, or high-temperature brake fluid, BremboStoreUSA.com is the place to go to buy genuine Brembo OE equivalent replacement brake components. Go to BremboStoreUSA.com to help you achieve that 60-0 braking performance you deserve and expect from Brembo. Brembo, the choice of champions and consumers for over 50 years.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere, like on a city street. Now, you can get fast relief anywhere with new improved Primatene Mist, the only FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. So whether you need relief of symptoms at the park or at your kitchen table, Primatene Mist starts working quickly, opening up your airways to restore free breathing. For temporary relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma, use Primatene Mist and breathe easy again. Available at CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. Use as directed.
Cancer is the #1 cause of death by disease for children in the U.S. today. Since the Austin Hatcher Foundation's birth in 2006, it has grown to provide unique programs to help the children and the families affected by pediatric cancer. Support begins at the time of diagnosis and continues throughout survivorship at no cost to families. Lives touched by the foundation continue to rise each day, but we need your help. Donate, volunteer, or partner with the Austin Hatcher Foundation. Learn how you can get involved. Visit hatcherfoundation.org for more information.
The bull elk's bugle, one of nature's most wondrous sounds. That is not a bull elk, that's Kim. Her RV sewage tank is spewing all over her camper. Way out in the middle of elk country. Yep, there's an elk. And that's Kim. It's wild out there. When it gets too wild, Progressive has your RV covered. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
This is a national healthcare alert from the 24/7 Diabetic Health Hotline. If you, a family member, or a loved one has diabetes, listen closely. Now, regardless of your age, if you have insurance, you may qualify to receive diabetic testing supplies with little to no out-of-pocket cost. Get free delivery, free information, and all the paperwork is handled by our accredited suppliers for free. Call the 24/7 Diabetic Health Hotline now for details. Toll free at this number. But wait, there's more. If you call right now, you could get a meter upgrade. In addition, we'll give you a free pair of diabetic socks as our special gift to you. Regardless of your age, if you suffer with diabetes and have insurance, you may qualify to get free delivery of your supplies.
800-443-4996. 800-443-4996. 800-443-4996. That's 800-443-4996.
Head to DanaRadio.com for the latest videos, blog posts, and podcasts.
I'm putting this up as well. A friend of mine, Ryan Moore, says, I'm understanding this correctly. In January, the World Health Organization told the world to believe the Chinese authorities that the coronavirus could not be transmitted from human to human. I retweeted it and said, yep, this is the same, the World Health Organization that bent China, or that China bent to their will and excluded Taiwan from the emergency meetings that they were having on the pandemic. The World Health Organization is China's puppet. There's no argument there. They are China's puppet. Period. I'm telling you, we got to do not give 1 inch on this. Do not. This is a propaganda war, and a communist country is trying to blame the United States falsely for a pandemic when they were arresting their own doctors. Whew. Making me hot under my non-existent collar right now. All right, Kane, today's stupidity.
All right, there are several, believe it or not. Even as of last night, there are still pundits and even politicians that are trying to make you believe that Trump called coronavirus a hoax. Lawrence O'Donnell is, as of last night, still saying this.
Weeks ago, Donald Trump called the coronavirus a hoax.
No.
That was his word, hoax.
No, it's not what he said.
It's not what he did.
It's not how it went.
I mean, there's things that people can criticize him for. That's not one of the things that
definitely
happened.
Not it, but everyone's still trying to push this in spite of how important it is to depoliticize this and to get into more accurate information.
Yep, there you go. All right, folks. Make sure that you visit DanaLash.com, subscribe to the Dana Radio emails. I keep them few, but I only send out when there's bigger, important stuff to pay attention to. And we got some fun stuff for you for the rest of this week as well. Have a great evening. I will be back with you tomorrow.
It's the Dana Show.
The most dangerous day for a newborn is her first day of life. Every 31 seconds, an infant dies from infections, pneumonia, malnutrition. But she doesn't have to die. For more than 60 years, Project Hope has been saving lives around the world, delivering medicines and supplies, giving newborns a healthy start, making sure her first day of life is not her last. Because everyone deserves hope. To volunteer or learn more about Project Hope, visit projecthope.org/newborns.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic, safe, effective, even money-saving, just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Senate has easily approved a sweeping coronavirus relief bill that was recently passed in the House. The bipartisan measure includes free coronavirus testing, paid sick leave for those who need it, and a boost in unemployment benefits and food assistance. President Trump has said he will sign the bill. During a White House press briefing on Wednesday, President Trump says there's an ongoing process to distribute more coronavirus test kits.
We're going to see if we can do a self-swab, which is be a lot more popular, I can tell you that. And that would be administered also by a health official, but it would be a lot easier to do.
Wall Street with a collective yawn regarding the stimulus package that the Senate passed as the Dow lost 1,338 points to finish at 19,899. The S&P fell 131 points. The NASDAQ dropped 345. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of nature, changing the world one life at a time.
Well, the energy is good. You know, you hear the commercials and it sounds, pretty hokey to be perfectly honest, but I used to get tired at early afternoon and now I don't get tired till evening and I don't get sleepy as early as I used to and I definitely have more energy. I have fewer aches and pains. I haven't had any colds. It seems to be working. So I'll keep going with it.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer. Discount code USA.
Cigarette makers are being ordered to include additional packaging. USA Radio Network's Chris Barnes reports from Washington.
The Federal Food and Drug Administration now demanding that cigarette makers include new graphic warnings on their packaging and in ads beginning next year. The warnings must occupy the top 50% of the area on the front and back panels of packages, and at least 20% of the area at the top of a cigarette ad. FDA Director of Tobacco, Smith Schindler, hope to make it will, in his considerably increase public awareness of lesser-known but serious negative health consequences from smoking.
Legislation prohibiting biological men from competing in female sports has moved through the Idaho State Senate after it passed in the House earlier this year. The bill, known as the Fairness in Women's Sports Act, will now head back to the House, where lawmakers will vote on the Senate amendment and then be delivered to Republican Governor Brad Little's desk. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The new coronavirus can survive for several hours in air particles and last days on surfaces. That's according to a new federally funded study published in the New England Journal of Medicine. Researchers found that COVID-19 was detectable in aerosols for up to 3 hours and up to 4 hours on copper and up to 24 hours on cardboard. As far as the main way that coronavirus is transferred, Dr. Jen Caudill tells Fox News,
it's a great question. So we think that the primary mode of transmission for coronavirus is through person-to-person and respiratory droplets. That means when we're standing within 6 feet of each other, respiratory droplets, that's little droplets from our mouth and nose, can be spread to one another and possibly transmit the virus. That's the main way that the virus is transmitted. We're seeing that it can live on surfaces anywhere from several hours to several days, depending on the temperature, the surface, and other variables.
a social media giant is stepping up to help their employees. USA Radio Network's Wendy King has the details.
Facebook says it's offering $100 million in grants to small businesses in dozens of countries that's been affected by the coronavirus. They said the funds are intended to support 30,000 small businesses where the social media company has employees. They're also giving their employees a $1,000 bonus to deal with the epidemic.
Thank you, Wendy. And for more news, you can find us online at usaradio.com or on Facebook. Check us out as well at USA Radio. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
We've been fighting the war on drugs for a long time. We answer the phone 24/7, 365 days a year. On a busy night, we answer hundreds of calls. This war on drugs needs our intervention.
Since 2014, Addiction Hope and Helpline has helped people struggling with drugs and alcohol.
When the phone rings, we help people when they need it the most. When we get a caller into treatment, it feels good. It's a blessing.
If you're struggling, drinking, using, and need to get clean, don't suffer alone in silence. Call Addiction Hope and Helpline.
Our people understand, and many are also in recovery. Call for support and strength. You can call for someone who can't or isn't willing. It's an act of love. Together we can help you beat this thing and erase addiction from your vocabulary once and for all.
Call 800-579-6960. 800-579-6960. 800-579-6960.
Independent thoughts, independent life. This is Chad Benson.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development is providing immediate relief to renters and homeowners by suspending all foreclosures and evictions until the end of April.
I've been telling everybody, we'll talk about it more and more. Certain things that people are going to be looking forward. We're going to get 2,000. We're going to get this. We need this, that. A lot of people are looking for what? Stability at this point in time. Right? You're asking Americans, many Americans, to be in a position over the coming weeks and months, because we don't know how long this is going to last, to sacrifice, and we don't know what that sacrifice is going to be. For some states, it may be very little. For other states and cities, it may be tremendous. But individuals want to know, I can't work? You're going to send me 1,000? I got credit card bills, I got rent, I got all of these things. I can't afford it all. Even in your $1,000 isn't going to make it worth it. So Trump comes out today, delivers that. Absolutely needed. Now, will we reassess it? I'm sure in a couple weeks and months? Yes. Does it mean that you don't pay for your stuff? No, if you have the money and you're do it. But getting that kind of relief, and I think getting people, there's so many people I've talked to who are worried about everything at this moment in time, are worried about, first and foremost, their job and where they're going to live. Are they worried they may get it? Yeah, they are. Are they worried they may give it to somebody else? Yeah, a lot of people are. But so many people are worried that after we come out of this, or while we're in the midst of this, that people are going to have a situation where they're going to have nothing left. They're going to be evicted, moving back in with their parents, or their parents moving in with them. There is that fear. Giving some people a little bit of hope that, hey, we're here with you is huge.
And now it's our time. We must sacrifice together because we are all in this together and we'll come through together. It's the invisible enemy. That's always the toughest enemy, the invisible enemy.
Yeah, Trump today, he kind of touted himself as a wartime president, talking about the enemy, right, going through that this is kind of wartime. And in some ways, yeah, it feels a little bit like it's wartime. It feels a little bit like, hey, we're all in this together. We were watching it, and I turned to my buddy Ryan Hatch. I said, Hatch, I said, what it feels like? I said, it feels like like they're going to be selling war bonds in World War II. And it does, because we're fighting something that we can't see. The other thing he did was the Defense Production Act, which was vitally important. And what that will do, just in a quick nutshell, without being all like, oh my God, what that does essentially is, if we need certain material and you use it for your widget over there, our need for it comes first. We can go to businesses and say, we here would like you to manufacture all of this stuff for us, and you make us the most important priority. So there's a lot that goes into it, and it's very much a wartime thing. But when you're talking about respirators, when you're talking about all of these things, these are important things. And so Trump's gone and done that. And now the question is, what happens from here? And why isn't there any good news? There is good news, right? There is good news. The good news is we're going to get through this. Right? That 99% of us that catch this will get through this. That's the reality of this. That is. As the data comes out of Italy and people are freaking out, know this, 99.2%, all right, of the people that have died, so less than 1% of the people that have died, all of them had underlying health conditions. Some of them over half of them had 3, and by underlying, I mean life-altering cancer, things of that nature, kind of health conditions. Not like, he's got bad knees. I'm talking about serious health conditions. So the people that are dying, on average, are 71 years old with at least 3 underlying severe health conditions. You've got to put things in perspective. And it's frustrating because this thing is enveloping everything we do on a daily basis. And it is tough sometimes to get our heads around what's going. Because by the time I get off tonight, guess what, kids? There's going to be new information that's flying out. At the end of the day, I think we take there's going to be tough times. We'll get through this. Today is another step in an area where we're going to try to combat it. And how long it goes, here's one of the things. Everybody turns on the TV and 24/7, you're inundated with information. And that's tough to soak it all up when you realize it's ugly. And it seems like it's never going to get better. I promise you it's going to get better. I promise you that. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. Last night they voted. Not a shocker.
It looks like, once again, our campaign has had a very good night. We've moved closer to securing the Democratic Party's nomination for president.
Boat raced. Boat race is what we would say in this day and age. Boat raced. Bernie got boat raced. It wasn't even close. It wasn't. Nothing you're going to say about any of this was, first of all, it's not a surprise. He dominated in Arizona. He dominated in Illinois, and what he did to Bernie, and what Bernie did to himself. I've said this yesterday. You could have ran a cran yesterday. Any one of you or I could have run yesterday, showed up and said, we're running for the nomination. And Florida was never, ever in play for Bernie Sanders. The fact that he even got any kind of vote was surprising. But no, it was never in play. Well, why is that? Well, I don't know. When you cheer on Castro, well, he didn't. He just talked about the literacy program and some of the other good things that he did along the way. That's it, right? That's, boat raced. So Nothing exciting. Bernie is, he's done. We all know that. We knew this. His now is spread the message, spread the message, spread the message. That's what he's going to be about. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. You can text the program as well. Every day it's changing. By the time you get off a show, within 5 minutes, it changes here and changes there. And this is a situation where for foreseeable, weeks and months, and that's what Americans are struggling with at this point in time. It's the how long, right? That's the big thing. You tell Americans 2 weeks. We say, okay. But you tell Americans 2 weeks and then we'll revisit it. And they're like, well, wait, what? Yeah, well, we're going to do it for 2 weeks and then we're going to check it out again. I don't. That seems, so it might be more? It could be more. Well, what's more? I don't know. And that's it. It's a situation where it's never ending is what people are feeling now. This dominates everything in every aspect. Nobody cared about voting yesterday. Nobody did, honestly. Would anybody have known there were primaries going on? No, nobody cares. Not at this point in time. They're not. They're concerned about a lot of things. But voting wasn't one of them at this moment in time. So Joe Biden winning yesterday, which was a foregone conclusion. I mean, we called it yesterday morning we knew exactly. Everybody knew what was going to happen. But you look around and you say, what is dominating every aspect of our life right now? A disease, a virus that has come out of nowhere, and the unknown. And as I try to explain to people, the greatest unknown in life is what? Death. What happens after death? That's the greatest unknown. Nobody knows what's going to happen tomorrow with this thing. Right? It could show up out of nowhere. We're going to talk about a study and trials that have been done by French doctors that apparently something over the counter right now is essential that people are taking that have 100% success rate. And these are trials that they're saying, hey, you know what? We need to take a closer look at it. And it's been around forever and a day. It's crazy. But there is that unknown. And that's what people are terrified of. And that's why I say, even when they talk of 20% unemployment, I want you guys to understand this. 20% unemployment means 80% of people are employed. 20% unemployment means 80% of us. So 8 out of 10, even if it's 30%, 7 out of 10 of us will still have a job. We'll still be going to work. We'll still be participating in the economy. And we need to look at maybe change some of the aspects of the way that we look at some of these things. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at us. Right now, a lot of people are looking to save money. What do you do to save money? How are you going to go about saving money? Well, one of the things is not a lot of people are going to be buying new cars. Right? You're going to be holding on. You think, I may hold on to my car for another year or two. I like it. Well, then get yourself some protection. Car Shield is that protection. Car Shield's amazing. Doesn't matter what kind of, if you have a newer car, you got a car that's a bit older, they've got plans for you starting at $99 a month that will take care of whatever you had. Electronics, transmission, you name it, they'll take care of it. You get 24/7 roadside assistance, a rental car for free while your car's in the shop, and the shop is the shop that you choose. Right? So you take it to the person you feel comfortable. Take it back to the dealership. They get them paid directly. You pay a small deductible. It's that simple. Millions of Americans are turning to Car Shield. So should you. With rates as low as $99 a month. You got nothing to lose. Get covered by Car Shield today. 800-CAR-6000. When you call that number, use code Benson, saves you 10%. That's 800-CAR-6000, code Benson. And visit carshield.com, carshield.com. Use code Benson to save 10%. A deductible may apply. Chad Benson Show.
This is your Check It Out Minute with Mark Saltzman. Brought to you by Asus.
From breaking news to entertainment, sports, and politics, Twitter is a social networking service with more than 300 million users. And now that we've moved into 2020, Twitter has released its year on Twitter and what was trending in 2019. And when it comes to politics, one name stood out. Twitter's Michael Palumbo explains.
Someone like Donald Trump, one of our top mentioned accounts this year, sort of goes without saying that anything in politics is really going to drive conversation.
And as for movies and TV,
top mentioned film this year, Avengers Endgame. And, there's no surprise there. The film grossed $2.5 billion at the box office. And on the television side, it goes without saying again, Game of Thrones. That's really the funny part of Twitter as well. You can't really predict what these viral moments are, but they create these massive global conversations.
Check out twitter.com for more.
That was your Check It Out Minute, brought to you by Asus.
Hey guys, it's Mock and Daisy from the Chicks on the Right. We have a brand new podcast, Mock and Daisy's Common Sense Cast. Every week we talk about the issues that matter to us and matter to you too. Everything from parenting and our families to the dangers of social media and the ridiculous trends it's created, like gender reveal parties and promposals. It's a little bit of everything, because if we really want to make America great again, we need to start in our own homes. Find out more by going to our website, chicksontheright.com, or start listening on the Apple Podcast app or your favorite podcasting platform.
The most dangerous day for a newborn is her first day of life. Every 31 seconds, an infant dies from infections, pneumonia, malnutrition. But she doesn't have to die. For more than 60 years, Project Hope has been saving lives around the world, delivering medicines and supplies, giving newborns a healthy start, making sure her first day of life is not her last. Because everyone deserves hope. To volunteer or learn more about Project Hope, visit projecthope.org/newborns.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic, safe, effective, even money-saving, just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
Hey, Greg, I'm so sorry to hear about your brother's heart attack.
Thanks. He's okay now, but it really got me thinking about my family. Could my wife still pay our mortgage if I had a heart problem? Or could my kids still go to college?
Man, that is really scary. Yeah, you should call my life insurance agent at Health IQ. When I got life insurance for my family last year, they saved me 41% versus any other company I looked at.
41%? That's huge.
Yep. Health IQ starts by shopping everyone with the top 30 life insurance carriers to make sure they can get the lowest retail rate. Then they apply their exclusive Healthy Lifestyle savings, which can save you up to 41%. I literally got $1 million in coverage for my family for just $36 a month.
Just $36 a month?
Yep. You should check it out at healthiq.com/easy.
To save that much money, I'm going to call them right now. What's that link again? healthiq.com/easy?
Yep. healthiq.com/easy.
Anyone can create a podcast on the web. In fact, there are millions of them online. But if you want quality internet talk radio, just remember this address, TalkZone.com. TalkZone is internet talk radio for planet Earth with talented hosts, great guests, and good conversation. Ready to share your thoughts and ideas with a global audience? Become a TalkZone show host yourself. Learn more at TalkZone.com. Internet talk radio for planet Earth.
TalkZone.com.
I want my own website, but I don't know where to start.
Start at Pear. Pear offers hosting plans that are perfect for someone who's just starting out.
But I'm not really tech savvy.
Not to worry. Pear has WordPress hosting packages.
What's WordPress?
It's web software that even a beginner can use to create a beautiful website.
So where do I start? Pear.com?
Pear.com. As in, we make a perfect pair.
Pear Networks Web Hosting. Tell your friends.
Hi, I'm Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans. 30% of Americans who are planning home improvements of $5,000 or more will pay for those renovations with a high-interest credit card. That may not be a great idea. A better idea may be to take cash out of your home with a Quicken Loans 30-year fixed-rate mortgage. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.99%. APR 4.23%. Call us today at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rates subject to change. Pay 2% fee to receive this discount rate. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLS number 3030.
Lucy is a girl.
Point of personal privilege, please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Shut up, boo. Ain't nobody got time for this.
This is the Chad Benson Show.
The virus is thought to enter in through your nose, mouth, mucous membranes, then attaches to cells in your respiratory tract. The symptoms can range head to toe, from headache, body aches. You could have a mild cough. There can be a fever, or you cannot have a fever, and it could be low grade or high grade. Then you can go on to some more symptoms in the chest, more severe symptoms like chest pain, shortness of breath, difficulty breathing.
So there's that. Dr. Jennifer Ashton right there. It's interesting, right? It's like, all right, you'll have this, and you'll have that, and you'll have this, and you're like, and everybody, it's like going to WebMD, right? And you start checking all the things that you could have, and you have this, and then you got that. Oh my God! And I must have it. Runny nose, yeah. A little bit of fever, yeah. Do you have a cough? Yeah. Do you have this? Do you have that? Well, those are symptoms of also 10 other things. So what is it? That's what people are going to be. And you know what? We're hearing from doctors locally here in Arizona, but elsewhere that are, you're calling and the doctor is listening and says, yeah, it could be it, but at the same time, it might not be it. And we don't really have the testing, and you seem to be pretty healthy. So try to quarantine yourself and stay away from everything as best as possible. Because it's not like you go to the doctors as a treatment. There isn't like, we're going to prescribe you this and away it goes, right? I'm reading about one that these French doctors and Didier Renault, French biologist, MD, PhD, specializing in infectious disease, thinks that this hydrochloroquine, which is essentially Plaquenil, may be the key to it. It's been around since 1955, treats malaria, rheumatoid arthritis, and lupus. It's available pretty much at every pharmacy, through prescription. But they've been trying it and testing it in places all over the globe and saying that it works pretty effective. I mean, that's a lot of... it could be something ridiculous. It's like, 20 jumping jacks and 2 aspirins. I know that sounds stupid, but you don't know. They're trying all kinds of things at this point, right? According to what they did in China is they had tried adults 18 to 65 twice a day, 7 days. They took tablets, either 1 to 2, depending on their weight and size, and then they increased it days 3 through 7. And they're coming up with this and saying, look, here's the results. Same thing in South Korea. And they said when they get this thing, I've been reading stuff, looking at some of the stuff for the last 20, 30 minutes, that once this has gone on, that there's no way that the Americans or people around the globe are going to take a look at what they're offering. So you never know, but you don't know. And that's the thing. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And when you hear it, well, it could be a fever. It could be cough. It could be runny nose. It could be, some sort of, something in your chest. So, somebody sneezes. And have you found that lately, too? When you're walking around, somebody sneezes, you're like, oh. And you're like, I've got allergies. Like, do you really? Do you really have allergies? This is why we need to relax, though. We do. I put up a poll question. What's your biggest fear right now? What is your biggest fear? Getting it, losing your job, giving it to someone else, or you don't have worries? 28% say they don't have worries. Giving it to someone else is 24%. And a lot of people I talk to, their biggest fear is they're going to give it to their grandma, their grandpa, their mother, their father, somebody. That's their biggest fear. As far as most people aren't worried about getting it themselves because most people think, well, I'm healthy, I'll survive it. And then losing your job is number one. 44% of people are worried about losing their job or watching the economy crash down. Because at the end of the day, whether you get it or you don't get it, you're going to come out the other side. 99% of us are going to come out the other side and you're saying to yourself, what's going to be left when I get there? What does that look like? Even if my business survives, when we're finally out of this, is there any business to go back to? 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. You can text the program as well. Love hearing from every single one of you. Tom Brady's got a new home. Little news for you there. Chad Benson Show.
The Chad Benson Show.
If you're like so many people, you carry a balance on your credit cards. Chances are those cards come with high interest rates. If that's you, you need my friends at Lightstream. It's so easy to lower your interest rate and save with Lightstream's credit card consolidation loan. With loans from $5,000 to $100,000, you can get your money as soon as the same day you apply and get a rate as low as 5.95% APR with AutoPay. But don't take my word for it. There are many satisfied customers.
I applied for this loan after hearing an ad on the radio. Ever the skeptic, I decided to check it out anyway. I was amazed how easy the process was and had the money in my bank account within 2 days. I would recommend this company to everyone.
Apply today and get a special interest rate discount through lightstream.com/Benson. That's LIGHTSTREAM.com/Benson. Subject to credit approval. Rate includes a 0.5% AutoPay discount. Terms and conditions apply. Offer subject to change without notice. Visit lightstream.com/Benson for more information. Lightstream believes people with good credit deserve a better loan experience. Visit lightstream.com/Benson today.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Senate has easily approved a sweeping coronavirus relief bill that was recently passed in the House. The bipartisan measure includes free coronavirus testing, paid sick leave for those who need it, and a boost in unemployment benefits and food assistance. President Trump has said he will sign the bill. During a White House press briefing on Wednesday, President Trump says there's an ongoing process to distribute more coronavirus test kits.
We're going to see if we can do a self-swab, which is be a lot more popular, I can tell you that. And that would be administered also by a health official, but it would be a lot easier to do.
Wall Street with a collective yawn regarding the stimulus package that the Senate passed, as the Dow lost 1,338 points to finish at 19,899. The S&P fell 131 points. The NASDAQ dropped 345. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Stop aging now. Restore those joints. Boost your strength. Because it's official. NutriMedical has released the most exciting, powerful anti-aging supplement on the market. Dr. Bill Deagle's Red Deer Velvet DR has been approved by the U.S. Patent Office. Imagine stem cell rejuvenation all in one capsule without huge expense. Dr. Bill MD discovered that as an unborn baby grows in the mother's womb, he or she does not deteriorate or physically age. Red Deer Velvet DR, like the uterus, provides 300 biomolecules and 6 hormones protected in one special DR capsule that delivers lipid packages directly into your circulation. This patented technology bypasses the stomach and is released into the small bowel unaltered by digestive enzymes and stomach acid. Remember, Red Deer Velvet DR. Improve endurance, stimulate your immune system, increase learning ability, and even improve sexual libido with Red Deer Velvet DR. Click NutriMedical.com, that's NUTRI medical.com, or call toll-free 888-212-8871 and get on the road to a newer, rejuvenated, happier you.
Trained, no matter what kind of dog you have, with the mental stimulation that Adrian teaches, your dog will listen to you and understand what you want it to do. Bad behaviors simply fade away as more desirable ones appear in their place.
Oh, you're such a good boy.
So if you want to check out this remarkable dog training system, just visit realbusinessbargains.com. That's realbusinessbargains.com. realbusinessbargains.com.
Hear that? It's time for Dodge Power Dollars on Dodge Charger and Challenger, where you get $10 off per horsepower. So you can enjoy the sweet sounds of Dodge Charger RT Scat Pack's 485 horsepower and get $4,850 off. Or take it up a notch with Dodge Challenger SRT Hellcat Red Eye 797 horsepower and get $7,970 off. So come in for Dodge Power Dollars and get a great deal. Offer not available on leases. See dealer for details.
Mom, delivery!
You've been loading up on things from Walmart.
Yeah, I used my new Capital One Walmart Rewards card. It earns unlimited 5% back on everything I buy from Walmart online.
Say what?
5% back.
Say what?
5% back.
Say what now?
5% back.
With what?
The Capital One Walmart Rewards card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online on top of Walmart's everyday low prices. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One USA NA.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real, natural-looking hair back permanently. They're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who texts EASY11 to 85850. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text EASY11 to 85850. That's EASY11 to 85850.
Is your child tackling new challenges in math this year? Are they striving to get ahead of the pack? Give your child an edge this school year with Mathnasium. We're the authority on math education with more than 1,000 franchise learning centers worldwide. Our expert instructors teach each student face-to-face, using customized learning plans to help them achieve their academic goals all year long. Find a learning center near you at mathnasium.com to schedule your no-obligation first visit. Mathnasium. We're changing lives through math.
Independent thoughts, independent life. This is Chad Benson.
This is something he has been thinking about for days and for weeks. And I think in his own mind, he's been strategizing, how do I want this to play out? How do I want this to play out when it unfolds and in the future as well? And I think that it was not like he decided upon Tampa Bay today. I think in his mind, when you're going through something, you have to have a decision and an idea of where you're going.
That's Adam Shefty, ESPN, talking about, yes, Tom Brady. Big news yesterday. Tom Brady said, I'm done. Goodbye. Thank you guys so much for the 20 years here. But they've moved on from one another. And by they, I mean the big three. Bob Kraft, Bill Belichick, Tom Brady. And this world of chaos that we find ourselves in, of uncertainty, taking 5 or 10 minutes to go, wow, that's crazy. Returning some normalcy when there is no normalcy. Movie theaters are closed. The way we, used to go see movies, we're not doing that. It used to be, for me, it was a huge respite. On Thursday night, I would go see a movie. And I would go see a movie that usually most people find cheesy. Right? A horror movie, something like that. And I would go see it, and for 2 hours, I didn't have to think about all the craziness and chaos. That's gone. Sports, out of our lives. There's no March Madness, right? There's no NBA. There's no, Major League Baseball's talking June before they start. There's no NHL. The Olympics, you're fooling yourself if this thing is the way that it's supposed to go, that you're going to be inviting the world to your house as you fight off something, and that the world's going to come. So that's going to be either canceled or moved. The Euro Soccer Championships moved to next year. We don't have that. Concerts, comedy clubs, all bars, places that were our respite aren't anywhere. Places where we could go and we could unwind and we could talk about. Now it's COVID-19's stopped everything. Kevin Durant's got it, right? It's like, oh my God, Kevin Durant, the basketball player, he's not even playing and he's got it, right? I mean, you start going through all these things, but free agency for the NFL, and the NFL's, by the way, they were expecting God knows how many people in Las Vegas this year. Las Vegas is shut down. Las Vegas is shut down. They were going to have the NFL draft in Las Vegas. They got the Raiders coming to town, and none of that. They're going to do it old school style on Skype or at a table. It's not going to be it's subdued to the point of, wow. But having the opportunity, even to escape for 5 or 10 minutes, and we need that. The anxiety that this thing is causing people, the mental health aspect of this is as big as the physical aspect for a lot of people, because that also leads to problems. But Tom Brady yesterday left the Patriots, and it was a respite. It was nice. It was nice being in our skeleton crew over there when it was announced that he was leaving and where he was going, and to hear the buzz from the sports side and people, because it was something that wasn't COVID-19 related. Tom's still going.
The one guarantee that Tom has always told us over the course of this journey, the past 3 years, was the number 45. And he wants to play to 45. And Tampa Bay, we'll see what the contract terms are in terms of years and amounts and all that stuff when it comes out. But I bet you it'll end when he's 45. I know it's very important to him. He wanted that number. Obviously, New England wasn't willing to work out with him in terms of that type of length, probably. So here's what he wanted.
45. He's always said 45. It's always been his gig, 45. He's 2 years away from that. See what it looks like. Is it the money he wants? Probably not. He's giving away so much money, but he didn't need the money. And that's, again, they always talked about who was the most important person on the Patriots that was, the fourth most important person. It was his wife, because when your wife's making $30, $40, $50, $60 million a year, you could afford to take a pay cut to keep your team together. But it'll be very interesting to see, because he's going from a world of Patriots are all business 24/7. 24/7. They're all business. They eat, breathe, sleep. That's it. Bruce Arians, the coach of the Bucs, we're here at 6 in the morning, gone to 6 at night. If your kid has a Little League game, you better be there, or else I'll fire you. Football is not life. Football is what we do. That's going to be interesting. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. What's your biggest worry out of all of this? I put a poll up today. 27% of you say, I don't have any worry. 8% say getting it. 27% say giving it to someone else. That's kind of my worry, and I think the more I talk to people, it's giving it to somebody else who's vulnerable. But how would you know, right? I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, this thing can survive for, you're hearing anywhere between 3 to 10 days, depending on the climate, and it can survive, all over in certain places in different ways, and it can even survive in the air. So how would you know? But about 40% of you say the number one worry is your job. And I get that. And while they battle over how to get money this and what are we going to do, one thing's for sure, I don't agree much with what a lot of things Lindsey Graham says, but this was one of the things that he said that I said, I get that.
What people are looking for is stability in their lives in terms of income. I'm not going to give a check on top of a check. If I gave everybody here $1,000, what would you do with it right now? Don't you want to make sure your paycheck is coming?
And he's right. Giving somebody a check placates them for a month and may help them. But it will be temporary. What they want is stability in their lives. See the marketplace going up and down, and the wild swings all day, and it's down 3,000, and it's up 1,200, then it's down 1,000, then there's no stability there. People want to know tomorrow. They want to earn their check, right? They don't want it given to them. While this is something that I think that we need to do, what they're looking for in a time like this is, if I can't go to work and I can't pay my bills, and even if I could go to work, you're telling me I can't go to work, then you need to tell my mortgage company and all of my lenders and all the lenders and the people I've borrowed money from that you can't expect me to pay my debt if I'm not allowed to earn. That's what people are looking for. Rather than to give the $1 trillion and hand it out in this way, I'd rather say, all right, here's what we're going to do. Give the money to these lenders so they keep their lights on. But in doing this, they're also going to have a situation where they're going to tell everybody that has borrowed money from them, whether it's a car loan, a student loan, a mortgage payment, and even, yes, go out to people that are, who rent apartments and who are landlords and whatnot, and say there's going to be a 90-day moratorium on this. So people are worried about being evicted. They're worried about whether or not the car's going to get repossessed. They're worried about a lot of things. Let the unemployment handle itself. If people are in short-term unemployment, give people short-term disability, if they, do the things that you need to do so they can at least survive. But having that in the back of their mind, well, I'm not going to get evicted tomorrow. I can go out and I don't have to worry about hiding my car right now. Not that I couldn't make the payments when I was working, because I did, but now I can't make the payments. I'm not going to have to worry that when all is said and done and I get out of this and my credit score drops a trillion points, and that's what people are looking for. Because if you're telling them they got to stay indoors, and you are, and this is the best way to defeat this at this moment in time, is for all of us to do the best we can to social distance, to stay as far away from each other as possible, and not to gather in groups of 10 or more, and all of these things, which is, I get it. But people are looking for a certain amount of stability that they're not going to be able to get with that $1,000 check. Because if there's not a $1,000 check the next month, and for most of you out there, $1,000, if you're home or you're furloughed, or you've had your hours cut where, you know what, instead of paying you for 40 hours, I can pay you for 10, and you're going to have to work from home 1 or 2 days a week, and I'm not going to have work for you outside, that's not going to cut it. That's the issue right now. So people are going to be looking at this saying to themselves, self, what do we do? What do we do? How do we get from point A to point B with as little disruption as far as people worrying about because the disruption's real. It's here. How do we make the landing soft for Americans where they can breathe a little bit? That's what they want. And how do you give Americans $1,000 and hope, what do you think, that you're going to jumpstart the economy? Hong Kong did this. So think about this. Hong Kong's gone through all of this coronavirus stuff. But before that, they had months of unrest, protest, and riots, curfews. They had a huge surplus. They said, we're just going to give everybody like $1,000 or $1,500. But there was nowhere to spend the money. So you can't jumpstart an economy if people can't spend it. 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show's your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. You can text the program as well. Love hearing from every single one of you. I do. I'll tell you something. I love my Raycons, and we're always looking for something, right? Like you. Like, I know my mother freaked out yesterday, and my aunt, because California has canceled school essentially for the rest of the year. And I told my aunt, laughing, I said, put on your Raycons and just do your best to listen to your music, breathe, and not hear them. And Raycons are incredible. I love my Raycons. I got into my room late last night, turned on my little streaming service there, flipped on Amazon, was watching a martial arts movie, put on my Raycons, and it was just great. Didn't hear anything, didn't hear any of the noise, tuned everything out. They're the best. 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass. The E25s are incredible. And right now, you're out there thinking to yourself, man, I'm going to have to have some comforts. This is a comfort that you can afford because it's half the price of all the other earbuds out there. And it's so comfortable, and it's stylish, and it's great because sometimes you do need to drown out the noise. With all that savings, I'm going to save you 15% on top of that right now. How do you do it? You go to buyraycon.com/Chad. That's buyraycon.com/Chad. And when those kids are screaming and yelling and you put your Raycons in, it's like a whole new world of quietness. buyraycon.com/Chad. Chad Benson Show.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey,
Why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't you wish you were at the post office right now? Me neither. Running a business or keeping up with your schedule takes a lot, and sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day. That's why you need Stamps.com. Anything you can do at the post office, you can do at Stamps.com. Their on-demand postage means you can skip the trip to the post office. Plus, you can even save money with discounts that you can't even get at the post office. Stamps.com brings all the services of the U.S. Postal Service right to your computer. No matter what you're shipping, Stamps.com can handle it all with ease. Time isn't the only thing you'll be saving. With Stamps.com, you can get 5 cents off every first-class stamp and up to 40% off shipping rate. Right now, my listeners get a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale without any long-term commitment. Just go to Stamps.com, click on the microphone at the top of the homepage, and type Chad. That's Stamps.com, enter Chad.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
Custom print promotions that will help your business bloom.
If you're looking to grow your business, Staples can help by printing custom marketing materials.
Select products printed same day when you order by 2 p.m.
And now at Staples, get 25% off flyers, brochures, postcards, or direct mail services when you spend $50 or more.
Bring your designs to life this spring at Staples, where there's a whole lot more in store.
Ends 4/4/20. See store or staples.com/March print deals for details.
With your Mayo Clinic Radio Health Minute, I'm Jeff Olson.
We advance this tube through the colon.
This is cancer prevention through the lens of what's called a colonoscope.
Looking for the precursors to cancer, the colon polyp. So we can go in and remove that polyp before it ever becomes malignant.
Dr. Michael Wallace says thanks to near-focus high-definition cameras, it's getting even easier to spot polyps during a colonoscopy.
Particularly what we call flat polyps that don't grow up like little mushrooms. They spread out more like a bed of moss. And we can now see these, and we have tools to remove even those difficult flat polyps.
Once a flat polyp is identified, Dr. Wallace injects a saline to raise it and reveal its boundaries. A wire snare is then used to remove the polyp.
That's why we're actually seeing a significant decrease in new cases of colon cancer. Not just better survival, but actually fewer cases because we're preventing them by removing the precursor lesion.
For more information, talk with your doctor or visit mayoclinic.org.
If you're driven by an adventurous heart, you're in luck. The Subaru Outback is all new for 2020. It'll take you as far as you want to explore with standard symmetrical all-wheel drive plus up to 33 miles per gallon. It'll take you off the beaten path with 8.7 inches of ground clearance plus standard X mode with hill descent control. Welcome to the all-new best Outback ever. The 2020 Subaru Outback. Go where love takes you. EPA estimated highway fuel economy for the 2020 Subaru Outback non-turbo models. Actual mileage may vary.
Honey, listen to this. Our dog and our cat both need pet care products, right?
Uh-huh.
And it costs us a small fortune to buy pet care products. There must be a place online that sells them for less.
Uh-huh.
And I think I just found it. SmartClickPetCare.com.
Uh-huh.
The company behind it is Budget Pet Care, known for top quality. And they've got all the brand name products. Frontline, Advantage, Revolution, HeartGuard, Capstar, and more. All at great prices.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Why should we pay more? SmartClickPetCare.com will help us save. Honey, are you listening to me?
Yes, dear. But let's hear what the radio announcer has to say.
Right now, get an extra 10% off plus free shipping on your order at smartclickpetcare.com. Smartclickpetcare.com. Hey, that's a cute dog and cat you have there.
Oh, thanks.
Pay less for quality pet care products. Smartclickpetcare.com.
Set Chad straight. Text the show, 323-538-2423. That's 323-538-CHAD. Someone has to do it. Might as well be you. The Chad Benson Show.
I say that. Well, he does. Jim Gaffigan, because Hot Pockets. So I keep looking at it. Hot Pockets! That's all that's left at stores. It's crazy, right? Like, we're in the store the other day and just seeing everything's gone, but one thing that will always be there, Hot Pockets! Toilet paper gone, Hot Pockets! Still there. Soup's gone, Hot Pockets! Still there. Producer Anthony couldn't get banana there. Hot Pockets! Hot Pockets. And the beauty of Hot Pockets is they last for 8 million years, both in your stomach and in the refrigerator. People coming out the other side of this craziness. How'd you survive? Hot Pockets! 323-538-2423 at Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. You can text the program as well. One of the things that Trump was asked, about this was the seriousness of this, right? Because there was this sense that he didn't take it serious, and he said,
"No, I've always viewed it as very serious. There was no difference yesterday from days before. I feel the tone is similar, but some people said it wasn't."
No, you didn't take it as serious as you should have, right? And America didn't take it as seriously. And that's both sides of the aisle, by the way. They were concerned and worried, but they didn't take it. And that's everybody. Like, not everybody took this serious. And I don't even know how many people out there are taking this virus super serious. They're taking the economy getting crushed very seriously. They're taking the fact that this thing is affecting the old. But the average person isn't taking it that, like, they're freaking out about it. Like that they're going to get it and that they're going to die. No, because they think, well, if my grandma got it, that'd be awful. I wouldn't want to spread it to her. But I'm more worried about my job. And Dana Bash came out yesterday and she said, the way that Trump's been the last week or so, essentially, has been very much the leader that America needs right now. People came out and bashed her. And I think that's very real. He has been much more serious. You can look at him and see that he is. Remember when it first came out? You might get it, might not, might be big, might not be big, probably won't happen, could get it, could be awful, could be horrible. I'm not quite sure. Look over there. What's going to happen? I couldn't tell you. It's going to be great. Best thing ever. Go to work. Don't go to work. The message is much different now. It is. It is much different now because everybody's feeling it and everybody has anxiety in different ways. Job. Grandma and grandpa are old and I don't want to lose them. Mom and dad are old. I don't want to lose them. You're worried yourself about getting it. The school, and let's not even, the schools. Again, California's shut down schools, right? Russia shut down schools. Many schools across the globe aren't going to be coming back. They don't know when they're going to be coming back. So you've got all of these things playing in. But at the end of the day, we just need to take a deep breath. And I do think Trump is taking it much more serious. And I don't think he took it very serious at first. And I think part of that is because Trump is Trump, and I don't know how well he associates human-wise with people and understanding. And are you worried about what are you worried about? Because the economy is more what he's looking at. But, yeah, he is taking it more serious. I think a lot of people are taking it more seriously, but for different reasons. But at the end of the day, let's just remember one thing. I'll be here, and so will 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. You can text the question up. What's your biggest fear now? Getting it, losing your job, giving it to someone else, or you don't have any worries? Take the poll at Chad Benson Show. You can tweet at us as well. Love hearing from you. Chad Benson Show.
This is the Chad Benson Show.
She used to play hide and seek in your backyard. Now, she's getting married in it. So when you see a bare spot, you need something that patches it fast. Pennington One Step Complete has a revolutionary formula that repairs bare spots in only 2 weeks or less. Pennington has been trusted since 1945, and now it works even faster. One Step Complete from Pennington. Honest green. Get your lawn ready for any occasion. Head to your local retailer to pick up One Step Complete.
Kia doesn't have to be the oldest SUV maker around, because what they lack in the cautious restraint of age, they make up for with the gravel-pounding ambition of youth. Sportage and Sorento SX, part of the tough and ready lineup of SUVs from Kia, with fully active all-wheel drive, torque vectoring corner control, and forward collision warning. Kia, give it everything. No system, no matter how advanced, compensate for all driver and or driving conditions. Forward collision warning is not a substitute for safe driving and may not detect all objects surrounding vehicle. Always drive safely and use caution.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
The Senate passes a multi-billion-dollar emergency aid package to help Americans suffering from the economic impacts of the coronavirus. The package, which the House already approved, now heads to President Trump's desk, where he's expected to sign it. Republican Senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, tells Fox News the best stimulus package is the one that lets you continue to work and earn a paycheck.
I want to stimulate the economy, but it's impossible to stimulate it when it's locked down. If I gave you your paycheck, that would be enough to get you through until we can find a way to fully deal with the virus. Your paycheck plus $1,000 doesn't do you any good. Instead of getting a government check, I want you to get your paycheck as much as possible.
And the company that operates 200 malls in the United States says they'll be closing due to the coronavirus. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I do high school ball. I umpire softball and baseball. So I'm very busy and very active. And the main thing I've noticed since I started Balance of Nature is when I do these baseball, softball tournaments, I don't deal with cramps anymore, which has really been a big deal because I used to be basically after 2 days of a tournament, I would be bound up with cramping a good bit of the next day. And now I don't deal with it at all. So that's a real good thing.
Don't wait to see what getting over 10 servings of whole fruits and vegetables every day can do for you. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order of fruits and veggies. Start your journey to better health today by calling 1-800-2468-751 or by going to balanceofnature.com and make sure to receive this special radio offer by using discount code USA.
Oil prices continue their historic slide. As we hear from USA Radio Network's Chris Barnes.
A continuing oil production war between Russia and Saudi Arabia is also contributing to it, but the coronavirus is driving oil prices down, with U.S. crude at its lowest in 17 years. As Wednesday began, West Texas Intermediate crude was down $1.69 a barrel to $25.64, and the international benchmark Brent crude was down to $29.33 a barrel. It hadn't been that low since May of 2003. While it spells headaches for investors, it's good news for drivers across America. Some states are reporting average gasoline prices now at about $2 a gallon, or in some cases under.
NFL free agency officially begins at 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Among some of the big signings expected, former New England Patriots quarterback Tom Brady is expected to sign with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And you're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
Kansas Democratic Governor Laura Kelly is closing all the K-12 schools through the end of the semester as the state continues to respond to the coronavirus pandemic. Kansas is the first state to close school for the entire year. Kansas has at least 18 confirmed cases of the coronavirus pandemic. Governor Kelly believes
the reality of this pandemic is that it cannot be controlled statewide if school buildings return to normal operations or if they respond inconsistently within our local communities. Unprecedented circumstances threaten the safety of our students and the professionals who work with them every day, and we must respond accordingly.
A classic TV anchor has left us. USA Radio Network's Wendy King reports.
An actor who was on The Carol Burnett Show and Wonder Woman has died. Lyle Wagner passed away after a long illness. According to his family, he was 84. Wagner played Steve Trevor, Wonder Woman's World War II Air Force pilot commander in the 1970s TV series. Chris Pine plays the role in the current Wonder Woman movies. Before that, he was part of the sketch troupe on The Carol Burnett Show and the show's announcer. He had TV guest spots since his first appearance on Gunsmoke in 1966. Wagner auditioned for the role of Bruce Wayne in the 1965 Batman TV series, but he lost it to Adam West.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Brembo has been stopping champions on the track as well as drivers like you and me on the street for over 50 years. Whether it's UV-coated brake discs, low-dust premium ceramic brake pads, or high-temperature brake fluid, BremboStoreUSA.com is the place to go to buy genuine Brembo OE equivalent replacement brake components. Go to BremboStoreUSA.com to help you achieve that 60-0 braking performance you deserve and expect from Brembo. Brembo, the choice of champions and consumers for over 50 years.
Asthma symptoms can attack anywhere, like on a city street. Now, you can get fast relief anywhere with new improved Primatene Mist, the only FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. So whether you need relief of symptoms at the park or at your kitchen table, Primatene Mist starts working quickly, opening up your airways to restore free breathing. For temporary relief of mild symptoms of intermittent asthma, use Primatene Mist and breathe easy again. Available at CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens. Use as directed.
Independent thoughts, independent life. This is Chad Benson.
One day we'll be standing possibly up here. We'll say, well, we won. And we're going to say that. Sure as you're sitting there, we're going to say that. And we're going to win. And I think we're going to win faster than people think, I hope.
One day, maybe it's going to happen. We're going to win. Definitely win. We might lose. It's happening. We don't know. I've always said Trump's best friend and worst enemy would be the economy. That was pre-coronavirus. Nobody saw this. Changed everything. Over the last 7 days, I will give it to Trump. The first 2 weeks, 3 weeks, where this thing was started to get serious pre-pandemic and then through the early parts of the pandemic, Trump looked very apathetic, didn't look like he cared, didn't take it seriously. The last 7 days, he has been absolutely presidential. He's even stopped a lot of his pettiness. He still throws some stuff out there. He can't help himself. He just can't. He cannot help himself. But it's it is way down. And, both sides are looking at this as how can we use this to our advantage? Let's not pretend. Both sides are, right? You see it all the time. You hear it all the time. You just have to go and look and watch any of these things and see, oh, look at the way that this person's acting. Look at the way look at this, it's a crisis, and this guy's he's doing this all wrong, and stuff. But Even yesterday, Cuomo and Trump, and even Gavin Newsom and Trump, I said, look, you know what? We're all working together here. And that's real. That's absolutely real. They are working together. They're doing a lot of stuff together. And that's what we need to see. So Canada and America have shut down the border. So don't go in and out of Canada or in and out of America. That'll be interesting. Remember when Trump, though, remember the first thing he did was he shut, we're not going to be flying China and bringing people home and nobody's going to be going there. Xenophobe! Like Europe shut down everything, right? Like, no. Now you should have done this earlier. It's like, that's the politics of it all. We don't need politics right now. We need people to get together and do the things that they need to do government-wise. Because we're going to get ourselves out of this. The government's not going to. But the government is going to make things harder and going to dictate things in certain ways that we're going to have to follow. So we're going to need their help. But when I mean the day-to-day getting out of things, it's us. There's little things that every single one of us can do. Right? Your neighbor. She's older. He's older. Right? Call them on the phone if you've got their number. Text them. Say, is there anything you need? Right? Somebody who is down the street, who's sick, struggling with cancer or something like that. It was tough for them to get around now. Now they're terrified. What do you need? Right? Don't be afraid to reach out. The beauty of social media, besides the nightmare we always talk about, is opportunities for us to come together and do the right thing. But then there's the question for the average person every day is, how long, right? How long is this going to go on? Shelter in place for a lot of people who are in places like San Francisco means, well, I better do something. I mean, you can't stay in the house all day, right? New York, have fun trying to enforce that.
San Francisco's interpretation, these are live pictures coming in of a shelter in place, complete with jogging and cycling, strolling, rollerblading. Look, I'm no medical professional, but I don't know how effective this as a shelter in place could possibly be.
I'm with you on this. Still get the impression, despite what we're hearing from the White House and the distinct change in tone, which has been people in many places aren't taking this seriously. And I think that's a problem.
I think people are taking it seriously. Look, if you have to stay inside all day, you're probably going to go nuts. And the funny thing is if you were like, hey, you get a week off and everything's cool, you might go, you know what, I'm going to chill, I'm going to watch Netflix, I'm going to relax, I'm going to take naps. I need to go outside. We're going to get through this. At the end of the day, we're going to come out the other side. What does it look like? Will the cure be worse than the disease to our economy? Yeah, it's possible. But what about our psyche? What about the mental health aspect of it that isn't getting talked about, that needs to? The anxiety, the fears, and there is plenty of anxiety right now. Most people have gone to the worst case scenario.
In 35 years of practice, I can say that this is the most anxiety that I have ever seen around the idea of an infectious disease.
Yeah. And a lot of that's because when we've heard about infectious disease before, remember when HIV and AIDS was first discovered? Little known about it. Nobody really paid that much attention to it. It hit a subgroup of people, if you will. There's a group, and then there's a subgroup of people, it was a gay community, some drug users, but it wasn't a big community. And then you started to see that, well, you know what? Anybody can get it, and it started to grow a little bit, and then there was certain things that started to happen, and there was anxiety, and a lot of that was because of the unknown, and it can't be stopped, and it's 100% fatal, and there was a lot of different things that went into that. But once we started to know more about it, the anxiety, what happened? It went away. Once we started to figure out we've got all these pills and everything, and these treatments that are now coming in, and there were things that started to happen, but it's that unknown thing, right? And this anxiety is very real for people because it's an unknown. And it's not just an unknown of, because we're taking in all aspects of the unknown. Unknown about who's got it, who hasn't got it, have you got it, did you get it, can you pass it on, could you survive this, won't you survive this? That's an unknown. Then you have the unknown of, will I have a job, won't I have a job, what's going to happen to my house, my car. So there's so many different anxiety levels that go into this that have nothing strictly to do with just whether or not you could or couldn't get sick. Most people take that risk every single day, whether it's the flu or any of these things. But you couple with this with an effect on the economy and everything else, you've got anxiety flying in all over the place. And then you throw in your kids are home, and it's crazy. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. You can text the program as well. And, of course, Mnuchin and everybody want to do what?
We're looking at sending checks to Americans immediately. And what we've heard from hardworking Americans, many companies have now shut down, whether it's bars or restaurants. Americans need cash now, and the president wants to get cash now.
Yeah. You know, so they go and everybody's going to get $1,000 or, you know, not everybody. You know, the stimulus bill's it gets out there into the hands of people, and they're looking, you know, it'll probably be another couple, I'd say a month before it all takes effect. But with all of that being said and done, the anxiety is still going to be there if you're going to have that a month from now, right? So you get $1,000 today, and for somebody who is furloughed or has had their hours cut, or, you know, maybe even they've been laid off, not like you're like, hey, we're probably not even going to come back after this because of this. You're looking at your situation and going, okay, well, I got 1,000 that can keep some things afloat. Look for a job, and I'm stuck in the house. This 1,000 isn't paying all my bills. People, that's that other side of anxiety, and the government needs to figure out a better way. You know, great, you're giving $1 trillion stimulus package to, you know, and throwing it out there. Right? Could we not have thought about other ways of going about relieving people's stress? Because when I talk to people, their mortgage, their rent, their car, those are the things that they're looking at. Mortgage, rent, and car. How am I going to pay my mortgage? How am I going to pay my car payment? How am I going to pay my rent? Because a lot of, you know, you're going to see more and more utility companies and water companies and power companies. They're going to say, you know, while this is going on, we're not going to cut anybody's. I mean, they may be still running, you know, you may be running the power and they may be giving you, they'll tack that on later on, but they're not cutting you off. People want to know that at this moment in time. How am I not going to get evicted? Especially when you're talking about, you know, you hear it all the time, everybody here in America lives paycheck to paycheck minus 1%. Well, that's not true. But whether you make $24,000 a year, $240,000 a year, everybody's going to be facing the same kind of crisis. Because we hear, oh, that guy makes $240,000 a year. Yeah, but that guy is, you know, his family. He has a small business, and that small business may go away. So he or she's going to be in the same boat as a lot of other people. So how do we mitigate that? And that's where the government, I think, should take the money that, you know, they're throwing out there and move it to the loan side of things, to the banks, the lenders, so it allows them to keep their lights on, keep their people employed, and make sure that people out there have 90 days where they don't have to worry about their car payment, their mortgage payment, and their rent. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. You can text the program as well. We've got a poll question up today. Most of you are worried about your job. What's the biggest worry in today's COVID-19 pandemic? Getting it's only about 8%. But 41% is losing your job. Giving it to someone else is 24%, and 26% says that you don't have any worries. And for some people out there, that's true. They don't have any worries. But a good majority of people are worried about either giving it to somebody or losing their job. Very few people I talk to are worried about whether or not they'd survive it if they got it. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show. Twitter, Gabby. Gabby. What does Gabby you say to yourself? Right now, you're looking to save money. You're looking around and you're saying, self, I need to save myself some money. Gabby is the insurance shopping comparison engine. It takes about 2 minutes. It takes the entire pain out of shopping for car insurance and homeowners insurance with one swoop. All you do is link your current account information, right? And in 2 minutes, you're going to be able to see quotes from the exact same coverage you currently have. Apples to apples is what Gabby gives you. 40 of the top insurance providers, Travelers, Progressive, Nationwide. They're never going to sell your information. We save big on our car insurance. Homeowners insurance, we're fine. So you think about $825 with the average person saving. If we're going to be all tightening our belts, this is a great way to do something. It's free. Gabby is free to use, Gabi. Never going to sell your info, and so no annoying spam or robocalls. Again, 2 minutes. It's all it takes. Right now, see how much you can save on your car and homeowners insurance for free. Go to Gabi.com/Benson, Gabi.com/Benson, Gabi.com/Benson. Chad Show. Has falling asleep become a nightmare for you? Do you dream of getting a full night's rest? With MyPillow, those days are behind me, and they can be for you too. Thanks to MyPillow, I'm sleeping like a baby. MyPillow will change the way you sleep forever as it adjusts to the shape that you want and need to help in those sleepless nights. You may never need another pillow because MyPillow is machine washable, made in the USA. And unlike other pillows, MyPillow is backed by a 10-year warranty. Right now, you can get 2 MyPillows for the price of one. Go to MyPillow.com and order MyPillow today to get another one for free when you use promo code Benson. That's MyPillow.com. Use promo code Benson to get 2 MyPillows for the price of one today. Throw out those flat, worn-out pillows and get the sleep you want and need. MyPillow.com. Promo code Benson.
Cancer is the #1 cause of death by disease for children in the U.S. today. Since the Austin Hatcher Foundation's birth in 2006, it has grown to provide unique programs to help the children and the families affected by pediatric cancer. Support begins at the time of diagnosis and continues throughout survivorship at no cost to families. Lives touched by the foundation continue to rise each day, but we need your help. Donate, volunteer, or partner with the Austin Hatcher Foundation. Learn how you can get involved. Visit hatcherfoundation.org for more information.
The bull elk's bugle, one of nature's most wondrous sounds. That is not a bull elk, that's Kim. Her RV sewage tank is spewing all over her camper. Way out in the middle of elk country. Yep, there's an elk. And that's Kim. It's wild out there. When it gets too wild, Progressive has your RV covered. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Want to fly somewhere? Looking for cheap flights or cheap tickets? Then call. That's right. Call the low-cost airline travel hotline now for prices so low we can't publish them anywhere. Low-cost airlines has all kinds of cheap travel deals. Fly domestically and save up to 75%. You can even fly internationally and save even more. Yes, fly anywhere in the world and save a lot of money on your plane tickets. We'll even save you money with cheap travel deals on hotels, rental cars, even complete travel packages. So don't book your tickets until you call us first for the absolute cheapest prices on U.S. and international airline tickets and hotels. Call right now for prices so low they can't be published. Travel experts are here 24/7 to help. 800-338-3814. 800-338-3814. 800-338-3814. That's 800-338-3814.
The most dangerous day for a newborn is her first day of life. Every 31 seconds, an infant dies from infections, pneumonia, malnutrition. but she doesn't have to die. For more than 60 years, Project Hope has been saving lives around the world, delivering medicines and supplies, giving newborns a healthy start, making sure her first day of life is not her last, because everyone deserves hope. To volunteer or learn more about Project Hope, visit projecthope.org/newborns.
Some of the best sounds you'll ever hear are generic, safe, effective, even money-saving, just like FDA-approved generic drugs. Even if they don't come in the exact same color or shape as their brand name equivalents, they have the same key ingredients and go through a rigorous review process. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist today and visit fda.gov/generic drugs. Generics are safe, effective, and can save you money. You'll like the sound of that.
Hey, Greg, I'm so sorry to hear about your brother's heart attack.
Thanks. He's okay now, but it really got me thinking about my family. You know, could my wife still pay our mortgage if I had a heart problem? Or could my kids still go to college?
Man, that is really scary. Yeah, you should call my life insurance agent at Health IQ. When I got life insurance for my family last year, they saved me 41% versus any other company I looked at.
41%? That's huge.
Yep. Health IQ starts by shopping everyone with the top 30 life insurance carriers to make sure they can get the lowest retail rate. Then they apply their exclusive healthy lifestyle savings, which can save you up to 41%. I literally got $1 million in coverage for my family for just $36 a month.
Just $36 a month?
Yep. You should check it out at healthiq.com/easy.
To save that much money, I'm going to call them right now. What's that link again? healthiq.com/easy?
Yep. healthiq.com/easy.
The Chad Benson Show, the only place so far that the Mueller investigation hasn't deep probed for collusion.
Stay tuned.
This is Chad Benson.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, ignition, liftoff.
Now it's time to find out what's trending. What's trending? Yeah, what does that mean? I mean something, right? Like it's trending on the old intranet. What's trending? I'll give you a hint. Amanda Bynes. Oh, you were going to say coronavirus. No, Amanda Bynes. Man, she was like the it girl. She's going to be the next superstar. Then she went Lindsay Lohan times 50, and she's now pregnant. And I'm assuming she's pregnant with her just now ex-fiance. But she's trending. Why does it matter? Because it's not the coronavirus. NFL everywhere trending. Free agencies, who's signing where, Tom Brady, Gerald McCoy, Julian Edelman, who's signing. Stimulus check. People are excited about that. What are you going to do with your $1,000? Right? I give you $1,000 today. What do you do with it? You pay your bills? Do you spend it? Do you donate it? Do you stock it away for savings? Do you invest it? Well, why would anybody invest it? Why wouldn't you? Marketplace is ugly. Yeah, it is. But, you know, when what is it? The blood, when the streets run red with blood is the time when millionaires are made. What would you do? Head over to Twitter, a little bit different. 5.7 earthquake, Salt Lake City, trending. Trump pandemic, Trump lied to people. Stimulus package 2020. Kathy Griffin is trending because her mother Maggie has passed away at age 99. Those things are trending. And a lot of NFL stuff. Which is, you know, as we talked about, it's a good thing that we have some normalcy in our lives, that we have some thing to talk about that has nothing to do with coronavirus, COVID-19, pandemic, stimulus. It's good to have something to look forward to because it's good for your mind. Go online, watch a comedian that you love, right? Go online and watch a damn cat doing something stupid. We're inundated 24/7 with nothing but negative things. And I'm going to tell you guys something else about the media. Negative things will always be front and center because it's easier to evoke emotion of fear and worry and dread, and also to get people to pay attention than other things. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't worry. I'm not saying we shouldn't be cautious. But realize there's a reason that they have always said in the media, especially in news, if it bleeds, it leads. Meaning if something crazy has happened, it's going to lead the coverage of news. Because much easier for us to go, ooh, in a negative story. Chad Benson.
The Chad Benson Show.
Computer systems in cars are the new normal. From electronically controlled transmissions to touchscreen displays to dozens of sensors. But all this advanced tech is expensive to fix, if and when it breaks. That's why you need CarShield. CarShield has affordable protection plans that can save you thousands for covered repairs, including computers, GPS, electronics, and more. Monthly plans are flexible with rates as low as $99 a month. You can pick your favorite mechanic or dealership to do the work, and CarShield takes care of the rest. They also offer 24/7 roadside assistance and a rental car while yours is being fixed for free. CarShield has helped over 1 million customers. Drive with confidence knowing you got coverage from America's #1 auto protection provider. With monthly payment plans as low as $99 a month, you have nothing to lose. Call 800-CAR-6000 and mention code Benson. Or visit carshield.com and use code Benson to save 10%. That's carshield.com, code Benson. A deductible may apply.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg. The Senate passes a multi-billion-dollar emergency aid package to help Americans suffering from the economic impacts of the coronavirus. The package, which the House already approved, now heads to President Trump's desk where he expects to sign it. Republican Senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, tells Fox News the best stimulus package is the one that lets you continue to work and earn a paycheck.
I want to stimulate the economy, but it's impossible to stimulate it when it's locked down. If I gave you your paycheck, that would be enough to get you through until we can find a way to fully deal with the virus. Your paycheck plus $1,000 doesn't do you any good. Instead of getting a government check, I want you to get your paycheck as much as possible.
And the company that operates 200 malls in the United States says they'll be closing due to the coronavirus. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Money, 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 money. You gotta have it. When you need it, what do? If you don't have a rich uncle, a lending tree. With us, hundreds of banks compete for your business. So you'll get loans with competitive interest rates. And in some cases, with no closing costs. So here's the deal. If you need money, call us. Do you want to refinance your current loan? Are you 62 or older and interested in a reverse mortgage? Then call Lending Tree now. 800-634-1315. 800-634-1315. We've closed over $250 billion in loans. We know what we're doing and can help you. Call right now for a free quote. 800-634-1315. 800-634-1315. 800-634-1315. That's 800-634-1315. NMLS number 1136.
Hello, this is Kerry Hall, America's healthcare advocate, with your health tip of the week. Gum disease. Gum disease is an infection of the tissues that surround and support your teeth. It is a major cause of tooth loss in adults. Because gum disease is usually painless, you may not even know you have it. Also referred to as periodontal disease, gum disease is caused by plaque. You know, that sticky film of bacteria that's constantly forming on your teeth. Here are some warning signs you need to know that can signal you have a problem. Gums that bleed easily, red or swollen tender gums that have pulled away, persistent bad breath or bad taste, permanent teeth that are loose or separating, any change in the way your teeth fit together when you bite, or any change in the fit of partials or dentures. These are all signals that you may have a problem, and it may be gum disease. So if you've got any of these issues or you think you have them, go see your dentist now if you suspect you have gum disease, because the sooner you treat it, the better. That's the way you solve gum disease.
This is Jay Farner, CEO of Quicken Loans, and we want to help your house feel more like a home with some of the lowest refinancing rates ever. Rates have dropped so much that many Americans can reduce their rate. You may be able to save money on your monthly mortgage payment right now. The rate today on our 30-year fixed-rate mortgage is 3.99%, APR 4.23%. Call us at 800-QUICKEN or go to rocketmortgage.com.
Rates subject to change. Pay 2% fee to receive this discounted rate. Cost information and see number 3030.
If you're worried about your cholesterol, hear how others are taking charge with Garlic.
My doctor said my cholesterol was borderline, but I've been taking Garlic, and it works.
I've been taking Garlic for years.
My pharmacist recommended Garlic. He said there's an ingredient in garlic that helps maintain healthy cholesterol.
I take Garlic every day. No garlic breath. Lots of people like you are choosing Garlic to help maintain a healthy cholesterol. Garlic, it's cholesterol's natural enemy. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Do you have a dog? Would you like to develop your dog's hidden intelligence to eliminate bad behavior and create the obedient, well-behaved pet of your dreams? A woman named Adrienne Ferricelli, a professional certified dog trainer, has helped hundreds of dog owners train their dogs to be well-behaved, obedient, loving pets.
Yes, good job.
By bringing out the hidden intelligence inside the dogs, you can quickly eliminate any behavioral problem your dog has, no matter how bad you think it's ingrained. No matter what kind of dog you have, with the mental stimulation that Adrienne teaches, your dog will listen to you and understand what you want it to do. Bad behaviors simply fade away as more desirable ones appear in their place.
Oh, you're such a good boy.
So if you want to check out this remarkable dog training system, just visit realbusinessbargains.com. That's realbusinessbargains.com. realbusinessbargains.com.
Independent thoughts, independent life. This is Chad Benson.
For those who are wondering when we return back to normal, this may well be the new normal.
It may well be the new normal. We have cases in the southern hemisphere right now that will tell us how this is going to behave in the summer because they're in their summer months right now. So we might see that seasonal dip that we experience with normal cold and flu, but frankly, we just don't know because we have no pre-existing immunity to this virus. So it could stick around in the summer. The only thing that would give us an advantage in the summer is you have longer daylight hours and the sunlight, and it activates the virus. So that could help us.
This is not the new normal. This is a moment in time. People make it sit, well, this is the new normal. We're going to be living like this for the rest of our lives. We're not. And I'll tell you why. Because every one of you listening right now will do your part to a certain extent. It's like climate change, right? Climate change. Everybody's like, we need to do something that's better for our environment, for the climate. Here's $100. That's my part. I'm not going to stop driving. I'm not going to change any of the way I want to live my life. This is as far as I'm going to go. It's $100. And I'm going to make payments on that. Right? I'm going to give you like $8.70 a month for the next, I'm doing my part. Somebody else could do all the heavy lifting. Every one of us, and I'd love to hear from you, and I'd love you to text or tweet at me, at Chad Benson Show, or you can text us directly, 323-538-CHAD. Where's your breaking point? Say 2 weeks from now, we're at the point where, New York shut down. We've got all these big cities are shut down now. And, not everybody's staying indoors all day. Well, I'm not going to work, and I'm going for a jog, so who am I really affecting? And I understand that. They want you to avoid contact. And if you're going for a jog by yourself, like, who's that really? But we're sheltering in place, staying in place, we're doing it, and it's swept the nation. And we look up and we say to ourselves, Self? It's only 30,000 people. We've lost some. Thank God it's not 30,000 dead. It feels like it's a bit much. the economy's crushed. I'm, going stir crazy, and I've done everything possible, and I got to get back to work. And I think everybody has this thought in their mind, a drop-dead date, for a lack of a better term, where they said, I've had enough. I'm going to test it. Testing meaning I'm going to go out there, I'm going to try to live my life. I'm going to, if you got a small business, like, screw it, I need to reopen. Everybody's going to test something. And whether it's the little deli down the street that right now only lets you have takeout, that one day finally they say, yeah, you know what, my business is crushed. I'm going to roll out the chairs again and get back to some normalcy. Everybody has that. And in a time when we have uncertainty, because I think most people realize, okay, 99% of us not going to die from this. So now what? Right? I mean, it's the cure worse than the disease. So if you take away that fear, and people start to realize most of us aren't going to, and there hasn't been the 500,000 overnight that have flooded the hospitals and broke the system. There hasn't been any of those things. So the what now scenario is going to start, and people are going to start to push the boundaries, especially when you're telling everybody, we don't know how long this is going to go. This could be, July, August, could be into next year. No, you tell people May 1st, I think people hunker down and say, you know what, I can do that. You give them a never-ending, open-ended date of not quite sure when, that changes everybody's mind. Because not quite sure when means it could be tomorrow, could be 6 months from now. Even if I survive 6 months from now, which 99% of us will, what does life look like on the other side? 50% unemployment? 60% unemployment? No. Eventually, the natural instincts will kick in for us to go, I've got to do what's right for me and my family. So I'm curious as to what you think. Text the program, 323-538-2423. At Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. You can text the program as well. Yesterday, voting was going on. It was very interesting. I mean, we knew what was going to happen. I mean, everybody knew, right? You guys all know. And we know that now that, nobody no longer feeling the burn. Burn's no longer feeling the burn. And that it's over and done with. And he is, now going to be taking on Trump come November. But what does that look like in November? Right? What? So Bernie's gone. What is, he's done and dusted. What does it look like for Biden and Trump? And I'm talking about the battle that is and the politics of it all. I'm just talking about if we're still at the midst of this craziness, what does that look like? Which I don't think we will be. What does that look like voting-wise?
Could this be implemented this year? How quickly could you get all 50 states running an election by vote by mail if this bill passed?
Virtually every state already today has an absentee ballot arrangement. So what Senator Klobuchar and I are doing is making available a significant amount of federal funds for states to move to ensure that this fall, in the middle of the pandemic, American voters are not going to be forced choosing between their health or voting.
Well, we saw people go out yesterday and vote, right? We saw people go out there and vote. Oregon already has, I think it is vote by mail. That's how you do it. So, but there's going to be, first of all, how do you bring everybody together in the political world? Because all of them are going to be saying, well, you're going to be vote harvesting, or you're going to be, somebody's going to say, this is how you suppress votes because people don't have addresses. I mean, they're going to figure out a way to fight with each other over this. But I think this is one thing that we need to be wary of. How does this play itself out, right? How do we, see this thing breaking down when you've got people that were out there yesterday voting and a lot of people didn't seem to be too concerned.
They are getting mixed messages because while you have President Trump yesterday and today
clearly stating what the CDC is recommending. 15 days of social distancing, avoiding groups, staying 6 feet away from people, staying inside as much as possible. If you're old, especially staying inside as much as possible, not going to bars, not going to restaurants, not going to nightclubs. All of that is happening. Meanwhile, Arizona, Illinois, Florida had elections today.
Yeah.
A lot of people thought that was a bad idea.
A lot of people did. But, we voted through wars. Well, it's different. We voted through the Civil War. That really wasn't different, because you may be going to vote during the middle of the Civil War, and you will have to all stop down and vote right now. I know I was going to shoot you in 10 minutes, and you were going to shoot me in 10 minutes, but now we're not going to do that. So we voted in a lot of these things. We'll find a way to do it. The problem isn't going to be whether or not we're capable of doing it. Right? Like, that's not the problem. Much like everything that is a solution in the world that we live in. It's not the solution is real. The problem is the people that have to implement it and or pass it will be a bigger problem. But I don't think we're going to be in that situation, because I think what's going to happen over the next 4 to 6 weeks is we'll see a peak, we'll see a spike, and it'll be probably decent. And then I think it's going to naturally slow down a little bit. And I think the precautions that we're putting in place, along with the fact that a good majority of people, I think, the spread it's there now. The community spread's there. And I think a lot of people are going to say, okay, it's not coming as bad. We got ourselves worked up for this. And, and this is what I'm hoping. And I think when summer comes along, people are going to get back out there in their activity. And by the time that we get through the summertime into that position where we're going to be thinking about, for real, the presidential, Biden versus Trump and the whole 9 yards, this will somewhat have passed. But we don't know if this thing's seasonal. We don't know if they're going to come up with a vaccine. We don't know if they're going to come up with some sort of treatment that mitigates this to the point where it's just nothing. You take this for 7 days, we all move on with life. We don't know what's going to happen between now and then. But I think it will eventually take its natural course, much like the flu, much like H1N1 did, much like a lot of these things do, that it takes its course and then it moves on. But at this point in time, as much as it sounds like that's a no-brainer, why shouldn't we be voting with mail? I think most of us feel that way. And a good majority of us does. Yesterday in Arizona, people went out and voted. But like 80% of it was already done and dusted before they shut the polls down. Why? Because most people voted by mail. But to make it only vote by mail, even if you only said, hey, we're only doing this one time, the politics of it couldn't find a solution. Even though the solution's simple, it's right in front of you. Right? I've always said this about the Republicans and the Democrats. Milk, the wind could blow over a glass of milk. There could be a napkin and everything you need to clean up and sweep up, even if the glass broke on the the fell, and they would sit there and argue over who's got to clean it up, whose fault it was. And all the while that's going on, what happens to the American people? We pick up the broom and the napkin and with towel, and we clean everything up and we get on with our lives. And they'll still be arguing about it. 323-824-23 at Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. Feel free to tweet at me. You can text the program as well. Stamps.com. Right now, you don't want to be at the post office, but the post office is going. They're working. So what do you have to do? You're a small business, right? You got to run around. And first of all, going there, it's insane. You got better things to do with your money and your time. Stamps.com is that better thing. Anything that you can do at the post office, you can do at Stamps.com. Their on-demand postage means you can skip the post office altogether. It brings all the U.S. Postal Services. So 24/7, any letter, any package, anytime, anywhere, you can do it right from your computer. Print it out, slap it on, give it to your mail carrier, put it inside a mailbox, and away you go. It is that simple. And with Stamps.com, not only are you saving time, you're also saving money. 5 cents off every first-class stamp, up to 40% off shipping rates. Not to mention, it's a fraction of the cost of those expensive postage meters. You don't have to worry about that. There's no equipment, or lease, no long, there's none of those long-term commitments and craziness. It's a no-brainer. Stamps.com is a no-brainer, saving you time and money and hassle. And in this world, that's a beautiful thing. 700,000 small businesses already use Stamps.com. Now's your chance to get a special offer just for being my listener. 4-week trial, plus free postage and a digital scale without any long-term commitment. How do you get it? Go to Stamps.com. You click on the microphone at the top of the homepage and type in Chad. That's Stamps.com. Type in Chad. Stamps.com, C-H-A-D. It's the Chad Benson Show.
Freedom doesn't start in the White House. It starts in your house. Here's Ellen Kriebel.
Electric scooters have exploded in popularity around the country, and at least 10 national companies have emerged, renting the scooters by the hour in many cities. They're called micro-mobility companies, and they're growing quickly. But in Connecticut, any industry growing that quickly and making profits that impressive offers an opportunity for regulation. Sure enough, the legislature passed a new law this year, subjecting riders and owners to a slew of new state regulations. They also made sure to allow local governments to add even more regulations. Riding a bike or a scooter requires common sense, the most uncommon thing in our culture, but it does not require government regulation. It just isn't that complicated.
For more information, check out our podcast at lensofliberty.org.
Look around you. It's a wireless world, and everyone needs a great pair of wireless earbuds. So go with Raycons. Raycons start at about half the price of any other premium wireless earbuds on the market, and they sound just as amazing as the other top audio brands you know. Raycon's latest model, the Everyday E25 earbuds, are their best ones yet. You get 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, and a more compact design that gives you a comfortable, noise-isolating fit. Unlike some of your other wireless options, Raycon earbuds are both stylish and discreet with no dangling wires or stems. Perfect for on-the-go phone calls. Raycon was co-founded by Ray J, and celebrities like Cardi B and Jay Smith have. Now it's your turn to see what the hype's all about. Get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Chad. That's buyraycon.com/Chad for 15% off Raycon earbud. One more time, buyraycon.com/Chad.
Hear that? It's time for Dodge Power Dollars on Dodge Charger and Challenger, where you get $10 off per horsepower, so you can enjoy the sweet sounds of Dodge Charger RT Scat Pack's 485 horsepower and get $4,850 off. Take it up a notch. Challenger SRT at Red Eye 797 horsepower and $7,970 off. So come in for Dodge Power Dollars and get a great deal. Offer not available on leases. See dealer for details.
Mom, delivery!
You loading up from Walmart?
Yeah, I used my new Capital One Walmart Rewards card. It earns unlimited 5% back. Everything I buy from Walmart online.
Say what?
5% back.
Hey, what?
5% back. Say what now?
5% back!
With what? The Capital One Walmart Rewards card. Earn unlimited rewards, including 5% back at Walmart online on top of Walmart's everyday low prices. What's in your wallet?
Terms and exclusions apply. Capital One USA NA.
Message and data rates may apply.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, can give you your real, natural-looking hair back permanently. They're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who texts EASY11 to 85850. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. You wash it, you cut it. It's your own real, naturally growing hair. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Text EASY11 to 85850. That's EASY11 to 85850.
Is your child tackling new challenges in math this year? Are they striving to get ahead of the pack? Give your child an edge this school year with Mathnasium. We're the authority on math education with more than 1,000 franchise learning centers worldwide. Our expert instructors teach each student face-to-face, using customized learning plans to help them achieve their academic goals all year long. Find a learning center near you at mathnasium.com to schedule your no-obligation first visit. Mathnasium. We're changing lives through math.
What's in store this week at your local Staples?
Custom print promotions that will help your business bloom.
If you're looking to grow your business, Staples can help by printing custom marketing materials.
Select products printed same day when you order by 2 p.m.
And now at Staples, get 25% off flyers, brochures, postcards, or direct mail services when you spend $50 or more.
Bring your designs to life this spring at Staples, where there's a whole lot more in store.
Ends 4/4/20. See store or staples.com/March print deals for details.
Check out our Chad Benson Show Facebook page where you can hang out or hang your grievances out to dry. This is Chad Benson.
Getting along with Democrats, getting along with Republicans, for the Democrats themselves, there's been a lot of spirit. There's been a lot of things happening that I haven't seen happen in the first almost now 3.5 years. It's been very nice to see. That's one of the good things.
Yeah, it is one of the good things. Coming together and putting yourself together and getting along and doing the best thing for people. It's what you should be doing, right? Like all of us. We were just taking off the air. Exercise at this point in time, right, is so important. And I know the time you can't gather in certain areas. And every state's different, right? Every state is different. But what you need to do at this point in time is figure out whether it's a 10-minute walk outdoors, right, by yourself. Well, that's we shouldn't be doing. No, you're by yourself. You're not something, push-ups, sit-ups. I mean, doing something in this time, because releasing those endorphins does so much. And I think that people realize that now more than ever, it's one of those things where you should be out there working it. You should be doing something a little bit different to get yourself moving, and not just because of the physical aspects and benefits, but because of the mental. When I don't have a chance to go out and run around in between all of my shows and the things I do, it drives me crazy. It does. It absolutely drives me crazy. And after a week or two of being able to do all the things I'm doing, and you know, I started work yesterday at 3:30 in the morning. I didn't leave till 9 o'clock. We covered everything when it came to the primaries, as if anybody really cared. We were supposed to be on until 11, but the coronavirus is the dominant thing. And because yesterday was such an ass whooping that Biden, you know, he boat raced Bernie. So, but I mean, I left my house at 3:30, got into work about 4:15, left at 9, did not leave the building outside of going across the parking lot to the little deli next door and getting an iced tea. Outside exercise, it's pouring here. I exercise. I'm on it because I will go nuts. 323-538-2423 at Chad Benson Show is your Twitter. ABC reporter Kaylee Harton talking about what she's gone through.
Last Wednesday, it was just a runny nose. I honestly thought it was allergies. I didn't think of it as anything more than that. I woke up the next morning, just last Thursday, and you know when you wake up and you know something's wrong immediately. You just feel it in your body. I've had the feeling before when I've had the flu, or when my body's just broken down, when I've gone too hard and I've been run down. I knew something was off as soon as I woke up, and that's when I started consulting medical professionals.
Yeah. Right. So she woke up, because that's, and see, but when she thought she had allergies, this is what happens. Because so many people, you know, we see what, you know, there's 10,000, there's 12,000. The reality is there's probably been 800,000, 1 million people maybe that have already had it. 80% of people are asymptomatic, meaning they've had it. They show very little signs of anything. Maybe the runny nose, a sore throat, a dry cough, It wasn't all together. They didn't feel run down. Maybe they were a little run down, but they're working 12 hours a day, 14 hours, running around with the kids, the whole 9 yards. So it wasn't one of those things where you can't breathe. You got 104-degree temperature. Most people, even people in China and elsewhere, that's what they've went through. And so when you see these numbers, you're like, oh, but how many people have already had it? It's ran its course.
I was fatigued. I was not looking forward to getting out of bed. I had a headache just right between the eyes. I was congested. I had body aches in places that I wasn't used to having them. My lower back was really hurting.
It's all of us, right? Like my lower back hurts. Why? Well, because I work out. 49. I put my body through all kinds of years of sports and doing things I probably shouldn't have done and playing. That's everybody, right? Picking up the kids, running around, doing stuff. And as you get older, you still think fatigue. I'm not really fatigued. I was fatigued 4 weeks ago. I was fatigued, and that's why some people have asked me, "Have you had it?" I'm like, I don't know, but I had a headache, a little bit of a fever, a little bit of a cough, a little bit fatigued for me. Still did all my work, never missed a day, and slept for a day and a half over the weekend, and then I was fine. Was it? Don't know. And I think a lot of people out there have already gone, oh, they feel like I've already had that. How would you know if it mimics so many things? Chad Benson Show.
This is the Chad Benson Show.
With your Mayo Clinic Radio Health Minute, I'm Jeff Olson.
We advance this tube through the colon.
This is cancer prevention through the lens of what's called a colonoscope.
Looking for the precursors to cancer, the colon polyp. So we can go in and remove that polyp before it ever becomes malignant.
Dr. Michael Wallace says thanks to near-focus high-definition cameras, it's getting even easier to spot polyps during a colonoscopy.
Particularly what we call flat polyps that don't grow up like little mushrooms. They spread out more like a bed of moss. And we can now see these, and we have tools to remove even those difficult flat polyps.
Once a flat polyp is identified, Dr. Wallace injects a saline to raise it and reveal its boundaries. A wire snare is then used to remove the polyp.
That's why we're actually seeing a significant decrease in new cases of colon cancer. Not just better survival, but actually fewer cases because we're preventing them by removing the precursor lesion.
For more information, talk with your doctor or visit mayoclinic.org.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Trump has a message for Americans living in federally funded housing who are affected by the coronavirus outbreak.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development is providing immediate relief to renters and homeowners by suspending all foreclosures and evictions until the end of April.
The president also says the U.S.-Canadian border will be temporarily closed to all non-essential traffic.
No tipping point. It's just that we want to isolate from the standpoint we don't want people coming into contact, because that's the way we're going to win this war. That is so important.
Republican Congressman from Florida, Mario Diaz-Balart, has tested positive for coronavirus, becoming the first U.S. lawmaker to contract the virus that's spreading through the United States. Diaz-Balart took to Twitter to say that he's feeling much better. However, it's very important that everyone follows seriously the guidelines set forth by the CDC. For coronavirus, becoming the first U.S. lawmaker to contract the virus that's spreading through the United States. Diaz-Balart took to Twitter to say that he's feeling much better. However, it's very important that everyone follows seriously.
Go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141.
800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
China says it's revoking media credentials of Americans working there for 3 major U.S. newspapers. Here's USA Radio Network's Chris Barnes with the details.
It's the largest expulsion of foreign journalists by China in the post-Mao Zedong era, amid an escalating battle with the Trump administration over media operating in the 2 countries. China expelling American journalists working for the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post. It escalates the tit-for-tat battle between China and the United States over resident foreign media that saw Washington this month slash the number of Chinese nationals permitted to work at the U.S. offices of major Chinese state-owned media outlets.
The Census Bureau says it will halt field operations for 2 weeks due to the coronavirus outbreak. In a statement by the Census Bureau director, they're saying the 2026 field operations will be suspended for 2 weeks until April 1st of 2020. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-610-5739. 800-610-5739. That's 800-610-5739. Offers require application, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders is still trailing in the race to be the Democratic nominee. USA Radio Network's Wendy King has the Tuesday primary results.
Former Vice President Biden has won 3 states in the Tuesday primaries: Florida, Illinois, and Arizona. This widens his delegate lead over Senator Bernie Sanders from Vermont. President Trump was also projected to have gathered enough delegates to win the Republican nomination with a win in Illinois. The complications over the primaries due to the coronavirus outbreak have cut the number of poll workers and has hampered voter turnout. Ohio decided to cancel its primary and postpone it. Governor Mike DeWine attempted to postpone the election, but a judge denied his request. After failing to appeal, the director of the Ohio Health Department issued the order to close the polls. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
Former Secretary of State and failed Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton took a swipe at President Trump into his response to the coronavirus, which has shuttered businesses and travel throughout the United States. In a tweet on Wednesday, Clinton, without proof, accused the president of using racist rhetoric as a distraction from his failure to adequately prepare the country in the weeks leading up to the pandemic. Clinton believes it's racist to call the coronavirus a Chinese coronavirus or Wuhan coronavirus, although that's where the virus did originate. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
Would you like to get back that full head of hair from years past? Introducing Reveal from GCNLife.com. Beverly Hills dermatologist Dr. Nathan Newman invented Reveal, which contains polypeptides with natural botanicals and no parabens, sulfates, silicones, or dyes for a salon-quality hair growth product. Reveal. Here's Dr. Newman.
I've treated a lot of patients who lose their hair and they lose their confidence. We've created a unique set of polypeptides, which we call HPT6. The HPT6 contains the polypeptides from 6 different plants. The scalp infusion treatment should be used on wet or dry scalp. The Reveal hair care system is designed to be used for men and women alike.
Get Reveal at GCNLife.com with a 30-day money back. So try Reveal today at GCNLife.com or 844-443-6637. Plus up to 25% off for Reveal at GCNLife.com or 844-443-6637.
Toll free. Bring up whatever you want. This is hour number 2 of 3. We've got plenty of time for you to call in, talk about whatever you want, and take control of the airwaves here on Free Talk Live. With you tonight, you've got Ian Stone.
And nobody.
Also, you can call in on our Discord call-in lines on our Discord server at discord.lrn.fm. Hop into one of those, and you will sound almost like you're sitting here in the studio with us. Coming up, Ron Paul and his opinion about this whole coronavirus thing, which I think is relevant because he's a great guy.
My Corona.
He's a hero. Libertarian hero. Great guy.
Great man.
We will talk about that here in just a moment, but let's go to the phones first. Your calls and thoughts. You can bring up whatever's on your mind, although a lot of people obviously want to talk about coronavirus and all the fallout, which is mostly not from the coronavirus itself, because that barely exists from what I can tell. Nobody, you had asked a question on your social media profile the other night asking if anyone knows anyone personally who has not some post on the internet, but somebody who has told you personally, I have coronavirus. And what was the response that you received?
Zero said, I have coronavirus. A couple claimed to know somebody who did.
You didn't know those people?
They were not people that I knew directly, so I have no way of assessing their credibility.
So let's go to your calls and thoughts. We got Chris on the line in St. Louis. We're seeing a lot of life being disrupted here. A lot of people going to lose their jobs over this, what I would call a severe overreaction and a major move towards the police state. Chris, what do you think? Go ahead with your thoughts.
Yes, I have a really good question here. I was wondering if for anyone that was or is affected with the coronavirus, I was wondering to treat it, could heat be the factor? Because I heard that someone who puts heat up in their nose or steam, I heard that could weaken the virus. Is this true? Is it not true? I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
well, I don't give medical advice.
Yeah, you're not talking to any doctors.
I haven't heard anything about that.
I don't know if that's true or not. I've heard of, they covered on Fox News one drug which is supposed to help it, which is a long available, very cheap drug. And I can't remember the name of it. But I can't offer you medical advice. They'll come and kill me if I do.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure they will.
Yeah, I would say, there's a lot of opinions online about this sort of thing, and I would say a whole lot of people that don't know anything about this. It's relatively new. It hasn't had, there are very few, studies or nobody's had a chance to really no one's had a chance to look at this. At this point,
and another thing I've heard too is about people or a study where they had someone who had who was affected and then recovered. They took plasma blood from them to treat a person who was infected. So I'm wondering, could that be a possibility?
I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities out there.
It's a possibility.
What's true or not is a whole other question. Chris, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Let's go to
more
Larry.
Scared of the government than I am of the virus, though.
Yeah,
me too. I would be very hesitant to, especially being a dissident myself. They might be just as anxious to kill me as they are to save me. So I don't know that I would take whatever they came up with.
Absolutely. Look, the odds are you're going to survive it if you believe the odds that they're talking about.
Yeah,
and we
I
don't
would
even know
rather
if that's
take
true.
a 2% chance of death against the virus than, bet my life that the government loves me and wants me to be happy.
I feel the same way. And clearly, the government are the real threat here. They're the ones who are cracking down. And arguably, people seem to want it. They seem to want to be told what to do. They seem to want to be ordered about because we haven't seen any meaningful civil disobedience. We haven't seen any, at least that I've heard of. If you've heard of it, let us know. I want to know what's going on out there. I did see a story that in Mexico, there was a massive concert that they held recently, sort of in defiance of this. So, Viva Mexico, if that's true.
Viva Mexico.
Let's go to your calls and thoughts here, because you can bring up what you want. Larry is on the line in Indianapolis. Larry, you're on Free Talk Live.
Hello, how you doing, boys?
Hey, Larry.
Hey, listen. Now, this is so contradictory, the things that they're saying. And, I haven't had TV for a long time, but I was over at my friend's house today, and I seen MSNBC. These people look like they're some kind of a monster or somebody with their half, with their one foot in the grave and the other one on a banana peel. I mean, they look horrible. They look like ghouls that are reporting.
Are you saying that
stuff.
the reporters are not going through makeup?
Are you wearing sunglasses when you watch this?
No, they're grade B actors. I don't watch it, but I've been hearing about it on the radio so much that I did go over to my friend's house and did watch MSNBC and NPR too. They are having everything about this virus lead to Trump being run out of office. So it's so stupid. And the thing about it is, when they finally get through with us, this is why they're talking about, I think all of them are in on it. They are going to have a situation where the testing is going on right now, right? I seen the drive-through testing with the people out there with the gas masks on and a mask over their mouth and nose and eyes wide open where they can, if somebody coughs, it'll get right in their eyes. So these tests are so arbitrary, and that could be the thing that causes you to get the disease. So like you guys were just talking, I wouldn't take nothing. I would just depend on getting out of it myself because your body can take care of a lot of the things that are happening under this disease. And you don't want to play the sick role, but I think what's going to happen is people find out they try to feign sickness, they can get more money. And you know what it means. So
gravy train.
They'll be going for that gravy train. Oh, I don't have to work. I'm getting all these benefits. Rent of getting mortgage not being foreclosed. And you know what that means. That's moral degradation. When you get something like that, it degrades you morally. Just like the mortgage thing, when people were getting all these loans they weren't supposed to have, there was all kind of stuff going on. If you saw dope and you got a mortgage, right? I had a couple of friends that got mortgages on their worth a darn thing. But when they got a loan, on closing day, the dope man moved right in with them. So let me tell you. They did.
Well, yeah, that's what a lot of people are going to spend the money on, when that $1,000, if they come in with this $2,000 check or $1,000 or whatever it's going to be right now, the headline at Drudge Report was $2,000. They're still negotiating this. So whatever arbitrary amount they come up with, it's going to go right into people's nose. It's going to go right in their veins. It's right in their bloodstream. And then some people buy some toilet paper with it.
Yeah. They know that there's going to happen. So that's why they're doing this. They want to get you idle because the idle mind is the devil's workshop, right?
And get you hooked on the government dole.
And get you hooked on more dope. They seized about 3,200 pounds of meth from some drug. You think they're going to burn that up? They're not going to do it. And the opioid crisis and all that stuff is going by the wayside. I mean, when you come in...
it's not going by the wayside. It's going to get worse. Because the reason why people use drugs, Larry, as you probably know, is because their lives, they don't feel like they have anything to live for. They're depressed. They're upset. They, bad things have happened to them. They want to get away from that.
Lack of human connection, they say, is the biggest thing.
Well, now people aren't going to be connected even less than before. I mean, we already had a problem where people were disconnecting sort of voluntarily by getting on their phones and not going out anymore and things like that. And now it's even worse. Now you really are being discouraged from even leaving your home in a lot of cases. And certainly in places like San Francisco, there's actually a 24-hour curfew, from what I understand, going on in cities like that. So you actually can't leave your home. And you want to talk about, okay, now you don't have a job anymore, as we mentioned earlier. Now your business is gone under because you're bankrupt, because you have no customers walking through the door. You want to talk about a bunch of depressed, drug-addicted people who are just going to get worse, going to take on an addiction maybe for the first time, maybe go back to what it was that they were addicted before. I mean, this is
because it's success that keeps you clean. If you take away the ability to succeed,
it's bad. Thanks, Larry, for your call and sharing your thoughts tonight. The toll-free number is 855-450-FREE, like freedom. This is Free Talk Live. How's it affecting you? Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. Local.bitcoin.com.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically than Pennsylvania ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org.
I want to tell you about my favorite cryptocurrency wallet, Edge Wallet, at edge.app. Edge is the wallet I use more than any other, and that was true long before Edge Wallet became a sponsor of Free Talk Live. Edge Wallet allows you to buy, sell, trade, and securely hold your cryptocurrencies, including Bitcoin, Ethereum, tokens, Monero, Ripple, Dash, Bitcoin Cash, and more. It's available for both Android and iOS, and you can download it via the Play or App Store or via Edge Wallet's website, edge.app. Secure your freedom with Edge Wallet.
Join me, George Norrie, in Indian Wells, California, May 29th to June 1st for the Contact in the Desert UFO Conference, an epic weekend of exploration into UFOs and civilizations, crop circles, and so much more. Over 150 lectures, panels, workshops, and events with leading experts: Paul Hellyer, Moulton Howe, Nick Pope, Emery Smith, Stephen Greer, Russell Targ, Doc Wallach, Leslie Kane, and more. Get your tickets at contactinthedesert.com. It's time to make contact. Contactinthedesert.com.
Bags under the eyes, crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles are things adults complain about as they age. Now, there's Instantly Ageless. It works in minutes and is great for men and women. Here's Dr. Sonia Bacha on The Doctors.
So this is a product we're going to see. It's called Instantly Ageless, and the idea is that it works very quickly. Is you just need a very small amount, and then you apply it to areas where you might be a little bit puffy. I have just looked at what's in this product, and one of them is something called argireline, which is sort of a darling in dermatology right now. It's a peptide or protein that actually relaxes the muscle. It's also called Botox in a bottle. The other active ingredient in this is silicates, which are almost act like a clay. They're minerals, and they're making the skin sort of tighter. It's actually increasing the surface tension on the skin to push that herniated fat pad back.
Try Instantly Ageless today at GCNlife.com. That's GCNlife.com. 30-day money-back guarantee and preferred price discount at GCNlife.com.
Do the letters IRS give you anxiety? I'm Dan Pilla. I've defended people from the IRS for more than 40 years. My book, Get Tax Amnesty, created the tax resolution industry and is responsible for helping hundreds of thousands of people. It can help you too. If you're a non-filer or facing IRS enforcement right now, your case is unique. You need real help, not cookie-cutter advice. My clients get my personal attention. Buy my book at danpilla.com and get a free consultation directly with me. That's danpilla.com. Let's start solving your tax problem right now.
This is Free Talk Live. Call in toll free. 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-FREE.
Free Talk Live. You dial in, toll free, bring up whatever you want here. Our number is 855-450-FREE, like freedom. Come on, Ron Paul. He's got himself a weekly column over at the Ron Paul Institute, and this week, appropriately enough, he's decided to write about his opinions on this here coronavirus, as he calls it, the coronavirus hoax. I'll tell you more about that. With you in the studio tonight, it's Ian
Stone.
And nobody.
Hey, I want you to know about Bitcoin.com. There's no better time than right now to start learning about cryptocurrency. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to do you any good if the power grid goes down because, you need to have access to the internet to use it. But presuming that that still continues, it's a really useful technology. I'm a huge fan of cryptocurrency like Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash. More so, I think Bitcoin Cash is more useful as an actual currency these days. The Bitcoin prices, the BTC, the original Bitcoin, it's like over $1 per transaction now these days. Just recently.
It's insane. And the bottom line is until until Bitcoin hits parity with Bitcoin Cash, I will continue to consider the market to be irrational.
Yeah.
People are banking on Bitcoin being some sort of digital gold, and it's not. The Bitcoin can be consumed by one thing, which is sending Bitcoin transactions. And
That's
so
right.
the aggregate value of Bitcoin has to be related to the transactions that it can send, and it can't send enough transactions to justify its value.
Yeah, it's got a ceiling on its number of transactions that is very, very low. So it's already hitting that ceiling, basically. Is what's happening.
So basically, until the more able coins exceed BTC in value, and the whales who have been propping BTC up get up off it and realize that they can't make digital gold happen, I will consider the market to be irrational.
So somebody in the chat room, Etar, says BTC hate live. This is not hate, at least in my case. I don't hate Bitcoin. I love the idea of Bitcoin. I am a longtime supporter of Bitcoin. I sell Bitcoin on the internet on localbitcoins.com on a regular basis. So I still support the idea of Bitcoin. I'm just saddened to see what has happened to it because of this mismanagement on the part of its programmers.
Yeah, and my church definitely regards Bitcoin as a sacrament. As a matter of fact, if you donate to my church, one of the premiums you can elect to receive is Bitcoin.
So if you donate dollars.
Yes, you can donate dollars, and we'll give you back a premium in Bitcoin or Bitcoin Cash. Because dollars are, from our point of view, haram. When you accept dollars, when you save dollars, you're accepting the system as it is, and by
This is a way out. This is a way out.
This is a way out. If we all shorted the dollar, if we stopped accepting the dollar, the government could not operate. They could not do the things that they do. It's the dollar hegemony that props them up.
Yeah, I think Bitcoin's a great investment compared to the dollar. I mean, as soon as the dollar gets inflated the way they want to, they're going to be sending money out to anyone who asks for it. So I mean,
they're cranking on that printing press, man.
It's going to be just as good as toilet paper the way they're cranking out toilet paper too. So they're going to both have similar purposes, and then other more scarce resources that everyone agrees or a lot of people want to use and hold and trade. Those are going to be what people are going to turn to for real value, something that you can appreciate. That's not going to go bad over the months and years. Gold, silver, Bitcoin.
Yeah, and that's something I would also say is there are times, I mean, the government can't break into your house and jack your Bitcoin unless you give them the keys, or you give them the password or whatever, or you're completely unsecure. But at the same time, they can take the power grid down. They can take the internet down for days at a time. There is an internet kill switch, and the president has access to it as far as we know. So the thing that you're going to need, if and when that happens, is precious metal you can hold in your hand.
Yeah.
Because nobody can take the value out of that. You feel the weight, you feel the value in your hand, and so please diversify.
I tipped a guy with a gold back today.
Gold backs are great. They've got a high seniorage. I want to see people trading in full-bodied silver coins as well, and full-bodied gold coins, because
it's hard to do that with gold because it's so expensive,
Well, it is, and that's the nice thing about gold-backed cryptocurrencies. Stable coins.
Are there any good ones, though?
I don't know. My understanding is that the guys at AnyPay are doing a gold-backed stable coin.
I mean, they have AnyPay Gold, but it's not something they're focusing on at all. It was more of like I don't know if they're going to put more focus on it into the future, but as of right now, it was just sort of like a test thing that they did, and maybe they'll do something with it, maybe they won't. But I don't know if right now is there really like a good gold-backed crypto that people can rely on and is actually useful.
Well, anybody can create one. I mean, in the Stellar universe, basically all you have to do is list yourself as somebody who makes a market in something, and then say, if you bring me a gold back, I'll give you a token that represents the gold back. And if you bring me back that token, I'll give you your gold back.
Right. Well, one of the biggest problems with these gold-backed cryptos is they rely on centralized authorities to do all that stuff. Let's talk to Tim. He's in Springfield. By the way, you can go to Bitcoin.com. That's what I meant to tell you earlier. Bitcoin.com to learn the basics about Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, cryptocurrency. Now's a good time because all the prices on pretty much every crypto, it's all down. Tim, in Springfield, you're on Free Talk Live. Go ahead.
Yes, I had a good point to make about the coronavirus. I saw that there was 111 deaths in the United States, and 54 of those came from Washington, with 23 of those being at the nursing home. So I'm thinking maybe they can contain this a lot better than they think. What is your point?
Well, it would not surprise me, because if you look at how the Chinese reacted to their initial outbreak, they did every wrong thing that you could possibly do. They shut down, they arrested doctors for telling each other about it. They were literally arresting doctors who thought they had found a new form of SARS. And one of those doctors is now dead, and he's becoming a big symbol of the resistance in China because, you know, he and his people were arrested for telling each other the truth about the coronavirus. So if China had not done everything they could to hide the fact that there was a problem, maybe China would not have turned into the disastrous hellhole that it did.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. And I think if you look back at the 2009 flu pandemic in the U.S., where 3,400 people died, it looks like people are a lot more aware of it. There's a lot more publicity. There's a lot less transmission this year, so hopefully it'll be less than the 3,400 that died in 2009 from the flu. So it's similar, yeah. It's just the reaction is going to be a lot more deadly than the actual virus itself.
Tim, thanks for the call and your thoughts tonight. I appreciate it. Our toll-free number here, 855-450, free like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. You can bring up what you want here on Free Talk Live.
What is it costing you in vet bills for that convenience of just pulling open a bag of formulated, extruded, processed cereal bits that cost a ton of money anyways? How do you feed your dog to derive not only energy, but a good coat, bright eyes, and a great attitude?
Come to Dinovite for help.
DINOVITE.com. I found his raw meat diet on Dinovite.com.
With just the raw meat and the eggs and the Dinovite and the Super Omega on top of it.
Try Super Omega Fish Oil.
Buy 2, get 1 free.
Ground beef, white rice, eggs, including the shells, and the Dinovite supplement, and then the Lico Chops.
Try Lico Chops. Buy 2, get 1 free.
It just balances out his body and his mind and his spirit.
Adding Dinovite to their diet has every single dog in my kennel looking better than they have ever looked.
Their skin is so much better now that they're on the raw diet. I don't even give them the kibble anymore.
DINOVITE.com.
USA Radio News with Tim Berg.
President Trump has a message for Americans living in federally funded housing who are affected by the coronavirus outbreak.
The Department of Housing and Urban Development is providing immediate relief to renters and homeowners by suspending all foreclosures and evictions until the end of April.
The president also says the U.S.-Canadian border will be temporarily closed to all non-essential traffic.
No tipping point. It's just that we want to isolate from the standpoint we don't want people coming into contact, because that's the way we're going to win this war. That is so important.
Republican Congressman from Florida, Mario Diaz-Balart, has tested positive for coronavirus, becoming the first U.S. lawmaker to contract the virus that's spreading through the United States. Diaz-Balart took to Twitter to say that he's feeling much better. However, it's very important that everyone follows seriously the guidelines set forth by the CDC. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Would you like to get back that full head of hair from years past? Now, there is Reveal. Beverly Hills celebrity dermatologist Dr. Nathan Newman took nearly a decade to develop Reveal from natural botanicals to return to a full-body head of hair. Reveal for men and women with a 30-day money-back guarantee at GCNlife.com or toll-free 844-443-6637. 844-443-6637. Reveal at GCNlife.com.
We've all seen and perhaps use the alcohol-based hand sanitizers. Have you noticed how it dries your skin and as soon as the alcohol evaporates, it's no longer effective. GCNteam.com has alcohol-free antibacterial soap and foam meeting or exceeding all requirements set forth by the United States Food and Drug Administration. Come to GCNteam.com, keyword antibacterial, or call 877-878-4203.
The Hebo Tea Club's original pure Pau d'Arco Super Tea comes from the only tree in the world that fungus does not grow on, so it naturally has antifungal, antiviral, antibacterial, anti-infection, anti-inflammation, and anti-parasite properties. But maybe more importantly, the Hebo Tea Club's original pure Pau d'Arco Super Tea builds corpuscles in the blood, which carry oxygen to our organs and cells. Our organs and cells need oxygen to regenerate themselves. The immune system needs oxygen to develop, and cancer happens to die in oxygen. The tea is great for healthy people and can truly be miraculous for someone fighting a potentially life-threatening disease due to an infection, diabetes, or cancer. The Hebo Tea Club's original pure Pau d'Arco Super Tea is only $34.95 plus shipping. Order now at shopsupertea.com or call 818-984-6100. That's shopsupertea.com or call 818-984-6100. shopsupertea.com.
You're listening to Free Talk Live. Call in toll free at 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-FREE.
It's Free Talk Live. Open phones, as always. You can bring up anything that you want. Our number here is 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms over at discord.lrn.fm. Hop into one of those. You'll sound almost like you're sitting here in the studio with us. Tonight it's Ian
Stone.
And the nobody formerly known as Rich Paw.
The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to spend, earn, store, and exchange digital money in seconds. Divvy says you'll be able to send money around the globe in only a swipe and instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat currencies like the dollar in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. There's no need to wait, though, as Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with their multi-tiered masternodes, allowing anyone to earn by supporting the Divvy network. When the new Divvy wallet launches, because of Divvy's relationship with Western Union, Divvy will be in 200 countries, including the United States. You can learn more at DivvyProject.org. That's D-I-V-I, DivvyProject.org. Ron Paul has got an article out, finally, about this coronavirus thing. He's calling it the coronavirus hoax. It is attributed to him on his own website, ronpaulinstitute.org, posted on Monday. I'm just going to jump into this.
Okay. Now, for the people doing the TLDR, he's not saying that the virus itself is a hoax, but that there is a hoax surrounding it.
Sure. Governments, he says, love crisis because when the people are fearful, they're more willing to give up freedoms for promises that the government will take care of them. After 9/11, for example, Americans accepted the near total destruction of their civil liberties in the Patriot Act's hollow promises of security. And just as an aside, yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. People did give up their freedoms. They believed all the stories about the Osama bin Laden and, you know, the so-called terrorists and all that, and how much of it was true, we still don't really even know. And then only later did they start to kind of look back and realize that maybe the government wasn't telling them the truth. Maybe those weapons of mass destruction didn't really exist. Maybe we've been lied to the entire time. In fact, there was news within the last year about some secretive video interviews of military men who were essentially admitting that the whole war in Afghanistan is a complete sham.
Yeah.
From top to bottom.
And that's the thing is, there's a thing in psychiatry called Cassandra complex, and it's based on a Greek myth about Cassandra, who was too beautiful or had hubris or, you know, whatever those Greek heroines always did. So she was cursed by the gods to know the future, but never be believed. And that's what it feels like sometimes
as a
to be a libertarian. We predict these things and they happen, and we predict them and they happen.
And Ron Paul's been doing it a lot longer.
Everybody's telling us we're crazy.
It's ironic, says Ron Paul, to see the same Democrats who tried to impeach President Trump last month for abuse of power demanding that the administration grab more power and authority in the name of fighting a virus that thus far has killed less than 100 Americans. Declaring a pandemic emergency on Friday, President Trump now claims the power to quarantine individuals suspected of being infected by the virus, and as Politico writes, quote, stop and seize any plane, train, or automobile to stymie the spread of contagious disease, unquote. He can even call out the military to cordon off a U.S. city or state. State and local authoritarians love panic as well. The mayor of Champaign, Illinois, has signed an executive order declaring the power to ban the sale of guns and alcohol and cut off gas, water, or electricity to any citizen.
Completely unconstitutional in all cases.
The governor of Ohio just essentially closed his entire state. Well, and this was a question that you asked nobody the other day. I don't know if it was on the air or off, but about Sununu, who's the governor here in New Hampshire. You asked, what is the constitutional so-called authority for him to simply be able to decree things?
Yeah, and I have not found it in my reading of the Constitution. I have not reread it since the beginning of this crisis or faux crisis. But I challenge you, if you think Chris Sununu is doing the right thing, please call in and quote to me, chapter and verse, what gives him the authority to do any of it.
Just to be clear, you're talking about within their own system, because I don't believe that even if there was Constitution, Bill of Rights 1.23, whatever, that says the governor may declare at any time anything he wants in the interests of controlling people, even if it was in there, that wouldn't be okay, because it's the idea of authority is fake in the first place. But you're just asking what in their own system.
There's two levels of tyranny. Okay, the tyranny writ large is when they break their own rules,
which they do all the time.
Tyranny writ small is when they follow them. It's still tyranny, right? But it's a smaller tyranny than the tyranny of we're just going to do whatever we want to do because we've got the guns.
That's what this is.
Yeah, these are megalomaniacs, and they're going to take as much power as people are willing to prop them up with. I mean, everybody that supports them, either by paying their taxes, or going out and doing some work that's vital for the government to stay in operation, providing them with services, giving them the tools they need to step on people's necks.
And at the same time, killing people. I mean, Duncan Lemp the other day. I'm going to keep coming back to Duncan Lemp because, they just shot him from outside his home.
While he was asleep.
While he was asleep. Was that a warning? We can kill you in your sleep. Don't speak out. Don't say anything. Well, it didn't work on me if that was the intent.
The chief fearmonger is back to Ron Paul here. The chief fearmonger of the Trump administration is without a doubt Anthony Fauci, the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institutes of Health. Fauci's all over the media, serving up outright falsehoods to stir up even more panic. He testified to Congress that the death rate for the coronavirus is 10 times that of the seasonal flu, a claim without any scientific basis. On Face the Nation, Fauci did his best to further damage an already tanking economy by stating, quote, right now, personally myself, I wouldn't go to a restaurant, unquote. He's pushed for closing the entire country down for 14 days.
And he certainly has the right not to go to a restaurant.
But forcing everyone else to not go.
That's a completely different matter.
And this isn't the first year that we've had a particularly strong virus spread through the population. I'm looking at Wikipedia for the 2009 flu pandemic, and it's not an unusual thing for a novel strain of virus to get loose and kill people. In 2009...
what makes this one different? Is it just the reactions?
Well, it is particularly...
Well, it's that it's a new disease that was hitherto unknown.
So were some of these other ones.
Yeah, this is worse. I mean, it's got a higher burn ratio, essentially, so it's killing people faster, it's spreading more, so it's not the standard 5 to 10% death rate. So normally I think people die about 5 to 10% from pneumonia and flu and things of that nature.
Well, it's lower than that in most age categories. It's only a higher death rate in the highest age categories.
Well, that's where most of the deaths occur.
Yeah, but still, I mean, as I speak feelingly as someone with 90-year-old parents or parents in their 90s, there must be some equivalent to octogenarian, but I don't know what it is.
I think a lot of people, a lot of younger people...
I want to keep them.
Sure.
Yeah, I think a lot of younger people aren't even going to notice that this is anything different from a normal flu. So what they're doing is they're taking all these precautions to try and stop old people from dying faster than they normally do, is what it comes down to.
Yeah, well, that's the claim. The reality of it is we don't need any of these precautions. If you're worried about your parents, tell them to stay home. If we had freedom, right? Like if there weren't these government goons shutting everything down, destroying the economy, taking more power, if it were just the government was not there and we just had to figure out what to do on our own, then it would be like, okay, well, mom and dad, they're saying that the older folks are more susceptible, so why don't you stay home? You get the credit card, call in to wherever you want to get, food from. Dude. They'll deliver it to you. You can sequester yourself, and all the rest of us, we're going to go about keeping this economy going.
Yeah, let the rest of us go out and work, because somebody has to provide for these people.
Right.
Yes.
So give them an MGI. I'm down with it. I never thought I would say it, but I'm down with it. But they have to be able to spend it somewhere. They need to be able to get stuff.
Hold that thought, Stone. More coming up here. We got more with Ron Paul. Your thoughts welcome as well. 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-3733. This is Free Talk Live.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, the inventor of MyPillow, and like all of you out there, I had problems sleeping. Pillows would go flat, I would flip-flop all night long, I would wake up with a sore neck, maybe a headache, or feel like I needed a nap even though I slept 8 hours. When I invented MyPillow, I wanted it to where you can move the patented fill to give you the exact support you need as an individual, regardless of sleep position. MyPillow will get you into that deep REM sleep faster, and you will stay there longer. It's not about how much time we spend in bed, it's about how much of that quality sleep we get. I do all of my own manufacturing right here in the United States. I have a 10-year warranty. You can wash and dry my pillow, and I give you a 60-day money-back guarantee, so you have nothing to lose. And here's my best offer ever. You can buy one of my pillows and get one absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-870-0305 and use promo code GCN. That's mypillow.com or 800-870-0305 with promo code GCN.
Have you ever watched a video on the internet and found yourself waiting for the skip the ad button? The reason this takes a few seconds is because the video delivery companies get to collect impression commission, and the viewer never sees the advertisement. The company still pays full price to run the ad. Does this sound like a scam to you? Is there any wonder why internet ads are so ineffective? For over 100 years, radio has been a proven source for companies' messages. Radio listeners are engaged and want to support the companies that sponsor the shows they're so passionate about. Simple companies like window treatments, security, pillow companies, and more have been able to break away from the big box stores, building multi-million-dollar businesses. Find out what radio can do for your business. Call 877-996-4327 or advertise at gcnlive.com. That's advertise at gcnlive.com.
Do you feel like many of us? All the distractions in the world taking our minds and focus off what really needs to get done day to day? Well, Janess has a dietary supplement called Mind to help with mental distraction, and it supports memory function. Go to gcnlife.com now to check it out. You're only at your best when your mind is at its best. Go to gcnlife.com or call toll-free 844-443-6637. That's gcnlife.com or 844-443-6637.
Get healthy, not high, with 100% pure CBD powerful natural pain relief from Veterans Vitality. GCN listeners, have you ever thought about how CBD may help you? I'm sure you have heard about the many benefits of CBD. Well, here's your opportunity to try before you buy. Created by veterans and for everyone who deserves better choices, our CBD is derived from organic hemp, grown in the USA and third-party tested. Veterans Vitality CBD saves you as much as 25 to 50% over our competition, and a portion of all sales is contributed to veteran nonprofits and events. Many of our customers have experienced improved quality of life, help with anxiety, PTSD, and overall well-being. Our products do not contain THC. They are safe, non-addictive, effective, and 100% legal. GCN listeners, get your free trial bottle of premium CBD by simply paying shipping and handling at GCNFreeCBD.com. That's GCNFreeCBD.com. Again, GCNFreeCBD.com. Offered by Veterans Vitality Premium CBD.
Would you like to get back that full head of hair from years past? Now, there is Reveal. Beverly Hills celebrity dermatologist Dr. Nathan Newman took nearly a decade to develop Reveal from natural botanicals to return to a full-body head of hair. Reveal for men and women with a 30-day money-back guarantee at GCNLife.com or toll-free 844-443-6637. 844-443-6637. Reveal at GCNLife.com.
Now, more Free Talk Live. Call in toll-free at 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-FREE.
It's Free Talk Live. You can join us here. Toll-free number 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms. They're over at discord.lrn.fm. And, of course, you can support Free Talk Live in a variety of different ways. One way is just by, following the show, subscribing or following our various different video channels like Twitch or DLive. You can go to twitch.lrn.fm or dlive.lrn.fm. These are two different video streaming platforms on which we offer a free video service where you can watch the show. You can do it live or later on. It's up to you. But you can follow us there, and we hit larger numbers, which is a good thing. The more numbers we have, the more people might tune in to see or hear the ideas of freedom where they're not getting this anywhere else. I suspect, there's a lot of media out there, but most of them are lapdogs of the government. They will do whatever it is the state agents say. They will parrot the news releases from the local police or the federal government or whatever. Oh, yeah, they might not like Trump or they might not like whatever the Democrats end up picking. But they sure do love the state, and they love to just kowtow it and toe the line for the state. And we don't do that here on Free Talk Live. So if you want to help us out, just follow our show in a variety of different ways. Of course, you can also subscribe to our podcast over at feeds.freetalklive.com. And you can follow Nobody over on his website, electnobody.com.
Absolutely, because nobody should rule you but you.
Indeed. So let's continue with your phone calls and thoughts. We've got more from Ron Paul coming up here, and I know, Stone, you wanted to get in. Did you have a thought that you wanted to get in at the very end of the last segment? But
well, I was just going to go over the numbers as far as how this compares to other pandemics,
give us a
other flus.
Quick rundown.
Well, from the CDC.gov, the 2009 H1N1 pandemic from April 12th.
H1N1, was that the bird flu?
I think it was swine.
Swine flu, okay.
Swine!
Yeah, April 12th, 2009 to April 10th of 2010, there were 12,469 deaths that were attributed to that.
Okay, and where are we at now with this coronavirus?
I think we're about to cross 100.
No. So it was 12,000 in the United States?
Yes, 12,400 plus in the United States died.
But that was over a year?
Yeah, over a 1 year period. It looks like we're a few months into this one, and we're about to cross 100. So
100.
A lot more died from the previous one, but we haven't had the exposure.
Sure, anything could happen.
And if
there's been exposure,
I mean, the scientific consensus seems to be that this is much more infectious than the common flu.
Yeah,
that's what they're saying, but the numbers don't reflect it yet.
Well, Italy's getting torn up.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah, Italy is torn up. And interestingly enough, that's the one country where the Chinese and the Cubans are lending support, and they're getting tore up bad.
Well, Italy,
That's kind of fascinating when you think about it.
From what I understand, historically has had a much more open border, accept immigrants policy than most other countries, and that could be attributed to. I mean, that could cause more sick people to get in there if they're more willing to take people in. They've got extensive coastlines, so basically anyone can sail into Italy. So that could be a factor. And Spain, it looks like, has got a lot of cases, a lot of deaths happening. So it looks like countries that are having a lot of immigrants come in are being affected more. So there could be a case for closed borders now.
But it could also be a sign of the coming of Vermin Supreme. Because what's Italy shaped like?
A boot.
Yeah,
a boot.
Maybe.
A boot. The boot is on his head.
Yeah, there's no
Just
case
think
for
about
closed
it.
borders, just as there's no case for cracking down, just as there's no case for any of this stuff. I'm sorry, freedom is more important than safety. It's more important to be able to make decisions for yourself than it is to have this ridiculous plan of some government bureaucrats deciding for you how you're going to live. If I want to take a risk, I should be free to make that choice.
It looks like Italy's closing in on 3,000 deaths. So they're approaching how many people died in the United States from swine flu in 2009 in Italy right now. And it looks like they have a very high exposure rate. So it could top out, hopefully, in Italy. We'll see if everyone gets exposed. They build
There's
an immunity.
60 million people, by the way, in Italy. 2,000 deaths. That's almost no one.
60 million.
Nearly
okay,
3,000.
now
yeah.
by means of comparison, there were 60 million. 60 million was the population of Germany at the beginning of World War II, and they killed 13 million in the Holocaust.
So wait, what you're saying is the government is way more dangerous than any of these things put together.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
oh my
definitely true.
God,
Yeah.
yes. If a disease killed as many people as your average government, people would be having fits in the streets.
Right.
Good point.
I mean, look, I'm looking at this coronavirus map right now at ArcGIS, ARCGIS.com, and it shows a total confirmed 35,000 infections. Remember, we're not talking about deaths here. We're talking about that's Italy. Sorry, that's just Italy. So total global, I don't know what the total global is, but it's not that much more than 150,000 maybe or something like that infections. I mean, you're talking about
But there's another side
nothing.
to this, which at least in the United States, test kits are very scarce because they wouldn't let the private sector people have been waiting for government permission to release test kits, and it has not been coming. So there may be
Could be
a
a lot
lot
more.
of people. One theory is that a lot of people, the 13,000 people that died of the flu this year, that a lot of them didn't die of the flu, but nobody
died of
knew
this.
that coronavirus existed,
Yeah, that's
so
an
they just
interesting
took it
theory.
as an atypical flu.
either way, I'm sorry. I don't think, look, we don't shut down society over the flu.
No.
And it shouldn't be shut down over this either.
No, and the bottom line is, as a Darwinist, and you know, one of the estimated prophets of my church is Charles Darwin, and it's important that people do what they think is right, and that if they're wrong, well, they have a higher chance of dying. And that's part of nature.
And that's what's supposed to happen.
That's how it's supposed to work.
Right.
So let's just take the warning labels off everything and let Darwin sort it out.
It would be a stronger society if we did. Let's talk to Jordan in Austin, Texas. You're on Free Talk Live, listening online at LRN.FM.
Hey, yeah, guys, I was just trying to figure out why everybody is afraid of a virus that they're only putting people on 2 weeks' notice to stay away from, and then expecting everybody to go back to their normal lives. Like, well, what is a 2-week hiatus with a virus that no one has like an antivirus for really going to do for the country?
It's called the immune system. I mean, the human immune system is evolved around fighting these things off. I mean, we get sick, and the virus will circulate in the population, going from sick person to create newly sick people.
I think there's a specific answer, though, to what he said now, at least by government thinking. So this is what they're saying. What they're saying is they want to flatten the curve. Okay, so what that means...
Of the infections?
Of the infections. So they want to slow the epidemic down. Now, why do they want to do that? They want to do it, they say, so that the medical facilities don't get overwhelmed by the number of patients, because there's only so many doctors, and no matter how much money you're willing to spend, if there aren't any doctors to hire, your money isn't going to do you any good. It can't buy doctors that don't exist. So that's what they say they intend, is to flatten the curve, and maybe more people even
also
get it in the long run, but they get it over a long enough time frame that the medical system is able to care for them.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, but what if the medic?
Anyway, so
he just
in
dropped
2009, the flu back in 2009, the difference is old people are getting really wrecked by this. And who are the doctors? I'd say half the doctors are probably a little bit elderly, because they get in there, they get old, and yeah, you've got a lot of residents, a lot of younger.
Well, not just that, but very recently in the 1990s, they cut all the medical school enrollments by 17% because the AMA said there was going to be a glut of doctors on the market. So as a result of that, we've got a huge shortage of doctors.
So they decide centrally how many doctors there will be, rather than the marketplace actually deciding.
Yeah,
exactly. The AMA does it through their licensing capability. And of course, it's basic economics that the more people they can keep out of their profession,
the higher the price,
the more money each of them makes.
Right.
So they are just raping us, and they're using the government as the muscle to do it.
Yeah, so in this case, it's going to be really tough to have people that are willing to go into your hospitals. In a socialist system, these people aren't going to want to go into work. You know, they're going to want to stay home. The doctors are going to want to stay with his family.
People here don't want to go to work.
You know, all the old people.
A lot of doctors quit after Obamacare.
Yeah,
a lot of that happened.
This is going to be a catastrophe for the socialized healthcare system.
We got more coming up here. 855 450 free. More from Ron Paul. Let's get to an actual doctor with some opinions about this coming up here on Free Talk Live. Hour 3 is next.
Remember when you first heard about Bitcoin? How long did it take you to realize this little project would soon change the world? Do you kind of wish you had gotten involved sooner? Well, now is your chance to be part of the next revolution in money. Intercoin is working to finally make crypto go mainstream. It's designed to be scalable enough to support everyday payments and even elections without the state. Bitcoin was originally supposed to be a peer-to-peer cash system, the way we would all pay one another without having to trust any third party. But instead, over time, it mostly became a store of value. That's because every 10 minutes, the Bitcoin network must put all transactions into a block, and that block can only hold so much. If crypto is to become mainstream, for everyone to use it in everyday payments, we need a new architecture, one that's as secure as Bitcoin while being far more scalable. Check out intercoin.org to find out more, and maybe pick up some of those coins for yourself.
Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but soon you'll need a plan and place to survive. Forget bunkers. You're not a live underground gopher. You need survivalist camps, the ultimate fully functional, off-the-grid mobile survival bug-out house that's well-equipped and custom-built to outlast any other RV or trailer. Bold statement? You bet. See them now at survivalistcamps.com. That's survivalistcamps.com. Trust your family's survival to survivalistcamps.com.
All across the country, people are coming together to speed up what we can learn about health. The All of Us Research Program is calling on 1 million people to join us as we try to change the future of health. For your family, for future generations, for all of us. Visit joinallofus.org and find out how you can become 1 in a million.
This is the Genesis Communications Network, GCN.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Senate has approved Phase 2 of a coronavirus response by a 90-8 vote. The legislation covers the cost of testing and ensures paid sick leave. The lawmakers are drafting a third phase, a stimulus bill that could top $1 trillion.
I want people to know that you're not going to be left without income. The unemployment system exists. It's woefully inadequate for the circumstance that we're under.
South Carolina Republican Lindsey Graham. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he intends to keep the Senate in session until a deal is struck. President Trump has announced he's invoking the Defense Production Act.
My emergency declaration allowed us to waive regulations to give nurses and doctors maximum flexibility to respond to the virus and to protect our frontline professionals that we've authorized through telehealth nationwide.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Allen Root. You all know I'm the world's biggest believer in gold and silver, especially rare collectible coins. Finest Known has evolved over the past 22 years from one of the leading rare coin and precious metals companies in America with a remarkable 150 years of experience in the hard money industry. I told my friends at Finest Known to go big or go home. They went big! Just for my fans, they're presenting a first-time starter collection of beautiful, certified, uncirculated Morgan silver dollars. The Morgan silver dollar was born from the Wild West in 1878 and is the single most collected coin in the U.S. rare coin market. This is an opportunity to acquire an amazing set of 20 certified coins with 20 different dates and or mint marks with the best price guarantee anywhere in America. And as an added bonus, receive a 21st coin for only $1. $1! And Finest Known's president, Adam Crump, will send an autographed copy of his best-selling book free. This is a one-time offer. Just say WAR when you call 800-663-1929. That's 800-663-1929 or go to finestknown.com.
Automakers are shutting down their assembly plants. Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer says the 150,000 auto workers who are being laid off are a big part of her state's economy.
These are people who work hard, and they are the backbone of the Michigan and the American economy. I know that this was not an easy decision for them, and that's why it's so critical that every one of us does our part so that we can get our economy back up and running at the quickest, safest possible moment.
Millions of people are working from home, off the job, or out of school as the virus spreads. Maine Republican Senator Susan Collins fears the economic downturn will harm small businesses.
The hospitality industry in particular, the restaurants, the B&Bs, the gift shops, the small hotels are being adversely affected by the virus.
You're listening to USA Radio News.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go and pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
The Pentagon is giving 5 million respirator masks and up to 2,000 deployable ventilators to the Department of Health and Human Services to help in the coronavirus pandemic. USA's John Clemens reports.
Defense Secretary Mark Esper said the so-called N95 respirators are designed for use by deployed troops, require training to operate, it may have single-use limitations.
The Department of Defense will make available up to 5 million N95 respirator masks and other personal protective equipment from our own strategic reserves to the Department of Health and Human Services for distribution. The first 1 million masks will be made available immediately.
Secretary Esper is also considering a request to deploy a Navy hospital ship to New York City to care for non-coronavirus patients. I'm John Clemens.
There's now a major shortage of blood supplies. USA's Chris Barnes has more.
Across the nation, the Red Cross is now pleading for blood donations. As officials say, they're getting to the point where doctors and hospitals may have to decide who gets blood and who does not. They say you can find out how and where to donate blood, or you can sponsor a drive by visiting redcrossblood.org. Download the Red Cross Blood app from your favorite app store or by calling 1-800-RED-CROSS. For USA Radio News, I'm Chris Barnes.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
Hey everyone, Proactive MD has an incredible offer for our radio listeners only. Stay tuned for our exclusive offer that includes a free charcoal pore cleansing brush and free shipping. Proactive MD with prescription strength adapalene can heal and prevent future breakouts. Today, for just $19.95, we're offering listeners the 3-piece Proactive MD system with free shipping, plus a free gift, the new charcoal pore cleansing brush. Get this exclusive offer by calling now, 1-800-583-8662, or go to proactive.com proactiveMD.com and enter promo code RADIO. You heard right. Proactive MD plus free shipping and a free gift. The new charcoal pore cleansing brush. You'll get all this for just $19.95 and their 60-day money-back guarantee. You're guaranteed to get clear and stay clear, or you get your money back. Call now. 1-800-583-8662. That's 1-800-583-8662. Or go to proactive.com and enter promo code RADIO. Again, go to proactive.com and enter promo code RADIO.
Free Talk Live.
Welcome to Free Talk Live. Oh, hey, Stone. You want to bring us in? Go right ahead.
That's pretty much it.
I thought we were already in. Are we outside?
We're inside.
Okay, good.
Moment.
I didn't think I was that high.
Not yet. It is hour number 3 here on Free Talk Live, and as always, you're invited to join us. We got Ron Paul not on the lines. He's hard to get as a guest, but he has written an article.
Maybe he's just playing hard to get.
Maybe he's good at it then. Ron has written an article. It's posted over on the Ron Paul Institute website. His opinions about the coronavirus situation, which is mostly the government's doing. The people calling themselves the state, they are cracking down on freedom, and they're using this virus, which doesn't seem to be that much more dangerous than many of the other viruses we've dealt with over the last few decades. In fact, there's an interesting chart posted. Stone, you were sharing some numbers from like the 2009 H1N1, and then there's some other ones within our lifetime. But there was actually an interesting chart somebody posted in the on-air chat on the Discord for the Discord server, eTors. Post this, and I saw this the other night. History of pandemics, looking at hundreds of years.
I think it was 1918 was pretty much the worst one ever, if I recall correctly. And that
which one was that?
And that I think killed about 3%
that was the
of the
World War
population.
I ramp up.
Okay.
And a lot of that was because there were all kinds of men in the in camps going through boot camp. And so that is a perfect environment for disease to just rip through you. And then they'd go home on leave before they deployed and give it to everybody at home.
Yeah, so when compared to HIV, AIDS, 25 to 35 million. The third plague, 12 million back in 1855. The Antonine plague, 5 million, year 165 to 180.
But you notice that to get to really big plagues, you have to go pretty far back in time.
True.
Our medicine is so much better now.
But HIV AIDS was number 1, by the way, with 25 to 35 million, and that's not going back in time. That's 1981 to present.
That's true. I didn't know that many had died of AIDS.
Asian flu, and we didn't shut down society over AIDS. Okay.
No.
Asian flu, 1.1
Of course, then
million.
again, you aren't going to get AIDS from somebody coughing on you.
Yeah,
this is true.
I have to play the devil's advocate either way because I'm the pope of an agnostic church. I don't know anything.
And we're not done yet with the coronavirus. There's no doubt. It's just getting started. But when compared to these other ones, it's literally at the bottom of the pack. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not at the total bottom. SARS had 770 deaths in 2002 to 2003. MERS had 2012 to the present 850 deaths. Coronavirus looks like there's an asterisk next to this. I don't know what the asterisk means.
Well, the big asterisk next to any coronavirus number should be, we're comparing numbers at the beginning of a global pandemic to numbers at the end of a global pandemic. So there was a time when all of those diseases you listed had only killed 100 people in the United States. And they all managed to grow from there. So I'm not convinced one way or the other. I want to I want to look at things from both sides and let people draw their own conclusions.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure, is this representing, this must be deaths, right? History of pandemics. I'm presuming these are showing me death numbers and not
What's the
infection
source
numbers.
on that?
Sources: CDC, WHO, BBC, Wikipedia, historical records, Encyclopedia Britannica, put together by visualcapitalist.com. It's citing 7.9 thousand, so 7,900 for coronavirus, citing 200,000 for swine flu, 2009 to 2010. Did 200,000 people perish from swine flu?
Maybe worldwide.
Or did 200,000
I don't
people...
know. You could cross-reference that with Wikipedia, which probably has a death rate, and that'll give you, if it's approximately, that sounds like, I don't know if this is infections. To guess. I would cross-check it with Wikipedia and see if it's in the. It's probably in the ballpark of deaths or in the ballpark of infection. So in that case,
this is deaths. I think this is deaths because it says here are some of the history's most deadly pandemics. So anyway,
that should be deaths they're talking about.
Let me go back to Ron Paul here because he's an actual doctor and has an opinion, like doctors tend to do. So he's talking about this government goon named Anthony Fauci. He's the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases at the National Institutes of Health. He has been all over the media stirring up falsehoods, saying he wouldn't go to a restaurant. And Ron Paul says, over what? A virus that has thus far killed just over 5,000 people worldwide and less than 100 in the United States? By contrast, tuberculosis, an old disease not much discussed these days, killed nearly 1.6 million people in 2017. Where is the panic over tuberculosis?
Seriously?
That's what he said.
How many in the U.S.?
I don't know.
Wow.
I'm sure you can look it up. If anything, what people like Fauci and the other fearmongers are demanding will likely make the disease worse. The martial law they dream about will leave people hunkered down inside their homes instead of going outdoors or to the beach where sunshine and fresh air could help boost immunity. The panic produced by these fearmongers is likely helping spread the disease as massive crowds rush into Walmart and Costco for that last roll of toilet paper. The madness over the coronavirus is not limited to politicians and the medical community. The head of the neoconservative Atlantic Council wrote an editorial this week urging NATO to pass an Article 5 declaration of war against the COVID-19 virus.
That's ridiculous.
Are they going to send in tanks and drones?
Good God!
To wipe out these microscopic enemies? People should ask themselves whether this coronavirus pandemic, and he puts pandemic in quotes, could be a big hoax, with the actual danger of the disease massively exaggerated by those who seek to profit financially or politically from the ensuing panic. That is not to say the disease is harmless. Without question, people will die from coronavirus. Those in vulnerable categories should take precautions to limit their risk of exposure. But we've seen this movie before. Government overhypes a threat as an excuse to grab more of our freedoms. When the threat, which he puts in quotes, is over, however, they never give us our freedoms back.
Absolutely true.
Same old story. Different year.
Yeah.
Now with more fear. And I think the social media is a major factor in that fear factor where people are more frightened than they've been of these other previous instances?
Well, I think that up until now, governments haven't had the tools to control social media. But as soon as social media took editorial control of itself, which is what I call it when Facebook starts making content-based deletion.
Which we talked about at the beginning of the show tonight.
And also, things that they acknowledge doing, viewpoints that they won't let get out. So it was a matter of time then before the controls of that fell into the hands of the government. And
there's some
my guess is the reason that these algorithms were malfunctioning is because people were hacking on those algorithms. Why were they hacking on those algorithms? Probably because there were certain things the government wants suppressed. And it's highly unlikely that Facebook would refuse to cooperate in a so-called time of emergency. So if there's one thing we need to learn from this is we need to get into we need to get places where Facebook can't censor us and where Twitter can't censor us. We need to find
news.
different
There's
spaces
Mastodon.
online.
You can go. They're already out there. Mastodon is one of them. It's a decentralized Twitter clone, basically, that anybody can spin up a Mastodon server if they've got the tech know-how to do that. In fact, there are already thousands of Mastodon servers out there around the planet right now. So you don't have to spin up your own. You could join someone else's, but if you want to have total control over it, you can start your own. And it's very much like Twitter, and it does the same things that Twitter does with the hashtags and the @symbol tagging and all of that. Of course, there are plenty of other options out there that are competing with Facebook and Twitter, and many of them are free. And now Discord is a centralized system, but it's a good one where you can go and interact with other Free Talk Live listeners over at discord.lrn.fm, and you can call in that way as well. Plus, there's also the good old-fashioned meeting up in real life, which, of course, the government's now making it harder to do because you can't go to any restaurants or bars and actually meet people anymore. There's more on the way. It's Free Talk Live. Bitcoin.com has launched a trading platform at local.bitcoin.com, allowing you to buy or sell Bitcoin Cash via dozens of payment methods like PayPal, Venmo, bank deposit, remittances, or meeting in person with cash. There are no ID requirements to sign up for and use the site, and all communications between buyers and sellers are encrypted. Finally, a global trading platform that respects your privacy. Visit local.bitcoin.com to get started trading Bitcoin Cash. local.bitcoin.com.
Does your dog itch, scratch, stink, or shed like crazy? Come to Dynovite for help.
Order a 90-day supply of Dynovite.
Everything we tried failed except the Dynovite.
Pick up 2 bottles of Super Mega Fish Oil.
Get the 3rd bottle free. Packed with omega-3, DHA, and EPA fatty acids.
Super Mega is great for your dog's immune system, healthy skin, and soft, shiny fur.
Dogs love it. Try Super Omega Fish Oil.
Buy 2, get 1 free.
At Dynovite.com.
DINOVITE.com.
Gold has definitely been on the move recently, and there is no more secure investment historically. McElvaney ICA has been helping people take delivery of precious metals and find storage options for decades. They've helped thousands of investors with their precious metal IRAs. Call ICA today for your free portfolio review at 800-525-9556 or download their free report online at ICAGoldSilver.com to learn how you can double your gold and silver ounces even within an IRA. 800-525-9556. ICAGoldSilver.com.
Do you want to work from home, get paid, and forward Liberty all at the same time? Free Talk Live is looking for account executives and appointment setters. If you've got a phone, a computer, internet connectivity, initiative, and a belief in the non-aggression principle, you're qualified. Earn up to $85,000 a year full-time, $25,000 a year part-time. Set your own hours, work from home, spread freedom. Join our team and work with one of the biggest leaders in the Liberty movement. Apply now at sales.freetalklive.com. Sales.freetalklive.com.
With more people listening to radio than visit Google, Facebook, or YouTube, from the very young to the very old, everyone listens to radio. Pillow companies, alarm, identity theft, nutrition, insurance, banking, automotive. The list goes on and on. Billion-dollar businesses. Why? The answer is radio. The media everyone tunes into. Find out how effective and affordable radio can be for your business. Contact 877-996-4327 or advertise at gcnlive.com.
Warning, if you're drowning in debt you can't afford, do not let the credit card companies trick you into thinking that you have to pay it all back, because you don't. What the credit card companies don't want you to know is that there's actually a way to get debt-free without paying off your entire debt or going bankrupt. If you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt, you now have the right to let us settle that debt for a fraction of what you owe. For free information, call Credit Associates now. 1-800-976-1460. We'll even show you how much money you could save. If you can't afford to pay off all your debt, do not let the credit card companies trick you into thinking that you have to. Call Credit Associates now for free information on how to get debt-free faster than you ever thought possible without debt consolidation or bankruptcy. We depend on your success and offer a guarantee, so there's no risk. For free information, call now. 1-800-976-1460. That's 1-800-976-1460. 1-800-976-1460.
Hi, I'm Dan Pilla. I started fighting the IRS over 40 years ago when they tried to seize my mother's house. I sued the IRS and won. I beat the IRS then, and I've been beating them ever since. I wrote the book on tax debt settlement, and I've helped thousands of people deal with tax problems they thought might never be solved. I can help you too. If you owe taxes you can't pay, don't wait another day. There's no such thing as a hopeless tax case. Call 800-34-NO-TAX or go to my website, danpilla.com. That's danpilla.com, danpilla.com.
This is Free Talk Live. Call in toll free. 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-FREE.
It's Free Talk Live. You may join us here. The toll-free number, 855-450-FREE like freedom. That's 855-450-3733. We have the Discord call-in line rooms over at discord.lrn.fm. Joining you tonight, you've got Ian.
Stone.
And nobody cosplaying as Hawkeye Pierce. Except my bathrobe isn't red.
Your bathrobe isn't red?
Sorry, I just washed my lips and I can't do a thing with them.
AnyPay Ambassador Program is something you're going to need a good pair of lips for, because you're going to need to talk to business owners about cryptocurrency like Bitcoin Cash and Dash. But now is a great time to do that. Well, if they're still in business after this insane government crackdown, then they're going to be looking for alternatives to cash. They're going to be looking for alternatives to credit cards, because with cash and credit cards, you're constantly touching other people's stuff, right? With cryptocurrency, it's completely...
Don't touch my junk.
It's completely touchless, meaning that when you go to a local business that accepts crypto, they bring up the sale on their tablet, they give you a QR code, you scan it with your phone. You don't have to touch their tablet. They don't have to touch your phone. It's a completely touchless payment system. And AnyPay can help you get these businesses started accepting crypto like Bitcoin Cash and Dash. And when they do, and when you get credit, you'll get credit for it if you let AnyPay know over at anypayinc.com. So you let them know when you've installed AnyPay's cash register app on your favorite local business's tablet, your point of sale, their point of sale system there. And then AnyPay will hook you up with the AnyPay Ambassador status, which gives you passive income for every purchase made in Dash and Bitcoin Cash at those businesses. Now, that's a pretty awesome incentive to get people started into cryptocurrency acceptance. So what you do to get started is download the AnyPay Cash Register app for yourself, so you can try it out. You can set up your crypto wallet addresses in the back end. You can test it, see what the payments look like, get some feel for, how it works. Because if you don't live here in Keene, New Hampshire, or Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where this is in regular use in real life every day, you probably aren't that familiar with how easy it is and how slick the system is. So you want to get familiar with it, and then you want to install AnyPay Cash Register app on your favorite business that wants to start taking crypto, and then let them know you did it at anypayinc.com. That's anypayinc.com. As we go to the phones here, we got Harley on the line. He's on our Discord server. Hello, Harley, in New York.
How are y'all?
Hey, what's on your mind tonight?
Oh, I just wanted to see how we're surviving the world has been.
Well, you were not cutting out like you are now when I screened your call earlier, unfortunately. So what I would recommend that you do is check your Discord settings and make sure your voice activation bar isn't set too high. That's one of the settings that can really kill a good Discord experience. So
I'll change over to my phone.
Actually, you sound okay right now. If you just want to keep talking, go ahead.
Well, I'll give it a shot. My microphone's shot. But I just wanted to call in and try to give everybody a positive comment.
Damn it.
Even though it is the end of the world as we know, that REM song should go to the top of the charts.
But I feel fine.
I'll tell you what, I'll let you switch to your phone. It'll probably sound better that way. I thought it was going to be better, but it's not. So stand by, Harley. We're going to come back to you here. Let's talk in the meantime to David in New Mexico. David, you're on Free Talk Live on the TuneIn app. Go ahead.
Yeah, update on that the Albuquerque City Council deal. They were having their meeting when I called you last, and the news is they did pass the emergency powers to the mayor that they were trying to pass. And,
more power. All right. Well, what sort of new powers?
More power. More power.
What sort of
feed me?
What are the new so-called powers that he has aggregated to himself or herself?
Well, what they got away with was just shutting down basically any business that he wants to shut down, and shutting down roads and reassigning monies that taxpayers voted to go one direction to use for whatever they think they want to use it for. That's what they got away with. But what's more interesting is what they tried to get away with. And first of all, let me prefix this. This city council meeting that was held, they only scheduled it 3 days before they actually held it, which is a violation of their their own open meetings law that's on the books, and they're getting sued for it, by the way. And then the next thing they did is they only gave the bills that the city councilors were to vote on to the city councilors to read on the same day as they were supposed to vote on it.
Oh my!
And then with the same short notice being
that's like DC level. That's like DC level tactics. Washington,
they're
DC.
sneaking this exactly. Like we got to pass it so that you can see what it says in there.
They don't care about their own rules when their own rules are inconvenient. That's what all the magic word defenses people. Oh yeah, if you go and talk about the fringe on the flag, they all assume that the government's going to play by its own rules, it never ever does. So no matter how good it is on paper, it's not going to work.
And on short notice, the same short notice, they locked the public out of the meeting so that nobody could comment to the city councilors that were going to vote on this stuff and did pass it. They didn't have to face their constituents at all. The only way that constituents could comment on it was to send something by email or whatever they had set up. And then you don't know whether the city councilor is, I mean, they don't care. You can speak to them to their face and they'll vote against you, but at least you know they heard you. Whereas if you send them an email comment, they don't even read that stuff. And so, they got out of that. And
if nothing else, they should be sitting in chambers and reading all those emails aloud onto the record.
Right. So they passed this emergency power or expansion of emergency power to the mayor, and another notable point is that one or two of the city councilors, and this thing passed 6-3 on party lines, and two of the city councilors tried to amend the language that they were using. One amendment was successful, and it's notable because the language prior to the amendment said that they gave the power to the mayor to regulate the kind of products sold in stores and the quantity of products sold in stores, which, like I said on the other call, that a gun is a kind of product, and then also you can limit a gun purchase to one a day or one a month or whatever, and that was amended out of there, and it was narrowed to health related products, not just any kind of product, and that's important because this emergency powers was added. It wasn't created new. It was added on to the original emergency powers to the mayor was enacted 50 years ago during Vietnam riots in Albuquerque, and they passed it back then 50 years ago so that the mayor had the power to stop gun sales and ammunition sales and stop liquor sales and stop gasoline sales and shut down roads in the city of Albuquerque.
So now they're expanding that. They're expanding the thing that they did 50 years ago.
Right. They're leaving intact the unconstitutional previous ordinance, and they added to it so that they can do it not only under natural disaster or riot, but now they can do it under health emergency.
Right. And that just goes to show what Ron Paul was saying here. And thank you, David, for the call. I appreciate it.
This is a naked power grab, if nothing else. That's clear.
And the fact that the thing still exists from 1969 that they've now added to. Remember, so Ron Paul was pointing out, you add a thing to government, you expand its power. It doesn't just let that go. When the so-called crisis is over, the power continues. They continue to aggregate to it, and the only thing that can stop it, besides violence, which I don't support, is mass disobedience and
shorting the dollar.
More coming up. Free Talk Live.
I can definitely say that I have found the best cryptocurrency wallet. Certainly the best named one. I'm Mark Edge, and I love the Edge wallet. I've been using it for the last few months. You can buy, sell, trade, and hold your cryptocurrency securely. I trust my holdings of all the major cryptocurrencies to Edge wallet, and you should too. No long phrases to memorize, just a username and password. Secure your freedom with Edge wallet. Get it now on Apple or Android in the App Store or at edge.app. The next generation wallet is coming from Divvy. Divvy. In just a few taps, you'll be able to send, earn, spend, and exchange digital money in seconds. Send money around the globe with only a swipe. Instantly exchange between Divvy, Bitcoin, and fiat right in the mobile app and withdraw directly to your bank account. Divvy already offers the first one-tap solution for earning passive income with crypto. Multi-tiered masternodes allow everyone to partake in the network. Visit DivvyProject.org. DivvyProject.org.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
The Senate has approved Phase 2 of a coronavirus response by a 90-8 vote. The legislation covers the cost of testing and ensures paid sick leave. The lawmakers are drafting a third phase, a stimulus bill that could top $1 trillion.
I want people to know that you're not going to be left without income. The unemployment system exists. It's woefully inadequate for the circumstance that we're under.
South Carolina Republican Lindsey Graham. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell says he intends to keep the Senate in session until a deal is struck. President Trump has announced he's invoking the Defense Production Act.
My emergency declaration allowed us to waive regulations to give nurses and doctors maximum flexibility to respond to the virus and to protect our frontline professionals that we've authorized through telehealth nationwide.
This is USA Radio News.
Hey travelers, do you want to save money on your next flight? Then pick up the phone and call. That's right, call, because the best prices are not online. They're with SmartFares. See, SmartFares has special deals with the airlines. When they have unsold seats, they use SmartFares to fill them. So you get airline tickets at ridiculously low prices. Our prices are too low to publish online. With the extra money you'll save, you can book another trip or treat yourself to dinner or shopping. So stop searching all of those travel sites to find the lowest price on your next flight. Let one of our SmartFares expert travel agents find ridiculously low prices for you. Call SmartFares today and get the best price on your next flight. Guaranteed. Also, save up to 50% off business and first class tickets.
800-871-3291. 800-871-3291. Again, that's 800-871-3291. If you have diabetes and you're on Medicare, Medicaid, or have private insurance, you may qualify for a new continuous glucose monitor. Managing your diabetes is crucial to your health. The new CGM can automatically and easily help you manage your diabetes more effectively. And by using a CGM, you can eliminate the one thing most people with diabetes dislike the most: finger sticks. Now you can automatically manage your diabetes and end the painful finger sticks. Solara Medical Supplies makes it simple for you to have a new CGM. We'll do all the insurance paperwork for you and deliver the newest in diabetic care technology right to your door. Take charge of your diabetes today with the help of a new continuous glucose monitor. Call now to learn more. 800-547-5331. 800-547-5331. 800-547-5331. That's 800-547-5331.
You're listening to Free Talk Live. Call in toll free at 855-450-FREE. That's 855-450-FREE.
It is Free Talk Live. You can bring up what you want here. Toll-free number is 855